Hey, how's it going? Hello, hello. Don't mind the background. Don't mind it at all. It's fine. Fuck. How are we? I apologize for the little absence. It should be the last absence before I start streaming, before I start moving, but we'll see. We'll see. Not moved yet. No, I'm not moving right away. You want background music? Shut up. For free. What? Who do you think you are? Give me... Okay. Did Loner cover Hamas killing? Bro, I just started. What the fuck? I just started. Are you moving outside the UK? I'm not telling you where I'm moving. What? But I'm not moving until next week. Right now, I'm just vibing. Oh God, it's been such a nightmare. It's been such a nightmare figuring out moving plans. But I think we're sorted. I think we've figured most things out. Who knows? Who knows? He's going to Greenland, confirmed. Well, they need some defense, don't they? They do need some people, some adults in the room. I can't believe I go away and just for a couple of days and so much nonsense happens. What the fuck? I actually forgot. I think this was expected to happen for a while, wasn't it? This Liberation Day tariff announcement madness, but my. Are we going to have a recession? Maybe. We're going to have hard times is probably the cleanest prediction you could give. But let me see. Bad Empanada doxed you? What, when? Like in the last week? Maybe, yeah, I don't know. He tends to do that. He has a thing for it. There was some absolute fucking psycho who was like spamming my address in multiple different areas. But good thing it's not going to last very long. Because otherwise, that would have been very annoying. Eggs are up, but I don't even buy eggs anymore. They're a luxury. They're a waste of time. What is this? I was actually kind of enjoying this video when I watched it. I want to show you guys. This is a very interesting, this is probably the best or the most interesting Corey segment that I've ever seen. Let's see where I put it. Here.
האם הפלסטינים קיבלו את היהודים בזרועות פתוחות? לא. בשנות ה-20 כשעלינו לארץ?
לא, לא, לא.
So the prompt is, did Palestinians welcome the Jews before 48? Can you make a complaint with the police about that? With what? An anonymous person on the internet spamming my address in places? Like, maybe, but what are they going to do? If they're not in my country, like, it's fucked. And if they're anonymous, what can I do?
היה טבח נורא במדינה. ההורים שלי עלו בשנת 33, שנת 33 היה פה מפרס. והיה טבח והיה בלגן, חזרו לפרס, עלינו בשנת 50.
לא ידעתי.
כן, יש לי אחות שהיא ילידת ירושלים, גרו בשכונת בוכרים, ולא היה טוב, היה בלגן.
זה היה בירושלים שהיה טבח?
כן, בירושלים בלגן, והם עזבו וחזרו לפרס, ועלינו בשנת 50, אני הייתי בת שנה.
So her family went to Israel, Palestine, and then went back to Persia, and then went back to Palestine again. What the fuck? Wow.
נולד בפרס.
אז כן.
היית רוצה לבקר בפרס מתישהו?
כן. יש לי משפחה.
עדיין?
כן.
שם, וואו, אוקיי.
פרס היא מדינה יפה מאוד. ערים יפות מאוד, לפי מה שאני שומעת וגם מה שמראים בטלוויזיה. אבל היום כל המוסלמים האלה שעלו לשלטון, הם רוצים להשתלט על העולם, לחזור לתקופת
עות'מאנים.
וזה לא הולך ככה. אתה ראית מה שעשו לנו, איזה מלכודת בשביל להשחית את הדת היהודית.
את חושבת שמתישהו תוכלי לבקר שם?
אולי בעזרת השם, אם לא יהיה בשלטון החומיינים, בהחלט, למה לא? אפשר לעשות טיול
אבל
מוגן.
לחזור, יש הרבה פלסטינים שאומרים בשנות ה-20, 30, 40, הם קיבלו את היהודים
זה לא נכון, לא נכון.
ביפה.
The prompt is from the Hadith quote, correct? I have no idea who it's from. Hadith? Who's that? I think this is something like everyone says, isn't it? Loads of people say this shit. Hadith. Which Hadith said that?
תיקח את תש"ח, שנת תש"ח, מה שעשו בצפון ליהודים.
Muhammad Hadith? Oh, he's the one who has like a personal story about it. Yeah, okay.
מה שעשו, השחיתו שם את כל הכפרים היהודים, השחיתו הכל שם. השחיתו, הם עשו בלי רחמנות כמו שעשו ב7 באוקטובר. אנסו, רצחו תינוקות, אישה בהיריון, הם עם אכזר ביותר. מאוד מאוד אכזר. בעולם לא עושה כלום. עכשיו שהרבה חיים באירופה, הם ירגישו את זה על בשרם ויגידו איזה יהודים אנחנו היינו, כמה אנחנו נותנים להם ועושים בשבילהם, מקבלים אותם בכל תחום, אין בית חולים, אין מקום שלא עובדים ערבים. אנחנו מכבדים אותם, אלה שהם
פה היום.
כן, לטובת המדינה, אלה שרוצים להשתלב לעבוד במדינה ולא להיות מאחורי הגב עם הפלסטינים שבאים מעזה, אני יודעת, מיהודה ושומרון שבאים, מסוכן להם לחיות איתם פה.
הפלסטינים טוענים שלפני 48
Hi, Learner Box, do I get 1 egg sandwich or 2 egg sandwiches? Oh. You should never spend more than a third of your monthly income on eggs.
הם קיבלו את היהודים בזרועות פתוחות.
זה לא תמיד היה נכון.
אוקיי, אז מה אתה יודע או מה?
אני יודע עשו פרעות ביהודים, ברור שהמובילים של החברה הפלסטינאית ראו בהם סכנה, כל המתיישבים, הקולוניאליסטים היהודים שבאו והתחילו לבנות קיבוצים, אבל לשמחתנו הם התחילו, משם זה התחיל.
ויש סיפורים אצלכם במשפחה, משהו שקרה? או במשפחה?
עם הפלסטינאים?
כן, משהו קשור לפלסטינים.
לא, דווקא אבא שהגיע ב-33, והוא מכאן טייל לדמשק.
מאיפה 33?
מלוב, הוא הגיע ב-33.
אוקיי.
והוא טייל בדמשק, והוא טייל בביירות, והיו חיים טובים פה ב-33. הייתה העלייה הגרמנית הגדולה.
היו לו חברים גם ערבים פה?
אני לא בטוח, אבל היו לו הרבה עובדים ערבים שם.
אוקיי, אבל פה לא, אתה לא יודע.
אחר כך כן, היו לו.
כן, אבל בהתחלה שנות ה-30, 40.
לא. הוא היה צער רווק, הוא בא לעשות חיים.
האם הפלסטינים קיבלו את היהודים בזרועות פתוחות ב-1948 ולפני? האם אתם יודעים?
It's so weird seeing like really old people with fucking red hair, bro. Hang on, though. Hang on. I think I want to run on to the tariffs already. Oh god, maybe I can watch this later. I just want to see a good video that breaks down Trump's little tariff speech. Do I really want to I don't know if I want to watch the entire... No, I don't want to watch the entire 46 minutes, do I? Oh god. Huh. What even is, bro, I don't even know what Liberation Day is. What does it mean? Is that a thing that America's done in the past, or has he made this a new thing? He made it a new thing, right? Because he chose April 2nd. He didn't want it to be April 1st because of April Fools, because that's how his brain works. Oh no. Highlights. Why are the highlights 41 minutes long, bro? CBS. What?
Effective at midnight.
How are... Mate. Oh. Okay, this is highlights, and then they start yapping for ages. Okay. Let's watch the highlights. Okay. Liberation Day, guys. Liberation Day. Don't spend more than a third of your monthly income on eggs, okay? From now on.
We will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles. Starting tomorrow, the United States will implement reciprocal tariffs on other nations. It's been a long time since we even thought of that. We used to think about it a lot. We didn't think about it for many decades, and you see what's happened. For nations that treat us badly, we will calculate the combined rate of all their tariffs, non-monetary barriers, and other forms of cheating. And because we are being very kind, we're kind people, very kind. You're not so kind when you got ripped off with your salaries. My auto worker friends and my Teamster friends and all of the unions that typically voted Democrat, they're not voting Democrat anymore because worker, whether union or non-worker, they're for the Republicans now. That's what happened.
Does he actually... I'll explain what he's talking about when he speaks about all these kind of like non-tariff obstructions and different forms of cheating. It's all nonsense, and him being kind. Does he actually show the formula, or does he just show the... I think he just shows the board, doesn't he? Oh, God.
But we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging us. If you look at that, China, first row, China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. We didn't
really? So China's currency manipulation and trade barriers amounts to the equivalent of a 67% tariff. But Trump will only tariff them back half because he's nice. That's what you do, isn't it? Someone tariffs you 67%. What you do is you tariff them back half because you're nice. Interesting. Interesting.
It's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing.
Damn, Vietnam. Vietnam has so many restrictions that they're effectively tariffing the United States at 90%. Wow. 90%.
Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%. So we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think, in other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how can anybody be upset?
How can anybody be upset?
They will be, because we never charge anybody anything. But now we're going to charge. European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. You know, you think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%. So we're charging them essentially half. Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff. Taiwan, where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king,
They took them from you, didn't they? Okay.
We were everything. We had all of it.
What? Am I mental? Does he not look like he's just reading half of these for the first time?
We have almost none of it, except the biggest company is coming in. We're going to...
Do they just find the highest tariff on some random shit and then charge sweeping tariffs on half that number? No. You think this has anything to do with how much these countries are tariffing the United States? My sweet summer baby? What are you talking about? Absolutely not. Don't worry. I'll explain that to you.
With almost 40%. Lee Zeldin's working to get their approvals. And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei, of one of the great companies of the world, actually. They're coming in from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, very, very tough, great people. And again, I don't blame the people for doing it. I think they're very smart in doing it. I blame the people that sat right in that Oval Office, right over there, right behind the Resolute desk or whichever desk they chose. Japan, 46%. They would charge us 46%, and much higher for certain items like cars, you know, little items like cars. 46%, we're charging them 24%. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left, and he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades, and it was only 7 years ago when I came in, we started with China and charged them. We took in hundreds of
When he
billions
says they're charged that, yeah, when he says we're going to charge them, he means they're going to charge the American companies that import these goods. Yes.
of dollars from China in tariffs. And they understood, honestly. President Xi understood. He said, look, I understand. And the other countries, and they all understand. We're going to have to go through a little tough love, maybe, but they all understand.
Bro, he's
They're
totally
ripping
just
us
riffing off
and
of
they
these numbers.
understood
What the fuck?
Prime Minister of Japan,
Canada and Mexico are not on this list because they already got the tariffs that Trump announced earlier to do with fentanyl and shit. Yeah.
Shinzo Abe. He was a fantastic man. He was unfortunately taken from us, assassination. But I went to him and I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. Trade is not fair. And he said, I know that. I know that. And he was a great gentleman. He was a fantastic man. But he understood immediately what I was talking about. I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. He said, I know that. And we worked out a deal, and it would have been a much better deal, but frankly, there were many years left in the deal that was made previous to my getting there, but it was something. If you look at Switzerland, 61% to 31%, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, oh, look at Cambodia, 97%.
No, he's read this for the first time. He can't believe what he's seeing. Oh my God, Cambodia? 97%. Really? You import a good from Indonesia to the United States, and American companies have to pay 97% on top of the good. Almost double. It's very real.
Down to 49, they made a fortune with the United States of America.
Yes, there's Israel. Well done. Well done. 33%.
Kingdom, 10%.
Oh, that's like a Freemason number, isn't it? Conspiracy theorists like to talk about number 33 a lot, you know?
And we'll go 10%. So we'll do the same thing.
Yeah.
South Africa, 60%, 30%.
Oh, no.
And they've got some bad things going on in South Africa. You know, we're paying them billions of dollars and we cut the funding because a lot of bad things are happening in South Africa. The fake news ought to be looking at it. They don't want to report it. Brazil, 10%, 10%. Bangladesh is 74%. So you see
Can you explain what it means with 97%? Well, if those tariffs were real, Bjorn, if that was actually the case, it would mean that if you imported $100 worth of goods from Indonesia, you would have to pay the United States government $97 on top of it to import the good. That would be what that's what that translates to. Or if you're Donald Trump, I don't even know what he thinks because he keeps saying they're charging us. So that might mean that if you import $100 worth of goods from Cambodia, sorry. If you import $100 worth of goods from Cambodia, according to Trump, that would mean that America, either the businesses or the American taxpayer has to pay $97 on top of the 100. I don't know. I don't know how he thinks Trump doesn't know what a tariff is. This is the problem. He keeps saying they're charging us. That's not how that works.
Going on. Pakistan, 58%. Sri Lanka, 88%. So what we're doing is we're taking not the full, we could take the full 88%. Thanks a lot. He's doing a very good job. How's he doing?
A beautiful job. Okay, so you guys want to know where these numbers are coming from. It's been figured out already. The White House published a formula, okay? And I spent most of the day trying to understand this, but we got there. Don't worry. It's actually not that complicated. It's actually pretty simple. So this is the formula that the White House put out, okay? Now, what do each of these things mean? First of all, it's not even this complicated. A few of these are superfluous. So this T is tariffs, and this would be the adjustment to the tariffs. So this is how they're deciding what tariffs they want to add. XI, that's the total exports to the from the United States to that country. Okay, this is how much America imports from that country. Okay. This is supposed to be elasticity of imports. This is supposed to be non-tariff barrier adjustments. The thing is, and people have noticed this, is that these two things are actually, they cancel each other out. These two things actually don't need to be there. This is the equivalent of just putting ×1 next to this MI. So what he's actually done, and this is what makes no sense, is that this isn't about tariffs at all. This is about trade deficits. That's what this is about. You know, Trump, every now and then, he complains about trade deficits because I guess because it has the word deficit in it. Maybe he doesn't understand. But a trade deficit is basically just when you export less than you import. So America exports a lot less to fucking Indonesia or Cambodia than those countries export to the United States. America doesn't import, like they import goods, right? And the advantages of that are purchasing power, obviously. Another advantage is just that like America is a consumer economy. People want to sell goods to the United States because Americans make money and they buy shit, right? That's how that works. But Trump seems to have invented this fantasy where he wants every country to have the same amount of imports and exports as the United States. Like they want to have parity between these two figures for a completely arbitrary reason. So if you look at this, what this actually distills down to is the amount that America exports to a country minus the amount that they import from it over the amount that they import. I think I got that the right way around. Yeah. And then they divide it by 2. And the way this was found out is their data from the deficits, for the trade deficit, seems to come from the United States Census Bureau 2024. So there's a little game you can play. If you take a country from this list, say Taiwan, okay? Let's take Taiwan. So from 2024, the trade deficit, which is this number here, America's exports to the country minus the amount they import from the country is negative 73,927.2. You don't actually, the negative or positive doesn't actually matter because they're dividing, so you can just make it 73,927. So that's the trade deficit, 0.2, over the amount that America imports from that country. So gives you 0.63, rounded up to 0.64, divide by 2. Wait, what? Sorry, fuck me. What? It would be 60. Oh, yeah, it'd be, 32. Yeah, 0.32. Taiwan, 64.32. That's how we got that number. It has nothing to do with them charging America. It's a trade deficit. A trade deficit, all these numbers mean, okay? All these numbers mean is that it means that Taiwan exports a lot more to the United States than the United States exports to Taiwan. That's all it means. It just means America buys more from Taiwan than they sell to them. And Trump wants to even that out by doing this tariff calculator. That's all it means for all of them. Or almost all of them, sorry. I don't know how they did it for the Penguin Islands. So one of the territories, I guess you'd call them, I think they're listed as external territories of Australia, the Heard and McDonald Islands. They got tariffed 10%. The problem with those two islands is that no one lives there. They're like, it's penguins and like other wildlife that lives in them. So that's just a random. And Norfolk Island in Australia got a 29% tariff, which is 19 points higher than Australia. So again, not too sure why. Not too sure what they're doing to be a trade competitor with the United States. So basically, Trump's mad that America imports a lot from these countries, and I guess wants to disincentivize those imports by tariffing. That's the idea. You can do it in other countries as well if you want. So if you look at Taiwan, we can find Japan here. So Japan's trade deficit was 68,467. And it would be over 148,208.6, which means 46%. Japan, 46%. Divided by 2, 20. Well, yeah, should be 23, but he's rounded up to 24. It's so insane. The fact that he's literally like destroying the world economy, destroying people's lives and their jobs because of some random. This doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense at all. People can say, oh, he's doing this because he wants to even out the trade deficit between America and all these countries. And he wants America to produce more at home, which is why they're focusing a lot on cars, right? Because they got this whole thing about America-made cars. It's some dumb shit like redneck American fantasy that all the cars are made in America. But he's also doing this to countries that can't really offer that. So one of them is Lesotho, right? Lesotho in Southern Africa. He has calculated that Lesotho has a 99% levy on the United States somehow. And obviously he's hit them with 50% tariffs, which is kind of an issue because Lesotho is really, really poor. More than half of their population earns less than $3.60 a day. But the other issue is that, again, that's not their tariff. Lesotho does not tariff the United States 99%. Lesotho actually depends quite a lot on American exports because of textile. And they're also part of a Southern African trade pact. So it doesn't make sense that the countries that are part of this pact are getting different tariffs on them. The other issue as well is that Lesotho doesn't export cars to the United States. They export diamonds. So if it's to do with balancing imports and exports, is Trump assuming that if he tariffs Lesotho, that's going to lead to... What's that going to do? We're going to spark an explosion of diamond mines in fucking Texas. We're going to get more diamonds coming out of Wyoming. The diamond economy in Wyoming is going to be booming. Yeah, it's pretty wild. We do one more. I had quite a lot of fun doing this. What would another one be? Will it work for Vietnam? Yeah. Wait, how do you get 90 for Vietnam? For sure. Okay. Vietnam 2024. How did we get 90%? Well, big trade deficit. Are you sure you're doing the right formula? Yep. Yep, this is what the formula is distilled down to. That's why it works for every single country, basically, yeah. Apart from the place with the penguins. I don't know how they got that one. So, trade deficit. 1,336. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 3. Over the amount of Vietnamese imports to the United States. Quite a lot. 1, 3, 6. I think a lot of musical instruments that used to get made in America are now made in Vietnam, like Fender guitars and shit. Okay. Oh, 90%. Okay. It's so mad, man. It's so insane that that's where this came from.
Pakistan, 58%. Sri Lanka, 88%.
Yeah.
So what we're doing is we're taking not the full, we could take the full 88%. Thanks a lot.
Their tariff strategy seems to be, what are they charging us? Okay, we'll charge them 50% of that. No, it's not, though. It's not. That's not their tariff strategy at all. Their tariff strategy is, we have a trade deficit with this country. Let's calculate the trade deficit over the amount that that they export to us. and then just make that the percentage that will tariff them divided by 2 arbitrarily. That's all it's complete. It's fucking bullshit is what it is. It's complete bullshit. That's probably why they went to half instead of full. No one's charging shit, bro. America charges. Or they would charge their own importers. So if Lesotho had a 99% tariff on the United States, it would mean that importers in Lesotho would have to pay their governments every time, 99% every time they import from the United States. They're not charging the United States. They're charging their own businesses. That's what a tariff is.
Doing a very good job. How's he doing? All right. At the same time, we will establish a minimum baseline tariff of 10%. You notice that on the chart?
Yeah, I noticed that.
And that'll be on other countries to help rebuild our economy and to prevent cheating. So we're going to have a minimum of cheating, and we're going to be very severe on the people that at the gate that watch the tariffs and watch the...
It's pronounced Lesotho. Okay. I'm white. It's Lesotho. The United Kingdom. Yeah, we got 10% tariffs, didn't we? They're set to roll out this week. Wow. The thing is, it's ridiculous, right? It's like a 14-year-old decided to try and be creative, and they saw trade deficits. They're like, oh, deficit. Oh, when I was a kid in 2008, deficits. That was bad. We didn't like deficits. Okay, how do we get rid of these deficits? Okay, let's just take the deficit over the amount that they import. Over the amount that we import from them, and just and get the percentage. Oh, they're actually quite high. Let's just half it. Okay, just to be safe, in case what I'm doing is actually just like the most bogus voodoo economics nonsense. I mean, that's it. That's all they did. And the consequences of that are like abhorrent. It's like all these companies now that might export to the United States are going to be having to look for different customers now. They're going to have to look for different customers because a lot of American importers won't be able to or won't want to pay the cost. And if they do pay the cost, they're going to shuffle that cost along to consumers so they can make it up. If they want to, that's what they'll do. So that's why people are expected to see rising prices. In the United Kingdom, we're going to have to do retaliatory tariffs. So that means we'll have a similar problem here. That can result in higher prices. It can result in people demanding higher wages. For us, at least, it could result in maybe things going the other way around, because some countries might get more importers now because they're going to look for new customers outside the United States. So we might get a flood of cheap goods into the UK if we do, like if America goes with this. But the thing is, it's like, all these companies are now having to completely reconsider. Like, people are going to have to lose their jobs potentially because of this. And they're already thinking about that. Stocks are already getting absolutely rammed. We can look at that in a minute. You don't have to retaliate, though. Retaliation doesn't help you. No, it doesn't necessarily help. No. But I guess the issue is that if countries don't retaliate, then you're kind of just letting America fuck you for nothing. It's like, unfortunately, because of politics, especially in democracies where people are fucking trying to project an image and all that, like, people are in positions where they feel like they need to do something.
Product coming in, because there's been a lot of bad things happening at the gate, because the money is so enormous that you're talking about. There's never been probably anything like it in terms of the enormity, and there are a lot of bad things happen.
No, they're fucking themselves, mostly, not you. Yeah, mostly is it doing a lot of heavy lifting, though, because mostly that's the difference between, like, some people having their lives destroyed and none, but mostly is still, in the UK, there are going to be companies that enjoy fairly high demand from the United States, right? Like, 1/8 of cars that are built in the UK are exported to the US, right? So that's car manufacturing jobs. That's like tens of thousands of jobs that are at risk now, because if they can't find a new customer, then they're going to have to close. Israel removed all their tariffs and got 17% in response. I know, absolutely rip. Because of the trade deficits. The trade deficits!
at the people that do the check-in, and they're looking at 10-year jail sentences if they do play. We're going to treat them so good, but if they cheat, the repercussions are going to be extremely strong.
Yeah, the 25% car tariff goes in place today, at least for the UK.
And so, starting very soon, he is getting ready to impose tariffs on foreign cars and parts, 25% from anywhere.
Let's go.
And
anywhere,
then he's also announcing 10% at least tariffs on all countries. And then what he calls the worst offenders, the bigger tariffs, they're going to be 34% for China, India 26%, Japan 24%, the EU 20%.
Now's the time for the escape plan, okay, guys? Escape plan. You're going to, okay? You don't have to if you don't want to, okay? But just a humble request. Empty your portfolios and give them to me, okay? Come on, keep them safe. Safe, British, tariff-free. British gold. Ugh. I can see some of you are already on it. For sure. Kai's Forza, thanks to Tier 2 sub. War Thunder Lefty, 420, thanks to $5. Donating before the economy crashes. Good. Damocles, thanks to $5. Remember, every time he says we're going to charge them, he's actually talking about us. A tariff is paid domestically. Companies pay it and then charge us. Yeah, but that doesn't sound as good. That actually makes the policy sound really bad. Kai's Forza, thanks for $5. Get my USD out before it's worth less than a Canadian dollar. Yeah, that's good advice, guys, yeah. YMMK, thanks for the 6 Canadian 99. Hey, Lorna Box in chat. Been watching for a while now. Thanks for being a reasonable voice. I can tell your heart is in the right place, friend. Bro, my heart is in the place of... What the... It's so gross. It's just such a... It's just like letting some... It's always the same thing. It's. I keep saying it. It's the equivalent of just letting some like 19-year-old student who performs like kind of mediocre, but they get stoned and they read a bunch of fucking alt media articles about their course, and then they get really fucking up their own ass and start coming in and trying to change everything, like, which is fine, you know, in a place with no consequences, but there are actually quite a lot of consequences doing this. Dow craters 1,200 points, which I think is the equivalent of like 2.5 or 3%. Obviously, American companies that rely heavily on imports are getting massively ruined right now. So Nike is down 11%, Apple down 7%. Our bigger importers like Five Below, Dollar Tree, and Gap, they're all down like 12, 11, 16%. Nvidia and Tesla are down 5 each. No, Nvidia's down 5 and Tesla's down 3.5. There's a plunge happening, the great plunge. Oh, they're editing this live. Gap was 12 when I last read this. Now it's 15. Bro! Gap. My poor Gaps. It just opened. Yeah, okay. Good luck, guys. Good luck with your stonks. So we're actually live streaming the free fall.
Win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more. We're going to win so much, you may even get tired.
Wow. Tired of winning. Are you tired of winning? Oh, God. Vazraka, thanks for the gifted sub. Thank you so much. It's a good investment, that. Gifted subs are a good investment. You know, it's free trade. You can't tariff a super chat. I hope. Oh my God. What if Trump starts to get his eyes on the fact that you... Oh, no. Oh, no. Thanks for $5. I don't know if I can handle it. What is this? So this is him after all hell's broken loose. What's this? 33 minutes ago.
This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, American history. It's our declaration of economic independence.
Oh, that's what Liberation Day is. Okay.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. April 2nd, 2025 will forever
Bro, you are so unemployed. I'm
be
so...
remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. American steel workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen watched in anguish.
Actually, I guess the whole purpose of this really is to boost the American car manufacturing industry at the expense of like the entire planet, I suppose.
Foreign leaders have stolen our jobs, foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen anymore. We are finally putting America first. In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. We will supercharge our domestic industrial base. We will pry open foreign markets and break down foreign trade barriers. More production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices. From this day on, we're not going to let anyone tell us that American workers and families cannot have the future that they deserve. We're going to produce the cars and ships, chips, airplanes, minerals, and medicines that we need right here in America. We're going to build our future with American hands, with American heart. This will be indeed the golden age of America.
His voice sounds very strangely edited. His cadence is already weird, but that was very bizarre. Okay. This is a live update. Oh, yes. Give me the tracker. Give me the live track. Oh, fuck. All right, hang on. Do I need to subscribe? This is not a live tracker, because obviously if I go to the archive, it's not going to give me a live tracker. Oh, this is it up here. Okay. Damn. So I just have to do this every now and then. Check the tracker, guys. Damn! Gold is down! I thought gold was safe. I learned that on Tim Pool. Oh, it's moving for me. That's nice. Is it? It's beautiful. Well, I didn't put my money into the S&P 500 or any of that nonsense, so I'm good. I cash out all my money and put it in a shoebox with a nuclear symbol on it. That's what I do. What's this? Market data. Whoa. GBP up tremendously. Is it? Oh, a little recovery. Hey. This is the live one then. Man. Oh, okay. that's a lot of red. That's a lot of decliners. The decliners are definitely... Decliners definitely have it, I'm afraid. Wow. It's like watching a really disappointing election result. Oh no. This is in 20... Actually, this is actually optimistic. This is in 2030, when fascism has been vanquished after World War III, and Labour defeats the Greens by 5,299 to 597 votes, because that's how many people are alive at the end of it. Did you see Cory Booker beat the yapping record in the Senate? 25-hour filibuster. Really? What was he talking about? What's he talking about? What? You guys are being generous today. Wow. Not generous enough. Hang on. What is WSJ? They've got something to say about these tariffs, don't they? What is it? Why economists don't like the tariffs? So that's an old video, isn't it? Let's see. Oh yeah, this is from 5 months ago. Let's see what this is.
Before we get into tariffs,
The heart of the Donald Trump economic plan.
we should talk about the chicken war.
The chicken war is a clucking good story.
In post-World War II
Oh, we
West
saw this.
Germany, people started eating a lot of chicken, specifically American chicken. Midway through 1962, U.S. farmers were on track to sell more than $50 million worth, $500 million in today's money. This made European farmers mad, so the organization that later became the European Union put a tariff on chicken. A 5-pound chicken that started as $1.60 became $2.25.
Whoa!
Imports quickly dropped. U.S. chicken farmers and politicians were furious.
And we thought Germany's our big market for chicken, and so if we hurt the Germans, maybe we'll get them to change their mind on chicken.
So the U.S. put a 25% tariff on trucks, like Germany's Volkswagen. And it worked. Their truck sales in the U.S. fell by half. And they
Wait,
never...
I'm sorry. I'm being ADHD. I've seen this video before. That's why. Why is Asmongold's Liberation Day speech reaction the same length as the speech? The speech was about 52, 53 minutes, and his react is 56 minutes. Did he really just re-upload it? Oh no. I just wanted some commentary, bro. I want some Asmongold commentary on the tariffs. What does he think about them? Let's watch this first, okay.
never really recovered. Meanwhile, Germans paid more for their chicken, and Americans had fewer truck options. It's kind of a perfect example of what tariffs do: hurt consumers while protecting very specific industries, or attempt to get countries to change their behavior. While they haven't been a large part of trade policy in decades, former President Donald Trump wants to change that.
Some might say it's economic nationalism. I call it common sense. I call it America first.
President Trump has really sort of brought a lot of people out to think that tariffs might be something that's useful in America's economic arsenal in a way that hasn't been used in the past.
Here's how tariffs work and what Trump's proposals would do. Let's start in 2018, when President Trump put tariffs on
Washing machines. We're going to benefit our consumers, and we're going to create a lot of jobs.
Since then, whenever a washing machine is imported to the U.S., the company on the U.S. side doing the importing pays a tariff to the U.S. government.
Yeah.
Their margins are pretty low. They've got to pass that
I've been
price on
saying
to
this.
consumers who ultimately pay it. That's the
I
whole
agree
point in
with
some
this.
sense, to reduce demand for those goods and create space for domestic producers.
After the tariffs, not only did the price of imported washing machines go up, so did the ones made in the U.S.
There's this myth out there that if we tax imports, domestic producers won't change their prices. And that's not the case. You're creating more demand for them.
So naturally, the price goes up.
Oh.
And it wasn't just washers. Dryers went up in price too, even though they weren't part of the tariffs.
It's because they're sold with them, right? That's why.
Usually it's the case, if you buy a washer, you buy a dryer. So even though dryers weren't directly affected by the tariff, they were indirectly affected by the shift in demand.
Yep, that's what I said.
Now, it wasn't
I've been
all
saying
bad.
this.
These tariffs
I agree with
did
this.
Create a lot of jobs.
About 1,800, mostly from those foreign companies like Samsung and LG opening plants in the U.S. And a study found the U.S. collected $82 million annually. But because of those price increases, it cost consumers $1.5 billion more. So they basically paid $815,000 per job.
This is a very expensive job creation program. And so that's another reason why economists don't like tariffs. They're much more cost-effective, more efficient ways of increasing employment in those industries.
These weren't the only tariffs Trump created in 2018. The big ones were on
Steel and aluminum.
Those were really designed to punish China for its transgressions of international trade rules.
Also for national security. They're used to make a lot of military equipment, but also everyday things like cars.
All the industries that use steel and have to pay the higher price, that squeezes their profit margins, and it also puts them at a competitive disadvantage against foreign producers of those same goods who don't have to pay.
I love it. Financial Times updates page. Excuse me. Luxury goods are likely to raise their prices in the UK, luxury goods makers, because they import most of their products in the EU and Switzerland. Switzerland, I think, got an extra big tariff. The EU got a blanket tariff of how much was the EU tariff? was about 20%. Oh no. Analysts at UBS estimate that the luxury brands would need to raise US prices by 6% or face a 7% fall in earnings. Wow. Did Russia get a tariff?
Pay those inflated costs for their inputs. And so a lot of studies have shown that you lose jobs, as many, if not more jobs in those downstream industries as you gain in the upstream industries that are being protected by the tariffs.
Many studies on the 2018 tariff
America and Russia's not really trading that much. That's the joke. Yeah.
found some pros, some cons. Manufacturing jobs, which were on the decline, didn't increase, but they did level out. The overall economy lost jobs, mostly in those downstream industries. And the costs of the tariffs were passed on to U.S. companies and consumers.
Uh-oh.
So not great for the economy.
I've been
but
saying
it
this.
did motivate U.S. companies to move out of China and made supply chains more resilient. But it didn't change much of China's behavior. And in many ways, they became more aggressive. But here's the thing. Even with all the economic downsides, a review by the Biden administration suggested Trump's tariffs should remain, and the administration should add or increase them, which they did.
Once tariffs get in place, there are two factors that sort of keep them in place for some time. First of all, there are going to be domestic interest groups that have a stake in seeing those tariffs maintained because they like the extra market share that they've gained as a result of those tariffs. And second of all, tariffs are a bargaining chip. So why would we sort of unilaterally get rid of these, even if there's some economic benefits, when we might use it in some negotiations down the road?
Tariffs are really hard to remove. It's why, 60 years later, there's still a 25% tariff on trucks, even though U.S. chicken farmers no longer care about selling in Europe.
So we're still living with the legacy of the chicken war. So that's sort of another lesson of history, is you have to be careful about imposing these tariffs because you think you're doing it for short-term strategic reasons or you're just helping out this industry temporarily, but they can last for decade upon decade upon decade.
Tariff policy is kind of old. Even by the chicken war, they were only imposed on around 7% of U.S. imports. Trump's plan for a second term is to bring them back dramatically.
This is the policy that built this country, and this is the policy that will save our country.
He's proposing a 60% tariff on every.
Hey, good memes. Hey, pay the tariffs or we'll be taking our business elsewhere. Oh no. Oh no.
Everything from China. And a 10 or even 20% on every import from every other country.
Countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world.
Multiple independent studies looked at the possible effects. One found it would cost the average American household $1,700 from higher prices. Another found it could cost more than 684,000 jobs. And they don't factor in how domestic goods might get more expensive, or retaliatory tariffs from other countries.
They're not going to take this lying down. They're not going to change their behavior in some way to appease the administration that imposes such tariffs. They're going to retaliate. So not only will U.S. imports shrink, but U.S. exports will shrink as well.
Trump wants to use these tariffs as a revenue stream for the U.S. to pay for tax cuts.
As tariffs on foreign countries go up, taxes on American workers and families come down.
Studies found his proposal would likely bring in around $250 billion per year, about 5% of what the federal government currently.
Still dumbfounded by the American voters. Mate, this is all before America got rid of the Department of Education, okay? I'm just saying that this is pre-end of the Department of Education. So, did you know that Americans can actually get dumber? It's possible that they can become dumber than this. Watch it.
Currently brings in with taxes.
Watch this space.
So if tariffs are harmful, always harmful even to the economy, why is Trump so focused on them? In the last 20 years, China has gotten aggressive, investing in manufacturing to become the world's largest exporter. Even today, they invest more than any other country. It has let them export things like steel and aluminum at below market values. That, coupled with numerous trade rule violations,
allowed President Trump to really restart the whole discussion about using tariffs to achieve certain objectives, such as punishing other countries, and the Biden administration has just continued that. So the whole environment has really changed from 20 years ago, when trade policy was pretty quiet business. And now we're talking about industrial policy, tariffs, subsidies, and all these different interventions because the whole global and geopolitical environment has changed quite dramatically.
And it would change even more dramatically with Trump's proposed tariff plan. In the short run, we know the economy will suffer. In the long run, no one really knows. Will it be a war between the US and the rest of the world, or the Western world against China? Trump wants to play a game of chicken to find out.
Hey, good one. Good one, Wall Street Journal. Got your fingers on the pulse of the average person. Yes. You know the price of a pint of milk. Okay. I've not seen this, though.
When it comes to tariffs, Donald...
I haven't seen why Trump's idol, McKinley, abandoned his own tariff strategy. I did not know this. This is like a... This is new to me.
When it comes to tariffs, President Donald Trump really looks up to...
President McKinley.
Like, a lot.
William McKinley. William McKinley.
William McKinley, highly underrated.
Has not been properly recognized. William McKinley is an example. He was a big tariff president. He was a strong believer in tariffs.
McKinley did oversee one of the biggest tariff bills in U.S. history.
He was the tariff king.
He called himself...
a tariff man standing on a tariff platform.
Wow.
But in his second term, he basically abandoned that platform.
He really changes his mind in some sense and wants to shift the focus of trade policy away from protectionism and isolationism and allow for more international trade as a way of helping the U.S. economy.
Here's how McKinley used tariffs, how Trump is following a similar playbook, and why McKinley actually came to speak out against them. This is Doug Irwin. He literally wrote the book on the history of tariffs. And he said they can be classified into three main...
What a fucking dude. Imagine writing a book on the history of tariffs and then Trump comes into office and you're just like, yes. It's like these people, these kind of academics who specialize in one particular thing and no one gives a fuck about them until that one thing just suddenly explodes into international news. And then you're just like, whoa.
Objectives.
The 3 R's of trade policy are revenue, restriction, and reciprocity.
Throughout McKinley's career, tariffs were used for each of these at one point, and Trump wants to use all three too. The first one, revenue, is the oldest use for tariffs in the US. Trump says this chart shows how tariffs created vast wealth for our country, and how tariffs will make America wealthy again. It's the percent of all government revenue that comes from tariffs. For the last 70 years, it's hung around 2%, but 200 years ago, it was nearly 100.
We were very much an agrarian society with most people being farmers, and so import tariffs were just sort of an efficient way of raising revenue.
During the Civil War, the government started using excise taxes like we still have today, taxes on like alcohol and gasoline, even those made in the US. And McKinley's story really starts around here in the 1880s, when the US collected about half its revenue from tariffs. Too much revenue, actually. The US had a huge surplus and had basically paid off all the Civil War debt. It was actually
a big problem, a problem like I hope to have with this country someday. Our country was so rich, we didn't know what to do with all the money we had.
No, really, it was like a problem.
If you've paid off all the debt, there's no reason to run a fiscal surplus, because then the government's just accumulating money, the people's money, and not spending it. It's just sitting in government coffers and in government safes. So what's the point of that?
So the tariff question was the monster-sized problem for Congress at the time. What rate should tariffs be in order to bring in less money and reduce this surplus? Congress ultimately decided that they should be higher. The debate was on this, what we now call the Laffer curve. It shows the relationship between how high the tax rate is and how much revenue it brings in this case from imports. They both wanted to get the revenue down to this range. Democrats wanted to lower the tariff rate so that they'd bring in less revenue on imported goods.
The Republicans said, that's insanity. If you cut the tariff rates, you're going to encourage more imports. That's going to generate more revenue, and it'll exacerbate the problem. So what you have to do is raise tariff rates to squeeze out imports, and then the revenue will go away.
Or as McKinley put it, if you increase them enough, you diminish importations and to that extent diminish the revenue. He, by the way, wasn't president.
All tax legislation has to start in the House Ways and Means Committee. Who's chair of the House Ways and Means Committee? William McKinley, a representative from the state of Ohio.
Which is why these tariff increases became known as the McKinley tariffs. And they had one other goal, restriction, or as it was called back then, protectionism.
In the words of President McKinley, who is the tariff king, the protective system invokes the highest law of
Why is his voice doing that? What the fuck? Oh, probably for copyright, I guess?
nature, self-preservation.
Sometimes you don't want the revenue, you want to restrict imports from coming in from hurting domestic industries. And therefore, you're just trying to keep imports out.
The McKinley tariffs raised the rate of imports on growing American industries, wool, fabrics and yarn, and especially tin plate, which was used for just about everything back then. As McKinley put it, the point was to make the cost of foreign tin plate high enough to ensure its manufacture in this country. It worked. Tin plate prices did go up at first, because that's what happens when you raise tariffs, but so did U.S. production. It boomed. Meanwhile, tin plate imports went down.
And so this gave tariff proponents a great success story to point to.
The protective tariff policy of the Republicans has been made and made the lives of our countrymen sweeter and brighter.
And those fewer imports meant that the other goal was accomplished too. It lowered tariff revenue, which lowered the surplus. But then...
Most of the 1890s, we were mired in this recession.
It had more to do with being on the gold standard than the tariffs, but the tariffs affect voters directly. They see prices go up.
In people's minds, it was associated with that, and so they punished the Republican Party as a result.
Republicans lost the 1892 midterms badly. Even McKinley was out of office. After a stint as Ohio governor, he won the 1896 presidential election. And as president, McKinley began to think about using tariffs for their third purpose, reciprocity. He had Congress, as part of another tariff package, give him the authority to reduce tariffs on just a few items so he could negotiate trade agreements. I'll lower my tariffs if you lower yours. By the end of his first term, the economy was dramatically different from when he was a congressman. Manufacturing output of U.S. industries was rising fast, and the U.S. was taking in less than half of its revenue from tariffs.
The world economy is beginning to undergo a boom. American manufacturers, they're really good. They've sort of saturated the domestic market. And so we need foreign markets to sort of vent our surplus. And you're not going to export to the world if you're a very closed, protected economy. You have to open up.
By his second term, he believed that was the future. At the big Pan-American Exposition in Buffalo, New York, McKinley gave a surprising speech to a crowd of tens of thousands. The former self-described tariff man said the period of exclusiveness is past. Reciprocity treaties are in harmony with the spirit of the times. Measures of retaliation are not.
Oh, hell yeah. We're back up to, yes. We're back up to $1.3 to the pound. Fuck. Look at that. I don't recall it being that high since, September. Okay. It's all right. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Give us, come on. Give us 2007. Give us Lehman Brothers numbers. I want to get $2 from my pound, please. Keep going. It's only going to go, it's going to keep going. Look at this spike. Look at how rapid we are. Ooh. Look at this.
If
perchance some of our tariffs are no longer needed for revenue or to encourage and protect our industries at home, why should they not be employed to extend and promote our markets abroad? So what he's basically saying there is that we don't need the revenue so much and we don't need the protection against foreign competition. Why can't we use the tariff as a way of inducing other countries to open up their markets and achieve reciprocity? For him to propose this is really a dramatic step.
We'll never know if he would have followed through and made more trade agreements. The very next day, he was shot by an anarchist and later died. Vice President Teddy Roosevelt took office.
Theodore Roosevelt didn't have as strong views on the tariff as McKinley did. He wasn't as much of an expert, and he didn't push the way McKinley, I think, would have pushed for this new direction in trade policy.
Just a decade later, Democrats switched to an income tax system, and tariffs were used sparingly, really just for restrictions on small, specific industries. But now, tariffs are back.
The tariffs are going to make us very rich and very strong.
President Trump has said he plans to use tariffs for all 3 Rs.
And we will use the hundreds of billions of dollars in tariff dollars to benefit the American citizens and pay down our debt. We will make our own products and we will buy far less from foreign countries than we are buying right now. But we're going to have a reciprocal tax. We're going to charge them the same.
But these objectives can't all be accomplished at once.
If you really want to restrict imports, keep them out of the U.S. market, well, you can't really use that as a bargaining chip. And if you're trying to raise revenue, you can't have the rates too high and restrict access to the market because revenue is based on imports coming in. So you can't really achieve all three at the same time.
The White House didn't comment on where Trump's fascination with McKinley began, but said the president is reviewing his options of balancing increasing revenue while restricting imports. But tariffs have never been used at a McKinley level in a modern-day economy.
Today, we have integrated supply chains where all the component parts and the component raw materials are part of this very complex, multi-country movement. And so tariffs are a little bit more disruptive today, perhaps a lot more disruptive today, because there's so many chains to international commerce.
Now, Trump might take the mantle as the new
tariff king, and he, I don't think he was as bad as I am. I think I believe in him even more than him.
Wow. I mean, yup.
From Trump officials.
I completely agree with this. Okay, come on. Enough fucking around. I need to see the commentary. I need to see just how the average American lead poison dipshit is going to be processing this positively. Come on, Asmongold. Tell us. This guy has his finger on the pulse. He's going to tell us what's what.
Predictions. Yes, I have a handful of predictions.
Oh, yeah?
First prediction. He's going to say that he won the election.
What? Okay. I need the wheel. We need to mobilize the wheel. How's the wheel looking, actually? It wasn't performing too well last time. That's because Asmongold was actually doing commentary and like yapping about stuff because of the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil. But now we've got, what do we have? We have yup, yeah, damn, / man, absolutely, uh-oh or oh no, crazy, insane. I think that's probably okay. We'll see. Oh, there it is, because he's making predictions. Okay. Come on, wheel. Make us proud.
And he's won 3 elections. I think that will definitely happen. And then Biden's fault. This is a big day.
Thank you very much.
All right, give us a spin.
Thank
Take him
you.
for a ride.
Nice crowd. What a good-looking group of people. Well, we have some very, very good news today, and a lot of good things are happening for our country. Please sit down.
Okay.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day.
We got a solid
waiting for a long time.
Coming up.
April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again.
That's a new one.
We're going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike.
You're going in.
American steel workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen. We have a lot of them here with us today.
It was there. Oh, God. I spoke too soon. There it was.
Workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen. We have a lot of them
here
with us
today. Did you hear it? Did you hear it? It was there. I heard it.
Workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen. We have a lot of them here with us today.
Well, okay, good. The wheel's in good form. The wheel's doing us proud. Okay? A subtle thank you, Asmongold. Keep the wheel strong.
They really suffered gravely. They watched in anguish as foreign leaders have stolen our jobs, foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. We had an American dream that you don't hear so much about. You did 4 years ago, and you are now, but you don't too often, and for many years and decades even, you didn't hear too much about. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen.
He nodded. There's one coming. He's loading up the strongest. Okay. I'm ready for it.
anymore. It's not going to happen.
It's over.
Fuck.
It's done.
Give it 3
All right.
goes.
In a
with
few
3
moments, I will
strikes.
sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal. That means they do it to us and we do it to them. Very simple. Can't get any simpler than that.
Oh, boy.
Whoop.
This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of economic independence. For years, hardworking American citizens were forced to sit on the sidelines as other nations got rich and powerful, much of it at our expense. But now it's our turn to prosper, and in so doing, use trillions and trillions of dollars to reduce our taxes and pay down our national debt, and it'll all happen
I don't want to
very
hear the
quickly.
cheering.
With today's action, we are finally going to be able to make America great again, greater than ever before.
All right.
Fuck.
That sounds pretty good.
Oh my God. He's so fucking stupid, man. Fuck this guy. Because at the end of the day, right? Him just gullibly fucking slurping all that sounds good to me. Yeah, make America great again. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. What? You're going to make America bad like the Democrats? Bro, this guy's fucking, he's so retarded. And he's like obviously influencing so many people. He's the biggest political streamer on Twitch. He's 2 Hassans, this fucking monster. And he's literally just fucking like the guy with the fucking chip in his brain, just like, yeah, that's good, yeah. On fucking policies that are putting tens of thousands of people's jobs in jeopardy, okay, are people who do have jobs and people who are consuming things are having to face higher costs and a more difficult cost of living. Not to mention all the people who are getting fucking deported and all the countries in need where people are losing shit because of US aid. People who rely on fucking HIV treatments and fucking protection against spreading of STIs and all this shit. Fuck me. Countries that are dependent almost on US aid having to fucking imagine their entire economy because people like this just sit there and see this lying narcissistic piece of shit going, we're going to make things great. We're going to make it great. The Democrats very bad. We're going to make it great. And it's like, well, yeah, how could you disagree with that? Fuck me.
Factories will come roaring back into our country, and you see it happening already.
That seems good.
We will supercharge our domestic industrial base. We will pry open foreign markets and break down foreign trade barriers. And ultimately, more production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices for consumers. This will be indeed the golden age of America. It's coming back, and we're going to come back very strongly.
Oh, shit.
Close enough.
We're pleased to be joined on this momentous occasion by Vice President J.D.
Oh,
Vance.
shit, he got him.
JD, thank you.
Oh!
Thank you.
Oh, we landed on the dock.
Thank you very much.
This benefits nobody? Really?
No, that's...
And where's this?
Someone in chat just said this benefits nobody. What's the response? Tell us why it benefits people, Asmongold.
Thank you very much.
This benefits nobody? Really?
No, that's...
And where's this $600 billion coming from?
That wasn't too hard to find. I was looking, he likes to take a low-key attitude.
What? What's $600? His annual income. The amount that Asmongold gets paid per... Oh, Doge. Which... Okay.
It should usually be sit right in front.
It's
He's
not
gaining a lot of
$600.
confidence, Mike, isn't it? And nearly my entire cabinet is here, as well as Speaker Mike Johnson, who's done an amazing job.
Oh, no. I need like 3.
And with the great
on this
success we
wheel.
had last night in Florida, we have
Come on.
a majority of 7.
Come on.
And 7's like a lot when we had it at 1, right? You've done a fantastic
7?
job. And many of the members of the House and Senate are with us. Senators, congressmen, thank you all for being with us.
Oh,
we
foreign
appreciate
investments,
it.
okay.
For decades, the United States slashed our trade barriers on other countries, while those nations placed massive tariffs on our products and created outrageous non-monetary barriers. to decimate our industries, and in many cases, the non-monetary barriers were worse than the monetary ones. They manipulated their currencies, subsidized their exports, stole our intellectual property, imposed exorbitant VAT taxes to disadvantage our products, adopted unfair rules and technical standards, and created filthy pollution havens. They were absolutely filthy, but they always came to us and they said, we're violating, we should pay for it. It's all detailed in a very big report by the U.S. Trade Representative on Foreign Trade Barriers.
India.
And I'll just hold it up for you. It's available, and you don't have to pay too much. As I understand it, you'll pay nothing. It's a lot of work.
It's a big
lot of work
fucking
for
book.
something, actually, because it's
That's
a
a
special.
textbook.
It's a special book. It's very, frankly, it's very upsetting.
Wait, he's actually evolved now. Now he's evolved from just making a couple of fucking noises and one-syllable words, and now he's like repeating words that they're saying. Now he's just saying, yeah, that's a bit. Now he's actually responding to stimulus a little bit. Holy shit. It's like AI, you know, it's like development of AI. Fuck. Okay. He's identifying nouns.
When you read it, when you see what people have been doing to us for 30 years, this all happened with no response from the United States of America, none whatsoever. But those days are over. Let me offer just a few examples of the vicious attacks our workers have faced for so many years. The United States charges other countries only a 2.4 tariff on motorcycles. Meanwhile, Thailand and others are charging much higher prices, like 60%. India charges 70%. Vietnam charges 75%, and others are even higher than that.
Not after today.
Likewise, until today, the United States has for decades charged a 2.5 tariff. Think of that, 2.5%.
Oh, here it goes. We're getting a strong one. Come on.
Automobiles.
It's coming.
The European Union charges us more than 10% tariffs, and they have 20%
I feel good about
VAT,
this one.
much
Come on.
higher. India charges 70%, and perhaps worst of all are the non-monetary restrictions imposed by South Korea, Japan, and very many other nations as a result of these
Give it to us.
colossal trade barriers. 81% of the cars in South Korea are made in South Korea. 94% of the cars in Japan are made in Japan. Toyota sells 1 million foreign-made automobiles into the United States.
There it was. Listen, you missed it. Don't cope. Okay,
Toyota sells 1 million foreign-made automobiles into the United States.
Well done, guys. Okay, keep it going.
And General Motors sells almost none. Ford sells very little. None of our companies are allowed to go into other countries. And I say that, friend and foe. And in many cases, the friend is worse than the foe in terms of trade.
He's talking about Canada.
But such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base and put our national security at risk. I don't blame these other countries at all for this calamity. I blame former presidents and past leaders who weren't doing their job. They let it happen.
Obviously.
And they let it happen to an extent that nobody can even believe. That's why, effective at midnight, we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles.
Damn.
Oh, we just missed the dam. Fuck. We just had one. Oh, shit. I didn't have faith. You need to give it 3 strikes. You have to give it 3 strikes every landing on the wheel. That was my fuck up. Fuck. We were just on a dam. He did it. And I was too quick on the ball. I was too quick to change. I lost faith. Gotta be more patient. This is a test of will. Oh, well, thanks for achieving the goal, Chad. It's really kind of you. Wow. Let's start another goal. Fuck. Let's do another goal. And since you guys need to shift those dollars quick, we're making a big one, okay? You need to shift those dollars, put them into a safe place. Loanerbox glazing Trump. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yes, very observant of you. What the fuck? Okay.
Holy shit.
Brian, I'd like to have you come up here for a second.
Holy shit, dude.
I just see him sitting. He's been a fan of ours
Okay, come on. Mm-hmm.
And he understands this business a lot better than the economists, a lot better than anybody.
Bald.
Brian, say a few words, please, would you?
Okay, that's one.
Thank you. It's a great honor to have you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I grew up just north of Detroit, Michigan, in Macomb County, known as the home of the Reagan Democrats. My first vote for president was for Ronald Reagan. I thought that was going to be the best president I ever saw in my lifetime until Donald J. Trump came along.
Damn.
Okay, he's not going to do that over this
I
guy.
have watched my entire life, I have watched plant after plant after plant in Detroit and in the metro Detroit area close.
Oh, maybe.
There are now plants sitting idle. There are now plants that are underutilized. And Donald Trump's policies are going to bring product back into those underutilized plants.
Yeah.
There's going to be new investment. There's going to be new plants built.
Give us a-
and the
that's crazy.
UAW members, and I brought 20 of them with me. They're sitting right over here.
Oh.
We
Whoa.
support Donald Trump's
Yeah,
policies.
wait. What? Sorry, what happened to... what happened to, under Reagan to the manufacturing industry? What a fucking retard. Oh my god, I hate these people so much. Ah, they deserve it. Americans deserve it. The fucking lead... There's this guy, this guy is literally fucking dripping lead right now. Oh my god. You voted in the union buster as someone in the manufacturing industry, bro, and you're complaining. Fuck me. All right. That's unbelievable. It's lead poisoning. It's the lead generation. All right. Be right back.
He's Arab.
If he wasn't an
Because he's
Arab
not.
with the same accent, I would have the same problem.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, I'm like, listen, Abby, you need to stop digging, please.
Listen, I'm saying it. I'm saying it. In 5 years from now, we will have social credit scores in this country. There will be a civil war. There'll be World War III. And a Trump landslide. No relation. I'm telling you. And it won't be because they're evil. They are evil. The Democrats are evil. But it will really be because of the people who saw what was happening and did nothing. This is what the Democrats want. Okay? They want open borders. They want puberty blockers. They want 19-month abortions. They want a safe and sovereign Ukraine. Blah, blah, blah. They want open blockers. They want puberty abortion. They want a safe and sovereign borders in Europe. What they want? No, they want open board. They want safety for Ukrainians to live in peace. What's happening? No. I'm a vessel. No. What do you think? I think he probably just looks at other TikToks and does the wavy head thing with the pointing. Who is this guy? Hey, TikTokers. I think that's what he does, right? That's the whole thing. I love you, but you're garbage.
Wait, Tuton, I got a question.
I would go suicide and bomb myself in front of militants.
Alright, Tuton, such a goofy ass.
Alright, in the spirit of an Asmongold video, I'm going to eat while I watch this and probably just make noises. The wheel will keep us clean though. Okay.
On tariffs 100%. So, Mr. President, we can't thank you enough. And in 6 months or a year, we're going to begin to see the benefits. I can't wait to see what's happening 3 or 4 years down the road. Thank you, Mr. President.
Or 12 years down the road, you know?
What a great guy. He got it
Who
right from
knows?
the beginning. He got it before almost anybody else. This group over there, they got it too. And, you know, we won the state of Michigan. We won almost all of them. But we won Michigan by a lot, and I want to just thank you all. The auto workers were fantastic. The Teamsters were fantastic.
Yeah.
Everyone.
12 years down the road. Oh yeah, these guys want a monarchy. He wants a monarchy. I think Trump alluded to a third term again, and obviously these fucking retards ate it all up. Without question. So, you know. Is what it is.
One was
Oh, the
pretty
guy
good, I
yells.
will tell you. Thank you very
Great.
much. I appreciate it. You're going to be very happy very soon. And you probably see what's happening with all of the, not only car companies, but car companies in particular. You see it with all of the ones they're moving, they're announcing day in, day out. You're seeing it. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. With today's actions, we're also standing up for our great farmers and ranchers who are
Ooh.
brutalized by nations all over the world. Brutalized.
Mexico.
Canada, by the way, imposes a 250 to 300% tariff on many of our dairy products. They
That's
do
gone.
the first can of milk. They do the first little carton of milk at a very low price, but after that it gets bad, and then it gets up to 270.
Does this count as an oh? Maybe that. I don't think it says absolutely that much. Okay. Ooh, or ope.
$75, 300%.
Wow.
So when they're figuring what's
Wow.
Canada charging,
Bags
they
of
say,
milk.
oh, about 2%, 3%. But take a look at what happens down the road. When you look a little bit, it's not a pretty picture, and we don't like
That's a
it, and
huge
it's
percentage.
not fair. It's not fair to our farmers. It's not fair to our country. And with countries like Canada, you know, we subsidize a lot of countries and keep them going and keep them in business. In the case of Mexico, it's $300 billion a year. In the case of Canada, it's close to $200 billion a year. And I say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? I mean, at what point do we say you got to work for yourselves, and you got to? This is why we have the big deficits. This is why we have that amount of debt that's been placed.
I'm not here for Trump. I want Asmongold back. Bring him back. Thank you.
Called a tariff rate of 65%. South Korea charges 50. Actually, they charge different, from 50% to 513%. And Japan, our friend,
Australia?
charges us 700%. But that's
Fuck 'em.
because they don't want us selling rice and other thing. Who can blame them, Madam Secretary? Agriculture.
We got it. We got another one. That was almost bang on. Yo.
Charge different, from 50% to 513%. And Japan, our friend,
Australia?
charges us 700%. But that's
Fuck 'em.
because they don't want us selling rice and other thing. Who can blame them, Madam Secretary? Agriculture. Great job you did on eggs, by the way. The egg prices came down 50%. You got them down 50% once we got involved.
That's
They were
some
going
chicken
through the
respawns.
sky. The egg prices, they were going through the sky, and
That's
you did a
right.
fantastic job. Now we have lots of eggs, and they're much cheaper, down about 59% now, and they're going down further. We charge 2.8% for so many things that other countries are charging 200%, 300%, and 400% for. If imposing tariffs and protective barriers made nations poor, then every country on earth would be racing to eliminate these policies, and China would be the first on line. They run a very strong
Damn.
country, but they're not first in line, and the American people are paying a very big price. From 1789 to 1913, we were a tariff-backed nation, and the United States was proportionately the wealthiest it has ever been. So wealthy, in fact, that in the 1880s, they established a commission to decide what they were going to do with the vast sums of money they were collecting. We were collecting so much money so fast, we didn't know what to do with it. Isn't that a nice problem to have? What do you think, Marco? Good problem?
I want
Marco would love that problem.
Give it
But
to me.
we don't have that problem anymore, but we're not going to have it very much longer, I will tell you. But they collected so much money, they actually formed a commission to determine what they were going to do with the money, who they were going to give it to, and how much. Then in 1913, for reasons unknown to mankind, they established the income tax so that citizens, rather than foreign countries, would start paying the money necessary to run our government. Then in 1929, it all came to a very abrupt end with the Great Depression, and it would have never happened if they had stayed with the tariff policy. It would have been a much different story. They tried to bring back tariffs to save our country, but it was gone.
Shit.
It was gone. It was too late. Nothing could have
Did Biden do the
been
Great
done. It took
Depression?
years and years to get out of that depression, far longer than even FDR had that office right over there for a long period of time. The ramp system,
That's what I
it's
thought.
rather intricate, was built because of him, and every time you walk up, you think of him, and he did
Come
a
on,
great
Wheel.
job in many ways, but it
Trying to focus
lasted
here.
long beyond his terms, as you know. But it's not too late any longer, and we're going to start being smart, and we're going to start being very wealthy again. We're going to be wealthy as a country because they've taken so much of our wealth away from us. We're not going to let that happen. We truly can be very wealthy. We can be so much wealthier than any country. It's not even believable.
Good.
But we're getting smart. Nearly a century later, in the face of unrelenting economic warfare, the United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender. We cannot pay the deficits of Canada, Mexico, and so many other countries. We used to
Man.
do it. We can't.
Man, there was a depression in 1882. Like you said, 1880 was the fucking good times. There were depressions late in the 1870s and in the 1880s. What are you talking about? The Panic of 1873, the Depression of 1893, Depression of 1882. They had a lot of these things. They were everywhere.
Do it anymore. We take care of countries all over the world. We pay for their military. We pay for everything they have to pay. And then when you want to cut back a little bit, they get upset that you're not taking care of them any longer. But we have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first. And I'm sorry to say that.
Thank fucking God.
And today we're standing up for the American worker, and we are finally putting America first. In Sleepy Joe Biden's last year in office, the United States hemorrhaged 100,000 manufacturing jobs, and the number was going through the roof at levels never seen before.
Sleepy
and our
Joe.
trade deficit reached a record $1.2 trillion.
That's a lot. Okay. One second. Yup. Wow. Crazy. Oh, where's the fucking graph, bro? There's a graph about manufacturing jobs by president. Is it this? This is for general job growth. Yeah, manufacturing. It's this. Reagan, H.W. Clinton, George W., Obama, Trump, Biden. Okay. That's a lot.
Which
Bingo.
is unheard of. Since the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. It was a horror show. I was able to terminate it. They all said you'd never be able to get it out. We had to get approval from Congress to get it terminated. We had to live with that deal. It was the worst deal, worst trade deal ever made by far. But since the very beginning of NAFTA, our country lost 90,000 factories. Think of what that is, 90,000. Think about putting a map up and putting tax on it. You wouldn't have enough room. 90,000. I said, is that possible? We had it checked 4 different times, and it was actually somewhat higher than that. And 5 million manufacturing jobs were lost while racking up trade deficits of $19 trillion. That was the worst trade deal ever made. As a result of these gigantic losses, foreign nations now own $26 trillion more of American assets than the Americans own of their own foreign assets or other foreign assets. The United States can no longer produce enough antibiotics to treat our sick. We have a tremendous problem. We have to go to foreign countries to treat our sick. If anything ever happened from a war standpoint, we wouldn't be able to do it. We import virtually all of our computers, phones, televisions, and electronics. We used to dominate the field, and now we import it all from different countries.
Damn.
A single shipyard in China now produces more ships every year than all of the American shipyards combined. Think of that.
What the fuck?
And it was a business that we used to dominate. We used to dominate it totally. In short, chronic trade deficits are no longer merely an economic problem.
Damn.
They're a national emergency that
he really just believes everything Trump says. Is that like, I didn't know he was this much of a fucking, damn. This is like, this is worse than I thought. He's just buying all of this shit. He's just slurping. Yep, that's true. Yep. But you have no idea.
Our security and our very way of life. It's a very great threat to our country. And for these reasons, starting tomorrow, the United States will implement reciprocal tariffs on other nations. It's been a long time since we even thought of that. We used to think about it a lot. We didn't think about it for many decades, and you see what's happened. For nations that treat us badly, we will calculate the combined rate of all their tariffs, non-monetary barriers, and other forms of cheating. And because we are being very kind, we're kind people, very kind. You're not so kind when you got ripped off with your salaries. My auto worker friends and my Teamster friends and all of the unions that typically voted Democrat, they're not voting Democrat anymore because worker, whether union or non-worker, they're for the Republicans now.
Come on.
That's what happened. But we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging us. So the tariffs will be not a full reciprocal. I could have done that, yes, but it would have been tough for a lot of countries. We didn't want to do that. I'd like to see the chart if you have it. Could you bring it up, Howard? This is our great Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick.
Oh, it's bald guy, right? Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, I was going to ban him. But
if you look at that,
who cares?
China, first row. China. 67%. That's tariff.
That's really bad.
Charged to the USA, including.
Oh, no, I don't want to see it. I can't do it. I'm looking at the fucking graph. Oh, God. He hasn't looked into it. He doesn't know the formula. He doesn't know the trick. He doesn't know this is just like, there's nothing to do with tariffs. It's trade deficits.
Manipulation and trade barriers. So 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. We didn't want to bring, it's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big.
Look, he has no idea where these numbers came from. He's just so amazed. Look at him.
Charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart.
It's just an Excel sheet. It's just trade deficits. It's a trade deficit over the amount that those countries export to America. Cut in half. It's nothing to do with fucking tariffs, bro.
It's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think
that's reasonable.
In other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how can anybody be upset?
Yeah, Vietnam.
They will be because we never charge anybody anything.
Apparently Mexico roached out too.
That's reasonable. Fuck me.
European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. You know, you think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%, so we're charging them essentially half. Vietnam, great
Bro, this video is about to get 1 million views, like all this other fucking shit does. 700K. Can you imagine if you're a fucking burly, black lung, fucking crusty manufacturing worker, right? Some black lung coal miner. You've lost your job. You've lost your job because your company ran out of fucking import customers or whatever. And you run into this guy in the street. Holy shit, man. God, you would be so mad. You run into this guy who just told 1 million people. It was like, yeah, that seems reasonable. Because he believed this on a fucking graph.
Negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff.
Damn.
Taiwan,
damn,
where they
Not
took
anymore.
all of our computer
They
chips and
roached out.
semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it. Now we have almost none of it, except the biggest company is coming in. We're going to end up with almost 40%. Lee Zeldin's working to get their approvals. And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei, of one of the great companies of the world, actually. They're coming
was
in
here.
from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world,
Remember
maybe
him?
the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, very, very tough. Great people. And again, I don't blame the people for doing it. I think they're very smart in doing it. I blame the people that sat right in that Oval Office, right over there.
Who's that?
Right behind the Resolute desk or whichever desk they chose. Japan, 46%. They would charge us 46% and much higher for certain items like cars.
Yeah.
You know, little items like cars. 46%, we're charging them 24%. India, very, very tough. Very,
Oh,
very
God.
tough.
We got 12 more years of this, guys.
Prime Minister just left. And he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades. And
Yep.
it was only
Yep.
7 years ago when I came in, we started with China and charged them. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China in tariffs. And they understood, honestly. President Xi understood. He said, look, I understand. And the other countries, and they all...
Now Asmongold thinks that Vietnam tariffed the United States by 90%. Yeah, he does. He thinks that America pays... He thinks that America pays Vietnam 90% on goods that they import. Yes, this is what Asmongold believes, yes. And he's decided that he's going to tell 1 million people that that's actually true. Are you fucking kidding me, man? What is this planet? Why? Why are we on this timeline? What the fuck? Who pays for does he think the importers pay it, or does he think to Vietnam? Or does he think the consumers pay it, or does he think the American government just pay? I don't even know. What the actual fuck? And he's just doing this with with people's lives, you know? These are people who are going to get their lives destroyed by this shit. It's already happening! All these Yankee shitheads who have all their fucking savings in the S&P 500. Bro! You're fucked. This is Asmongold, yes. There was so much DEI. Yep. He's literally sitting there like a fucking parody. He's just sitting there like, I believe this. Holy shit. Ooh. As a guitar player, if these percentages were right, I would not have been able to afford my guitars. What the fuck? No, your guitars are actually could have been half price. They could have been half price, buddy. The only reason you pay so much is because half that money just goes to Vietnam, Cambodia. That's real. That's a thing. I believe this. That's how that works. Holy shit. It's so infuriating. What is this? Asmongold gets political. Aim at animations. Okay.
Hey guys, I wanted to talk to you all about what my reason was for getting suspended on Twitch and also what my plans are going forward. I think this has been something that's a long time coming. I think that I've been slowly devolving into the most psychopathic version of myself. I think that I've been devolving into this. I don't like making apologies because I think words don't matter. But I do think changed actions and changed behaviors do. And so you can take my apology as hopefully better content. And if you're not seeing that, I want you to hold me accountable. Hopefully this time I won't be stupid enough to ignore it. Mouth is pretty dry. Anyway, I'm just going to focus on myself for a while, try to improve my own life. You guys deserve a much better version of me than what you've been getting. And I hope that I can live up to that in the future.
Yep.
Man, it's been a crazy 2 weeks, I'll tell you that. Trump is, he's coming out with some plans. This is the time where you can say elections have consequences. We are in for 4 years of some of the best content that I think we've seen in a long time. So, like, they're doing this thing with, like, these deportations where they bring in, like, celebrities to deport people, and it made me wonder, what is the probability that Tom Homan would let me go with him dressed up as Ash Ketchum with watching them do deportations? Yeah, exactly. That'd be really good content. It would be. Your statement about not voting to disadvantage yourself is really blowing up on X with strong support. Well, of course it is. Of course, it's just a logical perspective to have. Now, there's a bunch of emotional...
Yeah, this disgusting fucking insect is literally just, like, endorsing the destruction of so many people's lives arbitrarily because it's good memes, because it's good content, because it makes the libs sad. Listen here, liberal. I'm gonna crash the entire global economy. Listen here, liberal. I'm gonna deport a bunch of people for no reason. Listen here, liberal. I'm gonna betray Ukraine. Let's go.
Unstable retards on the internet that like to distort reality. But no, of course I'm not going to vote for somebody who's...
Yep, I can't believe that Vietnam tariffs us 90%. That's so... Why would you do this? Why would you not believe this is real?
Going to say that someone else is going to have a privilege that I can't have. Why the fuck would I ever do that? That's the most retarded thing you can imagine. So, no, of course, that's, like, I mean, why don't I just vote to have somebody shoot me? Holocaust was a lie? I am, guys, I'm not one of these Holocaust deniers. I think the Holocaust probably happened. I think probably 99% certainty it happened.
The Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that. It's a bit of a miss. Like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German. Look at
I love that sentence so much. It's like he's almost correct as well. It was kind of both. But they were written by Jews. Not they were written in Jewish. They were written by Jews.
this. People wonder, are tax dollars used to promote wokeness in video games? Answer is yes. USAID paid Politico millions of dollars a year to write pieces like this one, which promotes diversity and describes Gamergate as disinformation and harassment campaign. So this is the thing.
It's the two wolves of Twitch. Okay, there's they went after Magnus Hirschfeld not because it was gender, but because he wrote in Jewish, famously. That's the first wolf, the largest political Twitch streamer, okay? The second one, the unsung hero.
Like, how are you still holding on to that?
I'm not. You're the one. I'm responding to you holding on to it. You fucking idiot.
It's like debating the details of the Night of the Long Knives in 1946. Yeah,
Base, Nazi comparison. Let's go. Yes. Exactly.
And being like, you don't understand. Not all the victims were Jewish or some shit. You know what I mean? Like what the fuck kind of insane.
True.
Guys, I want these people to suffer because that's what they did to me. Get rid of them. Make an example of them. Say, listen, this is what happens. Gamers rise up. What goes around? Yep, what goes around comes around.
What a wild time Weimar Germany was and the rise of Nazism. What a wild time, you know, when these fucking Jewish dudes, when they were banning gender studies, but the reason they did it was because people wrote the work in Jewish. And then the Nazis come to power. And there's like a 99% chance that they did the Holocaust, but not before the Night of the Long Knives, where they famously killed a bunch of Jews. It was a crazy time, guys. It was a crazy time.
And we're coming. Mute the stream for about a minute if you don't want to hear something really bad. So I walked down to the store the other day, and I could tell that the back of my pants, my dick and balls, was getting a little bit too cold. Now that doesn't happen a lot. And I look and I realize part of the back of my sweatpants had been eaten away because we had a rat infestation in our house. And one of the rats had gotten trapped in my room, and it had eaten, I guess, sweat and dried cum off of the back of my sweatpants, and the entire back of it was gone. Non-incel attitude? Well, I guess I'm an incel. And I think everybody else should be too. And if there's enough of us, we can change the rules. And I think that's what we should do. Do I want my tax money going towards litigating people that like lollies? No. I think that if you're in this country and you commit any crime that's worse than jaywalking and you're not a citizen, I want you deported. Yep. Get the fuck out. People used to bring their families to watch lynchings. People are more than willing to do something that's horrible if they think that they're doing it for the right reason.
Really? Interesting. Like, tariffing the fuck out of half the world because you think they're tariffing America twice as much. Thanks, Asmongold. Thank you. It's okay, though. We can actually do better than Asmongold. We can do better than Asmongold for pro-Trump creators.
The Democratic Party has
Yes!
done a full 180. Currently,
Come on, bro.
they are sitting at an all-time low approval rating of 21%. So I mark this as a pivotal moment, talking about how the Democratic Party is, in fact, 180% cooked right now. I've done the math, I've tabulated all of it, and on the most critically acclaimed YouTube's favorite ever franchise on all of the internet, the How Effed Are the Democrats franchise, we are currently sitting at 180%.
You don't talk about tariffs.
All right, here we are, logging.
Fuck! When do you talk about tariffs? Hey! Europe is fucked, but that's because of Le Pen. Trump haters are crashing out. When do you talk about tariffs? He doesn't do it. He hasn't done it yet. Shit.
Americans and future Americans, I was right, as usual, as always. I tend to be right. More right than anyone has any right to be. I made a joke, in quotation marks, cryo Trump every 4 years. He'll keep coming back. Every 4 years, cry out Trump. And then you have the freaking, the libtards over there. And they're like, you know what? I know how to combat Trump by supporting the Venezuelan murderers. That's how we're going to be supporting Trump today. You know how I'm going to support Trump? I am going to support Trump by promoting domestic terrorism against Teslas. I am going to support Trump by getting biological men to beat up women in sports. Ironically, they are doing such a good job absolutely cum dumpstering themselves. Trump is absolutely gonna win all 7 swing states every 4 years. Cry out Trump. You freeze him, you thaw him, and out he pops. Now,
This is actual TDS. Yeah, this is what it looks like. Yeah. Bro, your boy's trashing the global economy, right, as we speak. I don't know what to tell you.
I wasn't really going to cover this today, but Asmongold just made a video talking about how Trump is 100% serious about running for a 3rd term. Like I've been saying the entire time, he just published this video 2 hours ago. I didn't watch it. And the top comment on his video, cry out Trump! Every 4 years, they unthaw him, he runs again. Nux. I am just saying, your boy was absolutely cooking, all right? I was absolutely cooking. That's the wrong comments. I meant these comments. I was literally cooking so hard. Oh my god, one brain cell, exact same thing. Nux forever, 100%. Can't wait for Nux to react. Well, this guy is... when you read it in Nux's impression of Trump's voice.
I don't know why. The vibe I get from watching this is like, I feel like it's 2012 and I'm watching one of the first episodes of Black Mirror and all the people go in to the little room and they go on the bicycle, the arm bicycle, apparently. And they're doing their little bicycle job. We don't really know why. And they're watching a little TV screen. And on channel 2... it's like this guy, you know? And this is like with the news. That's the vibe I got. I don't know why. I just feel like someone's watching this on their little bicycle job in a Black Mirror episode.
Oh, fuck. And then you got the conspiracy theorist. He's Jewish. Of course he knows the future of mankind. Don't we know that he's controlling the world? Anyway, infinite Trump. I've said it the whole time. Now, I'm going to lay out my opinion before getting into this. Because as you know, I'm not afraid to make enemies with my opinions on this channel. Which is why I think people actually watch my videos. People like a dude who has...
Yeah, and it's like the guy who's chosen to watch this channel on his little bicycle is like the asshole of the episode, right? And he's just sitting there.
Opinions that's sometimes wrong, but he actually says what he thinks.
Yeah.
So my opinion is, should Trump run for a 3rd term?
Yeah.
No. However, I think he should threaten running for a 3rd term as often as fucking possible. I want to
I
see...
can't do it. It's just fucking hell. But now it's real. It's real. I can't watch it. I need to challenge myself to watch him for more than a few minutes. The main effect of Trump's tariff policy will be an economic depression and the discrediting of industrial policy in the West. Of course, he's totally incompetent about it. The Chinese century is assured. Does this make me support the rise of China? Have I turned multipolar? Maybe? Maybe? I mean... pro-government people like Mike would do fine. But, me, not so much. Have I become pro-China as a result of Trump's policies? How about high-speed rail? Everyone likes high-speed rail. Okay. Forced labor of migrants. The Uyghur genocide. Oh, it was, compared to, I mean, come on, compared to other genocides, it's like one of the shitty ones, right? Like, what the fuck? It's not really. They didn't even kill them. They just tortured their culture out of them and sterilized the women. It's big fucking deal. Oh, surveillance. Why? You got something to hide? What? Am I pro-China now because of Trump? Now think about it. Thinking about it. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll just let it slide. Just everyone else is Islamophobic, but not me for excusing China's actions in Xinjiang. Okay. Reuters. Trump's global tariffs hurt China with all-round blockade. Oh. Chinese outdoor furniture maker Jin Xiaofeng set up a factory in Vietnam last July to escape higher US tariffs. Now he is looking to close it as Washington imposes steep levies on Hanoi and the rest of the world. I've done all this work for nothing, Jin said, adding that foreign trade would become a very thin margin business, just like the demand-starved Chinese market. No other country comes close to matching China's annual sales of more than $400 billion in goods to the United States each year. President Donald Trump just hiked tariffs by an extra 34 percentage points on those goods. His worldwide tariffs strike at the core of Chinese exporters' two main strategies to blunt the impact of trade war, moving some production abroad and increasing sales to non-US markets. The sweeping tariffs could deal a lasting blow to global demand. China is more exposed to the risk of shrinking world commerce than any other nation, with economic growth last year relying heavily on running $1 trillion trade surplus. QN Securities expects the new tariffs could slash Chinese exports to the United States by 30%, cut overall exports by more than 4.5%, and drag economic growth down by 1.3 points. It's an all-around blockade against China, said Yuan Yue, hedge fund manager at Water Wisdom Asset Management, who said that he was bullish on gold and shorting China and Hong Kong stocks as a result. Ahead of Trump's re-election in November, many Chinese manufacturers were already relocating some production facilities to Southeast Asia and other regions. Now their new factories face tariffs of 46% in Vietnam, 36% in Thailand, and at least 10% anywhere else. Yeah, quite a lot of Southeast Asian countries got hit quite hard by tariffs. As Trump raised tariffs on China by 20 percentage points in February and March, the global sales force of its manufacturers was in a rat race for new export markets in Asia, Latin America, and elsewhere. Now these economies are taking their own tariff hit, probably reducing their purchasing power and their demand for Chinese goods. What the fuck? Analysts say Washington's new measures are the type of punch and clinch on Beijing that could derail China's economic growth and its efforts to fight deflation. This will make it impossible for the 5% growth target to be achieved, said Zhu Shen. Their goal is 5%. God, they're way ahead. A finance professor at HKU Business School. China cannot get out of this deflationary situation anytime soon. This new tariff increase is definitely making things worse. The external demand shock is feeding back internally as producers are under pressure to cut costs. Jerry Jiao, whose factory in China makes cast iron bathtubs, said he had already laid off some employees, reduced management costs, and cut down on various expenses this year. Li Xiaolong, I'm pronouncing every. Okay. The manager of a clothing factory in the southern city of that place said he needed to rely more on domestic orders, but worried about subdued demand. You had one cake for one person before, but now 5 people want to eat it. Oh. $1 trillion surplus, but export volumes outpace prices, pointing to deflationary pressures. Okay. In 2023, about 145 countries traded more with China than with the United States, an increase of nearly 50% from 2008, according to research by investment bank Jefferies. That is a measure of China's success over decades in developing competitive industries under a world trade order the United States created, but which it now considers unfair and a threat to its own security. We still need to diversify our export markets, support exports, and encourage businesses to focus more on domestic sales, said a Chinese trade policy advisor who spoke on condition of anonymity. The risk of a global recession is real, however, he warned, adding, if everyone submits, the United States will indeed profit, as if others are paying tribute. But if they resist and retaliate continuously, the US economy won't be able to handle it. For China, the other risk is that more of its trade partners will see its exporters competing ever more heavily on price in their markets and throw up trade barriers of their own to protect domestic industries. That is true both in Europe and many emerging market economies, said Louis Cuis, the S&P's global chief Asia economist. Okay. Domestic factors also add challenges to any Chinese plan to double down on foreign trade. Many analysts say China's exporting prowess is also the result of government policies that disadvantage households, leading to imbalances such as manufacturing overcapacity, slow domestic consumption, and roads and bridges built to nowhere. Yes, classic. Been hearing about this for fucking 15 years now. I'm bored of it. Whoa, China built a thing. For who? Don't know. China's mercantilism has led to financial repression, offering households low returns on savings to create cheap finance for favored industries, said Shamik Dar, senior advisor at Fathom Consulting. This has fueled rapid economic growth, but also capital misallocation, property speculation, and financial sector fragility. Oh. Analysts expect Beijing to announce more stimulus soon. The measures could range from central bank interest rate cuts and liquidity injections to exporter tax rebates, property market support, and perhaps even higher budget deficit and debt issuance than flagged at an annual parliament meet in March. Last month's restrained stimulus measures were a calculation, not an oversight, said Ruby Osman, China expert at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Beijing has purposefully kept more in reserve. A second policy advisor said cutting the funds banks are required to hold as reserves and reducing lending rates should be a priority for the second quarter, while more fiscal stimulus might come in the third. Without this plan B, it is unlikely for China to reach the roughly 5% growth target this year, the advisor said. What's more, the finance ministry should prepare plan C if Trump further hikes tariffs against China. But key to mitigating growth and deflationary risks is what policies Beijing has in store to boost consumption, analysts said. Imbalance between consumption and investment. Their household consumption expenditure is dropping. Okay. Interesting. Why? As a proportion of GDP. China's been pledging for more than a decade to shift its economic model away from investments and towards consumption-led growth. Okay. In Parliament, its leaders made those promises even more loudly without unveiling significant structural measures. Global trade disruption makes those even more urgent, analysts said, although hopes for major structural reform remain low in view of how painful that transition is likely to be. Subsidies for consumer goods purchases and more support for childcare are possible, but broader welfare reform and radical changes to the tax system, land liberalization, and other policies to redirect resources to households from the state sector remain unlikely. We will likely see a doubling down on efforts to encourage domestic demand as a way to offset this expected shock to external demand. Principal economist for Asia and lead for global trade at the Economist Intelligence Unit, Nick Morrow. Okay. But there's only so much the Chinese government can do. Wow. Well, shit. But I thought the Chinese center was assured. Okay. RIP. Yup. I believe this. Bro, even Yeet's covering it. The Yeet tabloid. Target down 10%. Nike 11. Wells Fargo 5. Amazon 12. Bro. Estimated 1.5 trillion wiped out so far. This is in the first 2 hours. Yes, this happened very quickly. Yeah. How's GameStop? I don't know. Diversifying the tweets. Well, yeah, at least now we can do our little fucking tabloid on the shitter session. But it overlaps with what we were just covering. Hate watch it. Hassan is whining. Oh no. Really? Why? He'd never. About H3 Reddit posts that point out he grew up filthy rich. Since the article didn't get his dad's exact net worth correct, Hassan will now try to use it as proof that everything they ever said about him was a lie. Classic. Nah, bro, you still grew up super rich and were never dead-ass broke. Also, notice how he posted the Reddit usernames without blurring them out. Oh. Intentional indirect call for Hascourt to do its thing and harass those people. He does this a lot. Remember, his fans are the same people who cried daily about Ethan doxing, by the way. They can't be this dumb, right? They're getting duped by AI articles. Does this full screenshot have the actual net worth? Is that what's happening? It's clearly fans too. Like, there's a dude who legit fucking talks about how I taught him about systemic oppression and how wealthy families offer many benefits to their affluent children. Okay. What? So wait, did they not get the exact net worth of... Okay. Out of interest. So how much is he actually worth? What? It said 5 billion, but what's this on the side here? Is it less? Is that why? Apparently it's from Next Magazine. Okay. Whatever. I don't care. Who's the bigger narcissist? Who's more sensitive? Jesus. I mean, he was born with a silver spoon. Do people deny that? Does he? I don't even know if he denies that. It's just, yeah, just misdirect. Okay. I see. Whatever. Oh shit. This is over. Oh yeah. This is over the lawsuit. The Ethan and Mutahar have combined to send a demand letter to Noah Samson demanding a retraction from his video where he accuses them of backing a genocide. Okay. Yeah. I read a good bit of that. I read a good bit of that demand letter and the arguments that they made in it, because that's quite interesting. We'll look at that in a minute. Who are these people? Oh, Kidnokin. Why am I not following? Okay. What we got here. Ethan and Bad Empanada are going at it. Empanada declared doxing after Ethan said his name on stream multiple times today. Even sent YouTube's legal department an email about it. Only problem is his name can be found everywhere. His fan subreddit doxed him. I'm pretty sure he doxes himself. I'm pretty sure he's put his name publicly. Like, his fans do it too. Okay. Oh, it's all again. Why am I saying that? It's all trolling. It's all just trolling. It's all just like, I can't believe I get away with this. Reporting the H3 podcast for doxing. Today, Ethan Klein of the H3 podcast doxed me live by revealing my full real name, something I have never released myself. He maliciously disseminated information obtained illegally by the Argentine far right, who hacked government systems to steal it. It is likely that Ethan directly communicated with them and asked them for my dox. This is a clear example of doxing. Filing a complaint with YouTube. Man, actually fucking rope. What the fuck, man? The projection. The fucking projection, bro. This is him in his Discord a couple of years ago, by the way. Enforce real names on all social media. You don't like it. Don't use it. Anonymity should only be respected for whistleblowers, etc., not random Twitter losers. Doxing based. Honestly, most anonymous internet people are scum trash. Internet would be a better place if they were more afraid. Oh, it's reverse. Why is it doxing to say where a public figure works? Okay. Heinous doxer types famous person's name into LinkedIn. That's what doxing is to most people. Honestly, most anonymous internet people are scum trash. The internet would be a better place if they were more afraid. Again, it's all trolling. It's all trolling. It's all trolling. He knows his audience doesn't give a fuck. They don't care how often he does it. They're just happy that it's if they can weaponize it and feign outrage about it, they'll do it. It's so bizarre. So what's this? Is this all the times he's been doxed? Prol wiki. Oh. Subreddit. Oh, there's name. Okay. Yeah, I think he's been quite okay with letting people know his full name. I don't get the issue. And he also loves doxing people, so sorry, I guess. What the fuck? Noah's lawyer. Oh no. Gorgeous George. Where'd you get that joke from? Ethan.
Everybody, that I was going to take this to the next level once CPS showed up to my house. This is only the beginning. This is chapter 1. There's many more to come. And by the way, Hassan, if you think I'm done with you, I'm not done with you by a mile. I'm taking the trash out. I'm saving you for my main course, you fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter who spends all day lying. It's funny, this narrative. Ethan's obsessed with his son. He literally spends hours every day on his stream talking about me. I saw the guy. I saw him.
Cool. I didn't want to interrupt.
So guess what? Don't worry, buddy. I got time for everybody. I'm making time for everybody. You know what I mean? And I'm just that kind of guy. The world is wide enough for all of us. Hamilton. So don't worry. Don't worry. You know what I mean? We go from the bottom up, and everybody's catching these hands.
Noah has been radio silent too. Well, yeah, because this is actually not like a fake threat. It seems like a pretty sincere one. Oh God. Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Destiny subreddit has an interesting theory about Asmongold's political journey. Steve Bannon radicalized him years ago in WoW. Oh yeah, I know this. I know that story. I've spoken about that in videos. They tried to get me. They failed. Yeet, Mike from PA. Yeah, so this is the letter. This is the letter that Ethan's lawyer sent to Noah Samson, representing Ethan and Mutahar. Now, people are dismissing his lawyer because he's Israeli. Oh yeah, obviously, yeah. Even though I believe he's an Iraqi Jew, based on what he's said in here. Now, if you're in my position, defamation suits, honestly, I could have done this as well for Noah, because he literally threw me in the thumbnail implying that I was a genocide defender, even though he didn't even say why. He just literally threw me in out of fucking spite because I reacted to his video and made fun of him. So, in any case, it's not really my thing, like chasing people with defamation suits. That's not really my style. So, if I could have got involved, I don't know. It would have been funny though, wouldn't it? Like if I had decided, if I'd wanted to get involved in this, it would have been quite funny to see, because like Ethan's Jewish, Mutahar's Muslim, like a Jewish person, a fucking Muslim, a Christian Lebanese, all going after, like, all going after a fucking white dude from California. For accusing us of being pro-genocide in the Middle East. That's quite wacky. It's like the start of a joke. Yeah. I don't know though, because like I think this beginning is like talking about the definition of defamation, like the legal arguments. I know with Mutahar, it seems to be that he can actually display like quite clear damage. And again, this is all layman's opinion. Don't listen. Okay. I think with Mutahar, it seems like the damages are the fact that this has affected his personal life. Because if you're not your thing, you mean you're broke? No. Okay. To me, I'm not really interested in going after like the defamation thing. To me, it's more just like, it's the arguments that they make, because obviously part of this defamation suit is because Noah has presented himself as a very measured authority on the subject. He cites like all these human rights reports. He talks in a very like calm and measured voice. He literally plugs ground news in the middle of his video and talks about the importance of being factually accurate and non-partisan and everything else. So it's when he presents himself in that way and then uses that aesthetics of credibility to call other people pro-genocide, which is like probably one of the worst things you can be, then you can see why that's like quite slimy. But the problem is that what it means is that people are going to basically have to fucking argue over whether or not Noah's arguments are correct or not, like whether or not they make sense. You know, because people are going to have to figure out if Noah actually had good grounds to accuse Ethan of genocide. And because it involves making factual claims about the Israel-Palestine conflict, then that means that that would actually have to be debated. And that's what they do in here as well. Like a lot of this defamation suit isn't really about the law so much as them actually just arguing about why Noah's accusations are false, which is very, very interesting. It's interesting to me anyway. So they talk about Mutahar. This is all just like clip chimping bullshit. I think, where is it when they go into the history stuff? Because I found that quite interesting. He cites a documentary about Ansar Allah, which he uses as proof of the claim that they brought back slavery when the documentary wasn't even about the Houthis. It was about the Yemeni government before the Houthi takeover. Oh, this is from Noah's video, the quotes. Okay. Straight up lies about Hezbollah. Did Noah actually mention any lies that Ethan told about Hezbollah? I don't remember him making them. I remember the Houthis, because with the Houthis, what they do is they just try to write off that fucking report on the slaves that were kept in Houthi households of their senior officials because it was a Saudi newspaper, even though it's been vetted and approved by the US State Department as well. And again, the funny thing is like, there's a bit in here where he says, oh, what did he say? It was something along the lines of like, you might not think the US State Department is a credible source, but it's going to be up to an American judge and jury. Oh no. Yeah, where's the bit about the Houthis? Let's start there. Instead, you focus on solely on Ethan's assertion that the Houthis engage in slavery. You do not, however, prefer facts refuting this assertion. Rather, you attempt to impeach the credibility of the sources relied upon by Ethan. For example, you attack the article entitled Exclusive, Houthis Restore Slavery in Yemen, from Ashraq al-Awsat, the English version. The article itself refers to receiving information from sources close to the group, several local reports, Yemeni activists, member of the Lawyers Syndicate in Yemen, and a civilian who works for a pro-Houthi tribal leader in Sada. Other than your blithe assertion that the article contains baseless claims from Saudi state propaganda outlets, you cite no evidence refuting the substance of the article or the sources it relied upon. Wow. You mean you can't just say this source bad, therefore? Wow. It's so ironic that these guys also, they don't trust Saudi Arabian newspaper, which again is fair, fuck Saudi Arabia, but they're okay to cite Al Jazeera. Like, Al Jazeera is the state media of a dictatorship in Qatar that literally has fucking like forced labor, like slave labor conditions. We trust them. Weird. The United States State Department cited the aforementioned article in its 2022 Country Reports on Human Rights Practices, Yemen. The newspaper Ashraq al-Awsat reported in 2019 that prominent Houthis held more than 1,800 citizens as slaves and servants who worked in their residences and place of work. While you may not consider the State Department trustworthy, it is highly unlikely a judge or jury will share opinion, particularly based on nothing more than blithe assertions. That's so funny. And now we've got Teuton in chat saying, they didn't cite anyone, just unnamed sources. Compared to what? Have you read, how many reports have you read on fucking, like inhuman practices in a fucking dictatorship style rule? Like, what are you talking about? Should the fucking victims or the people involved, like who are literally in danger of the Houthis, give their fucking name and address, their full docs? There's nothing wrong with an anonymous source. Like, even if they didn't cite a certain thing, surely it wouldn't meet actual malicious standards. That's more to do with a totality. Because you know what, for me, and again, layperson, for me, the fact that Noah said and did all this in a video where he has a ground news ad where he talks about the importance of factual reliability and scrutinizing sources and getting a nonpartisan image of what's happening, like all that, alongside him just completely foregoing those principles on every single claim. That's quite funny. I don't know what to tell you. That's quite funny. Now, I don't know if this Saudi article is credible or not. I have no fucking idea because it's Saudi, you know? Like, they're not exactly like fucking chill. which is also, but I'm consistent on that. Generally, the state media, I don't even know if that paper was state media. It might have been Saudi funded. I don't know if it was actually state media. But generally, the state media of a dictatorship, I'm generally not going to trust that. But I don't know if this paper is state media. Do we know? Because it's funded by the state is not the same as state media. But yeah, these people also cite Quds News Network. Yeah, they do. Yeah. It was owned by a Saudi royal. So if it's owned by a Saudi royal, that doesn't necessarily make it state media, but obviously it does make it very partisan. So you can say you don't trust that article, but the thing I don't get is why do these people act like the Saudis are the only people who have made this claim? That's what I'm struggling to understand. Do they know that the Saudis are not the only ones who have accused the Houthis of like conditions that are quite... First of all, no one denies that the Houthis use child soldiers, okay? If you're a leftist, the same kind of motherfuckers who call the American prison system slavery, who call wage labor slavery half the time, they're not going to say that child soldiers is a form of slavery? Why? Because no one denies that. We know no one denies it because the Houthis literally fucking take pictures of their child soldiers and they brag about it. Not to mention, this is also this is from an independent human rights organization that's gone around Yemen and interviewed witnesses and victims and things like that. And they have quite a long report on human rights abuses in Yemen by both parties, by the government and by the Houthis, and also by some independent actors. So it makes me wonder, are Ethiopian migrants, for example, who have been victimized by the Houthis, are they Saudi propagandists? Are they? Because based on interviews with mostly Ethiopian migrants who have come through Yemen because they're trying to migrate to Saudi Arabia, have been trafficked and abused and pushed into like forced fucking sexual acts. Now you're saying the reports said human trafficking, not slavery. Okay. Again, a left winger would never make this distinction. One of the trafficking things that they did, that's in this article, if I can remember the page, is that they forcibly recruited migrants to deploy them to the front lines. They would promise to pay them, which often doesn't happen. Is that... yeah, a leftist is going to split hairs between this and slavery? That's not splitting hairs, bro. That's like mitosis. What the fuck? There's also this article from the Independent that speaks about it too. This is them and their forced sexual services that they solicit from prisoners. So this report is basically complaining about them very arbitrarily arresting people, women, and putting them in prison. And sometimes these women are passed between Houthi security officials and forced to carry out sexual acts. Which again, if you're a leftist and someone calls that sexual slavery, you're going to be okay with them calling it sexual slavery. There's one really high profile example here. I wonder if it's from this article. It was that lady, the model, the half Ethiopian, half Yemeni. Yeah, Al-Hamdi, Intisar Al-Hamdi.
Same people that will say wage theft is a form of slavery.
Well, yeah, so she was a model, and she had occasionally photographed herself in Western clothing, sometimes obviously out without the veil, so you could see her hair. The Houthis arbitrarily arrested her on trumped up charges of prostitution and drug trafficking. And apparently, when she was in prison, her and a few other people were passed around between the homes of several different Houthi officials, forced to drink alcohol and to sleep with people. So That's according to the Geneva-based SAM, Organization for Rights and Liberties. So, and a lot of this evidence is also gathered from either victims who have come out of this prison system and also from lawyers who are representing them. So, I'm just saying, are these all are these guys all Saudi propagandists? Like what? I don't know. It's very silly. Houthis are not good. That's all it is. Houthis are bad. They're very bad. Okay, they do bad things. It doesn't make the Yemeni government good. The Yemeni government's not good. Saudi's not good. Doesn't make the Houthis good though. The fact that Saudi is bad does not make the Houthis good. Houthis are not good. They're not good domestically. They're not good on foreign policy. They're not good on Jews. They're not good on Christians. They're not good on Baha'is. They're not good on other Arabs. They're not good on other Yemeni Arabs. They're not even that good on other fucking Yemeni Shiite Arabs, right? Fuck. Zaidi, sorry. They're very bad, okay? They're very bad. Everything they do is bad. Everything. Their weapons are shit. I'm sorry. Fucking Houthis. Bro. Even the music. Yeah. Hezbollah's music is better. Sorry. All right, let's do we have here? Where's the part about Hezb? Where's that? I'm saying Hezb because it's easier. Ethan said Hezbollah killed 500,000 Syrians. Isn't that a lie? Yeah, that's not true. What they actually did was they helped Assad kill at least about 200 and something thousand civilians. Not to mention, because I think it's anything between 85 and 90% of deaths in the Syrian civil war are attributed to Assad and his allies. One of those allies is Hezbollah. So it's like the fucking Nazi Germany didn't actually kill 6 million Jews, you know, because some of those people who helped out with the Holocaust were actually Romanian and Bulgarian and, you know? Fuck me. Ukrainians. Bandera. All right. Whatever. But yes, it would not be accurate to say that Hezb killed 500,000 Syrians. You wouldn't say that. You'd say they helped Assad to kill several 100,000 people. Yeah. So Noah's kind of right then. Well, where did Noah say that about the content nuke? Is that in the content nuke? Where did Noah correct him on stats for Hezbollah? Despite making the factual assertion that Ethan spread overt misinformation and straight up lies about Hezbollah, you do not identify a single piece of misinformation or falsehood Ethan made about the organization. Indeed, you do not address, let alone refute, the assertions made in the nuke that 1. Hezbollah engaged in terrorism, resulting in the deaths of thousands of civilians. Hezbollah orchestrated the assassination of Lebanese Prime Minister Rafik al-Hariri. Hezbollah hijacked airplanes. Hezbollah fired 15,000 rockets in civilian areas. Hezbollah intervened in the Syrian civil war to aid the dictator Bashar al-Assad, which resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of civilians. Well, if that's the claim in the nuke, which Noah made the video about, that would be accurate. That's an accurate sentence. Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, made numerous anti-Semitic and genocidal statements against Jews. Well, he did. Hezbollah initiated the most recent round of fighting on October 8th, not Israel, which resulted in 100 Israelis killed and over 200,000 displaced. Again, it's not the issue that some of this, so my understanding is it wasn't 200,000 displays, it was like between 60 and 80. But the issue is that Noah's just kind of making this assertion, but not actually giving any examples, which is kind of ridiculous. Anyway. Okay, this is about the Houthis. Further, it is evident you did not watch the Al Jazeera World documentary Slavery in Yemen. The documentary focused on Yemen's overall culture of slavery and the deposed government's denials of its existence. Yeah, it wasn't about the government actually doing the slavery, even though government officials will have been doing it too, but it was about the practice of slavery being allowed to run in the country. Okay. I don't know if the Houthis had slaves at this period, but they did control some areas, though. Moreover, it is highly misleading to claim it was issued before the Houthi takeover of Yemen, since the Houthis controlled parts of Yemen as early as March 2011 with the Battle of Sada. Further, the Al Jazeera documentary was released on September 10th, 2014, i.e. days before the Battle of Sana'a and 11 days before the Houthis prevailed on September 21st, 2014. Your blithe factual assertions that Ethan misrepresented information about Hezbollah and the Houthis, particularly after you watched The Nuke, along with failing to disclose or misrepresenting the factual basis for the third defamatory statement, demonstrates you knew it was false. Whoa. This is the interesting one to me. They like the words blithe. It's just snark, isn't it? It's just good lawyer snark. For the fourth defamatory statement, you do not identify 1. What Ethan said that denied the Nakba, 2. How those points were debunked, 3. How these talking points legitimize Israeli colonization. Instead, you show a screenshot of Baden Panada's video entitled Nakba Denier, Expulsion, Liar, Content Nuke Destroyed, number 6, the Baden Panada video, with the text debunked here by Baden Panada. That's so fucking funny as well. This guy is he's like citing a bunch of reputable human rights reports. He's citing news articles. He's citing he's talking about ground news and the importance of fact checking and everything. But for some things, he just like, Ethan said this bad thing. Watch this Baden Panada video. Like, come on. And we're about to see why that's actually a very stupid thing to do. You're well aware that Baden Panada has exhibited tremendous bias against Ethan and is well known for spreading misinformation and anti-Semitism. The Baden Panada video exemplifies this point. The video begins with him claiming Ethan Klein attempts to justify the Israeli settler colonial state by glossing over the Nakba. Baden Panada video at 0:26:13. This is completely false, and Baden Panada fails to show any clip from the nuke supporting this assertion. Rather, in the clip cited by Baden Panada, Ethan discusses that Jews would not feel safe as an ethnic minority. Israel is comprised of refugees from Europe and Arab countries. Following the 48 war, there were more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba, and 4, there are hardly any Jews left in Arab countries. Okay. None of this denies the Nakba or downplays it. Man, I feel so bad. I feel so bad for Middle Eastern Jews because the only time their history is ever brought up is to talk about Israel-Palestine. And it's especially frustrating in this context because it's like, imagine if you're like an Iraqi Jew and you're just like, mate, what the fuck does my family, like, who went through the Farhud have to do with denying the Nakba? Like, what? Why? Unless we're about to find out. Is being a European Jew better? Yeah, everyone knows what happened to them. You can talk about the Holocaust without talking about Israel-Palestine. So no, actually. Isn't that what anti-Semites call like Holocaust privilege or some shit? I can't believe I've heard that term once. Oh, can't remember where I heard it though. Anyway. Who's competing? You are well aware that that Baden Panada has exhibited tremendous bias against Ethan. Okay. Oh yeah. Rather, it is a fact that approximately 900,000 Jews migrated, fled, or were expelled from Muslim-majority countries throughout Africa and Asia, primarily as a consequence of the establishment of the State of Israel. And the Nakba turned 700,000 Palestinians into refugees, which was mainly caused by Israeli arms. That's from Righteous victims, okay. Next, Bad Empanada attempts to, quote, debunk the exodus of Jews from Morocco by arguing, 1, Morocco was still a French colonial possession after the 48 War, and 2, the Jewish agency struck an agreement with the French governor to force Moroccan Jews to immigrate. They didn't force them. The agreement wasn't to force them to emigrate. The agreement was to facilitate immigration for those who wanted it, which turned out to be almost all of them. Like, okay, interesting. This is a gross misrepresentation of what occurred. In June 1948, riots against Jews broke out in Ujja and Jarada, don't know how to say that, which were 2 towns located near the border with Algeria. These 2 towns were departure points for Moroccan Jews seeking to reach Israel. When they were not permitted to do so from within Morocco, in the eyes of many Moroccans, the Jews would join the ranks of enemy combatants against the Arab armies. It took French authorities 3 hours to intervene in Ujda and Jarada. Within that time, 5 Jews in Ujda were killed, 30 seriously injured, and stores, would it be? Shows? Stores and homes looted. In Jarada, where the Jewish population was only 100, 39 Jews were killed and 30 severely wounded. I didn't know there were only 100 Jews there. Due to the riots in Ujda and Jarada, 28,000 Moroccan Jews left for Israel between 1948 and 1951. From 55 to 57, i.e. immediately before and after Moroccan independence in 1956, 70,000 Moroccan Jews fled from 55 to 57 due to hostility from Arab nationalism. After Moroccan independence, an additional 130,000 Moroccan Jews left for Israel. Yeah, so Bad Empanada is just like full of shit there. He's lying by saying that it occurred because of French colonial possession. Yeah, it's not. It's because it seemed to be that actually when Arab nationalism was and independence was on the horizon, that's when most of the Jews decided to leave, not under French colonial rule. Wow. Further, Bad Empanada misrepresents the article cited in his video, which also misrepresents the contents of its citing source. Okay. Not gonna lie. Did some pre-watching, okay? I know what's being said here. Okay. What was it called? Content Nuke Destroyed number 6.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to an.
Where's the timestamp here? 202 to 218. You know what? I should probably react to Bad Empanada stuff more often. Like, he's not going to stop harassing me regardless of what I do, so I might as well just, like, get something out of it while I'm being fucking hounded. His entire source for this debunk, quote-unquote, is an article from the Middle East Eye, which is interesting.
Happened in Morocco is that the Jewish Agency, which was one of the leading organizations advocating for forming a colonial state in Palestine and trying to further such ends, struck an agreement with the French governor of Morocco to force Moroccan Jews to immigrate. So what this was Israelis working.
See what he did there?
To force Moroccan Jews to immigrate.
That sentence he's literally reading over, he paraphrased it. They didn't say forced. See this? Morocco was under French colonial occupation at the time, so the Jewish Agency had to strike an agreement with the French governor of Morocco to bring about the emigration of Moroccan Jews. Why did he change it to force, I wonder?
For forming a colonial state in Palestine and trying to further such
he's reading
ends,
it word for word, and then
struck
he just
an agreement with
force.
the French governor of Morocco to force Moroccan Jews to.
See that? He just changed it. And people just eat it all up. They didn't. The agreement wasn't about forcing them. The agreement was about having ports open so that Jews who wanted to leave could. Now, then you might be asking, see this bit here? It does go on later. It says, who had to face horrific conditions on Israeli ships, according to Segev and other sources. Some of the 100,000 Jews who left, according to the Jewish Agency emissary, had to be virtually taken aboard the ships by force. So maybe he's referring to that. The only thing is, if you read that article, the source for that claim does not back up what he's saying. It doesn't back up that it was an agreement to force them. Let's see. So this link here from the Jewish Agency emissary talking about virtually, again, big fucking question mark on why exactly they're saying virtually, but taking on ships by force. It's also saying some. It's from this thing here, Palestine Collective WordPress, some article by, Ella Shohat. So they talk about ships by force. Where is it? Ships. Yeah, here. When information about the anti-Sephardi discrimination in Israel filtered back to North Africa, there occurred a decline in immigration. Some left the transit camps in order to return to Morocco, while others, to quote a Jewish agency emissary, had virtually to be taken aboard the ships by force. Okay? Footnote 43. Which I think is to Tom Segev. Yep, Segev. Okay. And I think this is the footnote that takes you straight to the Zionist archives. So this is the original source. A year later, it was reported that there was a sharp decline in the number of immigrants from North Africa as a result of the information that had reached them concerning the hardships of settling in Israel. The first thing one notices is the obvious reluctance to go to Israel, wrote one of the Jewish agency emissaries after visiting the transit camps in Marseille. Where? In Marseille. In a transit camp. So they're referring to Marseille. People in a transit camp in Marseille, which is not in Morocco, it's in France. This quote about virtually taking people aboard the ships by force is for people who had already made the decision to leave Morocco. They're in a transit camp. They're in a transit camp because the deal struck between the French and the Zionists was not about forcing them to leave Morocco. If the only people apparently who are being taken aboard ships by force are people who have already decided they're going to leave Morocco because they're in Marseille in a transit camp. And if you look at this quote from the Zionist archive as well, they talk about not meeting quotas, some people deciding to turn back. I think it was maybe like less than 5% of them who turned back. But this is what they say. The people in the Marseille camps say, let's wait a little until the housing situation in Israel improves. There are also cases of people leaving the Marseille camps and returning to Morocco. A report by a delegation of observers from Tunis who came to Israel to study the conditions of immigrant absorption and left with very adverse impressions, Central Zionist Archives. So it's just propaganda. He's just reading a propaganda article and actually editing it further live by changing this, bring about the emigration into forced immigration. It's so fucking shameless, man. Jews left Morocco because they were treated like shit by the locals. That's it. That's it. Okay? That's it. It's not like, what a fucking ridiculous theory. Imagine if your theory is that you're like 200-something thousand Jews living in Morocco, and the vast majority of them get uprooted because the Zionists and the French decided to what? Just like, did they send troops around to go and just uproot people from their homes and force them out? No, they didn't do that. The only people who were apparently forced was some unspecified proportion of them who were already in a transit camp in Marseille, who had already decided to leave. They'd already decided they were going to leave Morocco for Israel. And actually, even the reluctance here, it's not because they want to go back to Morocco for a lot of them. They're even saying they wanted to wait until the housing situation improved in Israel, because the problem was that Israel was taking in so many Sephardic Jews at once that the housing situation for them was horrible. They were put into these little fucking like makeshift shacks. They were treated really badly and with suspicion by the Ashkenazi locals, which is why to this day, Sephardic Jews are more right-wing than Ashkenazi. Sephardic Jews are right-wing because they still have this kind of like there's a few reasons, but one of them is like a lingering resentment from like Jewish labor, from the Jewish left, because the Jewish left were the ones who were in charge at the time. They were the ones who were in charge at the time of this happening. But it's amazing. They just take this thing like force virtually, and it's like, oh, well, that's why. That's why they left. It's not because they were pushed out by Arab nationalist leaders and like local prejudices and a history of discrimination and persecution. No. It's because the Zionists forced them. Thank you, Bana Banada. Fucking retard. Okay. So that's one. That's one example that I just thought was really interesting. Further, the source cited in the article, Tom Segev's book 49, The First Israelis, does not support either assertion. Rather, Segev was referring to observations of a Jewish agency emissary of Moroccan Jews who were located in transit camps in Marseille, France, July 1949. After leaving Morocco due to the riots in Uja and Gerada and hostility from the rise of Arab nationalism. The emissary observed Moroccan Jews expressing reluctance to go to Israel due to hearing about the hardships of settling. While some Moroccan Jews opted to return to Morocco, the emissary also noted that others decided to remain in Marseille and would wait until the housing situation in Israel improved. Yeah, you got it. But Bana Banada goes on to, quote, debunk the exodus. Oh, sorry, new section. Bana Banada goes on to attempt to debunk the exodus of Jews from Algeria by arguing one, the Crémieux Decree granted Algerian Jews French citizenship, and Algerian Jews oppressed Algerian Christians and Muslims as a result. And two, once Algeria achieved independence, it gave an ultimatum to all French citizens, not just the Jews, to renounce their citizenship or leave the country. I'm guessing he doesn't mention... Where is it? I'm guessing he doesn't mention the other slightly important detail there. What page is this from? 245 to 402. That's a long section. Oh my God.
Had 140,000. Now it has about 50.
Algeria. What happened in Algeria? Well, Algeria was also a French colony. And when the French colonized Algeria, they murdered about 3 to 4 million Algerian Muslims who were the majority population. And in an effort to divide and conquer, they attempted to divide the Jewish population of Algeria from the Muslim population of Algeria when they colonized it by passing something called the Crémieux Decree, which afforded French citizenship to all.
That's not, and it's partly true. It's also why it's always like just like abusing sort of like partial truths to tell a very dishonest story. One of the reasons that the Algerian Jews, a lot of actually Algerian Jewish leaders, got French citizenship in 1870 because they asked for it. Because again, Jews under Muslim rule did not actually do all that well. Like before, I think 1830 was when the French colonized Algeria. There were massacres of Jews in, it was called Algiers back then, I guess. There were massacres of Jews in Algeria in 1805, 1815, 1830. Like, so yeah, when the French come in and offer them citizenship, or they end up, their leaders ask for citizenship and end up getting it, in exchange for them submitting themselves to French civil law, which is what happened, then yeah, they were probably going to welcome that because they felt like the quote-unquote protections afforded to Jews under Muslim rule were insufficient. Also, that doesn't mean that... Hang on, see what he says.
All Jews in Algeria. This turned Algerian Jews into French citizens, and soon after this, they integrated into the French settler society, which was oppressing the Algerian Muslims and Christians.
This is also kind of fucking bullshit as well. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're thinking that... Do you think like what was happening in France late 1800s shortly after the Crémieux Decree? Oh yeah, it was Jewish emancipation in France followed by an anti-Semitic backlash, the Dreyfus affair. The French having fucking rallies by the 1920s and 30s saying like we would rather Hitler than the opposition candidate at the time. I can't remember their name. It's not like the Jews of Algeria were very much stuck between a rock and a hard place because French colonial rule in Algeria was brutal. They were, Bloom, that was the French were not all that amazing towards Algerian Jews either, despite the fact that they managed to get citizenship. The pogrom in Constantine, 1934, the French authorities like the reason that pogrom was able to happen was because the local authorities completely failed to hold it back or to even intervene in the appropriate level of time. That's why it was allowed to happen. So, like, yeah, French anti-Semitism was only getting worse after this happened.
The French Jews became French, both culturally and by citizenship. And unfortunately, most of them decided to collaborate with the colonial power. Effectively, they were French at this point. Then, once Algeria...
Again, that's not true either. So again, because it was a rock and a hard place, I think some French Jews, a minority, worked with the FLN. A larger number, again, but also a minority, collaborated with the French, but the majority of Jews actually attempted to stay neutral during the Civil War because they didn't feel at home with either group. They thought that the FLN was basically like pressuring them to be like either you're with us or against us, and that obviously the memory of Muslim rule, for example, the fact that you have like 3 massacres in the space of 25 years before French colonial rule, they weren't too keen on going back to that either. So no, actually, most Jews were neutral during if he's talking about the War of Independence, most Jews were neutral in Algeria, which would actually end up becoming their downfall.
Wanted independence from France, the French settlers and the French Jews were given an ultimatum: either renounce their French citizenship or leave the country. This was not specifically aimed at Jews, it was for everyone. This was not specifically aimed at Jews, it was for all French. And almost all of the Jews chose to go to France. So this was not an expulsion. Nor did these people even go to Israel, they went to France.
They did go to France. Is he not going to mention that... And he's also not going to mention that the Algerian law for citizenship and nationality, the nationality code, you couldn't get citizenship if you were just a Jew. He's not going to mention that. He said, "What? Renounce your citizenship or leave, and what? Become stateless? Become stateless residents of Algeria?" They have it here as well. There's another. The law of 1970 repeated it. Even natural born. Even natural born. Yeah. Wait, this is from... hang on. Where is the... It's not still there, is it? No way. Algeria. What's it? The Nationality Code, 1963. Yeah, you needed Muslim ancestors, yeah. I know this. I pre-read it. I pre-watch. Oh, this is, yeah, the similar law, it gets reiterated in 1970 as well. But it was this law. This is, again, and this is also here, like right after independence, like in 63. This was the law. If Algerian nationality is claimed on grounds of birth, then it may be proven through the descent of 2 ancestors on the paternal side who were born in Algeria and who lived there under the status of Muslims. So, okay. Is that, it's not an expulsion. They were just going to make them stateless. Okay. Based.
Again, French colonialism's fault, not the Algerians' fault. Same as in Morocco. His next example is Iraq. Iraq is actually
not the French, not the Algerians' fault. It's just that they didn't even want these people as citizens, motherfucker. Holy shit. Again, I don't know why. Why do we have to go down this road? This guy's literally just like denying fucking pretty important aspects of Jewish history just to what? Is this supposed to help Palestine? Does it help Palestine to deny that the FLN were quite shit to Algerian Jews, and that Muslim rule before the French even came in was also not good to Algerian Jews, and also that French colonial rule, despite them giving them citizenship, was also not good for Algerian Jews? That Algerian Jews kind of suffered under, Islamic rule and European rule, because that's the whole thing about the Jewish experience, is they're kind of hated pretty much everywhere. Why does it help Palestine to scrub away from that?
a country that very desperately tried to keep its Jews. Iraq even passed laws which forbid Jews from leaving for Israel, as you can see listed here in this article. But what happened? Well, Iraq was a target of pervasive...
Iraq desperately tried to keep its Jews. Why? That's also not completely true either. Let's just go back to the document. We'll do Iraq. Once again, this is highly misleading. Algeria never offered Jews citizenship after independence. Rather, the government harassed the Jewish community and deprived Jews of their economic rights. Indeed, the Algerian National Code of 63 only afforded citizenship to inhabitants who had at least 2 Algerian-born descendants on their father's side that were Muslim. The law was recodified in Article 32 of Algeria's Nationality Code in December 1970. Bada Panada also ignores the major contributing factors to Algerian Jews emigrating from Algeria. One major factor was the 1934 pogrom of Constantine, which resulted in 25 dead, dozens injured, and several homes and shops looted. Another is the FLN targeting Jews and Jewish institutes on approximately 90 separate occasions from 1956 to 58 during the Algerian War of Independence, despite some Jews joining and supporting the FLN. The reason for this is because the FLN, first of all, it's also because it's true that some Jews joined and supported the FLN, but more Jews sided with the French. But again, most of them, the majority, these are both minorities. The majority of them opted to stay neutral and to look out for themselves because they didn't really feel like they could trust either group. They were both siders, or really they were no siders. Hang on. Oh, yeah. What was that I read about this? I think this is basically the essence of what the FLN felt towards Algerian Jews. There's kind of familiar rhetoric here. As early as 1940, Jews were deprived of their citizenship in Algeria. This would have been because of Vichy France. Okay. Subsequently, during the struggle for independence, pressure was placed upon Jews to endorse the nationalist cause. A spokesman for the Liberation Party indicated in 1960, Jews will endure the consequences of their hesitant attitude when Algeria will come into being. Okay. In addition, they were also harassed by the existing government. Consequently, 14,000 Jews immigrated to Israel and another 125,000 to France, leaving behind only a tiny fraction of what used to be one of North Africa's largest Jewish communities. Cringe. Yeah. Yeah, rock in a hard place. It's probably the better way to phrase that. After the Six-Day War, the remaining Jews in Algeria suffered additional anti-Semitic riots, which contributed to the remaining Algerian Jews to leave. Additionally, it is ahistorical to claim only Algerian Jews (brackets) and not Algerian Muslims were granted French citizenship by the 1870 Crémieux Decree. Algerian Muslims were offered French citizenship but rejected it on the grounds that they would be subjected to French civil law. I believe that's true. The Crémieux Decree was just for Jews, but yeah, I know the option was there for Muslims as well. It's just that basically no one took it because they didn't want it. They wanted to, fight off the French, which is probably fair. Like the French colonial rule in Algeria was absolutely fucking hideous. It was so bad. Algerian Jews accepted French citizenship in large part due to the massacre of Jews in Algiers in 1805, 1815, 1830. Moreover, to describe Algerian Jews as oppressors, ooh. I love how so much of this is him going after Bada Panada's fucking video. They used napalm. They certainly did. Collaborated with the French, ignores the rampant anti-Semitism in mainland France. For example, the Dreyfus Affair. French authorities failed to prevent the pogrom of 1934 in Constantine, and Algerian Jews lost citizenship in 1840 and were barred from working in public service. I think they got their French citizenship back after the war, but yeah, they did lose it under Vichy France for a period. Finally, Bada Panada attempts to debunk the exodus of Jews from Iraq by arguing, 1. Iraq desperately tried to keep its Jews and passed laws preventing them from leaving, and 2. That Zionists committed terrorist attacks to poison relations between Iraqi Arabs and Jews, motivate the Jews to leave, and pressure the Iraqi government to rescind the ban. These assertions are ahistorical. the bombing campaign Bad Manada is referring to, oh, it's the fucking bombs, man. Oh, yeah. It's one of the largest Jewish populations in the Middle East. Been there for like over 1,000 years. All of them, barring like 5,000 of them, they all just fucking get up and leave because one dude, potentially two, dropped some fucking grenades into a cafe and a synagogue. It's so dumb. God. Also, I pre-read, so I've got some things to tell you about this as well. I didn't actually know how bad this theory about the bombings is. So I know Avi Schleim is quite convinced that at least a couple of these bombings were done by Zionist underground. The thing is, even if you, so if you know the story here, after the 48 war, Iraqi leaders are not very happy with the Jewish population. They know that the locals are not going to be happy with the Jewish population because obviously they are taking out their anti-Zionism on like local Jews. You heard Baghdad used to be a third Jewish. It was a quarter Jewish. Yes, not a third. It was a quarter Jewish. Yeah. More Jewish than Brooklyn, I believe. Yeah, so the problem was that after the 48 war, the Iraqi government, obviously they lost. They were very, very butt mad about losing. Lots of locals blamed local Jews. People were accused of being spies and collaborators and sympathizers with the Zionist cause and everything like that. So they banned people from leaving and only made exceptions for people who could pay like 2,000 dinars or 3,000, depending on which time period, or in extraordinary circumstances. But they prevented Jews from leaving Iraq because they were mainly concerned that them leaving would strengthen the demographics of Israel. That's why they did it. And even then, they got to a point by the late 40s, but towards the early 50s, that they didn't want those Jews to stay because they believed that having them stay was going to basically result in like too much fucking tension and resentment and bitterness, like violence. That's why they eventually opted to allow them to leave, because they opened a window in March, I think, April 1950 until March 1951 for Jews to leave. And all but 5,000 of them, so 120,000 of them, registered to leave. No, 100,000 registered to leave and another 20,000 left illegally. That's what they did. So you got this 1 year window that Jews are allowed to leave Iraq, and basically all of them are like, "Yep, I'm leaving. Fuck that." Yeah, they were gone in no time. They went up and registered and left. And some people say that just after this window was opened, there were about 5 bombings that happened in Baghdad that, to most people, I think, remain unresolved. Like, most people don't really agree on who did it, but there was a theory at the time, and there were convictions at the time for Zionist underground youths who were accused of doing it so that they could convince more Jews to sign up to leave, to break up Arab and Jewish tensions. So, or to break up Arab and Jewish relations. So that's the theory, okay? It leaves out the fact that some people who were convicted of those bombings were also not Jewish, but that aside. It's such a ridiculous claim because, one, it ignores all of the rampant anti-Semitism before 1950 that would have also made Iraqi Jews want to leave, like the Farhud, the fact that they had a literal like military coup that was headed by a pro-Nazi guy, like a literal Nazi. The fact that they had anti-Semitic legislation, that there was like some really like arbitrary ones, like I think up until 1950 it was illegal to smoke in the streets during Ramadan if you were Jewish. Otherwise, policies that severely restricted their economic access, like bank accounts were limited and access to financial systems were like limited. Like, they had a lot of limits on them. They also had like it was illegal to engage in, quote, Zionist activity. That was illegal. The problem was that what constituted Zionist activity was really, really arbitrary. possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land could get you arrested for Zionist activity. It only took the confessions of the testimony from 2 Muslim witnesses to convict you. There were lots of reasons that Jews wanted to leave Iraq, like the rest of the Arab world. It's because they were treated like shit. That was why. The bombing theory doesn't even work, even if you assume that every single one of those 5 bombings was done by Zionists, because the timeline doesn't actually work. If you go through it, the window for immigration opens in March. The first bombing is in April, so just a month afterwards, and it results in, I think, 4 people injured in a cafe. One of them dies a little bit later because of their wounds. And then after that first bombing, the numbers are surging, okay? They're going way, way up, the amount of people registering to leave. By the time of the second bombing, which was the synagogue, that was a grenade attack which killed, I think, 5 people. By the time of that bombing, it was January 14th. This is the second bombing out of 5. So the window to migrate has already been open for like almost a year. By the time that synagogue bombing happened, the one that killed 5 people, the deadliest one of the period, I think it was about 86,000 people had already registered to leave, out of a total that would become 105,000. So most people have already registered to leave by the time the second bombing happens. The last 3 bombings all took place after the window had closed. So it doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. The last 3 bombings, by the way, were the ones that actually resulted in 2 Jews getting executed. 2 Jews were executed after one of them confessed to doing the 3 bombings. But the confession came under torture. There were no witnesses for any of these bombings. No witness statements. So this whole idea that, like, it's not 5 bombings that would have caused, even if you agree that they were all, even if you think they were all Zionists, like, those 5 bombings don't actually make sense. It would be 1 bombing. It would be the 1 grenade attack that injured 3 people and killed 1. That's apparently what caused 105,000 Jews to register to leave Iraq within a year. It's ridiculous. But anyway, the bombing campaign Bada is referring to occurred from April 1950 through June 1951. In March 1950, i.e. before the bombings, the Iraqi government authorized the emigration of Iraqi Jews to Israel on condition that they relinquish their Iraqi citizenship, which would result in the dispossession of all their property to the state. Moreover, the responsibility for the bombings is hotly contested. 2 Zionist activists were convicted of the bombings. I believe it was 2 Zionist activists were executed. There were more convictions, but yeah, 2 were executed. The sole evidence against them was a confession from only one of the activists, which was extracted under torture. Further, the claim that Zionists were responsible for the emigration of Iraqi Jews fails to withstand scrutiny. Many of the bombings occurred after the law permitting Jews to leave the country had expired. If the bombing campaign were part of a Zionist effort to expedite Jewish migration, it is extremely odd that these bombings would be carried out when only 5,000 Iraqi Jews remained in Iraq out of an original 125,000. More insidious, ignores key events prior to April 1950 regarding the spread of anti-Semitism in Iraq in the 20th century. Beginning in the 1930s, the situation for Iraqi Jews deteriorated for 2 major reasons: the ongoing conflict in the Palestinian Mandate and the introduction of Nazi propaganda. By 1934, barely 2 years after Iraqi independence, Jews were being fired from positions in the Iraqi ministries of economics and communications, and quotas were imposed for Jews for civil service positions, secondary schools, and colleges. Beginning in 1936, following Iraq's first military coup, physical attacks on Baghdadi Jews became increasingly frequent. In 1938, Iraq made Zionist activity a crime. Hey, the testimony of 2 Muslims was sufficient to convict any Jew. The result was arbitrary enforcement of the law, such as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land. The law was also used as a method to extort Iraq's most prominent Jews. Oh, fuck, I forgot about that. In the 40s, during the war, when they were arresting wealthy Iraqi Jews for Zionist activity, what they would do is they would fine them, and the money from the fines went straight to the Ministry of Defense. So basically, the Iraqi government during the 48 war and leading up to it was extorting through dubious criminal charges. They were extorting local Iraqi Jews so that they could fund the war effort directly. The law was used as a method to extort Iraq's most prominent Jews. The most notable example was Shafiq Adez, who was hanged on the baseless charge of sending military equipment to Israel. On April 1st, 1941, the pro-Nazi and fascist politician Rashid Ali al-Kilani successfully led another coup, which was encouraged by the Palestinian leader and Nazi propagandist, the Grand Mufti Haj Amin al-Husseini. Even though al-Kilani's rule was short-lived, he played an instrumental role in spreading Nazi ideology, which led to the Farhud on June 1st and 2nd, 1941, i.e. a month after the coup was toppled on May 2nd, 1941. The Farhud was a pogrom of Baghdadi Jews, resulting in more than 180 killed, looting of Jewish businesses, and the destruction of Jewish homes. Prior to the partition vote in 47, Iraqi Jews were being lynched, their homes ransacked, they were ethnically cleansed from Fallujah, and forced to pay extortion money. I didn't know about Fallujah. After partition, the situation grew even worse. Iraqi Jews were stripped of due process, prohibited from using banks, trains, the post office, telegraphs, securing import and export licenses, and all Jewish workers in the government were fired. In 1950, mere days after the law prohibiting Jewish immigration was passed in March, members of the anti-Jewish Istiqlal Party attacked locations where Jewish belongings were sold. The few Jews that remained, oh damn, even before the bombing, eh? This definitely wasn't why people left. It was because of the one grenade that killed one person. The few Jews that remained after 1951 were treated as a fifth column and would become scapegoats for future Arab military defeats against Israel. Yup. After the Six-Day War, 9 Iraqi Jews were hanged in Baghdad and 1 in Basra, brackets, my granduncle, on false charges of being Israeli spies after being convicted by a 3-man Ba'athist tribunal. Bruh. Ooh, that's from the State Department. I've read that elsewhere as well. That's actually true. It's true that this fucking 3-man kangaroo tribunal. Also, Ethan's lawyer, his granduncle was one of the victims who was hanged for being an Israeli spy by a very convincing fucking kangaroo trial. 3-man Ba'athists. It's so mad that this is kind of why I get so fucking obsessed with the Middle East and the Israel-Palestine conflict, is because when you start speaking to people about it, especially people who have any connection to the region, it's like everyone has a story. Like everyone has a story about one, like a family member or whatever else who was involved in it. Damn. This must have been when there were barely like 1,000 Jews left in Iraq. Definitely less than 5,000. Bada Banada also misrepresents the facts of Iraq's prohibition against Jewish emigration to Israel. The ban on Jewish emigration from Iraq was initiated immediately after the passing of the UN Partition Resolution of 1947. From the end of November 47, Jews were only allowed to leave the country under extraordinary circumstances, for example, severe illness, and were required to pay 2,000 Iraqi dinars to do so. After May 15, 1948, the ban was tightened to require permission from the Iraqi Minister of Defense and paying a deposit bond of 3,000 dinars. Further, Iraqi Jewish emigration to Israel was banned after the 48 war because Iraq was concerned the population transfer would strengthen Israel. Oh. Whoa. Bada also misrepresents the motivation for the Iraqi government in authorizing Iraqi Jews to emigrate to Israel. Oh, it's because of the fucking prime minister, yeah, the mental case. He was going to put them in camps. In January 1949, Nuri al-Said became became Iraq's prime minister. He had drastic solutions for Iraq's Jewish problem. A month later, the British learned that al-Said was planning to expel the Jews from Iraq. The British Foreign Office negotiated a population exchange of 100,000 Iraqi Jews for an equivalent number of Palestinian refugees. By early 1951, when over 80,000 Iraqi Jews had registered to leave but were still in the country, it was apparent that many of the Iraqi Jews still located in Iraq would be stripped of their citizenship before they left. Rather than extend their citizenship until they could depart, al-Said threatened to forcibly expel them across the border or imprison them in concentration camps. Bro. This is what people mean. When people say that Mizrahi Jews were not, quote unquote, expelled, okay, in comparison to the Nakba, that doesn't mean, what really happened was there was more of a push and pull, you know, a bit of mistreatment here, a bit of Zionist propaganda over here, a grenade in an Iraqi Jewish cafe. No. It just means they were pushed out, but there was no policy of expulsion, which is that's what that means. They were pushed out. They weren't expelled. As in, the government didn't say, kick them all out, round them up and boot them out. There's definitely a bit more push than pull going on here. I hate to tell you. All this demonstrates that the source you disclosed as the basis for the fourth defamatory statement was false and transparently biased against Ethan. This demonstrates you made the fourth defamatory statement with reckless disregard for the truth. Bro, is Noah Samson's defense here going to be like, yeah, sorry, like, I'm actually just a person who learned everything they knew about the Middle East from a deranged YouTuber. Sorry. And I was very convinced by him reading out a fucking Middle East Eye article. It's so ridiculous because even if you take this article at its word, this thing that Bada Banana is just like using as his one go-to source, it's like, it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't, even if you take it at its word, it doesn't make sense. Like that first one he said about Morocco, actually the French and the Zionists agreed to force the Moroccan Jews out. What is that? How? How would that make sense? Like, what's the story there? Are you really suggesting that in the 1940s, Zionists and the French just started going like door to door and rounding up Moroccan Jews who actually wanted to stay and forcing them onto boats? Dragging them all the way to the port cities? Like, what the fuck? It doesn't make any sense. The thing in Iraq doesn't make any sense either. Oh, really? What? Because in an unsolved bombing, like, because of what? Like, Iraq's massive Jewish population all just left within a year because someone threw a grenade into a synagogue. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Even if you believe every word of it, it's still bullshit. It still sounds like bullshit. It just sounds like completely unrealistic. But this is the efforts that these people go to. And again, why? Why the fuck does denying all of this Jewish history across the Middle East, like, why does any of this help Palestine? Why? I'm guessing it's because they have to do the thing where it needs to push the idea that that Muslims and Jews in the Middle East actually coexisted and all the friction was caused by European colonialism. That's basically the only answer as to why they would go to these lengths. The sixth defamatory statement, it's about Al-Haddad, Luffy the Houthi. Okay. So that's a demand letter. They're asking for a retraction and a correction of all the defamatory statements identified in the letter. That's what they're asking for. Noah, I believe, has not said anything after this. I imagine he's going to be absolutely fucking bricking it. If he fights it, oh my God. Again, it's not really my style to go after people for defamation. Like I'm more interested in the arguments than the defamation stuff. Like, Do they have to televise trials? Do they film trials in California? Because being able to watch Noah Samson trying to explain himself in the face of pushback on these arguments about the Middle East would be very funny to me. Oh my God. Can you imagine him trying to do that? Him even trying to do a response to this. Can you imagine Noah on the stand answering questions? Answering questions about Algerian Jews in the 1940s, about the Farhud, answering questions about Nuri al-Said and fuck Al Hussein. Bro, Noah Samson can't speak. Full stop. There's no follow. He can't talk. He can't articulate himself in like full sentences. That's why he can only do video essays. Not least of all in the face of pushback on a topic he clearly has no idea what he's talking about. That's why. What did he actually... The Nakba denial. The fuck? Was that in... It was in this one, wasn't it? What does he actually says in the nuke? Banabana is going after ContraPoints now. Based? No, Nakba.
It was about the Yemeni government before the Houthi takeover. He spreads long debunked Nakba denialist talking points that have been used for decades to legitimize Israeli colonization of Palestine.
That's it. That's
talking points that have been used for decades to legitimize.
How again, he just said that more Jews were displaced from the Middle East and North Africa than Palestinians were displaced in the Nakba. That's it. The higher number. That's all he said. That's all he said. Debunked here by Bana Panada. And it's literally just Bana Panada reading a Middle East Eye article. A very fucking stupid one. And even then, changing some of the words to suit his argument better. Who wrote this? Joseph Massad. Oh! Colombia! We saw this guy. Whoa, yeah. Which one's this guy? Wait. We read about this guy. We read about this guy. Does he write for the... Oh, there's a oh no. You know you've said some mad shit when Memory TV have a fucking... when they've got an article about you. Did he do an article? Oh, 8th of October. Qassam Brigades. Oh, this is the... October 8th. The sight of the Palestinian resistance fighters storming Israeli checkpoints separating Gaza from Israel was astounding, not only to the Israelis, but especially to the Palestinian and Arab peoples who came out across the region to march in support of the Palestinians in the battle against their cruel colonizers. This is October 8th. This is after we know that they were like just running through fucking civilian communities and murdering them. Bruh. The takeover of several Israeli settler colonies near the Gaza boundary. They're all settler colonies. Yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy that, obviously, yeah, they love it. Makes them really happy. Bruh. What can motorized paragliders do in the face of one of the most formidable militaries in the world? Apparently much. Bro, these guys are fucking celebrating it. They're so happy. You don't need to know. You can know fuck all about this conflict. And still you would know that after October 7th, your first thought, if you're pro-Palestinian, would be, whoa, yeah, get stuck in, woo. And then 0.2 seconds later, you would say, oh, Gaza's going to get absolutely fucking scorched and there's nothing we can do about it. Like that's what you would think. Not October 8th. Glazing. Holy shit. Settler colonies. What a nutter. What does memory say about him? Oh no. This guy's absolutely insane as well. This Ali Abuniwa. This guy completely denied the anti-Hamas protests in Gaza. What's he saying here?
Genocide is indeed a Western liberal value, I mean, it should always be considered as such. And I always am perplexed when people question Israel's commitment to Western liberal values because they think Western liberal values are actually the propagandistic values that Western imperialist governments put out there. I believe Israel is sincere when it says it indeed abides by Western liberal values, one of which is genocide, one of which is settler colonialism, one of which is utter racism and racial contempt for its racial inferiors. All of that is part of.
This is the guy who wrote the article about how This is the guy who wrote the article about how fucking it was just one guy threw a grenade into a cafe and that's why all the Jews left Iraq. Brilliant.
Of Western values.
It's interesting hearing you talk about Israel constantly having to present itself as a victim of genocide or a potential victim of genocide. And we saw that propaganda again after October 7th, this talking point put out by the Israeli government.
Okay, I don't care about you. Bring back Joseph. Bring back Mossad. Yes.
The operation itself on October 7th was motivated by hatred of Jews.
In the mind of the Zionists, that their presence as Jews in Russia or in Germany or elsewhere and in Palestine is the same. That the status of their presence in Palestine is just the status of being Jewish and not of being colonists. When in fact, of course, in Europe, Jews who were attacked by pogromists or by anti-Semites were indeed being attacked for being Jewish. They were part of these countries, they were citizens of these countries or subjects of these countries, depending on the kind of regime that ruled, whereas in Palestine, they were not indigenous. It is very clear that from the start, the idea is anti-Semitism is used precisely as an ideological cover for Zionism and Jewish settler colonialism in Palestine, and to prevent Palestinians from ever achieving legitimacy in resisting Jewish colonialism, which must always be framed as a settler as anti-Semitism.
Yeah, these guys it's always Europe they're being pogromed, right? Nothing ever happened in the Middle East and North Africa to Jews. Nothing really happened. And anything bad that did happen to them was all because of the French and the Zionists. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful. And this is what has spurred the Moldov. Complaining about doxing. Wasn't there another one as well? Hang on. Oh, it's here. They've been doing a lot of okay. Noah's lawyer, good one. What else? What else? Isn't there one where they complain about they comment on the lawsuit? This man is not well. 4 minutes. Fuck off. Complaining about being doxxed. Ironic. Projection. 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 Doxing. Projection. They've been posting like animals. What the hell? They need a mega thread. What the hell? Come on. Where is it? Is there not one where he tries to say that the lawyer was using fucking ChatGPT or something? Where's that? I wonder if Noah will have a GoFundMe. I think these people would help him. I don't know. Like, the kind of person that Noah is, he's probably absolutely bricking it. No? I feel like he's the kind of guy that wouldn't really be able to handle that kind of heat. It was an Instagram post. It's probably here, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
They have transcript. Bad response.
George Janitis, the human STD, is losing his mind. At this moment.
No way.
He sent me an email just right now. I sent you a picture. He said, or not right now. Let's see. When did he send? He sent it at 8:50 a.m. He says, "Clean your shit. Don't eat it." Which I don't know is a threat, or if he's just making a
I think that's good advice.
Giardia joke.
That seems
Clean
like
well, I don't need to clean my shit. I just won't eat it. I'll just flush it.
You should clean too.
Clean my shit though? It doesn't need to be cleaned. You just flush it.
I don't know how you would clean shit.
Yeah.
What am I?
He's confused.
Wow.
So he's messaging me. He's also raving about my attorney. Oh, I don't know if it's him. I mean, well, I'll tell you the email it came from. badempanada@gmail.com. That's, yeah. That's my boy. George Janitis, the human STD. You won't infect me, buddy. I got protection now. I sent the thread of him losing his mind about Rom, which is pretty funny, too. He's already starting to try to spin this letter. And you can see how pathetic his lies are. This guy defames people like it's like breathing, you know, because he's so used to not being held accountable for anything. This is what's happening. You think Klein's lawyer knows he has no case, so he sent Noah Sampson a completely powerless letter instead of actually suing him. Half of which, so again, Ban Empanada, he speaks with authority. He has no fucking clue what he's talking about, of course. You're supposed to do a letter, a demand for retraction, and then they have 20 days to respond, and then you sue for defamation. That's how you sue for maximum damages. Ban Empanada, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You're actually, it's easy to sound smart. It's hard to actually be smart. And you are...
It's a demand letter. Yeah.
George, the human STD. So that's completely wrong. It's up to Noah if we sue him or not, you know. We'll see. We have 20 days.
It's all projection, bro. What do you mean? A powerless letter not suing ChatGPT standard. The projection. This is his lawsuit against me that never actually became a lawsuit. This is a demand letter as well, I guess. 2022. We've been instructed by I guess they call him Janitis, why not? We've been advised by our client, who goes by the YouTube username Bad Empanada, that you engaged in live discussion under your username Lornerbox with our client on his YouTube channel on May 25th, 2022. In response to a further video posted by our client on 21st of July 2022, in which he reflects on your live discussion, we understand that you posted the following tweet on your Twitter account on 22nd of July 2022. My guy just wanted to put Jews in camps and they called him anti-Semitic. So basically, Bad and I did this video saying, oh, I got defamed by a Zionist and leftist careers helped her to do it. And I said, My guy just wanted to put Jews in camps and they called him anti-Semitic because he said that he wanted Zionists to be.
Man, I love the IDF. I love settler colonialism. That I'm not allowed to just call him a piece of shit. I'm not allowed to say that you're a fucking colonizer. Get the fuck out of here. Get against the
Not
law.
that you called him a piece
Shut
of
the
shit.
fuck up.
It's that you said he deserves the wall.
He does.
Okay.
Absolutely. Just like Nazi,
But not all Israelis
anyone
deserve the
advocates
wall,
for
right?
Nazi settler colonialism deserve the wall too. What's the meaningful difference here?
People who do you think Eris deserves the wall?
Is she an advocate for settler colonialism? Is she
I'm
colonizing land?
consuming.
Does she support continuing to colonize this land?
You tell me.
I think she doesn't even live there. Honestly, I'm not even sure if she is what she says
But
she
you
is.
think she's
a
supporting
fucking-
them? You think she's
she's
supporting
a
a Jewish
fucking
ethno
anime.
state in Israel?
She's literally an
You
anime.
think
Her
she's-
name's not even Eris.
You don't walk away from the
You're
fucking claim.
complaining about me bullying.
Asking you if she deserves
No,
the wall.
answer
the question. Brilliant.
I think she deserves.
According to your rule,
intensive
you
break.
said, I'm asking you if she deserves the wall.
I think she deserves
According to your
intensive
rules, probably-
re-education.
You think she needs intensive re-education?
Absolutely.
In a camp?
I mean, you call it a camp, whatever you want. Prison. Denazification was a thing, you understand?
Given he thinks this about like all Israelis, yeah, he wants to put like a shitload of Jews in camps. I don't know what to say. Where's the lie? Failing to dox aristocracy as well in real time, admitting to having tried. This was posted along with a graphic stating you should call him anti-Semitic. Within the respective Twitter thread, he then posted an extracted clip of our client with the comment, wonder if he includes this banger. His chat can probably explain why he started weaseling when I asked if Eris deserves to be executed. This extracted video clip purports to evidence your claim that our client wanted to put Jews in camps. Our client vehemently refutes the suggestion that this video clip supports your claim. Moreover, our client asserts that your claim has caused serious harm to his reputation, oh no, his online presence, and his livelihood. We note that you have approximately 14,800 followers on your Twitter account, that this particular tweet has around 75 retweets, 19 quote tweets, and 2,321 likes at the date of this letter, as well as a significant thread of comments. As such, we request that the relevant Twitter thread is removed as a matter of urgency. Should you fail to remove said Twitter thread within 7 days of this letter, that is, by 29th of August 2022, our client will consider any and all legal remedies available to him and pursue you for the expenses. The tweet's still up, bro. Still waiting. Statute of limitations. Still waiting. He actually spent like a few £100, it would have been, to get lawyers in Scotland to watch this, to watch the debate video, to watch, I guess, his video that I think was a few hours long, to log the number of likes, retweets, and comments. Never followed through on it. Just a very, very expensive bluff, very expensive botched attempt at intimidation. Bro, this guy's out here talking about fucking lawsuits and shit. Like he knows what he's talking about. You fucking kidding me? Bro, this guy out here being like, that's not a legal case. That's just a demand letter. Bro! Actual mental illness. Fuck me.
Half of which is just dedicated to the lawyer asking ChatGPT to debunk 2 of my videos. Okay. I'm not sure how you prove that. This is not a joke. Ethan paid his lawyer thousands to ask ChatGPT to write a letter refuting 2 of my videos rather than trying to do it himself. Again, what? I mean, we're demanding a retraction, so it's a legal complaint. So obviously my lawyer wrote it. It extensively cites YouTube videos and Wikipedia pages. He thinks
lawyers debunk videos in court, depending on what the case is. If you ever want to know about how some of this stuff goes, is watch a film called Denial. It's all about David Irving, like a famous Holocaust denier, who sued an American historian because she called him a Holocaust denier. He dragged her to British court, where she suddenly had to prove that the Holocaust happened and that David Irving was intentionally lying about it. So they had to get like a historian in to grill David Irving on his sources and his claim. Yeah, it's a really good film. Yeah. Yeah.
Thinks he can sue Noah Sampson for my videos. So the reason that we focus on George Janitis.
I love it. He's just projecting like right, left, and center today. He's upset about doxing. He's upset about demand letters for defamation. Comparing fucking Rom. That's Ethan's lawyer. Comparing Ethan's lawyer to fucking to ChatGPT when he himself is publishing this. Sending out like the most pathetic legal threat anyone has ever sent to anyone ever. Like, what a waste of money, man. Jesus. Can you imagine, like, how many therapy sessions could he have bought? How many? You could have probably got at least 3 or 4. Maybe 5, maybe 6. He could have got shitload. He could have learned about projection. Like, why do you do that? What's that about? Do you hate yourself? You kind of talk like, you behave like someone who hates himself. Like massively insecure. I don't know. Watch his convo with Muta on stream. Nah. We've gone over this for too long. I think we're good. I wonder if I should just publish that lawsuit. I mean, I guess it's you can already just grab the fucking Imager link and you'll have it, but well. I wonder if I should send that lawsuit to Ethan. Maybe he can play with it. I need to. Did you verify that the legal letter was real? Yep. I called the people. I gave them the reference number. Yeah, it's real. It was a real letter. Yeah. Hang on. 1 minute. One moment. All right, 1 minute. 19-month abortions. They want a safe and sovereign Ukraine. Blah, blah, blah. They want open blockers. They want puberty abortion. They want a safe and sovereign borders in Europe. What they want? No. They want open board. Whoa. Wow. Super chats. The goal ends in 25 minutes, you fucking idiots. 25 minutes. What the fuck? 25. What are you doing? Why don't you like me? Dwayne, thanks for the $5. I invest my money in Star Wars commemorative glasses, the most stable investment. Wow. Kathy Tudor, thanks for the $5. Bracing for the white trashional take. Hey. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. Never forget the oppression of the gamer class. 3Ds Max, thanks for the $5. And this is why it's not a good idea for a single person to unilaterally set tax or tariff rates. But here we are. Confirmation bias, thanks for $4.99. Loner, yup, that's crazy. All right. Yeah, damn. Dwayne, that's the $5. And the other 5. American leaders just sat back and let this happen, mostly because it made us the most prosperous country on the planet, but no longer. Take my money and give me confetti. True. Partial pressure, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Wow, damn, this is crazy, chat. WKQY, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Partial pressure, thanks to the $4.99. When the US has low unemployment, why are we taxing Americans to try and onshore raw resource extraction and low value add manufacturing? Am I dumb? I don't know, bro. It's a state. It's all a mess. Dwayne, that's the $5. Lornerbox, what's more annoying, seeing Asman just nods and claps or seeing small clips of him using basic knowledge after agreeing with everything? I don't think I've ever seen... He's suggesting that he contradicts stuff that he's just agreed with on stream? I don't know what you're saying there. Don't know. 8-Bit Sephir, thanks for the $5. Hey, cool guy, keep it up. You're my favorite streamer. Hey. General Autismo, thanks to $10. Same people say that wage theft is a form of slavery. Yeah, well. Uh-oh, silly, thanks to the $6.99 Canadian. Twice. Take my 14 Canadian loons, damn it. Oh, I'm taking them. I'm keeping them safe. The pound will be the strongest currency, okay? This will be the year of Kier. Lawson, thanks to the $5. Your honor, I am anti-genocide, checkmate. True, facts. Based. Ugh. Oh shit. We need to extra segment for Stardust. Oh no, extra segment, extra bit of the segment. H3 Snark gives legal advice. I'm a 6th-year civil litigator. Here's my impression of EK's attorney's demand letter. I'm a 6th-year civil litigator with professional experience working in civil litigation practices at boutique law firm in the Midwest. JD class of 2019. I'm listening to Ethan Klein read through portions of his brackets Israeli. Oh God. Good start. Attorney's demand letter to Noah Sampson. My professional impression is that his demand letter is very evidently drafted by an attorney with a personal stake in this matter and therefore legally weak and uncredible. Precisely because EK's own attorney is an Israeli, holy shit, who is so emotionally and personally invested in EK's crusade that he even asked Ethan to read a personal statement before reading the amateur demand letter, who, despite his own investment in dispute, still has the intellectual ability to understand that a lawsuit will take Ethan nowhere and instead will embarrass him endlessly. Did Ethan's Israeli attorney advise Ethan to publish a demand letter as opposed to filing suit? You would put a demand letter before filing, wouldn't you? Because then you give them a period to respond, and then you file if they don't. Robert Strong, thanks for the $4.99. You got to at least watch the Mike from PA part. Okay. Noah, nothing to be concerned about here. In fact, your trump card is to publish a new video entitled "The Genocide Supporting YouTubers Sent a Demand Letter by Genocide Supporting Attorney." Man, these guys just want to... They want to let... Because for poor Noah probably has no fucking idea what to do, right? Because, well, I don't know. Because if he's learned everything that he knows from watching Bad and Panada's videos, maybe he believes these people when they say that there's no case, and he's just going to go with it. And they are basically like knowingly spreading information that they don't actually know is true and might even just be made up, because they're not the ones who suffer the consequences of going through with it. Fuck. He's like a sacrificial lamb. If he does retract, I think the cleverest and quickest thing that Noah could probably do is do a retraction, but just like say it in a way that makes it look like you've done it out of fear. And then just weaponize they're silencing my free speech. Just do that. Done. That'd probably work. Because in these extremist circles, people can literally plead guilty to a crime, come out of jail and then just tell and just go and be like on their fucking social media, be like, I didn't do it, I didn't do it, I didn't do it. I was forced to plead guilty. Yeah, they just do that, like Tommy Robinson classic, right? You can literally plead guilty to a crime in these extremist circles and still just go back to your audience and say it never happened. It's fucking mental. But he's not commented, has he, Mr. Noah? He ain't said anything. Those goddamn the liberal courts. He'll just be like Trump complaining about the liberal courts. It's exactly the same thing. How's the S&P 500 doing right now? Chase, thanks for the $5. Monthly disbursement for Operation Z Shield Phase 4 Influencer Engagement Compliance Grant as designated by Mossad Directive. Nice one. Well done. Well done. It's down, what, 3.5%. Does sincerity matter for retractions? I mean, I guess the, probably, the plaintiff has to be satisfied by it, I suppose. The thing is, Noah's sincere voice and his insincere voice are kind of identical, so I don't know. Could he get away with that? The human STD. They're really going with that, aren't they? Nicaragua withdrew its request to join the South African genocide case. Okay. Why? Robert Bauer, thanks for the 2,000 huffs. Have you analyzed Beast Process's Human Shields video before? What did you think? I have not watched it, no. Although I seem to remember his argument was that, what, Israelis do it to Palestinians when they're in Gaza? I believe that. Yeah, of course they do. The fuck? Like, pushing people to go and look in booby trap tunnels and shit. Forcing random dudes to go into houses and check for booby traps. That sounds pretty human shieldy to me. And even if it's not legally human shielding, for whatever reason someone might concoct, it's still bad. It's still pretty bad. Ooh. Oh, it's Hungarian. I thought their currency was called like Magyar or some shit. I don't know. Okay, hang on. Undermining evidence for Hamas doing it. Oh well. Shit. Hello, Teuton.
Hello. So I wanted to talk about the defamation case. There is a defamation case, and it's only against Hassan. But for the defamation case, he's arguing that so he does do straight up lies about Hezbollah. He clipped the libels that Hezbollah has killed more Arabs than the IDF, and that they killed. He said it in his podcast, not in the New Kush. I think it's the one that Noah clipped. Was that Hezbollah killed around 500,000 Syrians? It even said that more than the IDF. If you don't remember that clip, I'm pretty sure you saw that clip. So that is straight up lies. For the Houthis, in his videos playing.
Hang on, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. What's the what's the defamation case about?
That Noah said that he's pro genocide because he slanders and lies about pro-Palestinian activists and the groups and the only groups in the world that are trying to militarily stop what Israel's doing in Gaza. Yes.
So do you think he's going to be able to successfully Do you think Ethan is backing a genocide?
Yes, but I think he's much more pro-Israel than he shows. Yes, like the way he talks about, I'm gonna go there, show how free it is, and like it's not a Jim Crow society. Yes, in the West Bank, it's worse than Jim Crow. It's not a Jim Crow society. It's not an extremely racist
Did
society.
Ethan not
Israel,
say
where
that he doesn't see that the West Bank in the same way as Israel?
he said it's not a Jim Crow society. Freaking majority of Israeli Jews think that they should have more rights
But
than
Israel,
Arabs. It absolutely,
they might think that, but Israel
it's a
proper
Jim
is
Crow.
Israel proper is not quite the same as like
Why
Jim
did he?
Crow.
But he's acting like it's not a racist society. Israeli Jews are absolutely racist, and also, but it absolutely is a racist.
Yeah, there's
society with
discrimination.
the
Okay,
dominant
yeah,
group,
I get you. There's discrimination.
Dominant group being Jews.
Yeah, there's
in
racial
Israel.
discrimination. Okay, but that's not apartheid. That's what I thought. That's what we were arguing.
Yeah, but he said it's he didn't say that his thing. He said that mega lefty say it's not a Jim Crow society. When I would say that Israel does represent like what the average Israeli Jew at least is extremely racist. Like average Israeli Jew. I don't know if I'm bad for saying that, but that's what it is, and he's showing how free it is. Israel is not free, especially for the Palestinians, who even in Israel proper experience discrimination. And like in his recent things, he calls it a war more than it's a genocide.
Again,
he's saying
human
that
rights organization. Okay, so I'm trying to stay focused. Even first of
Okay.
all, if we're talking
So-
about the treatment of
Alright, go on,
Palestinians who live in Israel, that's a very complex situation. That it's probably for the better that people don't compare it to Western situations because it's just so different. Like the way that, for example, like marriage works would obviously seem very discriminatory to us in the West, but obviously like the way that they practice it isn't too different from how other groups do it in the Middle East anyway, because it actually gives like religious kind of like religious
Ottoman
discretion
laws.
to different groups, and a lot of people, like maybe people who don't want to keep that system, they don't really know what they want to replace it, and some people just bypass the whole thing anyway, and they can with civil parts. So it's like, and also like for Palestinian Israelis, like again, you have like a very complex situation where on the one hand, people like Netanyahu will literally preach against them in a very violent way and talk about crime and shit like that. But he'll also like put in unprecedented levels of affirmative action towards them and boosting funding and like trying to, and actually over the last couple of decades is like narrowing the gap of wealth and opportunity between those two groups. So it's a very complex situation, but that's got nothing to do with Ethan defending and backing genocide though.
Wouldn't you agree that Israel is a Jim Crow society? By that I mean the people. That the people are extremely racist. Like the Jewish. I'm not American, so I don't know much about Jim Crow. I've obviously learned about my school. I haven't thing. But wouldn't you say that Israel's society with the nation state law and like what the average Israeli Jew thinks about Arabs represents like because we're talking about society, it represents like a Jim Crow racist, like it represents like a Jim Crow society, and I think the conditions in the West Bank, from what I've heard, are worse than Jim Crow.
Obviously, what's happening in the West Bank is worse than Jim Crow. What's happening in the West Bank in a lot of ways is worse than apartheid South Africa. Like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
No, I don't think Jim Crow is a particularly good comparison. Like, it's not like universities are not like completely fucking segregated in Israel. It's not like there's like Jews only drinking fountains and shit like that. It's like it's different form. It's a different form of racism, and it's there for different reasons as well.
Okay.
Because there's also like the other issue is as well that even though like Palestinians in Israel can be equally, like they can have their representation in parliament, like they've got the same citizenship and everything else, and obviously affirmative action, which I don't believe was. I think you had to get rid of Jim Crow before you had like proper affirmative action in America. It's just like it's also the fact that in the Middle East it's a bit more, for better or worse, it's a bit more normal for people to like almost like for communities to self-segregate. Like they've done that in the past as well. So they live very close to each other, but also still very apart. So you'll have like an Arab village that's like less than 10 minutes drive from a Jewish village, and these guys are like so like they can see each other across the hill, but they'll just never cross paths, mostly because both people in both societies don't actually want to. But I don't know.
Yeah. What about the zoning policies? Like the Human Rights Watch in Israel proper documented this, that they like economically deprive. I haven't. I need to read it again. But like the zoning policies of how they do make sure that the Arabs do not gain in population in Israel proper, how they segregate their things so that it can extend, how they built hundreds of Jewish localities and zero, I think it was zero Arab localities in Israel proper. So they do have, so wouldn't you say that yeah,
Yeah, those
what about
policies
that?
their
That
policies
they
are really
do in
bad because
Israel?
it basically means that it's one of those things that's like it's not like a racist law, but it's a law with very obviously racist outcomes where they say that like you can deny permits for building based on like fear of anticipated tensions or something like that. And obviously those anticipated tensions are Arabs living among Jews and Jews living among Arabs, and yeah,
Deemed as like
it's
a
like
classist?
redlining. Yeah, it would be like a form of like modern redlining. Yeah, but we have redlining in the United States as well, even after Jim Crow. So it's like.
Yeah, I don't like him saying Israel's free, because when they occupy millions of Palestinians, that just that felt like a glazing it felt too much of a glaze for Israel. He felt like he was glazing Israel, and I see like the way he talks about it, like how he calls it. It has changed. I don't know, maybe it's because of harassment he's received, but he definitely sounds way more pro-Israel than he did like immediately after October 7th, which is weird because I would expect somebody to get more pro-Palestinian, but he's gotten more pro-Israel from the way he talks about it to me. Second thing I want to go on, the last thing, it's so he says Hassan's pro-terrorist, even though Hassan has never said he's pro-Hamas, and even though he's never said he's pro-Hezbollah, even though actually he's condemned it. He said October 7th was one of the most unjustified. I think even Fox News said this was one of the most unjustifiable actions. So if you're using that standard, Ethan has said much more. Yeah, if he's using the standards he's using towards of Hassan, who's being pro-terrorist, Ethan is pro-genocide by a mile, because you don't need to explicitly say you're pro-genocide for you to be considered pro-genocide. Like for example, the slandering he's done, like he used clips that he openly knew. He acknowledged like they were fine. He like acknowledging there's an actual defamation case. I'm sorry, this is last time. He acknowledged like so he's reading Richie Torres's letter that it mentioned the clip. He says it does not matter what rapes happen, and then Ethan said, this was 5 months ago, Ethan said, I kind of get what he's meaning there, that it does not justify Israel's actions, and then he used that same clip in his content nuke. So I'm saying if your goal is actively slandering and saying that clip is bad, when to a normal person, and clipping that out of context, to a normal person that makes everybody should agree with 99%. He was talking in the context that it does not justify occupation. If you're actively slandering Hassan like that, it makes you pro-genocide because you're slandering a pro-Palestinian voice. And all of his last thing, all of his Instagram stories, he hasn't talked about the no other land. All of his Instagram stories about Hamas like brutalizing thing, like at the start, like he only has one Instagram post from like 2 years ago thing. Like I've seen all of his recent Instagram posts are the one sympathetic towards Israel. So it's just cap that he's not pro-Israel. He's much more pro-Israel than he lets on. He can't say it because his audience is not like Destiny's audience. His audience would like kind of resist if he outwardly says there's no genocide. But he's much more pro-Israel. Yeah. Sorry for going on that long rant.
So
I should have stated it one by one.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think Noah is going to successfully stand up in front of a jury and explain that Ethan Klein is pro genociding Palestinians because he attacks Hassan and calls him a terrorist supporter?
No, he actively slanders him. Slanders.
So okay, let's say everything Ethan says about Hassan is a lie. Let's just say that's
well, he
true.
acknowledged.
Let's say 100%. Let's say it's all true.
Not everything.
No, but I'm saying I'm being hypothetical.
Okay.
How does that? Okay. Do you think Noah is going to be able to say that because he shits on Hassan, that makes him pro-genocide of Palestinians?
No, because he's on pro-Palestinian voices. That's the only activity he's really done since October 7th. That's 99% of his activity.
But he also right
99.
So because he attacks like Frogan, Hassan,
Mehdi
Baden
Hassan,
Benada,
it's not even. it's gone even longer. He's attacked Mehdi Hassan. He's attacked Jewish pro-Palestinian people. It's not even Hassan Circle. He's attacked like liberal Zionists. Well,
Yeah, the
but
Matt
Mehdi
Lieb guy,
Hassan.
Matt Lieb.
Why
Yeah, but these are
so it's not just
so
Mehdi
or
Hassan is
Millhouse.
anti-Hamas.
But attacking these people
Eh,
again, attacking these people means that you want the
pro-genocide. I
Palestinians
don't
to be
care about
genocided.
No, it makes you pro-genocide. Yes, it makes that you're enabling it and that you're actively slandering somebody. Sounds exactly like what Bibi said at the UN about
If people
holding
shit on the Azov battalion, are they pro-genocide of Ukrainians? Because the Azov
That's not the
battalion
same.
actually fight against Russian invaders, right? Like they take guns and they sat in fucking Azovstal and died one at a time as they were surrounded by
I hope
Russians.
all of them die. I
Hmm?
hope all of them died. They're Nazis. I hope every
the
single
Azov
Yeah, so
battalion?
does that mean that you're,
Yes, I
first
hope
of
all of
all,
them die.
no, okay, you're really retarded. I'm sorry. Like the Azov battalion got integrated into the Ukrainian army, and then it became based on location. People who joined the Azov battalion after 2014-15 were anyone. There were liberals who joined the Azov battalion and died in Azovstal. So holy shit!
I went too far.
Okay, but was what you just said pro-genocide of Ukrainians, though? Because the Azov battalion were, in a lot of locations, the only people standing between the Russians and Ukrainian civilians. You understand that, right? Like
Yeah,
they
I
fought
understand.
physically against genocide.
Yeah, I understand why Ukrainians would support the Azov battalion, and they were from what I've heard that they did a lot against the Russians.
So why does shitting on them not make you pro-genocide of Ukrainians by your logic?
But that's not the same. Hassan is not the Azov battalion. He's not like a Hamas
No, he's not.
supporter or
He does
any-
actually. Hassan does a lot less for Palestinians than the Azov battalion did for the Ukrainians they were
No,
defending.
well, he's raised millions. He's raised literally millions.
Yeah, and the
He's
Azov battalion
broken the
literally
army.
fucking died fighting Russian soldiers.
Yeah,
Hassan
I'm saying
Hassan doing a
as much
charity
as he
drive
can.
where Hassan doing a charity drive where he gives other people's money to fucking UNRWA or
He gave his own money.
or
He
the
gave
Palestinian
like
Children's Relief.
45,000.
Okay, and
He
then
gave like
plus
20,000.
plus
It
other
was-
people's money. Okay, which again to him drop in the ocean. You're still you're telling me that this is comparable to
Not the same,
Azov
no.
like
No,
holding
but
the
he's
fucking
done as
steel
much as he
plant
can.
in
He's done as pretty much as he can. He's not as powerful
Okay,
as
and the
Azov,
Azov battalion, and the Azov battalion literally went on the ground and held the Russians off for fucking weeks when they knew they were going to die. So my question is why does shitting on the Azov battalion not make you pro-genocide of Ukrainians, but shitting on Hassan and his friends makes you pro-genocide of Palestinians?
I will say why. If your only activity during a genocide is slandering pro-Palestinian voices, it would be this. It would be like has Ethan Klein in the last 5 months made a single Instagram post? If you look at his Instagram activity, he only points out what Hamas does. He hasn't made one single. I can't like during the court. No, he by the court he won't be found pro-genocide. I think, but he what he is doing is a pro-genocide output. Because you see all these Instagram stories, they're all about Hamas like beating a hostage. And that one thing, I don't know if it's true about them killing a protest. It's spread by that one. I don't know if it's fully true because it's. I think they're just relying on a tweet by this Elab Hassan guy. And that and by the way, he's sorry going on the channel. He's shouted out literal like traitors like that Ahmed Al Khatib guy. He when I see him talk
wait,
and,
okay, so what you just said is pro-genocide to me. Okay, if we're being that
he's a
fucking loose,
traitor.
if
He's
we're
a
being
full-on traitor.
if we're being that loosey-goosey with our terms,
was
you're
gonna use the
pro-genocide.
K word as well. I was gonna use the K word as well.
So, but
for
if
him.
we're being that loosey-goosey with our terms, then you're pro-genocide because I thought we believed that the only reason Israel is in Gaza right now is because Hamas attacked Israel, and these people oppose Hamas.
And the only reason Hamas, no, I don't.
And these
agree
people,
with
if
that.
these people oppose Hamas, I'm sorry, it's just a fact. Okay. Israeli policy
No.
all the way up to October 7th was we're going to expand the access that they have in the sea by a few nautical miles, or we're going to allow more Qatari money in here, or we're going to relax this blockade measure here.
Yeah,
they were
I'm
doing that
saying-
for the
I'm
entire
saying-
fucking decade. They were getting cushy with Qataris because they had the shared interest in keeping Hamas quiet. They let a bunch of
Why
Gazans get
did
fucking.
Hamas say they
gave
attacked
out.
Israel?
They gave
Why
out a
did
bunch
Hamas
of.
say
They
it?
gave a bunch of fucking work permits, and then they actually said to Hamas, not long before October 7th, we'll actually do more work permits if you keep the quiet, because this is actually good for both of us. And
Why
Hamas
did
did October
Hamas say
7th.
they attacked
Like,
Israel? Why did no? October, you're starting the history of October 7th. Hamas said they did October 7th because the violations and like what the Israeli military were doing at Al-Aqsa Mosque, and far right politicians like what they did in 2021 of the expanding of West Bank settlements. They literally put that in the. I remember reading on Wikipedia, and the occupation. You don't get to be fucking occupying the people and fucking abusing them and putting them in a condition worse than apartheid in South Africa, as you said, in the West Bank, and you don't get to have like a fucking party where German Jews get to come out and like have a fucking concert.
yeah, you
and
do.
party right next,
That's their country. Of course you can do that. Yeah, that's their country by international law. By international law, that's their country. They can do what they want. By the way, sorry, I'm sorry that upset you.
Okay,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. No, wait, no. I'm just saying. Okay, that none of that disproves what I said. Not even if I buy all of that. None of that disproves what I said. Israel had no plans for a full-scale military operation into Gaza. If Hamas were unhappy about something, what they used to do is they would fire some rockets, they'd get intercepted mostly, a few fields would catch fire, and then it gets into the media. And then the people ride that fucking public support internationally on that. That's what happens. It's actually more effective than October 7th was, to be honest. But Israel had no plans for a full-scale military operation into Gaza before October 7th. That's why they were caught with their fucking pants down.
I'm looking at why October 7th happened. If you keep people under those conditions, don't expect that you're not going to get attacked. If you keep people under, if you expel them and fucking keep them under like, you should read that. Obviously, I can't under shit conditions, and I haven't read the Amnesty report. Just like had so much of what Israel did to the Palestinians, much more than I thought. It's very long as well.
Did it mention that between 2014, between Protective Edge and 2023, like Israel was making periodic concessions to Gaza because Hamas were being more quiet? As in, they were actually rewarding like Hamas and people in Gaza because Hamas were chilling. That's the whole point. Sinwar's plan,
I don't
false security. The work permits.
I don't know, but you think that Palestinians should accept the status quo? Because the current
I'm not saying
no.
I'm not saying they should accept the status quo. I think they should go for statehood. But Hamas didn't want statehood.
How would they go with statehood?
Hamas wanted to fight and destroy Israel.
And any party in Israel that has a chance of winning Israeli government, does any of them say, even if Hamas is gone, that they will ever grant Palestinian statehood? Does any of them say? They've all said that from they have.
I don't know. When did Israel? When was the last time Israel switched from right to left over the peace process? It was after the first Intifada, wasn't it? It was after and Arafat. It was after Arafat gave his declaration that he would recognize Israel and renounce terrorism. So
I don't think they'll
that pushed Israelis
like
to the left.
The first Intifada is not comparable to the second Intifada or what happened on October 7th. I don't know if they're.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like Arafat spoke to the UN. He said he would recognize Israel. He renounced terrorism, and then that, alongside the first Intifada, you had Israel turning left for the first time in quite a while that they'd done that. So they turned left when an opportunity for peace was offered to them. So
do you think they'll do that again with what happened after October 7th? And
it would probably take a bit more effort now, given how things went the last time. But what else are you going to do? Again, we know that there were, however marginal, there were improvements that were being made in Gaza from when Hamas was actually willing to be quiet. So you're not coming back to my point here. Opposing Hamas does not make you a traitor.
No, he's an Israel apology. I remember one time he cited like that Hamas like shot on convoys going back, like I think, and the only source he had for that was like an IDF claim. He literally does like Israeli propaganda. I remember reading a tweet about that and going through his history. That
so a couple of tweets that are against Hamas that might not provide evidence to your satisfaction. Yeah, that might not provide evidence to your satisfaction. That does not make you a traitor to who? To Palestinians because you're shitting on. Okay, let's say you shit on Hamas because of a dubious claim. How does that make you a traitor to the Palestinians?
you're making claims that can be used to justify the genocide of them. Like it's like like these claims are used by the Israeli. Oh, Hamas is so barbaric.
No,
These
sorry.
use-
Okay, if that's treacherous, then you're fucked because no one has made arguments to quote justify the genocide in Gaza more than Hamas has. You understand that, right? The most solid case for bombing the shit out of Gaza came from Hamas, not from anyone else. That's where it came from. They're the ones who filmed most of the fucking atrocities in October 7th and bragged about it and posted it on social media. They're the ones who said, we want to do this again. They're the ones who go on TV and say, we never accepted a two-state solution. We don't want a two-state solution.
NBC
We want to fight and fight until we liberate all the land and from the fucking Jews. They're the ones who justified, in your words, the genocide. They're the ones who actually said, come fucking get us and we are not going to give up.
What about recently an NBC News article? And I remember watching Hassan Rakhdin into a CBS Morning that there was two different Hamas officials saying that they would willing. They didn't say 5-year truce like the AP News one. They were saying that they were willing to lay down their arms and like dissolve. I think there was a CBS Morning one about it as well, where CBS Morning talked to a Hamas official, and where they said that they would be willing to basically disarm in for 1967 borders.
Yeah, welcome to the game of negotiations in the Middle East, where one official, I think in the space of a couple of months, one official says, we'll give up our arms, but not political power. Then the other official says, we'll give up political power, but not our arms. Again, none of this is sincere until it's actually down on paper, where they need to give up both.
Do you think even if it was sincere, do you think even if it was sincere that Israel would accept? Even if it was sincere, would Israel accept that?
If Hamas surrendered?
No, sincerely says we surrender, but we there has to be a Palestinian state on the thing led by another force, so it doesn't have to be.
No,
like
the conditions of a Palestinian state is not up to Hamas. It will be up to the next negotiator. They're not. Hamas are not in a position to ask for anything. They're not in a position to ask for anything. They have no fucking power.
Palestinians are in the condition. Are in the condition to ask not to be occupied by a foreign power, not to be put under apartheid.
Yes, that's not. Yes,
condition.
they are. They have a right for that. That's not Hamas's. That's not Hamas's position to call for that. No, that's not Hamas's fucking area. Like, not the guys.
So
not the guys who basically said that they were going to keep fighting until Israel's destroyed since they were born.
So you're saying even if Hamas was was sincere in saying that the intention that they will fully disarm, not 5-year truce, it can be handed over to another the PA, even though the PA is not. This is a hypothetical. It can be handed over to the PA two-state solution. You're saying that Israel should not exist to that. So you want Hamas to disarm and go back to status quo, which is going to be.
Don't put words in my mouth. Fuck you. I'm not saying they should go back to status quo. I'm the most anti-status quo person. People who spend the last year saying just unilaterally ceasefire Israel, they're the pro-status quo people. My position is that Hamas have kind of fucked it, okay? They have shown that they cannot govern the Palestinians. They can't protect Palestinians. They can't fucking guarantee security to Israel or Egypt or fucking anyone. They should go. They give the fuck up. Stop their own people from dying.
But there's no guarantee then. There's no guarantee
then. Then the negotiations have to come between Israel, Egypt, Jordan, the PA. That's where it has to come from.
And how do you know that Israel will ever be wanting to accept these negotiations? Because I don't see Israeli society want to accept these negotiations. Netanyahu's the most popular. He's regaining in polls. So why should they do that without any guarantee? That's my own. I think they
because Hamas are not in the position to be trying to say how does that work? So let's say Hamas secures a guarantee from Israel, but then they leave. What are they supposed to do? How does that work? We've secured a guarantee, but we have no political power. Or
I don't know. It gets handed over to It shouldn't be Fatah because they're very unpopular among
Oh, now we care about popularity. Hamas are unpopular as well, by the way. They've never had a majority of support.
They're more popular than Fatah. They're way more popular than Fatah and Mahmoud Abbas. That's just an undeniable fact. And they've wanted to release Marwan Barghouti, who's one of the most popular. Who is I think so. They don't just want to stay in power because it's not like every decision they do is want to make because Marwan Barghouti I think it's directly opposed to Hamas. Yeah, I just don't think I just don't think that I don't think that Israel would ever want to let go of that status quo, because Israeli politicians are saying that like all their maps have Israel from the Golan Heights, West Bank, everything. I
So
just
you're
don't
happy
think
to
that
imagine a
Israel
hypothetical where
under
Hamas
Trump,
says. So
under
you're happy to imagine a hypothetical where
they
Hamas
have
gives up all their power, political and military,
they have
and says two-state solution, as in like that would also include the recognition of Israel. By the way, Hamas are never going to say that they'll leave for that. You're willing to
I don't
imagine
know if
Hamas
one in
U-turning
CBS
at the
Morning
last
said
minute
that.
since 1987, but you're not willing to imagine an Israel which actually has turned left in the past, ever doing it again.
I'm just very skeptical on the Trump and on the Netanyahu. That's
Yeah, I
most
know.
popular.
Hamas kind
Yeah,
of fucked it because
there's
obviously any opportunity for Israel to like see an olive branch and take yes for an answer, which they don't do, and they're really bad for it, and they deserve criticism for that. But I mean, whose fault is it for that being 10 times worse now? It's Hamas.
Okay, yeah.
So calling someone
I
a
just think
traitor because they
I don't
oppose
see.
Hamas is like that's.
Well, it's not that he does Israeli propaganda. There's a difference. You can say all the right things about Hamas, but you're not going to source one claim that Hamas shot at an IDF thing. Is if you directly make do lies and spread those lies that only the IDF says, and I'm pretty sure he said that his only source was a IDF statement saying that no video. If you do that, yes, you are a traitor. If you're literally
You're a traitor because you believed
stating IDF lies.
Yes, you believed one claim about Hamas shooting aid workers.
Shooting
That makes
convoys
you a
going
traitor.
back, yes.
So that makes you a
IDF.
traitor.
Yes, if you parrot the IDF as a Palestinian, yes, you're a traitor. Yes, and the false.
You don't,
hold on.
you don't want the conflict to end. You don't want it to end. The way that you
It's not
talk is
by
like you
that-
don't want it
it's
to.
not-
That's enough to call you a
it's
traitor.
not
You know
by-
that kind of accusation gets you killed in Palestine, right?
You guys look at those Palestinians who are so fringe, and you don't even look at the anti-Zionist Jews make up a far more percentage of the people amongst Jews than those Palestinians, than those Ahmed. The amount of Palestinians that share his stance, I think would be like less than 1%. Even with the anti-Hamas protesters, the ones that share his stance. So it's like
Yeah,
it's
I'm sure they are. I'm
incredible how
sure
you,
they are a
like,
minority.
disregard.
Okay. I'm
It's
sure they are a minority.
They're a very small minority, less than. It's crazy how you disregard anti-Zionist Jews, calling them tokens, calling them fucking capos. I don't know if you
I've never
directly
called
said
them
that.
capos, but okay.
Like stuff like that.
Before you
And then
yap,
you take
before you-
fucking
before you- hold on,
Ahmed Al
Tutan,
Khatib, the
Tutan.
traitor,
Relax,
who's
relax,
like
relax.
stands.
Well, you see, unlike
protocol,
you, like also you'll notice that I don't really take Israeli majority opinion as my own either. Just so you know, okay? Like I don't cater my opinion so that they
I
can
wouldn't
represent
mind
the
your
majority.
opinion. I wouldn't mind.
I don't cater my opinion so
I
that they
wouldn't-
can be the majority of either
sorry.
group, okay? I think the majority of Palestinians believe in things and solutions to the conflict that fuck them. I think
No.
Israelis believe in solutions and things to the conflict that fuck Palestinians and don't actually help
No,
them
I'm
all
just
that much
saying that
either.
you
I don't think
disregard,
either group has it right now in terms of finding peace. That's a huge problem on both ends. But that's not but obviously my position isn't to try and represent the
Okay.
minority. I don't need the majority of Palestinians to agree with me. I can just see something
know, yeah.
that's not working and say, "Here, that's not working, here's why."
I'm
Hey,
saying
hold
that you're
on.
saying
Let
like
me just-
when
let me
you
just
talk.
reason real
Oh,
quick.
okay, sorry.
All right,
Yeah,
Tutan.
yeah.
All right, little box, Tutan. Let me be the middleman. All right, let me be the Lex Freeman. All right, the centrist of this conversation. Okay. All right, Tutan. All right. Okay. Do you have any critiques of Hamas?
Yes, I have critiques. I'm not an Islamist fundamentalist. Yes.
What do you have like? Can you give some examples of like what
The
your critiques
treatment
of
of
Hamas
gay
is?
people, the fact that they don't really allow political dissent, even though they don't allow political dissent. Their targeting of civilians, even what else? Targeting of civilians, treatment of women. Not something they didn't like women to race and stuff like that. I'm sure it's far more thing, and even though I think it's exaggerated by like Western media, like how bad Hamas is, and by like people like liberal Zionists like Bucks. Yeah, I don't agree with them. They're not like a progressive force, but like they're the only game in town that's resisting Israel. They're the like only game in town, like Palestinian force at least, resisting Israel. So yeah.
They're not
All
resisting
right.
Israel.
So-
They literally fucking invited Israel into Gaza and allowed them to turn it into a fucking smoldering pile
Oh,
of
wait,
ash.
Lorna
Like,
Box.
what the
Okay,
fuck?
I know
What are
you
they
are. I know you
resisting,
are.
bro?
I would respect your stance, Lona Box, if you had like a Bernie Sanders stance or like an AOC.
Okay,
You don't even have
okay.
an
Before
AOC stance.
I get into it,
You don't even
before you
have
guys
an
get into it.
AOC or Bernie.
All right, Tuton, we have it
stance.
for like a whole hour. All right, relax. Okay. All right. For all the Palestinian clip channels out there, all right, you fucking Hassan hits. All right, Lorna Box. All right. What's your critique of the IDF and like how they what's your critique of them and like the Israeli government and the settlements? Okay. How you
The
feel about it?
IDF, the government, and the settlements in that order.
All of them. All right. All of them.
Okay.
How you feel about it?
The IDF is basically a bunch of fucking recruited bedwetting teenagers who are riddled with fucking hate and fear and like trigger happy behavior, and they basically go out there and they without any kind of like any kind of like sizable pushback from their generals or from the government or from the chief of staff, basically just go out and fucking habitually violate the fucking Geneva Conventions because they believe that all Palestinians are like in one way or another trying to kill them. That they commit like that they're very happy to accept massive amounts of civilian collateral to achieve their military goals. That they basically teach one thing to their soldiers and then kind of do another, where you have a fucking settler in charge of the Netzarim corridor telling people to just shoot on sight, don't even fire warning shots. Yeah, pretty fucking mental. The government is full of a bunch of fucking inept cowards who basically shoulder every difficult decision on someone else. Netanyahu does it with the military. Basically, people who thought that Palestinians could be contained in Gaza and just kind of drip fed humanitarian benefits whilst Hamas armed themselves to the teeth and thought that could just go on indefinitely. That's really fucking dumb. They also are massively undermining democracy in their own country. They run really cynical campaigns against the Palestinian population within Israel. They have never known how to take yes for an answer. So when Arab leaders do offer olive branches for peace to the Israeli right, they completely just fucking snub it and they act as if it's all a fucking hudna. And the settlements, I could go on about the government, that was quite brief. The settlements are just a completely unjustified fucking religious extremist messianic bullshit claim to land that doesn't help anyone. They'll tell Westerners like me that it's all about fucking security, even though none of them will ever answer, okay, if security wasn't an issue, would you give up the land for peace? They will never answer because they have a stupid, vague, ephemeral connection to that land, and they've just decided that they're going to impose themselves on it in violation of international law, and in violation of logic, in violation of the humanity of the people who live there, and have a right to self-determination of their own. And they're also just kind of like annoying. They're like suburban white trash of Israel.
Okay. Two-tone. All right. Even though you and Laura Box disagree and agree on certain subjects of the Israel-Palestine conflict, do you think that like out of all the political content creators that like Lauren Box, he's like probably the only like pro-Israeli like good faith content creator to have like a good conversation with a pro-Palestinian?
Well, yeah, good. I would say he's good faith. I don't know. I don't know if he's like unless like thing. I used to suspect that he might be being paid by like a pro-Israel or advocacy group to like do like pro-Israel propaganda from like a liberal perspective. It's like he goes like all the steps, but he doesn't want to make any material change. For example, he's seen like he in the IDF critique, he doesn't say the targeting of intentional civilians. He just says that they do too much collateral, like or something.
What do you
like
think
that,
a
or,
war
like,
crime
there's
is?
this, settler thing. Like you don't mention that like there's extensive proof that they've just targeted Palestinian civilians.
What do you think a
just
war
to
crime
kill them,
is?
not-
What do you think? So that when I spoke about the settler in charge of Netzarim who said shoot on sight, don't even fire warning shots, why would that
But it's
not be
not even
targeting
those
civilians?
people. It's not even like settlers like him.
Why
It's
would
like,
that not be? Why would
even
that not be
Netanyahu-
targeting civilians? That guy's in charge of a fucking division of 20,000 people.
Yeah, but you're
That's quite
acting
a
like
big.
it's just like the fringe. Like even Netanyahu, I'm pretty sure you
I
read
didn't
a
say it was the
statement
fringe. I
from-
said it's because of the allowance by the government and a lack of sustainable pushback from the
And the
chief of staff
government
and
doing
from the
itself.
army,
And the
and that
government doing
results
itself.
and that it results in people committing war crimes at a systematic rate without pushback because they get away with it. That's what I was saying.
Well, it's not that they get away with this; that the government wants them to do them. Didn't
Okay.
Netanyahu himself order? Didn't you read that? That
Yeah,
they
and didn't the
ordered
same
like
article also
fighting?
say that Netanyahu basically didn't really fight the war, the military did? Like, do we know that the chief of staff actually said, okay, yeah, you've just ordered me to go and you've just in an outburst or maybe a sincere order, whatever. We don't know which, by the way. Maybe you've just told me to go and randomly pick another 3,500 targets. I guess I'll go do it. Did that happen? Did they say they did that? Because that paragraph that you seem to have ignored is literally followed by someone saying that by them saying that Netanyahu didn't fight the war, the IDF did.
Yeah, well, that's
Because in the IDF they actually teach
I
you
need your
that they
mind
actually
on
in the
that.
IDF they
I
actually
just
teach
saw a clip
people
on Twitter.
in the IDF they actually tell officers that if you're given an
They still do
order
that?
that's unlawful, you're not supposed to obey it.
Do they
So-
still do that to this day?
Yep.
Okay.
The IDF isn't what you think
Yeah,
it is. I'm sorry. It's like I'm not saying they're good. They're just not what you think they are. They're not fucking.
Two-tone,
they're not like the
what-
Nazis. It's basically.
What could bring Israelis, or well, not Israelis, but like, well, Lauren Bucks, you're a Zionist liberal, right? Would you say yourself?
I'm a both sides. I'm a two-stayer. That's what I'll call
Okay,
myself.
Lex
I don't accept
Freeman,
any other
Israeli.
label. Yeah.
All right, Lex
I am
Freeman of
Lex,
Israel. Go.
yes.
All right, Two-Tone, what could bring Palestinians and like Israelis together like into one? I don't know. Are you like a two-stater, one-stater of the?
I once said, Hassan Nasrallah said that with the political realities on the ground, that the only solution that can exist is a democratic state for Jews and Palestinians living together with equal
Are you
rights. And
quoting Hassan Nasrallah for your political positions in the Middle East?
he was a brilliant man, yes, and he has a very cute face.
Brilliant
And, like,
man, he is.
he
He got
his
dug
beard-
into a
his
hole
beard-
60 meter
his beard is
fucking
very good
underground. It
trim.
was not brilliant.
His beard was very well trimmed, and he
That's why they get smoked
he
so
looks
bad.
good.
He is a
He looks
serial miscalculator, isn't he? 2006 miscalculation. He admitted it himself.
I mean,
2023,
it's
pretty
crazy to
big
even
fucking
say that, considering that
miscalculation.
his organization, despite getting so much more funding and like so much better access to weapons and training and everything, still fared worse than fucking Hamas in the world. Like, you can't say he was a brilliant and his people are well trained. Like, they got infiltrated.
Hey,
so
wait.
fucking badly
Ep
that
Thomas,
all of their
220.
leadership
Ep
is
Thomas,
more
20.
instant.
Hey, Ep Thomas, 2701. Sorry, just to explain how like things don't actually contradict each other. The idea of putting a settler terrorist in command, okay, but also doesn't casually do war crimes because Netanyahu says they should. Just because we don't know if someone followed through on Netanyahu's order is not mutually exclusive with them having an army that has war criminals in it. That's not mutually exclusive, you fucking retard. Jesus. You're doing all or nothing. That's what you're doing, anyway.
I mean, no offense, but like, when you have the chief of the state saying we should do war crimes, when you have the Minister of Defense saying, well, war crimes are best, when you have shit ton of local commanders and brigade commanders and divisional commanders and regional commanders saying we should do war crimes, and it seems to be chill with everyone. I'm fairly certain this army is kind of doing.
But you added, you added in a bunch of like a whole list of commanders because again, one of the reasons we know about these particular people, especially that guy in Netzarim, the reason we know about him is because other people, like officers and commanders, complained about him. That's how we know about that, right? So. I'm just saying that, like, the IDF, in terms of like what they're trained to do and their like general structure, is it's contradictory to what a lot of the Israeli right and what the culture that's prevailing in the army right now.
I mean, not necessarily, because like.
And when I say the IDF isn't what you think it is, I'm talking to somebody who thinks they're like Nazis, right?
Okay, Leonard, you made a very shitty point just earlier, and I came for it when you said that the IDF actually tells people that they should disobey illegal orders. Like, if you have been keeping up with the shit they do in the West Bank and Gaza, they don't really need any fucking order. They make up their own orders at this point.
Wow.
Well, Little Box is old, so like he's like
But
33 and shit. So
there's so much war crimes. Like there's the one like they did I saw 2 days ago where like there was 15 Red Cross people who like were buried and they were found buried and they just killed them and then buried them and tried to hit them. I read the full. I just saw it hop on my two. There's like been so much thing. This is not just like one like bad Andy like settler guy. This like
God, it's a good thing no one said it's just one bad Andy Settler guy. What the fuck?
I'm saying that like it's from the top down, from the top down, from even Netanyahu and probably like I can't really say this, but like the defense minister, like the defense minister, Yoav Gallant, actively ordered a war crime to fully siege Gaza, not let any water in. I'm just saying that this is from the top down. This is not like this is not they they don't that's what I'm saying. Okay, I can't really word it good as the other guy. No.
So, Tuto, what's your thoughts on the the recent Ethan Klein, Hard, no sense and bullshit?
Ethan Klein and Muda Ethan Klein and Muda are fucking dumbasses. Ethan Klein is a pathologically obsessed guy with a dying career who's lost like 70% of his viewership since October 7th. With a dying career, and he's just trying to go out. All of his attacks against Hassan backfired beautifully. He's lost subs since the content nuke. Hassan has gained 40k subs. So it's just a guy who's just losing and like desperately trying to cling on, even though he's the one who's doing like real defamation. And like he said that he said that Hassan solicits nudes, sends them to people, like actual defamation, like implying that he's a sex criminal. Doing what?
Where is the?
Doing what?
Oh,
Could I ask you like what's your thoughts on like the bad banana guy? What's your thoughts on him?
Yeah, he's unhinged. Yeah, I'd say that. Bad.
I love how like
Noah's
the
Dad.
fucking the energy just completely shifts for someone who literally explicitly supports targeting civilians to kill them. But okay.
Hey, you played a Hamas game.
I think to you though, like targeting Israeli civilians, you probably don't agree. I don't think you agree with it. But it's like an acceptable disagreement though, isn't it? It's like it's allowed within
that game he. Okay, no, that game he played was.
I'm not talking about the game he played. I'm talking about the fact that he literally says it's okay to kill Israeli civilians.
Yeah, I don't know. Does he? Is he just unhinged or trolling on Twitter, or does he like?
I mean,
like
he's
fully hold that like
out.
position.
He's a crash out.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't.
This is my critique with like
it's a really bad take. It's a.
So like this is like it's like so hard for me personally for like to be on like the pro-Palestinian like side and shit. Like I'm empathetic with Palestinians who like who suffer and like who their buildings get destroyed and shit and like the whole Israel Gaza war, you know. But like if a pro-Palestinian person is like glazing fucking the Houthis and shit,
I don't think
saying?
Like,
Like,
wrong part with the Houthi stuff. I will
know,
openly.
I get it, but like if they're using
that.
like Hamas sources, like for example, you saying that like, oh, this Hassan Nasrallah guy is fucking like so like has like a nice beard and shit. Like I can't. Like I don't know. Like it's sort of
just a fact.
No, yeah, but like it's so hard for like people, for like a normie, for us Americans and like normies and shit to be on like the pro-Palestinian side.
Yeah. Okay.
Skate issue.
For the bid thing, that's just a fact. So look at a picture of him. It was extremely well trimmed. However, his barber was really good.
Looks like
and for supporting the Houthis' actions, supporting like civilian blockades on like infrastructure on a state that's currently bombing people and genociding them is thing. And no matter how much these people lie that these ships aren't linked to Israel, the Galaxy Leader was co-owned by two Israeli brothers, I think. I don't know, Abraham Ungal and another thing. That's direct link. These ships dock at the port of Haifa and thing. And what the Houthis have done, they have bankrupted these ports. So yes, this is the same as the ANC boycotting and sabotaging plants. It's akin to that. It hasn't killed much people. It's killed way less people than the ANC did, or obviously the ANC did over a longer time. So I don't think there's anything wrong with supporting what the Houthis are doing in the Red Sea.
God, I really just feel for these poor Asian sailors who need to get fucking harassed.
Do you think Lornbox is a pro genocide?
Holy shit!
Do you think
It's an
Lornbox is a
acceptable
pro genocide?
sacrifice, Donald Box.
Yeah.
Do I think Lonerbox
for the
is
greater
pro?
good.
Well, he's explicit. He said that he doesn't even want. I'm pretty sure his stance is not to cut arms to Israel. Which, like, I would say, if we cut arms to Israel, then I wouldn't have that much of a beef with you. But that's why I said that you might be paid by like a liberal Zionist organization.
You think I'm paid by liberal Zionist organizations because I'm not saying that we should support cutting arms to Israel?
Well, yes, with their explicit.
Okay, to be fair, Leonard,
Leonard,
I will be very blunt with you. You
Mm.
got on a trip to Israel funded by a liberal Zionist. You are kind of funded by liberal Zionists at this point.
Oh, there, what the liberal Zionist organization being Stephen Bonnell?
Hell yeah.
Yes, sir. He's like the strongest soldier of Israel at this point.
True.
You know.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's what Teuton. I don't
you.
know if that's what Teuton thinks when he's saying that I'm funded, though.
Well,
I think
but
he's thinking,
I think
we're
maybe
thinking
like
of like a government organization, right? Like the Israeli taxpayers.
Or like a
paying
Zionist,
for
or
things.
like a Zionist organization. Doesn't have to
Yeah.
necessarily be a government one. Doesn't have to. It doesn't have to necessarily. Because like all you like for your like material advocacy, it's nothing. It's status quo.
It's not status quo, actually.
The
pro status quo people.
Wait, I'm sorry.
The pro status quo people are the pro. Sorry, go on. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I was saying for America, what you want America to do is status quo on what Biden wants. You wanted basically. I'm pretty cool. It was akin to Biden.
I said Biden didn't go hard enough on
the.
the settlers. I said that he didn't speak up enough about the day after. I said that Biden often focused too much on the wrong places. Like he didn't talk about things like the idea that was actually floated quite frequently about a like Hamas-free zone in Gaza that could actually start to integrate like an international force in there, so that at least a presentation of the day after exists and that some people actually have access to. Also, what's the argument against Israel allowing Gazans to evacuate to a DP camp in fucking what do you call it in the Negev, like to allow them to go there to avoid the war until it's over?
Good. Yeah, if they could, I don't trust them going to Egypt, right?
Actually, I think while I do support that position, I think one of the big points against it is that such camps are usually called concentration camps. You know, when you are fighting an insurgency and to separate the civilian population from the insurgent force.
Gaza's not an insurgency.
That's literally the definition.
It's not an insurgency. So what do you think? Do you think the displaced persons like shelters that were made outside of fucking what do you call it? Fuck! They were made outside of Mosul. Were they concentration camps?
Not necessarily, because they're like it wasn't. I mean, kind of like. I don't necessarily disagree with the concentration camps. As long as they are like...
It's not a concentration camp. It's a fucking refugee camp. Like, what the fuck?
Okay, Leonard, do you know what is a concentration camp, like, by definition?
It's where you round up... Generally, it's where you round up people for fucking, like, usually under some kind of, like, political like conflict. You round them up there as, like, prisoners for political crimes. That's usually what concentration camps are for.
Not really. Like, for example, if you look at Libya and during the Italian occupation, the concentration camps there, they were brutal, but the entire point was to separate the local population from the fighters who were fighting against the Libyan.
Okay, sorry. Do I need to qualify that if Gazans were allowed the opportunity to flee to the Negev and shelter there whilst the Israel fights with Hamas, do I need to qualify that it probably shouldn't involve arbitrary beatings and fucking rapes and them drinking sewage water and them living on 20 calories a day? Do I need to qualify that it's not that?
Actually, think this should, considering the current government, you should qualify that, yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
But overall, yeah, I agree with that proposition. As long as that is qualified.
Wait, Thunder, you got any critiques of Lornbox?
Well, I hate his beard. But I like his hair.
His hair is alright. He needs some more hair products, looky.
What was the story about this place, Jinba, in West Bank? it was a village that was attacked by settlers, and the IDF came as well, and they allowed the settlers to continue, and some of them got involved and started vandalizing property. They said that it was to look for arms. They didn't find any arms. They didn't produce any arms. They started like it's quite a poor area, so they were kind of like ransacking a lot of the stock, like fucking like throwing fucking cheese and milk and stuff onto the floor, and but it looks like the chief of staff himself actually went to visit the new chief of staff went to visit Jinba and interviewed the fucking victims. That's new, isn't it? Is that normal? Do you guys know the story? I'm just asking you if you recognize what I'm talking about. It's just happened over the weekend.
Not really.
I'll look that up.
Not really. Have you looked up the case with like the 15 Red Cross? I haven't looked it up, but have you looked up that case? Like, because I hear so much of these, and also like it's when you're saying war crimes ordered from the top down. Israel has like especially said that they want to like deport all Gazans for until Trump like reneged his support on that.
So I don't know how many times I've said it, but when I spoke about as soon as the what was that book called? It was called War, wasn't it? Who's it by? Woodward, the Woodward book. As soon as that book came out and it emerged that Blinken literally had to argue for fucking 9 hours to get them to start bringing in aid again after October 7th. Yeah, I said that was like easily the clearest, most like egregious war crime of the entire thing. From that was from the top down.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just saying, seeing all this and like seeing like with the Netanyahu going, I don't know how you can't be on like and then unilaterally pulling out from a ceasefire like they agreed to it and they unilaterally pulled out from it and killed like 300 people that day. So. And they've so I don't get how you can't be in support of not like cutting arms when Ethan Klein says it's on Hamas to end the war. I don't think Hamas should be. I think there should be an election, like the Palestinians should choose, not like the Israelis. The Israelis shouldn't choose who leads Gaza. If the Palestinians want maybe this is bad. If the Palestinians want Hamas, then elect Hamas again on the free elections. I wouldn't. I would support that because aren't you liberals supposed to be for democracy and anything? But
yeah, they should have had elections.
I'm
like
so
basically,
rambling on.
after every war, you should just have an election like on day one, after the ceasefire. Yeah. That's the liberal position. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, I'm sorry. If we're being liberal about it, yeah, Palestinians in Gaza have every right to just vote Hamas back in, and Hamas has every right to just use every import they can to build tunnels and build fucking military infrastructure and vow to destroy Israel. But then Israel has every right to blockade them again, and we're back to square one. Do you see how okay, we can go to that if you want, but it sounds kind of shit.
Do you think Israel would blockade them even if Hamas was not in, even if like another force came in? Do you think Israel would?
It depends on what they're doing. It depends on what they're doing. It seems like Israel doesn't blockade countries that are at peace with them.
No, not.
Well, they don't. They don't
I
have
don't know
the
how
same
to break
control.
it to you, but Israel, like yesterday, invaded a fucking country that's at peace with them.
Syria's not at peace with Israel.
No, not. If you really want to get...
I'm not saying... Wait, hang on. I'm not saying... You know my position on what they're doing in Syria. I don't support any of it. I think it's fucking retarded.
I know.
It's really shit.
But
Syria is not a country that's at peace with Israel. What are you talking about?
No, not. They have a fucking ceasefire. They refuse to fight back against them under any condition, and they still get fucking bombed and invaded all the time. They are at peace, but the peace is one-sided.
Yeah, they're going on heights. Like,
if you want to get technical about it, because like there is no formal peace agreement.
Okay, when I say at peace, I mean like the countries have actually sat down and made peace, like Egypt and Jordan. That's what I'm talking about, right?
Well,
not a country that they've basically been fucking hostile with for 75 years, and then the crazy dictator gets fucked off and leaves a bunch of fucking arms behind, and then there's another group that no one trusts, and there's a bunch of different factions kicking around. That's not quite a country that's at peace with you. I wouldn't describe it in that way. You can still oppose it. I don't support what Israel's doing in Syria. You know that I don't. That's not the same as a country that's at peace with them.
Okay, but like I don't know what's your definition of a peace. I define peace as a state of non-open hostilities. A state where you don't have open hostilities between both parties. And that's the case in Syria.
I wouldn't describe that as at peace with you, but okay. I would if
Has
you
it
if you were
assumed
asking
that-
like which countries is Israel at peace with, you'd say Egypt and Jordan. Would you say Lebanon is at peace with Israel? Like fucking
Normalization is not the same as peace.
They're just hostilities, so I'd say that.
The new Syrian government, the new Syrian leader Ahmed al-Sharaa has literally said that he wants to maintain like 1973 borders. He has the new Syrian thing have no intention, have literally posed, haven't said that they're gonna do anything to Israel. They haven't threatened to destroy. They haven't even said that they want the. I didn't think he said he even want the Golan Heights back, and they still went in and they've still bombed and occupied parts of it. That they have been at peace. They're not just normalized. The new Syrian government has no intention, says they have no intention of fighting with Israel. And yeah,
Like I think the issue here, Lona, is that you are conflating normalization with being at peace.
I don't know if I would ever use like this. There's been like a very sudden, unexpected change of government, and there's still different factions roaming around. Like the government in Syria does not have like fucking full control over the whole country yet. I don't know if I would call that a country being at peace with you. I'm sorry. I don't know if I've ever heard people describe it in that way.
Okay, Leonard, do you think this applies to every country that's surrounding Syria right now? Not just Israel?
What do you mean? Which other countries?
Every country that has border with Syria. Because like
Iraq, Turkey,
Iraq, Jordan, Turkey, Kurdistan of Iraq, Lebanon, every country with borders with Syria.
Yeah,
Like,
what
they are
about
not
them?
really at peace because they had a regime change and they don't have full control over the territory and the factions. Like, I don't think this is how you define it.
Does Syria and Iraq recognize each other?
the normalization is
Yeah.
not the same.
Okay.
But as we said previously, normalization is not the same as peace.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But when, okay,
Like,
I don't know.
okay,
I don't
no.
know what. So no, I don't know what fucking environment this ever came up in. But whenever people talk about like, oh, which countries in the Middle East have made peace with Israel, I don't think they generally mention the countries that don't recognize Israel but also haven't fought a war with them recently. I thought at peace generally meant that they're countries that you've like actually made, like you've normalized relations with, like you recognize each other's borders, like you've had your fucking version of the Budapest Memorandum or Camp David. Like that's what I understand.
I mean, that's a fucking
obviously
shitty talking. That's a fucking shitty talking point. Like, the fact that people call that peace does not mean that it is the definition of peace.
Okay,
I think that's
fine. You don't agree with the way I've used that term. You know what I mean. Let's move on.
No, I actually don't know what you mean. That's the point. That's
what I mean is that okay? Do I have to change it for normalizing? So Israel doesn't attack Middle Eastern countries that have made like a normalizing peace agreement with them.
Would you say Saudi Arabia and Israel are at peace? Because they're not normalized. Would you say Saudi Arabia are not at peace? Saudi Arabia and Israel? Because they're not normalized with each other. But
okay,
they
go fuck
are
yourself. We just went over this. Like, let's talk about something that's actually useful. Now,
I'd say that. So hang on. Saudi and Israel's
they're
peace.
not normalized.
Saudi and Israel have been like de facto, more or less, like they've been de facto normalized for quite a while, just because they're not de jure. Okay, that's. Are we going to compare? Are we going to compare the fucking tranquility between like Israel and Saudi versus like Israel and Syria?
Well, the new Syrian leader
in the last like
came out.
Okay.
But
yeah, I get it's
unstable.
unstable.
Not normalized, not in the slightest.
Yes, yeah, they haven't recognized.
Like people just chip out because the Saudi sucks Trump's balls, and they are in the same Gulf league with the.
Yeah, I think the ceasefire between Israel and Saudi is a good bit more.
No, they did not actually.
When was the last time? When was the last time
they don't even have a ceasefire?
When was the last time Israel and Saudi ever like actually fought? That there were even exchanges of fire across the borders.
It's like war and shit.
They don't have borders. No, they don't have borders. But
between the countries, Saudi they sent soldiers. Like the Saudis sent soldiers in 48.
Yeah,
Since then, what happened?
73 and 65 and during the war of attrition.
What did Saudi do in 73? Did they send soldiers?
Yes, but it was like a small contingent, I think a battalion sized. And during the war of attrition, they had like a regiment sized formation in the Ma'an Desert of Jordan.
Okay. So it's been a while. I'm just saying, I think Israel has a bit less to worry about from Saudi than they have from Syria.
Okay, Leonard, when was the last time that Saudi and Syria had war? That Syria and Israel had a war?
They haven't had a war for a while, but there's. Okay,
1982.
are you? Yeah.
So like it's a slightly shorter period,
since
but
they had
yeah.
a war. I'm sorry. Am I fucking schizophrenic, or were there not like Iranian operatives and Hezbollah operatives in Syria like all the way throughout this current war?
That's not the Syrian.
Yes, there were.
Uh-huh.
And fucking Assad used to snitch on them.
Yeah, and those guys were moving like arms towards where? To which war effort?
Okay, Leonard.
It's not the fucking same. Israel's relationship with Saudi is a lot more fucking cordial than the relation ever been with Syria.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
Yeah, no shit. Nobody is claiming that, but we are claiming that they are not normalized.
Okay, they're not normalized.
Yes, and they're still at peace.
Okay.
And the Syrian government
Whoa,
hates
shit.
Hezbollah and Assad. They hate it. So they
now
they
they
hate,
do.
They
Yeah.
hate.
Hang on, what the fuck just
Well,
happened
and the current guy has said that he doesn't even want, like, he's fine without the Golan Heights for now.
Why
He's
did
made no
why did
threats,
this why did this talking point come up again? Could you guys remind me?
This is what I mean by
Ooh, Thunder? Because he brought up he called out your, what the fuck was the word? Your
blockade,
peace
like
negotiations
Because we're talking
with
about
the Syrian
blockade,
blockade.
and we were talking about Palestinians voting for whoever they want, and then I said if they vote in someone who's going to do what Hamas did and get a bunch of arms and try to destroy Israel, then Israel's probably going to hit back at them. Whereas Israel generally isn't going to do that to a country or a group that is like at peace with them. I think that generally still holds up. You're less likely to get attacked by Israel if you don't try to fucking destroy them. Did anyone disagree with that?
Okay.
Or did we literally just go down a fucking rabbit hole of what's the difference between peace and normalization and technically for 20 minutes for no fucking reason?
I'm just saying,
Yeah, I think that's
I'm
probably
not
the
that-
latter. That's completely fucking pointless. That entire
I'm
waste of 10 minutes. We're all 10
think it
minutes
would be
older. Sorry, go on.
Okay, sorry.
I mean, yours old,
Yeah,
dude.
for I think I can't go on, but like is it correct that this is the last thing about Syria? Is it correct that the current Syrian government has said like they don't even want like the Golan Heights back for now? Like Jelani has been like pretty said that he has like he doesn't with Israel and things with that. I would say that counts as peace. But yeah, that's the last point. I'm not that knowledgeable.
Yeah,
I mean,
Al-Shara has basically said that he
Okay,
wants to go
so-
back to the DNZ,
just,
right? He wants to honor the DNZ that came from the 73 war. That's where he wants to be right
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
He
Yes.
said that. Yeah. So I think it's wholly
Which is why Israel
I
is like,
think that
to be clear, like what Israel's doing with their moving into Syria is they're using the weakest fucking prerequisites, basically with the fact that that Jelani doesn't have full control over every militia. Like there's still a few separate armed groups in Syria, and I think maybe some of them, like a couple of them, fucking approached a UN position and might have threatened them, and then Israel's like, oh, we're gonna go in and assist, and then they just like push in and then just keep the area. Like that's basically they just use like the shittest prerequisite ever to go and like grab a bigger chunk of territory, and then they obviously bombed all of
Yep.
Assad's weapons because they didn't want them ending up in the wrong hands because of
Let's-
instability. But like again, yeah, they don't have a good reason to be in there. I'm just saying that with Syria,
Okay, so
you're in a
Leonard,
very
one
like
more thing I wanted to elaborate on. After
Hmm.
we had our entire discussion about normalization and peace and shit,
Uh-huh.
if there was, let's say, a hypothetical government that would take place in Gaza,
Uh-huh.
people there overthrow Hamas, they have liberty, they have everything, and that government says, okay, we are open to negotiations, we will try to restore the land, we will not engage in hostilities, we will mostly disarm, we will not build shitty tunnels, but we are not going to normalize without any fucking agreement.
Mhm.
Now, do you think they are at peace or not?
Don't know. What depends on how long that lasts. I don't know what you're.
I mean, it lasts as long as the negotiations carry on. It could be a year, it could be 10, it could be 5 decades.
Yeah, I would say
We
they're in the
don't know.
process of making
But
peace.
for that
This is
duration.
assuming that the Israeli government actually accepts that offer, which this one probably wouldn't, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So what? So they overthrow Hamas. They say they're not going to recognize without negotiation, which is very fair. And then they start negotiating with Israel. Are they at peace? I would say they're in the
Yeah, and
process
they-
of making peace. I would say that's where they are.
Okay, so now they are at the process of making peace, but they are not either at hostilities either. So do you think it would be justifiable for Israel to enact a blockade or
No.
to fuck them over or bomb them or mow the lawn, you know, that shit?
Yeah, of course not.
Because they are not really at peace as you claim.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, they wouldn't have a right to go and start bombing Gaza if that was the situation. No.
do they have the right to blockade Gaza?
Nope.
Okay, that's all I really wanted to talk about because that's what was important to me when I made the distinction between normalization and peace. Here, where it's actually very relevant. Yeah, I lost enough brain cells today. Leonard, you have become way too retarded for me. Love you, buddy. See you later.
Bye bye.
Oh, fuck you, weak.
So wait,
this guy.
Yeah, I guess I'll get.
I'm glad that hypothetical is completely different to what I was suggesting at the beginning, but okay. Fuck me. I was just saying that if Palestinians vote in a fucking organization that's going to try and destroy Israel, there's going to be consequences. It's just
Yeah. And he said, like, as an example, there's like an organization in charge of Syria right now that's not like intent on destroying Israel at all, and then Israel's
but you realize, okay? Do you? Sorry, I'm fuck. I don't know why I'm humoring this fucking bullshit. You understand that the situation in Syria is, but you understand the situation in Syria is incredibly fucking unique. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Unstable, with like jihadist groups and like stuff like that. I see why they. I don't agree with this point, but I can see why they're a little bit at unease. It's not the same. But even after throwing Gaza, even if Hamas gets overthrown in Gaza, there's like still a risk that that the situations there can be a coup or anything like that. But yeah, these are all
yeah. But the thing,
hypotheticals,
I think the difference as well is in Gaza that if Gaza gets taken over by a new group that overthrows Hamas, it's very unlikely that you're going to have the same factional instability that you've got in Syria, because like Syria has always been unstable since day one.
Yeah,
like one government overthrows another, overthrows another. It's like the perfect environment for it because you have so many different groups over a really wide and diverse geographical area. You're not going to approach the same issues in Gaza.
Yeah, and different ethnicities and stuff like that. Yep, those like, yeah, I agree. And last thing, I want to go. Would you agree that by Ethan's standard that sorry, going back on the drama, I'm sure it's boring and I've yapped too much about this. Would you agree by Ethan's standard that Ethan has engaged in defamation against Hassan by the example that him him using clips of him arguing with a chatter saying why don't you deny rape, saying and then him saying at the end it doesn't matter because it doesn't justify what Israel's doing, him using that clip saying that he thinks rapes doesn't happen, because that's one example I think why he might be pro-genocide, but I don't think the court will be. And another example of the slander is that he literally said in his podcast that he wants all Jews to displaced from Israel when he has literally had conversations with with him saying that's not what he wants. And him just going on, even bringing up like personal stuff like fucking brothels and like thing like that. Do you think brothels, when they've had conversations about it 2 years ago, saying that there was no sex trafficking at that brothel, that they sued back the German government, but him going now, do you think that would count as defamation? Because this will show your bias. Do you think by Ethan's standard of law that Ethan has engaged in much clearer defamation, where there's clips of him 2 years ago acknowledging
I can't speak to every clip you're talking about because I haven't seen them all, but the one if he is okay, if he's saying that you're saying that he has recently, since falling out with Hassan, said that Hassan went to a sex trafficking brothel and fucked sex trafficking victims, or
he implied that, yes.
He implied it. Did he not just make fun of him for going to a brothel?
No,
if I find a clip of him just making fun of him for going to a brothel, is that what?
No, he said the brothels raided for sex trafficking. He said the brothels. He says he lies about that and says only tax evasion. He says the brothel, even though there was no charges with sex trafficking, he says it was raided for sex trafficking. He openly
So
says
is he
that.
defamed Hassan or the brothel?
Well, he's defaming both, but he's doing an ultimate attempt to like defame Hassan. Yes, that's literally one of like the most common points you use against him. And like, what about all the others saying that he wants all Jews displaced? When thing he's literally like in this clip, there's so much examples and so much more clear examples. Like
Okay,
this
so
would,
Hassan wants all Jews displaced. The rape thing, I'm not humoring because Hassan, I've literally seen him like very recently saying that like he only is unconvinced by one instance. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, he is.
well, I read
100%.
the intercept thing between
It's
the
fucking
Hammer and Lava. I
retarded. There's
read
no.
half of it.
I'm not doing the Intercept article.
Oh, so you don't think the family itself saying that the family that they use as like one of the instances saying that they don't think that the rape happened to I forgot thing. You don't,
Gal, yeah. Okay, whoa, one thing at a time. So yeah, there's a girl in a black dress. They find a video of her. There's a video. Someone films her body. Her legs are spread. Her vagina is exposed. Her skirt's lifted up, and then two family members say that they don't think she got raped. Right. That's what we're talking about. Okay.
And there's others as well.
Were those two family members witnesses?
No, they received texts.
Okay.
Yeah, they were not witnesses. I have to
Did the girl's mother, did every family member think she wasn't raped?
Not sure. Probably not.
You know, her mother thinks that she was raped and said it in an article.
Okay.
Why did the Intercept? Why did the Intercept omit the mother's statement?
I don't know if it was available at that time. Maybe they didn't.
It was.
See it.
It was available at the time.
Okay, maybe they didn't see it, or maybe they maliciously put it out. But what about the fact that the Anna Schwartz said that she called and she said that she was doing it for Hasbara? She literally, I remember there was a quote that she's doing this for. I forgot. I didn't read the article. I like skimmed through. I wish I read it. It's a pretty long article. I'm busy.
Yeah,
but
the Hasbara point. Yeah. Did you read?
Yeah.
Did you read that? So that was to the lady with the camera. The guy with the camera. What was the? I think it was a guy. I can't remember. The person with the camera. Were they? Did you read the article where they talk? Did you read the article where they actually talk about that interaction?
No, I just read I didn't go into the full notes. I
What does,
didn't even read the full article.
So you know that Hasbara is like, Hasbara doesn't just mean like state propaganda or like lying to suit Israel or whatever. Hasbara is also a Hebrew word for advocacy. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with a journalist seeing someone who has evidence of sexual violence on a phone and saying, hey, this would be quite useful for an article I'm doing. And then they're like, oh, I'm not sure. And they're like, well, because of what's happening with the war right now, like this would be quite good for like Israeli advocacy, like you would do if it happened in any country. Like if a Ukrainian filmed a war crime and had it on their phone, maybe like Dylan Burns goes to them and is like, this is actually quite important if this could be published. And they're like, why? Well, it's good for Ukrainian advocacy. I wouldn't think there's anything malicious in doing that. You know, journalists can be, and also there's no evidence that this person actually felt pressured by Anna Schwartz at all. You can look at the interview. They seem fairly fucking normal about it. Like this Chris Perez fucking dipshit saying that that's how Hasbara is used in modern parlance. Yeah, by white fucking retards like you who don't know anything about the region. This is between Hebrew speakers. Hebrew speakers. When Hebrew speakers use the term Hasbara, they can mean advocacy. They can use it completely outside of the context of like, let's do state propaganda to justify war. Like, fuck me.
I just think, and she had like predetermined narrative that she was trying to put. I remember reading the article, like she had a predetermined thing that she started at like that Hamas did mass rapes before she went into the conclusion. She was like literally. I remember reading in the I should have read this more to come. I'm such a goddamn idiot. I would have known if I would have gotten in today. But her also liking post saying that Hamas is ISIS, that Gaza Strip should be, and they also I think that what about the fact that it didn't pass the Daily? It didn't get into the Daily because the New York Times the own like internal staff room said it did not pass the fact check, and that's the New York Times internal thing.
I don't know if they actually said it didn't pass the fact check because every other part I've read about this article is just fucking bullshit. But like if generally this is just me, is I tend to just judge the source material, especially in Israel Palestine. If I'm going to write someone off because they've got biases or predetermined conclusions, I'm writing everyone off. There's no point. I'll just look at the source material,
write off, like,
and then the second thing I would do is I would
Intifada
ask
a lot of
myself
times.
like, what?
You like right off. You say, "Oh, this is electronic Intifada article." I've seen you
Yeah,
write it
but
off. Like,
but then I'll read the article and explain why it's bull. So that what I just did today with the
Sometimes you don't
with
read.
the
Yeah.
So
Today you
you
did
notice
it,
how I went through the entire like article and why it was wrong, and then said, "Oh, this guy's electronic Intifada."
Wait.
Yeah.
Today you went through that guy. I don't know if you went.
I didn't even know he was electronic Intifada until I finished the article.
What article was it again? I don't know if I was watching at this time. But at this time.
I'll try to keep you focused. We're talking about, so Ethan has apparently said that Hassan wants all the Jews gone. He's also said that Hassan,
Yes.
sex trafficking
Yes, I'm
brothel.
sorry,
Okay.
Yes, he literally said that.
And what else?
And there's a clip of him saying that he understands where he's coming from. About the saying that he was reading the Richie Torres letter. Him saying that he was examining where he's coming from, and I can understand that. And he says I can understand that. And it's not. I forgot. He says. I think he said like I agree with that somewhat. That does not justify watching the full play. I kind of agree with his point. And then he used that same clip in the content nuke and saying that he was denying rapes, even though that clip showed nothing like him.
Okay, I'm gonna write off the denying rapes thing because he does rape denial in like every other fucking. There's so many versions of him doing it.
No, he
Yes,
doesn't.
he does.
No,
he said there was only one
no,
that was
he-
like good evidence, and that's just not true. It's just not true at all. You'd never say this for
That's not
any other conflict with the evidence that we
Okay,
have.
well, you do way more for UN reports. Like you actually like the fact is Hassan does not deny that UN report that said that said thing, but you deny a lot of UN reports like with
I look at source material. That's what I do. So, for example, here's a question. Yeah, I do actually scrutinize a lot of UN reports and disagree with a lot of things that they say. Have I ever disagreed with a UN report that documented a rape?
Well,
No.
why specifically? There's bigger atrocities than rape. Like you
Yeah, but
discredit, you discredit
that's why
those.
there are different forms of crimes that have different standards of evidence. In war, you're usually dealing with poor evidence when it comes to rape because the chaos of war, what's happened to the fucking bodies, like the fact that most states don't have an available force ready to collect 1,000 dead people and do forensics on them and like check for every possible crime. Like that's very normal, which is why I keep asking people this. Maybe I'm the only person who's even read this report, but like Sabra Shatila, the massacre in Beirut.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that a lot of rapes happen there. A surprising amount given it was like 72 hours. How do we know that?
Yeah. I first-hand accounts and second-hand accounts.
First-hand account meaning like survivors said they were raped or witnesses.
Maybe, yeah. I haven't gone into it. There will probably be a first-hand account during Sabra and Shatila.
So the most high-profile witness account I know is the one the guy who found Intisar Ismail's body. She was 19. She was a nurse. Another guy ran into a bomb shelter, or he ran into a shelter, found her body on the floor, and from looking at her body, he determined that she had been raped several times and then killed. Probably, and again, that's all we have. Again.
Okay,
that's
well,
all we.
like,
so
what
for her
does he
case,
mean
that's
by
like the high
looking?
profile. That's a high profile case, and to me, I
What
believe
does he
him.
mean by looking? Well, like, was there like, but so was there like,
we don't. So you can find the original article if you want. I couldn't
like,
find
your
it.
legs
But
were,
the fact
like,
is, it
open.
seems to be that he found her with her fucking dress lifted up and her her lower half or at least her lower half would have been stripped and her legs would have been apart, because that's the pattern that we saw at Sabra Shatila. There were quite a few people who had who were in that position, and that's pretty strong circumstantial evidence to say that someone got raped. Yeah. Like, why else are they doing it? And most of these are the women, And even if they're not, let's say they just killed them and stripped them, or stripped them and killed them. What? Okay, so it wasn't rape. They just did sexual violence. Is that what we're going to say? Like, yeah. Generally, we say that these things were, that these were rapes. Yeah.
Sorry for going on this. You know that no UN report, no like thing has said that Hamas has committed mass rapes, and that I think that's
They did say
not
there was a
like
pattern, though. There was indicative of a pattern of sexual
that's
violence.
not mass rapes. That's not systematic
What's mass?
rapes.
Wait, okay, what's the difference between a pattern of behavior and systemic?
No, it says pattern indicative.
Yeah, so it's indicative of a pattern. The evidence is indicative of a pattern. What's the difference between
I'm just saying
systemic and a
mass rape.
pattern of behavior?
I think Pramila Patton said in on Mondawai's article, said in the UN report. What did your report find that there was systematic rapes? And she said definitively in the no. That's what I remember. So Pramila Patton said herself, and they said that there will need.
Can you show me those exact
report.
words? Can you show me those exact words?
Mondawais and Israel's blocking it because there wasn't.
Don't
mass
use.
There
So
wasn't
hang on, we're not
systematic
going
mass
to use the again. Israel has never trusted UN reports like ever. So the idea that they're
Yeah,
blocking it
because
doesn't tell you
Israel
shit.
thinks they're only.
We can-
Israel's only fucking a pariah state that thinks the only source available. Every source is against them, but they're all anti-Semitic.
Okay.
They're all anti-Semitic. Fucking Mondawais rape. Mondawais October 7th. Was it Israeli media coverage? No, it wasn't that.
We can also find the one that fucking Zay Squirrel clipped out because that one actually had a pretty strong sentence. Zay Squirrel. I keep forgetting what this article was. The one that Zay Squirrel fucked up.
Oh, here. Here's what Pramila Patton said about the.
Can you send me the link? I just want to see. I just hear her words myself, please. Let's see. I don't want to hear Mondo
I
Weiss's.
think they quote her. I don't think they.
Okay, I'm not going to
I
take
don't
Mondo
think-
Weiss's word for it. I need to see what they said.
Well, okay. I think it was that. I should go. I should look more into rapes because I think you. Remember, I'm just like a 19-year-old. I think I don't represent. I feel bad that I'm making Hassan look bad. Probably. I wasn't really covering the war like on the war at this time. I was pretty busy at that time.
Don't
During
worry.
like when this New York.
There's a reason.
I wasn't
Hassan
on
doesn't-
Twitter. I wasn't on Twitter and like watching Hassan's coverage because I remember he went over the New York Times report. So I don't have all the information. I wish I did. It'd probably take me hours because I remember he talked to Jeremy Scahill. He would have to read the report and like go through all the footnotes to like fully get my argument, but I have more.
See, again, like, so the way that they're quoting her is like, this was a fact-finding mission. So am I correct that you cannot conclude that the sexual violence was of a systematic character? She reiterates her answer, no, the distinguishing factor from the exercise that we set out to do, the gathering and verification of information for the purpose of its inclusion in the annual report of the Secretary General versus an investigation, that's where you would go into elements of widespread or systematic. We did not go into that. They didn't even look into, like, because it's a 2-week fact-finding mission, okay?
So no UN report has established systematic rape. No UN report has established, and that one was war crimes. They need a full-on investigation into just rapes on thing, which they haven't done yet. That's what they said. And so no report UN report has said that systematic rapes happened on October 7th. This is just a fact. Systematic mass rapes. So
again, that's why I'm asking you. I'm asking you to explain, to use your own brain, and to explain to me why you think a pattern of behavior, which again, this all happened in like 10 hours. Okay, it's indicative of a pattern of sexual violence, at least 3 different locations. Why? What's the difference between that and systemic?
I'd have to go into the footnotes of the Intercept article and go watch the interview of Jeremy Scahill that he did on Democracy Now.
So
and
where the
I would have to.
Fuck is this fucking report? Sorry, go on.
But that report wasn't one on thing, but thing, and it didn't say mass rapes. And Noah said in his second video and during the 30-minute mark where he get through the actual thing, which you haven't saw, he said that people misconstrued what he said, not that rapes didn't happen. So Noah thinks rapes happened on October 7th. He just thinks that there were no mass systematic rapes, which seems to hold up with the UN, which they said that they need.
If he thinks he was misunderstood, that's completely his problem, because he kept on throwing up the commission could not determine the what was the word? The prevalence. That's not going to help you. I'm sorry. What the fuck? We couldn't get the prevalence.
Ethan said Ethan used clips of Hassan saying that there was no mass system. Ethan thinks that your own report says that there was mass systematic rape.
Com
When that
Colbert,
your
what did
report
I? Hey,
does not
Com
say
Colbert,
that.
what did I change the subject? I'm literally letting this guy take me down whatever fucking path he wants. What's wrong with you? Also, if
Bro, we're in a
people who
fucking
are
2-3 hour goddamn fucking debate.
people who
between
are
fucking
asking
two
if they want to
phone
come in,
robots,
you can just
fucking
join the
dumb
Discord.
chat,
Okay, I'll
right?
talk to all of you at once. I don't care.
Holy shit!
He
Right? We're
said
talking about
mass
UN
rape
reports,
hoax. He didn't say
raptures,
rape
retarded.
hoax. Oh, it's to somebody in the chat. To somebody
Interesting.
in the chat. He said mass rape hoax, not rape hoax.
What is? How do you determine?
Um.
How do you determine mass rape? What?
Oh man.
Wait, what a mass.
Do you see why I don't trust people who are like, oh, but the UN report said this? As soon as I ask you guys to think for yourselves, you don't have fucking anything. You're, oh, it's not systematic. Oh, I don't know the difference between systematic and a pattern of
Well,
behavior.
no, Pramila
Like, come
Patten
on.
literally said that it was. Pramila Patten said that her report did not say it was systematic, and no report has said that. And the only thing was, her report did not like her report does not like did not like it didn't have a finding on the systematic aspect that they would need a full-on report on sexual violence, which they want to do, but obviously Israel being like a fucking pariah nation and wanting to hide their war crimes.
Here's a question. Here's a question. They said that. Yeah. Here's a question. In the Patton report, she said that there was sexual violence committed against Palestinian prisoners, right? And the evidence of that was.
I don't know if she went. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think. She
Yeah.
said,
You can look at the wording of this report, okay? Because even this report, which anyway, she says that Palestinian women in those prisoners. She said that those prisoners endured sexual violence. Like they went through sexual violence. She doesn't mention rapes.
Yep.
She mentions things like prolonged forced nudity, like they forced them to remove their niqabs, like they threatened them with rape. But that counts as sexual violence. I agree with them. Stripping someone against their will is sexual violence. But why, when she talks about Israelis, she says that them being stripped is indicative.
Don't you
suggests
often make the point that
sexual
there is
violence.
a pattern of Israeli war crimes due to stupid
I'd have
soldiers
to,
and bad
and
enforcement?
for right now,
but
for
it's
the
not
rape,
systemic
right now,
because
if we
it isn't
speak, I know
ordered by the government.
there's 10 times the standard of evidence for sexual violence against Palestinians, being first-hand accounts, being video. But I'm not saying that there's video. There is 10 times more evidence of rape against multiple Palestinians. Then you would agree with that, right? Then on you would agree with that
in this war or in
then
previous
on
wars.
October
If by the
7th.
way, if I used the standards of Hassan and Noah Samson, like if I used their standards, I would think that like half of the rapes in 1948 didn't happen. Sabra Shatila, maybe one or two, but the rest of them wouldn't have happened either. If I was using your standards, yeah, I would just be writing off like basically every other rape that happened in the entire Israel-Palestine conflict.
Those second-hand accounts I'd need to go on more, but I don't think.
Yeah, I know, but no one
he thinks
even
that
fucking
second-hand
looks. I know
accounts
because like you
don't
don't care.
count.
Like the only time people have ever scrutinized sexual violence to this degree is when it's happened to Israelis. I wonder why.
No, it's because Israel had like a
fucking Com
they
Culprit in here,
literally
this
did
fucking
with-
psycho being upset because there are no videos of rape. Bro, if there are no videos,
Wait,
then fucking every rape in the 48 war is fake, according to you. You fucking retard. Jesus Christ. I know you're really
Yeah, I'm not
upset that you
saying
don't have
that. That's not
access to fucking Hamas rape pornography. Like, go look for it yourself then. Fuck off. Go make it yourself.
Wait,
Jesus
so
Christ.
we all agree that rapes happened on October 7th, correct? All of us.
Yeah. Like they happen in every war.
God, if this guy wants to see fucking Hamas raping someone, he should just like fucking look at the Hamas cock that's in his mouth, fucking chugging away in the entire chat. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I agree that there were rapes on October 7th. But like that happens in every war. But like mass systematic like ongoing campaign doesn't happen in like every war, and that's like being. And you know that Israel had like a public propaganda pattern they did with Sheryl Sandberg. They had like they started it. Like I think they openly acknowledged it. That's why people criticizing it, because the Israeli government had like a propaganda outlet, and they've openly used it to get people on board with like saying these people are so barbaric that it justifies our actions. That they go out just to like they go out for the funds and they go out specifically to rape Jewish women. That's what Israel says.
All right, Tuton.
That
So
they
we agree that multiple like mass means multiple, correct?
No,
He doesn't know what multiple
I
means. He
agree that,
wasn't. He
but
hasn't thought much about that.
I agree that
part.
I agree that more than one happened. More than one happened. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's like. I'm just saying that it's not mass systematic, and I don't think it's mass systematic because
Why
no,
do you disagree? This report, they didn't fake this, right? They reviewed photographic evidence. A lot of it's not public for obvious reasons, but we trust them, right? They reviewed photographic evidence and showed that there were multiple stripped bodies in at least 3 different locations, right? We agree with that. Either fully or from the waist down, and of women. Okay. That's separate units in separate locations doing that. Do you agree with that? Is that not why? Why would 3 separate units all come to the same fucking decision, like to rape people in 10 hours? They controlled fuck all of the country, and in 10 hours they managed to achieve that. It seems like they were kind of intent on just fucking raping some people, and they're at the very least, Hamas were okay with them doing
went
it.
out specifically. You think that they went out specifically to do it, like specifically that they just went out. They went out specifically with the goal of raping Israelis. Do you think that's what they did on October 7th?
Did they go out with a goal to do it? I don't know. Probably not. But I think they were definitely there was definitely an understanding that it would be okay, that Hamas wouldn't oppose people doing that because 3 locations where it happened. They were definitely okay with it. They might have been talking about it beforehand. Like it suggests that 3 different units would do it in 3 different locations at least. But yeah, no, there's no fucking what?
The Hamas wouldn't punish them, but like they say on paper that they don't sorry, that was a bad point by me. I'm sorry. This would have been a better debate.
I mean, I know NBC said that they reviewed that thing, that the little translation fucking pamphlet that they had, where they were like given how to pronounce different Hebrew terms or Hebrew phrases, and one of them was "take off your fucking clothes" or something. But again, no one believes that.
Is that verified?
Well, NBC reviewed it.
Yeah.
So unless we're going to start,
was it given by the Israeli government?
Yeah.
Like to NBC.
How else would you get it? Who else would go and pick it up?
Did the Israeli government give proof that like a Hamas soldiers were carrying it? Hamas militants? Yeah, then I don't believe that if they didn't give proof.
See, the standard of evidence is just so fucking one-sided. It's like, again, okay, what has
like they could have like printed that and like thing. I would.
Have they done that in the past? Have they done that in the past? Like again, this country's been around for a little while. Have they like
yes, they've done a lot of
fabricated? No, have they recently like fabricated Hamas documents or Hamas manuals?
Arabic. Well, they've said like an Arabic calendar was like a.
That's not the same as what I just asked.
Well, I'd have to. I'm sure they have. They've gone on like Mein Kampf. They've said that they found Mein Kampf in thing, even though there's like English copies of it. They like.
Chris, what's your name in the fucking waiting room? I don't know your name in the waiting room.
Wait, what?
Sorry.
I said it inward.
Herzog has literally pointed up saying this is we found this in a Palestinian thing, and it was like an English copy of Mein Kampf, I think. So I think they have done that. Yeah, maybe that Palestinian knew what English knew.
In any case, there was an understanding that it would be okay to do this, like, which is probably why it happened in multiple locations within 10 hours in a small area.
Do you mean by okay to do this that they think that they wouldn't get punished for it by Hamas?
That they wouldn't get punished, or that it might just be like maybe people spoke about how they were going to do it like beforehand because they knew they were going to civilian communities.
Yeah, I don't think they would get punished. I don't think Hamas. Maybe, I don't think Hamas would punish them. Realistically.
Radical, you're the Chris Garrett.
Yes, box. What are we talking about, buddy?
What are you talking about, bro?
Oh man,
I can just tell this guy's gonna be a fucking joy.
Oh my god,
you're fucking hilarious. Just like I don't know everything about you, but just like you're like a living Muppet.
I'm looking forward to you substantiating a single point, buddy. Go.
Well, all right. What were you arguing about the difference between systematic and patterns of rape? Patterns of rape just indicate that more than like that multiple rapes occurred. Systematic rapes would indicate that it's a top-down, like ordered.
Is systemic racism ordered by the top down? God, what a
No,
short
but
conversation. You are so fucking. How can you come in here with that fucking
comes from a
smug,
system,
with
though.
that
What
fucking,
system was in
with
place?
that? How can you
Where-
come in with that fucking snark
Oh my
and then be
God,
like,
you-
oh, systematic means that
Because
there
you're a
must be a top-down order. Holy shit!
can
What a
you-
fucking retard! Jesus Christ. Okay. Wow.
Oh, thank well, you didn't. Yeah, that guy was sounded on hit. Maybe he was smarter than me. But
Sounds like an average
yeah,
Hassan
I'm just saying, going off like that, we have an answer on like the sexual, the one that the most detailed one that we have on sexual violence. Pramila Patton, she says that her report does not say. So I'm gonna say for now, I don't think until we get further evidence, since we don't get further evidence, since Pramila Patton, the author of that report, said that her report did not find systematic rape. I'll say that.
Yeah, but why would you call it if they said that it's not determined because we've just done a fact-finding mission? It wasn't our job to determine systemic or not. Why would you call it a hoax? She's just saying it seems like it's indeterminate because they've just done a fact-finding mission. Why would it be a hoax?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. He doesn't for the hoax because Ethan is literally using that thing to saying that is support his point that systematic rapes did happen. So when he's saying that, yeah, it currently is a hoax because there's no proof for it. And until we get proof, it is, because yeah, that's what I'll say. I'm sorry if that's dumb, but
Okay,
we
but that doesn't seem to be
don't
the
have any
argument that
proof for it.
Noah and Ethan are having. Again, I don't even know. Like,
All right, okay, all right.
I feel you probably have to agree
y'all
on what
gonna
systemic means. That fucking dipshit who just came into the Discord was crying about there needs to be a system like the American system, but I guess the system in this case would be the military apparatus, like the Al-Qassam brigades. You know, they are actually like a military. They have a joint fucking council between the other military groups where the leaders of different factions discuss their plans and share information with each other. So that'd probably be the system there. They train each other. Like, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah. And,
I know these guys like to just envision Palestinians as just this kind of like scattered fucking society of like monkeys, but no, they're actually fairly sophisticated.
I asked ChatGPT this because thing, it says systematic rape. I know it refers to sexual violence that is organized, widespread, and carried out as a deliberate system, policy, or cultural practice.
Yeah, but when people talk about systemic racism, we talk about the opposite. Like we talk about literally racism that's in place of policy. Like there's not policy, but it's still racism. That's what I thought. That's what people meant by systemic, right? And again, we can talk about like it's also the fact that it's this many of them happening. Even if they were like, okay, let's give you an arbitrary number. Let's say there were 5. Okay, even that is a strange amount for the space of 10 hours, especially in the Israel-Palestine conflict. Both sides. That generally they don't rape each other that much. Like it's a weird thing to say, but compared to fucking like ex-Yugoslavia, like nah,
I don't know
nothing
about that.
Nothing you've read is going to become close to like what happens in other conflicts, like whether it was like fucking Pakistan, India, or like Yugoslavia. So yeah,
Japan during World War II.
Yeah,
in China.
Yeah,
no, yeah, they were Japan was wild during that. Yeah, yeah, not as much as those other conflicts. Yeah. I would agree. Well, from what it gives me on ChatGPT, I'd have to go more on the language. I wouldn't say is that like in a system of control where it says like a deliberate system policy. I wouldn't say that, but I'd have to go into more. But I think that's generally what people are referring to when they say that. I know your thing, but I think that's like what comes up to mind when they think of systematic rape is like as a deliberate system or policy. And that's what ChatGPT gave me. So, yeah, yeah. I was just saying that the UN report does not support Ethan's like claim. It does not give evidence for what Ethan, because Ethan does think that systematic mass rapes happen. He openly says that. And to go back on the thing, would you say that Ethan saying that Hassan wants all Jews displaced? 8 million of them. He said that time and time again. Would you say that's defamation?
If Ethan's been saying that about Hassan, then it could be. You'd have to show like a level of like
He's
malice
been saying
or
that.
reckless disregard for the truth,
He said
or
that said that in the original H3 podcast thing. He said that in the thing. He said, my only disagreement with Hassan is that I don't want 8 million Jews to place. He literally said that word for word, and he said it again and again.
Okay, well, you would have to see why he thinks that and if it holds up. So, like, I don't know. Like,
and well,
why does he think that?
And we have because he's fucking, I don't know, he's a narcissist too. And I remember that Hassan said die in Korea, and he got like really, he said, I'm Ethan Klein. I think he's just like mad at that. He thinks Hassan like made his fans turn against him, and that he's openly.
I don't care about
like,
this.
I
Sorry, no, I don't care about the psychoanalysis.
sorry.
Okay, because
I think he's openly lying. I think he's openly lying. And he's shown he's openly lying because 2 years ago he acknowledged that the brothel. He read an article, the W article. Hassan was watching a clip of it. He read an article where it says that that brothel was not found guilty of sex trafficking and that it sued back the German government. And then 2 years later, he's saying that that brothel
I thought we were talking about getting rid of the Jews. I thought we were
so I
talking
think
about
he's
getting rid of
lying.
the Jews.
No, I think he's lying.
Oh,
He's lied
okay.
before, so I think he's lying for this one. So I think he's just on purposely slandering Hassan. Yeah, that's what I think. And
Okay, before
conversations with him
All
where
right.
where like
With
the
gun.
2-state one where he said that he's opposed to displacing Jews. He's had like direct conversations with him. So yeah.
What does he say here?
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrent. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
Agreement on it.
This thing he's saying with the Houthis is pretty unhinged. Like the goal.
That's
is
what
for
he's
people
saying.
to...
That the Houthis goal. That's the Houthis goal. He's referring to.
Okay, but
to
it's the
goals.
Houthis goal. It's something that but it's when he's saying it in full support of them, though. I don't know.
He's saying that. Yeah, and
I think
and,
the more
okay,
you
but,
realize that Hassan is very incoherent and will just kind of adjust his positioning based on who's attacking
What
him.
about the
is-
brothel? Well, I haven't seen I haven't seen the clear adjusting.
If Ethan
as the
said
one
that
as-
about, so I thought that was the case just because I think I misread the article. That's why. But if there's evidence that he
Read the article,
knows it's not
yes.
true, or then you can, why not? Yeah, because that actually would be.
Yeah, and
but I don't know. I
and
don't know how
numerous-
defamation
and
law
numerous-
works, so I'm not really interested in it.
and numerous other, and it's much
two-tone,
clearer.
two-tone, bro, two-tone.
It's literally called for like targeting of his advertisers, man.
Well, maybe fucking
Bro,
yeah.
nobody
If
cares
there's
about the
damages,
brothel.
if there's damages based on it, yeah, maybe Hassan should sue Ethan. I don't know. Fuck, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, he should have sued Dan Saltman. The case against Dan Saltman was much like he was openly saying on the stream. But yeah, I don't think he'll sue because he's not that much of a pussy. But
whoa,
yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I think like the average viewer, all right, does not care that fucking Hassan Gunner ass went to a fucking brothel. Okay, I'm gonna hold you there. All right.
Well, no.
Right.
It's a big claim.
Like, bro, like,
It's a big
I'm not gonna lie to
claim.
it. All three of us, we agree that rapes happen. All right, we all agree. All right. I don't
Wait,
know if the
hang on. The fucking hang on. The fucking window licker has come back to redeem himself. Let's go.
Oh my god, bro.
Hey, what's up, man? I'm sorry for being a little fucking rude there.
Yeah,
before.
retarded? Yeah. What up?
I was.
So we're gonna have like a normal
oh,
conversation
wow,
now,
great,
or what?
man. A little ableism.
Yeah, great man. Yeah, what's up?
You're a very progressive community you foster. Nah, okay. Hold on.
Unlike the real progressives communities right now who think it's okay to fucking target Israeli civilians. Yeah.
I don't think it's okay. Who thinks it's okay to target Israeli civilians?
Well, Ban and Panada, the Deprogram podcast, these are some of the biggest communist creators on YouTube right now. No?
I mean, I don't think they think it's okay.
Well, they think there's no such
just
thing
think
as
they
it. So
don't-
yeah, you're right. They think there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian, and that's like an acceptable. At worst, it's like an acceptable disagreement. You know, like even Hassan, biggest Twitch streamer for left wing politics, will just be like, "Yeah, I wouldn't really go that far," as if it's like a fucking like academic disagreement, not just like
it's a fight against settler colonialism. So I think they see it as a fight against the greater evil.
Do you
I
think
don't know,
it's
I can't
okay
really
to
talk
target?
them.
Do you think it's okay to advocate for like there being no Russian civilians? Is that just like an acceptable?
No, I don't think
position to
there's.
have?
I mean, there's no. It's not acceptable to advocate against there being like no civilians in any country, but
we're talking about, you mentioned progressive communities. Like, I'm a community where generally, like, well, yeah, there's actually no exceptions, where civilians are not targets. You don't target civilians. You don't try to say that civilians are military targets. You shouldn't do that. It's bad.
But then why do you support a settler colonial society that has targeted civilians for its entire existence? It was literally founded on targeting civilians.
Has there ever been a period when Palestinian militants have not targeted civilians?
Yeah, before
no, there
the
hasn't.
Zionists
No, there
colonizing them.
No.
Before this,
but you could say that before the Zionists went to Palestine, they weren't targeting civilians either. So you could say that for both.
What do you mean? Of course they were. They were trying to.
So before the Zionists went to Palestine, they were targeting civilians. Where?
With
like
guns
in Russia?
They weren't doing it with guns, but they were buying up all the land and trying.
No,
and
you're
so
not.
That Palestinians could no longer work there and live there.
I mean,
you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Oh my God!
You're not listening to what I'm saying. Okay.
No, I think
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
There has been plenty of documents and literature documenting how the Zionists and the Jews were targeting Russian civilians in the Russian Empire.
Hey,
what, like during the pogrom? Is that why the
I can send it
pogroms
all to you.
Okay.
On the Russian
I can send it to you.
Wow.
The Russian Empire?
What is he talking about?
No,
I'm going.
Empire? So you said like, why would you support a settler colony? Blah blah blah. Why would you support Israel when they've targeted civilians for their entire history? And I'm asking you, was there ever a period when like Palestinian militants were not targeting civilians in the conflict?
I mean, to be fair, Lunar, during the 1948 war, the targeting of civilians was to minimal degree.
Bro,
it was not
It's an entirely different material relationship, though. Like, you're talking about it as if they're the same exact on an equal standing.
So if you're the weaker side, it's more acceptable for you to target civilians.
It's not about weakness. It's about intent and fucking pretty much like intent.
Yeah, let's say anger, bro. Like, hold on, bro. Relax.
I don't know, dude. Because it's pretty aggravating.
Calm down. All right.
Because this person just came in, like this person just came in really, really hot, and then like couldn't handle the slightest bit of scrutiny to what they were talking about.
I apologize.
Okay, hang on. I need to just chill the room out. Okay, go away, guys. Go away. Go. Okay, listen. Okay, it's just you and me. There's too much noise. Okay, let's give you a fair hearing. Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay.
Sorry,
what are we talking about?
Just the entire settler colonial existence of Israel, pretty much.
Okay, let's go. Let's just. Okay, this is how I like to talk about these things, and if you disagree for any reason, you can tell me.
Sure.
If I had to explain the Holocaust to a 10-year-old and explain why it's bad, I feel like I don't think I would need to use like loaded words like ethnic supremacy or genocide or anti-Semitism. I would just tell them what happened, and they'd be like, "Whoa, that's really bad." So is it okay if we just kind of talk plainly about what's happening? Because I think as soon as we start going into like loaded terms,
things are all
we end up into like a word where we don't.
And
yeah, but
what do you mean?
There's a problem.
That's all important.
Okay, why is it? Do you think you need those terms to explain why the Holocaust was bad? You couldn't do it without those words.
Not. I mean, it would still be bad without those elements, but they're very important elements.
No, not without those elements. I'm not saying those elements don't exist. I'm just saying that you can explain the problem without using the jargon. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I wouldn't just dismiss it as jargon, but
to me, it's.
I mean, I guess
I'm saying it's jargon
this
because
group of people killed this other group of people, so that's bad.
Yeah. So that's the problem because when people say Zionism being colonialism, it's like I agree with that sentence, but I think when we go into it, it's going to end up that we actually have a very different understanding of why Zionism is colonialism and what that actually means compared to you. That's why, because colonialism can suggest, it implies a lot of things, and I think it maybe implies different things to you than it does to me. So
I don't think we have disagreements on why it's a colonialist project.
No,
we might have disagreements as to like the value of that, but
no. I think we definitely would disagree with the way that you're using those terms. I guarantee we don't agree with like what it means factually. Yes, not morally, factually.
It means factually that the Zionist project was thought up as a way for Jews, not even Jews, like they were all pretty much like secular Jews who wanted to shit, man, what's the word?
Are you trying to say colonize, but you're thinking of a different word?
No. Fit in with society. What's the fucking word I'm thinking of?
Integrate.
There you go. Yeah, they wanted to integrate with the regular society, but they failed. So their plan B was let's go colonize this place. Like Theodore Herzl, literally his first plan was let's convert mass conversion of all Austrian Jews to Catholicism. Like, come on, Jabotinsky called religious Jews Yids. Like all of these Zionists, they fucking constantly said, "Oh, the Jews are weak people. We need to transform them into a normal race that are beautiful and strong and they deserve." Have you read the Zionist writings and what they've said?
Yeah,
it's
but
ridiculous.
sounds like I've maybe okay.
It's pretty crazy.
Herzl, so Herzl originally, like most Jews in Europe, believed that the solution to them dealing with anti-Semitism was integration. If they could become more like everyone else, then they would not get hounded like they had been for the last 2,000 years.
I agree with that
Okay.
part, but I think his
and
method
then
of integration
I believe
little-
after that, Herzl, through a combination of variables, decided that that was never going to work, that no matter how much Jews integrated, they would still get persecuted in Europe and the Middle East. So they would still get persecuted, and that's why the solution to it would be to have a Jewish state, right?
And I agree with his assessment, and I agree that they should have had a Jewish state. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I agree with everything so far, but the real disagreement is why on the land that was already occupied by people and the people were cultivating the land. That's the problem. That's the problem we ultimately reach.
Okay.
Right? You feel me?
Yeah, hang on. 1 second, message.
I think these would pretty much be the arguments of any of the leftists that a lot of your community likes to demonize.
Hang on. Okay. First of all, I don't know why we're talking about Herzl. Do we agree that Zionism existed before Herzl?
Yeah, but not political Zionism. It was different. It was like a religious movement, and it wasn't about actually returning to Israel in physical, actually physically returning to Israel. There was actually the predominant thought among rabbinical tradition was that they couldn't return to Israel until
the Messiah. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So
yeah, it was a secular movement mostly. Mostly kind of accelerated through, we agreed there was about 1881, 82 because of Alexander the Tsar getting fucking killed, and then the pogroms that followed. And those people basically most of them went to America, but some weirdos decided that it would be a good idea to go to this old place called Palestine, right? So more or less we agree where it started? Okay. I believe in the beginning, between about 1880 and 1820, 21, 22, between that period, most of the land these people were buying was empty. Do we agree with that?
No, I don't.
You don't agree that
Between
in 1880 and 1920?
In 1920?
Yeah, they were mostly buying empty land.
No, it wasn't mostly empty. What do you mean? That's what caused riots in 1916. I don't know. I don't memorize the terms and shit because this isn't my main area of study. But let me look at 1916 Arab riots, revolt. Yeah, here it is. I mean,
are we clear that when I say mostly?
Yeah, mostly, but that doesn't change the fact that the Arab revolt was caused because they were.
Why are we going to the Arab revolt? That was in the 30s. We're talking about the 20s.
No, there was an Arab revolt from 1916 to 1918.
Oh, against the Ottomans, not against Zionism.
Yeah, you're right about that. I think. Okay, I got mixed up on the dates, but.
So yeah, between 1880 and 1920-ish, before basically the Sursok purchases, most of the land that they were buying was empty. Do we agree with that or no?
I don't, not necessarily. If you could educate me, show me a source on this.
Okay. Are you going to scoff at sources if they are Israeli authors, even if they use Israeli archives? Or
no, not if they're Israeli authors.
Cool.
Show me Ilan Pave's
Ilan
description
Pape
of
doesn't
this
talk
period.
about this period not that much. I can wonder why.
What about like I'm trying to think of other new historians besides like
Do we not trust Benny
even
Morris?
Benny Morris, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I trust Benny Morris as far as his like historical
History, yeah. His politics is weird.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay. Okay. Not wrong document. Okay. Do I have to screen share? Will I just swamp? That's where he talks about swamps. Yeah. So when they talk about these areas here, Zionist land purchase and settlement in 1880 to 1914 focused on the coastal plain between just south of Jaffa and Haifa and on the Jezreel and Jordan valleys. These areas, often swampy, were largely uninhabited and uncultivated. During the second half of the 19th century and the early years of the 20th, they began also to attract Arab families unable to make a living in the crowded hilly spine of the country. It was in this still largely uninhabited reserve, these plains and valleys, that the Zionists were pushing, dispossessing some of the Arabs living there or preempting others from moving in. This was to be a demographic geographic contest that the Arabs were destined to lose. So what they're talking about there is that mostly until around the early 20s to mid 20s, most of this land that they're purchasing is along the coast, and it's in areas that are mostly infested with malaria because it was swampland. And malaria thrives, like mosquitoes thrive in stagnant water swamps. So they drain the swamps. They buy this land that's shit, and then they cultivate it. Yeah.
I mean, could you get closer to the period of the Arab revolts? Because from my understanding, I've like read Rashid Khalidi, and from my understanding is they started encroaching on lands that were actually cultivated and occupied, and like the educated Palestinians knew what the Zionists were doing because they wrote about it, and that's what caused the whole Arab revolt.
Okay. I'm trying to think if I want to just do an entire like British Mandate history breakdown. Okay, so first of all, just to be clear, are you okay with letting go on the fact that until about 1920-ish, that most of this land that they were buying was uninhabited?
Yeah, that doesn't
doesn't contradict anything like important to you.
No.
Okay.
The thing I'm interested in is I mean, none of this really matters to be honest with me because because my whole perspective is anti-colonial, and
but was that colonial? Was buying up empty land that's like swampy and draining it and cultivating?
Yeah, if you're like encircling a group of people, just because the land around the people is empty doesn't mean you're buying up this land in order to encircle them and then in the future replace them. That was the plan from the get.
Encircle them from the coast?
The plan was not to encircle them, but to buy up as much land as possible and then replace them. That was
the plan to
replace.
Yeah, so when you talk about the plan to replace,
like this is all you're
they were originally
stuck in the minutia.
They were originally. It's not minutia. You're going to go to minutia when you dig up like one or two quotes from Herzl's diary. That would be minutia. When you're talking about the plan to displace, like were they? You mean you mean they were like? Were they planning? What do you mean planning to displace? Were they like? Because when you talk about planning to displace, do you mean planning to like buy up a few areas that are owned by absentee landlords and evicting tenant farmers, or do you mean like planning to displace as in like to do the Nakba? Like, what do you mean by planning to displace?
Oh, I know what quote you're talking about. The quote where Herzl says, "Our goal is to colonize Palestine in the name of Western civilization." That's the quote you want to ignore. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I was talking about you paraphrased that quote like fuck, by the way. Okay.
I know it's paraphrased, but that was the plan. He said it right there. We want to colonize.
Yeah, when we talk again, that's why. So when we talk about colonize, buying up land in mostly empty areas and draining swamps, is that colonizing to you?
I mean, yeah, if they're extracting wealth from it.
The thing is, when we go for quote mining, which is what every historian that you're appealing to does, when you're talking about like the
colonial. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We're talking about like the quote gathering. The thing is that Herzl at several times did talk about like paying people to leave. He did speak about that. He was very aware that doing this in a place where people already live is going to be an issue. Everyone knew that. What Herzl also did, however, was he wrote a fucking entire like fantasy fucking novel about it, but a very like one that communicated his ambitions about like the Israelis and the Palestinians, like the Jews and the Arabs living in Palestine in a binational shared state where some crazy rabbi tries to undermine the rights of the Arabs, but then the population votes him down. Like that's the Alt-Neuland. That's the story.
Yeah,
So like people like this had
nationalists
Yeah.
like very late into the project.
Yeah.
And
So the point is,
unfortunately, they lost the argument.
Yeah. So what happened is that when Zionists went there, quite a lot of them actually at the beginning had this kind of like starry-eyed view of the idea that they would cultivate the land, they would attract, like they would boost the economy, they would like contribute to the society, and they would have this kind of like situation where there'd be like a mutual benefit between the Zionists and the local Arab population. Obviously, for complex reasons, like that relation broke down. One, because the Yishuv started to buy land that was inhabited, like the Sursok purchases, which produced a lot of resentment, but also because the local population wasn't just angry at people losing land, they were also angry at there being an increasing Jewish presence in the region. And what I'm trying to say is that, like, despite what presuppositions you might have about me, is I'm not like against criticizing the Zionist movement for what they did. Of course, a lot of what they did was very fucking immoral, and you wouldn't get away with it today, right? But I'm also saying that it's not as simple as like I don't see Zionist colonialism to be anywhere near in the same category as something like the French colonization of Algeria or like the British colonizing Kenya or South Africa.
How is it different?
How do you think it's different? Just I want to gauge how much you know. Do you think there are any differences? If you don't, that's fine.
They were conscious and unapologetic.
That's not you telling me what
about
differences there are. I'm asking you to say what the differences are.
I mean, there were minor differences, like the French weren't a persecuted minority.
That's a minor difference to you?
I mean, no, that's a pretty decent difference. I misspoke about that one, but no, I was thinking about something else, and then I said that one first. That there were plans of binationalism. That's the minor difference I was thinking of. And,
anything else?
No, not really, dude. I've been drinking tonight.
I guess like historical connection to the land doesn't really mean that much to. It doesn't mean that much to me. So.
Yeah, it means something, but not when to be indigenous to a place. You have to have a continuous connection to the land
I'm careful because you're about to write off Palestinian right of return. Hang on. You're about to write off Palestinian
right of return.
There were
indigenous Jews, to be clear. All right.
Yeah, but you're about to have a continuous presence. That means Palestinians don't have a right to return, or because they've been gone for a few generations now.
I mean, when I say continuous, I mean like relatively in scale. Like 2,000 years is different than 60 years. You get me? Like
there's some arbitrary line where you lose your connection to the land or your indigeneity.
Yeah, of course, and you get influenced by other cultures and blah blah blah. But no, their connection to the land does play some role.
Okay,
I'm not going to deny that.
Okay,
some role.
But other differences. So, I guess we probably agree that they didn't do this at the behest of an imperial state that was trying to like plunder the region.
I mean, neither did the Puritans. Like,
I mean, like we're comparing. I was saying it's not the same as like French Algeria or the British and like Africa.
Yeah, I mean, but not all examples of settler colonialism is the same. Doesn't mean it's not settler colonialism.
Okay, we agree that they weren't like unlike most other colonialisms that they weren't doing this to make money.
No, settler colonialism is never for wealth extraction. That's regular colonialism. That's the difference. And there's that's usually the regular colonialism has a metropole that just extracts wealth from the surrounding, from the colonized lands. And
maybe I'm ignorant, but do settlers not also establish themselves on the ground? So you've got a population there that is able to extract wealth more efficiently on behalf of the like South Africa or Rhodesia, on behalf of the state, on behalf of the metropole? No? I think settling is actually kind of part of that.
Who
No?
was South Africa sending money back to? They were extracting money for themselves, just like the Zionists did.
Well, when did South Africa become independent?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on South Africa.
I believe it was the 40s, wasn't it? Or earlier? 60s?
It was
No,
in
wait, it must have been earlier.
No, it was definitely past the 60s because they had anti-apartheid.
No, it wasn't the 60s. It was 1910. So yeah, all the way up until then, like there were settlers who were settling and like extracting on behalf of the metropole. No.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is a difference between Zionism and other colonialisms. I'm going to bring you back to one that you mentioned, the persecuted minority. I'd say that's a pretty big one because one of the big differences and one of the reasons that resistance groups in Palestine always learn this the hard way is that unlike other settlers, Zionists don't have anywhere else to go. They're only in Israel. Most of them are in Israel because either they or their families were fleeing. And in most of these cases, or a lot of these cases,
they had other states that they could have colonized.
Okay,
so they planned on many other places, but they picked Palestine due to its historic and religious significance.
So at one point, they were offered. So again, because these are like we're talking 19th, 20th century. These are like people who are just having to appeal to states. So I think at one point they get offered Uganda, which I think is only a temporary position, but eventually they get offered Palestine, and they're happy to take it because they historical connection and everything. So that's what they get. From then on, from Balfour onwards, every like other Jew who wants to go to a place where they think they might not be persecuted, beggars can't be choosers, right? So we're talking about the people who went there.
That doesn't okay.
So my point is that quite a lot of these people didn't actually have other places to go.
No, yeah, you're right. Like I'm sure they felt that was their salvation and their last.
And actually, isn't it the case that Zionists, that Jewish migration to Palestine didn't actually? It stayed fairly low until they had nowhere else to go, right? It was 1925 was when when it started to exceed like previous numbers because of Johnson Reed, right? Because America closed their doors.
I mean, there was a continuous migration to Palestine from Christian countries as like going back centuries of Jews,
but it only really accelerates when they run out of options, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Maybe next question. Actually, I never even thought about this. I just saw it.
I think you're misunderstanding like the point here. Like the point isn't that the Jews aren't an oppressed minority that didn't have many other options. The point is that they oppress and displace the Palestinians to do
we'll
so.
Get to that. Yeah. So we'll get to that. Don't worry. I'm trying to think where to go. Okay. My position, just so you know, is that if anti-Semitism were not a thing, then Zionism would be completely unjustified. There's no other reason for it that could possibly come close to justifying that. But there was, and
you mean political
they should have.
Not,
the Jewish state. Yes,
it's different. Yeah,
there should have been. Rather, there was a country that was empty that they could have gone to. However, for most people, Jews were not making that decision. There wasn't one.
No, for sure. And that's why I don't blame all the Jews. Like I blame the leadership and
and once they're there, you reach once they're there, you reach a situation where they're not really going away. Even by 1937, even before that, like you're already at a position where they are there to stay. And the question is, what do you do about it? I don't think a binational state was going to work because there was already a lot of hostility back then. There was actually hostility even before a lot of the evictions. Like Jews were I don't know if you know, but I think maybe 1,000 people
Because
had
they
fled Russia
wrote
into Israel, into Palestine in like 1881, and in 1882 the Ottomans closed the door. They said no more of you can come here.
Oh shit!
Like, so,
My dog just spilled something.
Shit.
Go ahead, my bad.
So I'm just saying that even quite early on, there was hostility. Like even when it was mostly just them buying empty land, they were still treated with hostility, not just because
I
of fear of
don't agree with
displacement.
this.
You don't agree that there was
Mm.
hostility before the
When
large evictions?
From what I've read, based on like historical consensus and not like focusing on the every like single date and shit, is that the conflicts arose specifically when the labor disputes started, when the Palestinians didn't have places to work, and in conjunction with the Zionist writings about their desire to colonize Palestine, and their and Palestinian intellectuals being able to read that. And you also have to remember that the Palestinians weren't like a well-armed group. They had no militias. They were like basically farming communities. And
So when there was say like when there was the expulsion of Jews from Jaffa in the middle of the First World War, this was because of settling? Because of expulsion? Or like when there were murders in like 1912, 13, like from the 1910s
there was a
on,
lot of
there was
tit
like
for
quite
tat.
an
It
uptick
was
of
a lot of
murders,
tit for tat. There was a lot of tit for tat, back and forth stuff.
What was the back and forth? What were the Jews? What attacks were the Jews taking part in against local Arabs at that point?
A lot. There were, like I said, it was labor disputes that evolved into physical conflict, and then tit for tat violence. I don't particularly care who started it. Like, and
the thing is, if we're talking about, so first of all, for I think we probably agree that attacking a group of people because they're buying land in empty areas because you're afraid they're going to come and do something more afterwards. We wouldn't say that you would attack someone for that, right?
No, not it depends on like if it was like Nazis, like yeah.
And are we conflating Zionists with Nazis here?
Have you ever read what the Zionists wrote, man?
So people who, yes, and I've also read what Nazis wrote. And I think if you think they are anywhere in the same universe, you're kind of insane. Yeah.
Let's see. Why Jabotinsky?
Jabotinsky was not leading the Zionist movement in the late 1800s and early 1900s. I don't know why you would go to Jabotinsky.
Herzl. Did you read what Herzl wrote about Jews? Like,
are you going to quote Mauschel, like that screed that he wrote against? I hope you're not, because that's a really stupid point.
No, I'm not gonna quote that. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Because I'm talking about I'm talking about people who were. It's not minutia.
It is. Israel is still a settler colonial project. No matter
it's not
what.
Minutia to say. It's not minutia to go into the reasons why these people.
Just because it was a different form of settler colonialism than other, it wasn't exact. They were all different.
Yeah, like
different.
But okay, like unique in the sense of what, like a lot of these people like get there and they have nowhere else to go. Unique in the sense that it's born out of refuge.
Puritans
rather than,
the Puritans didn't have anywhere else to go. Oh, so they might as well. Their Native American genocide was justified because the Puritans were persecuted.
I don't know why people act as if like the Native American genocide only happened because people in America were running away. I don't understand where this theory comes from. It's not.
No, that's not at all.
Like the fucking land of opportunity and the gold rushes and the fucking the amount of it. Like America was a colony.
Capitalism was the main driver.
It was like British colonies. I don't know why people compare this to Zionism. In Zionism, there was a whole saying like it was
Zionism,
like if you want the whole saying for Zionists was like
metropole. What do you mean? Like Zionism is to Europe, like as to what Puritans were to the British, like they specifically wrote out that they wanted to colonize Israel, like Palestine. That they use the term Palestine, not me, in the name of Western civilization against the savages and barbarians. That's the terms they use. That's the verbiage they use.
No,
like
you already admitted to
pretty
paraphrasing the fuck out of that statement, but that's
But
okay.
dude, I can Google them right now. I can Google them right now.
Yeah,
But, all right.
and I'm sure you're probably going to accept that, like America, it was these were
Zionists-
colonies, okay? These were colonies of the British. I don't know
Like,
why
you
we
think
would compare this
expect
to like Zionism. It's fucking
Zionism was a colony of the British. I mean, it
Really?
wasn't. No, not.
Why did the
not
British?
fully.
Yeah, why did
It was
not
slightly
fully?
different, like
not
I
even
said,
slightly.
But
Like
they claimed on their own to be colonizing it in the name of Western civilization. Theodore Herzl wrote that.
yeah, and
Let
then
me find the quote.
okay. I don't even
Like,
know if would they even use the term Western civilization back then, or
Yes,
okay.
Western. I could share.
I think you're probably referring to the letter he wrote to Cecil Rhodes, but okay.
Yeah,
let's
I'm
just
pretty sure
let's just fast forward a
story.
bit. Let's just fast forward to okay, because I think we agree that the Sursok purchases and those kinds of like
I
the
don't know
evictions
how
of
you
tenant
don't
farmers.
agree that it's settler colonialism. Like every
I
expert, like it's a
don't say.
broad
Hang
academic
on,
consensus.
I'm okay with calling it settler colonialism. I just don't
Oh,
agree
okay.
with. It's just that if you read the
Then why are
essay,
we
it's just
arguing?
that if you read the essay by that Patrick Wolf guy who calls Israel settler colonialism, the reasons he has for calling it settler colonialism are very different from the reasons I would give. And he also is like, yeah, that's why. Because it has so many differences between
the
other like recognized
differences
cases
are
of
real,
colonial
and
settlement.
they're mitigating factors for sure. I would say they're mitigating factors.
Okay, they're mitigating factors. Okay. So by the time that we reach, say, the mid 30s, and we know that what Zionists have done is unethical in a lot of ways, we also know that the way that a lot of Arab leaders have responded to them is unethical as well. Because some of these Arab leaders, who's like the guy who headed the Palestine Arab Congress, literally like believed in the protocols and the stab in the back theory, right? And
Are you talking about the fucking the Grand Mufti? Is that who you're
no,
talking
I'm
about?
talking about Kazan, the head of the Palestine Arab Congress. The Mufti as well, obviously. He was
Okay.
bad news for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, he was a colonial appointed.
He wasn't colonial. What do you mean colonial appointed? What do you mean? Like the British appointed.
I mean, he
him out
wasn't
of
like
4 people.
democratically elected by
No
the
one,
fucking
no leader in the
Palestinian
no leader in the Middle East was democratically
No
elected at this
shit.
point.
That's the whole point. Like,
and even when the British and the French left, they didn't democratically elect people right away. What are you talking about?
I know, but listen, this is like the whole point. Like,
Do you think Al Husseini was like a? Do you think Al Husseini was like a nobody, or who was he?
No, I didn't say he was a nobody. He was a prominent member of Palestinian society. I know
Yeah,
that.
he was one of the elites,
no one
right?
says
He
that.
also
No,
he was influential enough to lead the national movement and he led the
so
Jerusalem
what's your
riots.
point? The Palestinians deserve to be genocided because this one guy believed in the protocols of the Al Zayed. What about the 16,000 Palestinians
No, so
that
you're
volunteered
getting a little bit,
alongside Jews to fight against Nazis? Like,
so I think you're maybe getting you're getting a little bit ahead of yourself. Okay, that was a very
I don't understand
unfair,
why we have to go through the
that was
whole
a very
history of
that was a very unfair thing to say. Okay, I don't think you
Why?
think I
I don't
believe
get
that.
why it was. No, I don't think you do. I don't.
The
I don't.
problem is that Arab
being clear.
leaders, because they were leaders, and before Palestine, before the British, they were Ottoman elites. Okay, these guys were going to lead regardless.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
and even the
but-
we can talk about the Nashashibis. They were the more moderate ones, but they also opposed partition. They also wanted a blanket end to Jewish immigration. So even the Palestine Arab Congress, which was not led by Haj Amin al-Husseini, they were against all Jewish immigration, full stop, from as early as like 1921. So I'm just saying that there were
before the
problems. So
Holocaust.
what?
Yeah, before the Holocaust, like it's not like they saw like Jews being massacred by the Nazis and they said no more. Like, I mean, a lot of the writing was on the wall by this point. Like the writing was on the wall that these people want to colonize our lands. And so no, that's at this point the writing was already on the wall.
Well, do you think
like,
so is it just a coincidence that the people who said this were also insanely anti-Semitic? Because if the demand from
pretty
let's
much.
say the Palestine Arab Congress demands in 1921 they demand like a single state, like a single Arab state in Palestine, no Jewish homeland, but they also want to completely bar Jewish immigration. Would that be fair?
It's their land.
Even if they've got their state. Okay, so we support like banning an entire group.
I don't
from...
support I don't support banning groups at all, personally, but I just do support the right to self-determination. So if that's
yeah, but
what other people want
self-determination
to
doesn't
do
mean
with
you.
their
Okay, is the self-determination mean you can just like fucking?
yeah,
can
that's
ban
it means
immigration?
people have the
Like-
right to choose what to do with their nations, and
Okay.
like
So when we reach
to an
like
extent,
so when we reach the
yeah.
30s, there are Jews living in that region, and they're quite concentrated along the coastal lines. They don't get self-determination in an Arab state.
Dude, the indigenous Jews oppose the Zionists. The chief rabbis of like Jerusalem specifically opposed Zionists. I'm trying to find the thing.
But I'm talking about the ones who live there. Like you
Sonnenfeld?
said, when people arrive there, they can't leave, right?
But you do know that, right? The chief rabbi of Jerusalem opposed this, as did like most indigenous Palestinian Jews. They saw the Zionists as troublemakers. That because before that, Jews and
I know there were
Muslims
some indigenous. Wait, what were you about to say?
They're living in relative peace.
Relative to what?
Hundreds
No,
of years.
they weren't. They were relative peace. What do you mean?
Relative to the rest of the world, like the people warred all the time back then in intertribal conflicts. But like we have evidence in the historiography of like Jewish families and Arab families like babysitting each other's kids and celebrating religions together, going back all the way to like the early 1900s.
Yeah, and we also have the Middle East and North Africa and all these countries under like when it was majority Islamic rule. We also have situations where there were massacres, where there were arbitrary laws, where there was really poor policing, where like a Muslim could commit a crime against a Jew and a Jew couldn't get justice. Well, we had second-class citizenship for most of it.
No, there was definitely pogroms, but I
So when we say relative peace, okay, I don't know. I'm trying to fast forward to a particular point.
I mean,
here.
compared to like
So-
what the Jews were going through in Christian lands.
yeah, but that's a
it
low
was-
bar. That's a low bar. That doesn't mean that it's okay for like Jews when they've managed to when they've
mean-
congregated in a particular area, which it would be at this point Palestine. I think when we reach 1920s, 30s, I think they're well within their rights to ask for a state, because even if it's partition, because it is quite clear at that point. A lot of Jews have arrived there, okay, because there's very few other places to go, if any, and they're not leaving. They have nowhere else to go. You have to decide what to do with that. Are we going to put them under the rule of Haj Amin al-Husseini or even other people in his family who lead the Palestine Arab Congress or other people who are massively anti-Semitic, or do we partition the land? I think since the 30s onwards, it made more sense to partition the land. Do you disagree or not?
Yeah, I disagree.
Yeah? You think it should have been a unitary, like a single Arab state?
Yes.
Why did the Arab leaders reject it?
Because the Zionists were there to like explicitly colonize their land, dude. Like
why did they reject the single Arab state then? Why did they reject the white paper in 39?
I don't know the exact reasons why.
Okay, it's just it doesn't matter.
Explicitly.
It's okay. I don't know. I just think like the problem is that once you have these two groups there and they're in big enough numbers, like I think by that point it was like I think it was like a third
Dude,
of the population there was Jewish.
reading through like Wikipedia, and it seems like you're like vastly misrepresenting a lot of this shit. It's
Misrepresenting what? Something specific,
you're
say.
saying all these people are anti-Semitic and blah blah blah, and like I read through the Wikipedia. Of course, Wikipedia is a horrible source, but I'm just.
I mean, you're saying it yourself,
and it's like,
right?
oh yeah, these people rejected political Zionism and blah blah blah. Why don't these why aren't they talking about the anti-Semitic nature?
Would you? Well, why isn't Wikipedia in 2025 talking about the Arab leaders of the British Mandate being
Wikipedia in
anti-Semitic? Yeah, why? I wonder why. Do you want me to find
Yeah,
you quotes from a source that you might respect more than Wikipedia, or?
And who's the Ilan Pape says the second Congress was held in secret in Palestine because British military had banned all Arab political gatherings, and a statement is issued for calling the return of all political deportees. Maybe that's why they rejected it, because they were
Say that
they
again.
banned all their political
that again.
gatherings.
Say that again.
Ilan Pape says that the Second Congress was held in secret in Palestine on the 31st of May, 1920, because British military authorities had banned all Arab political gatherings.
What year was
and
the second one?
Issued May 1920. 1920. May
Yeah.
31st.
Hang on. Let me find you the thing. This was, I believe. Where's the?
I don't know why we're like arguing over this this minutia. It's all minutia. Like, there's so many like Israeli historians.
It's not minutia. It's
like read Ilan Pape. Even like
I can show you why. I can show you why there are problems with Ilan Pape as a source if you want.
Abi Shlaim.
Can you please? Why you are name dropping people that you haven't read? That's
Because
why you're in the Wikipedia.
I know their broad historical narratives. I just didn't memorize these fucking historical facts. Like, there was no justification for what the Zionists did. There was no justification for the Nakba. Just because
I'm not talking about justifications for the Nakba. We haven't even reached there. We're on like 1930 now. What are you talking about? What? Was the Arab revolt justified in what they did in the 30s? Because it was looks like targeting of civilians to try and terrorize them into leaving. What the fuck?
The targeting of the civilians wasn't necessary. I wouldn't. But of course, it's like you're saying, is it justified? No, but it's a natural reaction when people try to colonize. You keep talking about justifications and all this bullshit. It's not about justification. It's about the material relationship to the land and material relationship to the world around you. It's when colonized people get colonized, this is how they react. So like, to expect the Palestinians to react any differently.
Did you cut out there?
Holding beliefs are reacting any differently is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This is.
Do you understand that like groups that have? Do you understand that groups that have encountered? Do you understand that groups that have encountered colonialism have actually reacted in very different ways and across different countries, right? You realize that the response to South Africa was different from the response to Algeria, for example.
Yeah, but they've all included violence, and they've all included. They used
it's
to.
A very broad understanding of.
Usually set tires on fire and fucking put them around the necks of people who collaborated with fucking
to collaborators, yeah, and also the ANC condemned those activities because they were fucking ridiculous, yeah. So that's a bad example. But
but that's just because the ANC condemned it. It's a bad example. What about the Native Americans?
Because when we talk about so if we talk about colonized people, can I not just say?
What about the slave revolts? Like, come on now, dude. This is ridiculous. You're getting into this stupid minutia to justify modern day settler colonialism that's genocidal and operates on the logic of the elimination of the native.
We are still at 1930 here. We're not at the Nakba. We're not at any of the massacres or anything.
Go through the entire history of Israel.
Is Jews not going to
memorize these facts?
Is Jews not going to? So is Jews not going to? Is Jews going to Israel? Is that and deciding that they're sick of being persecuted and that they think that having a state would make more sense to them? Is that not just how oppressed people react to oppression? Like,
no, I agree. Like it is how they react, but it's also has an element of like Western chauvinism, and like, come on, you can't deny that has an element of Western like colonial thought. They
do you
thought,
think so? Okay, yeah, sure. And do you think
an element of that? But I don't.
The bit that you're missing, the bit that you're missing is that this happened in an area where Muslim rule was seen as supreme, and where Jews were seen as they couldn't be anything other than second-class citizens, or if they were equal citizens, they were just treated second-class. So that actually goes both ways, because what the Ottomans leaders, these Ottoman elites saw, and the people who followed them, who came from the Ottoman Empire, like Al-Husseini, like the Nashashibis, what they saw was an inferior group. Was what they saw was an what they saw was an inferior group that was punching a little bit too far above their weight. That's what they saw. That's also why, like, the Ottomans really opposed like Christian nationalism up in Lebanon. So
but Jews were considered part of the Ummah along with Christians, like
as what?
in these,
Hang on, you don't whitewash the Ottoman Empire. I know that's your first fucking instinct because you read
no, I don't
Orientalists like
whitewash
fucking
the.
Pape.
Why would I whitewash the Ottoman Empire when they also oppressed Palestinians and the Palestinians fucking revolted against the Ottoman Empire? What are you talking about? It has nothing to do with the Ottoman Empire. I'm just talking about like Islam in general. Like,
yeah, just because they're part of the Ummah. That's like, okay, well, Palestinians are also part of Israeli society. They're a fifth of the population. What the fuck does that mean? Why would you say that? Like, they were dhimmi. Like,
yeah, I understand that, but compared,
so that's just what oppressed people do. You know, they get a bit fed up of living as fucking human trash, and they decide that they want to.
It wasn't a settler colonial society that operated on the logic of the.
Is oppression just like less valid because it's not settler colonial? There's other forms of oppression.
No, it was oppression. It was oppression, and it was bad.
Yeah.
But we're dealing in the here and now. Like, okay,
that's what I'm talking about. Yes,
if I was living in these Islamic societies that did oppress and treated the Jews as dhimmis, I would oppose that. But I'm not there.
That's great. Okay, but yeah, you weren't there. I know, and you didn't have the power to change the minds of these Arab leaders. So the problem is that even when you had Zionist migration over to Palestine, yeah, there could have been a point where the British have just said, well, what's stopping you guys from just sharing the country? Like, and the Jews are just migrants. Like, what's stopping you from that? Because honestly, if this were just about evictions for land purchase, no one gives a fuck about that in like 100 years later. In the 1920s, you know, the Sursuk purchases in the Jezreel, where they evicted like 8,000 Arabs, and that caused like a huge fucking stir up at the time. That land was actually originally lived in by Bedouins. So it was actually purchased through an eviction and then sold to the Zionists after another eviction. Okay. So it's like, obviously, so people didn't give a fuck about that necessarily. Okay, that was happening all the time with landlords moving people around. So, but the reason that they couldn't have shared a country together in a binational state or just a state for two people was not just because of Zionist ambitions, but it was because of Arab ambitions as well. No, Arabs were against it as well. No, Arabs were against it as well. They did not want to share power with Jews who lived there.
Oh my God! Do I have to? I don't know. I have to break out my books and shit, dude, because I didn't memorize them. Like Rashid Khalidi literally writes about the Arab leaders in like the late 1800s.
Khalidi also said that the Americans armed Israel in the 48 war, which is just not true. Like, you can.
Yeah. Okay. That's one example, but Ilan Pape also mentioned
Ilan Pape's citation for that claim goes nowhere. I can find you that one as well. When he says that, in 1925, like the Arabs were warming up to a binational state, but like what they'll do is they'll pick like a leader who doesn't have any power and say that they're the ones who wanted this. But no, the people who had the decision-making power, whether it was the Al-Husseinis or the Nashashibis, they wanted a single Arab state. That's it. Like without a complete end to Jewish immigration, and the Jews would just take their chances, I guess, with a leadership full of fucking protocols believers. Right?
And I think that's wrong, but I don't think that justifies current modern day settler colonialism, like in the genocide of the Palestinians.
I don't think it does either. Yeah, but do you think I'm saying it justifies like every fucking action that Israel's ever done?
But
no.
I constantly see you like doing like I don't want to disparage you personally, but like the shit with the like little kids getting shot.
Yeah, we can go into all that if you want, okay? Because I know exactly. I know exactly which fucking little clips you've grabbed or seen grabbed for you.
We'll talk again.
It doesn't even have to be talking. It's fine. It's like a 2-second argument. It doesn't matter. But we can talk about.
It's more than that, dude. It's like you require these extraordinary claims whenever it comes to like
one thing at a time. One thing at a time.
Israeli claims.
One thing at a time. Do you think every country that was let's just go on your terms, okay? Because you're not okay. Do you agree that do you think every country that was founded on unethical terms should be abolished?
I think all nation states should be abolished in general. But,
in general, but in the real world where things have consequences. Yeah, what? Do you think every state that was
not
founded
necessarily
on
no?
Yeah,
I don't think Israel should be abolished necessarily if they stopped being a settler colonial society, meaning they allowed Palestinians to become equal like citizens. So like that doesn't mean anything. Basically everyone agrees that Israel should Israel should. It doesn't matter, like if they still call themselves Israel, if they allow Palestinians to become equal citizens, no one would have a problem with that today. I don't mean,
Well, apart from both of the groups who
Pal-
live there, they don't want that.
I
Israelis
mean,
don't
yeah,
want that.
pretty much.
Palestinians don't
That's
want
kind
that.
of like that's kind of the problem of the Israelis for their like.
Well, Palestinians don't want it
how many
either.
years of
You think?
abuse?
Hang on. Do you think Palestinians want a one country for two people, like a democratic state
No,
for?
I
Yeah,
know.
of course
No,
they don't. Yeah.
I'm familiar with the opinion polling, but I mean, would you blame them? Like, have you
No, I
seen
don't
what
blame
they-
them. That's why I get very confused by Western activists who act like that's the fucking like epitome of like the morally fucking the moral beacon for a solution. No, I think they should partition the land. I think it makes sense.
I'm from the global south.
I think it makes sense to partition the land. I think the 47 partition would have been a good idea. I think even the 37 plan would have been a good idea. Right now, unfortunately, like it would be the
Where they
67
get all the
borders. But
shitty land and Israel gets all the good, like arable land. And
what do you mean?
that
All
would've
the
been
at what?
great.
So at what point? What plan are you talking about? You're talking about 67 borders or 37 or 47? What?
The 47 borders.
The 47
and
borders gave all the shitty
67
land to the
borders.
Arabs.
All, but what do you mean? They were all pretty bum deals for the Palestinians. What are you talking about?
Was the 37 plan a bum deal for the Palestinians? Have you seen the 37 partition map?
I mean, as far as far as I'm aware, it was.
It gives the Israelis the
pretty-
northern Galilee, the coast, and like a sort of like international connection to Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Is that bad for the Palestinians?
I mean, they shouldn't have to give up any of their land, but
Yeah, but they also
listen.
they're in a hard place then because they also don't want to
No,
share
no,
a country with
they
a
are in a
substantial
hard
Jewish
place, no.
population. Yeah, but no, not what you're meaning. I'm meaning like they also don't want to share the country with a substantial Jewish population, which is a problem as well because those Jews don't have anywhere else to go. I'm talking about the
I mean,
leaders
yeah,
here, okay?
Of course, and like I don't understand why. Like you're saying, since these leaders rejected this whole group today should.
I'm not saying that. Why are you doing that? We're talking about one particular time
Suffer.
period.
It's such a Western chauvinist. Like,
I know you
it's such a-
live in
like, you're always talking about
you
Westerners.
live in buzzwords when you're getting frustrated. Okay, I'm just saying.
I'm not
What I'm
getting
talking about, I'm not. You are getting frustrated. Like the reason you keep on devolving to these like insults are, oh, so that justifies something that happened 75 years later. No, you fucking idiot. I'm talking about now. I'm talking about like the period of time that we're talking about right now, which was the 37 partition plan. Okay, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, I think the Arab leaders were wrong to reject that, and you seem to disagree because you think they should have had all of it.
Oh, if they were wrong, you mean in terms of their material interests? Yeah, they would probably have been better if they agreed to that. But what's the point of the question? I don't get the point.
The point is you opened this conversation by saying, like supporting the existence of like a settler, colonial, Zionist, like imperial chauvinist buzzword, and I'm saying that that country exists, whether for better or worse. Like those people,
settler colonialism, dude. That's like the primary example that you're a fucking privileged Westerner that claims other peoples are Westerners. You're not.
Those people live there now. They're not going away. It doesn't seem like Palestinians want to share
They're
a country
gonna have
with
to
them.
go away. Israel's not gonna last like another 25 years if they don't change the way they're currently constituted.
And this is why your analysis of this entire conflict is the same analysis that all these resistance groups have, and it's the reason they always fail. You don't understand the difference between Jews, between Zionism, and every other colonial project that you've
survive
looked
on
at.
their own with no global support in
Yes.
25 years if
Yeah.
they don't change the current formation of the state, which is
I mean,
they can like.
Yeah, I mean, they could all like
That's
lose.
why-
They
yeah,
could all
what
get
Hamas
invaded and
did-
die. But I mean, would that be a good idea? Yeah, I mean, they can build blunt weapons of their own. Yeah, they've got nuclear weapons. Yeah, they can
No,
defend
they're gonna
themselves.
they're gonna do the Samson option. You really think they're gonna do that?
Who's attacking
Come on,
them in this scenario? Who's getting rid of them?
Nobody's attacking them. It's going to be a point to where like the whole world's against them. They're global pariahs. They're surrounded by enemies. At this point, Saudi Arabia is going to like the House of Saud will probably fall if they keep continuing to back Israel at this point, especially after like how many people have died in this genocide? Do you think when this all comes like out in the open, like what do you think is going to happen, dude? Like
Okay, so they're surrounded by
Israelis
enemies.
to be
How are they?
genocide.
Okay, so what happens? What happens after they're surrounded by enemies? And what? How does Israel go away?
No, they're
in
going to
your
have to be
view?
forced to negotiate and like give
Forced to negotiate
reparations.
for what?
Lots of them will probably leave because lots of them have already left. Like lots of them have dual citizenships. Like
What percentage of them
like,
have dual citizenship?
I don't know. It's something like 17%.
It's fuck all. If the dual citizens left, you'd just be left with the fucking the You just have a
It's
higher.
all the people that actually
You would
produce
just have
and
a
create
yeah.
the things
You would
for
just have
society.
you would just have a higher proportion of Mizrahi Jews, and they're even more right wing than the dual citizens. God,
Yeah, and they
you'd,
would
you'd have a more right wing
they would
population. They'd be more
don't
aggressive.
produce anything, and they don't think of anything. They don't. It's not because they're Mizrahi. It's because they're poor. Like lower class, working class people don't produce culture and like intellectual fucking academic, not intellectual but academic works and at the same rate as bourgeois and petty bourgeois people. And I'm a worker, so like I'm saying this because we don't have the time to do that shit. You have the time, obviously. Like you memorize all this fucking ridiculous like minutia of history that
None of it's
makes no
ridiculous.
difference.
You're only doing that because
And
you
it's not
couldn't
ridiculous.
muster up the same level of knowledge, and you just had to bank on a few.
Yeah,
fucking quotes that
I
you've
don't.
learned
Yeah,
from-
okay, I don't know
and
the
and
same
name a few
exact
authors whose
fucking
books you
knowledge,
haven't read. So it's just like, and I have read Pape's book on the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. I have read Khalidi. That's why I've also been able to separate the parts that actually can be backed up and the parts that can't. But that doesn't matter. There are prominent, there are wealthy, Mizrahi Jews in Israel as
what
well.
parts
But in
can't be
any
backed
case,
up? What parts can't be backed up? What's
They-
the sourcing? What's the source that's wrong?
oh, Ilan Pape saying there were rapes in Deir Yassin, even though basically every local contradicts it. Yeah, that one, for example. Or Pape saying that the Shaw Commission was
Hold on. How's that not? How's that not a like? What's the problem with the historiography on that one?
the fact that the rapes at Deir Yassin. The fact that it was literally made up by Arab media, that they admitted to making it up. It's not that there wasn't atrocities, but they made up the rapes, yeah. As far as we know, I don't think there's any evidence that it did happen. And Pape cites links to a citation that doesn't even prove it. It actually asserts the opposite. I can show you if you want. Did they leave? Huh. And they left, or their phone died. What the fuck? They ran. They fled. Too much minutia. Who else are we talking to? There's loads of people here now. What the fuck? Are they back? Who's this person? I can't remember what they were called. They might have just been clip farming, to be fair. Huh. Oh, they were called Radical something. They haven't got banned. They must have just fled the scene, or got disconnected. Huh.
What?
Hello.
All right, the Chris guy left. All right, thank God. All right, Tucson, bro, they be yapping. All right, look up.
I want to do more debates. What the fuck? I'm enjoying
True,
that.
yeah.
I think I know what
I
that
gotta-
guy did. That guy probably thinks that. Oh yeah, here we go. There. Hello, you're back. I thought we lost you. What the fuck?
My
Oh, you...
bad, dude.
Okay, you wanted me to show you a couple of Ilan Pape citations that are dubious, or what?
Yeah,
we can if you
they're
want.
dubious because they're eyewitness reports. But then you said you can rely on.
Wait, what
these-
eyewitnesses? What eyewitnesses said there were rapes in Deir Yassin?
Not the What's the sources?
I can just show you the. I'll just show you the source, and you tell me what you think. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because you can get this online, right? The ethnic cleansing of Palestine. I don't even. This isn't even the fucking most important. Do you know about this? Do you know about like the whole thing with Arab media and how they exaggerated the fuck out of that massacre? At the
Oh
beginning
my
because
god,
they...
dude! Arab media exaggerates, but Israeli and Western media never do. Like this is.
I'm not saying
pure
they never.
Western
I'm not
trophy.
saying they never do. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's implicit in your fucking coverage.
I'm just asking you if you knew. I'm just. Oh, okay. I just asked you. I just asked you if you were familiar with a particular piece of history, and you just lost your shit. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
dude. Of course, everyone exaggerates at times. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Dude.
Okay. That's fine. Okay. Good. Okay. Just checking. I just
Oh,
wasn't
why
sure if
so
you were.
hostile,
I
bro?
just wasn't sure if
Relax.
you were familiar with that particular story. The Zionists exaggerated their Yassine as well because the Irgun wanted to prove that they'd done more. I don't know why that would offend you so much. Jesus, it's just a fact. Okay. Fucking. How many times do you talk about rape in this book? Okay.
It's not. I just the way I'm a very confrontational person, man.
I can tell.
From the East.
Yeah, I get it. You know, the Trump chairs, you know, not looking good. I can understand
From
why.
the hood, bro. That's how we fucking.
Can't believe I'm fucking word searching. Where's the
Too much
fucking Dare
about-
Yassine? Oh my god, where is it? Okay, hang on.
General
Yassine.
Grievous. Funny he talks about minutia when it comes to Hamas. I didn't say it's minutia when Hamas is essaying people. I just said there's.
He was talking about
no-
the history being minutia, even though I think it's kind of important to understand why Jews are there. Like, because
No,
it
of
also
course. I understand why the Jews are there. What are you talking about? Just because I don't like I didn't memorize facts. Like this is what happens when you like obsess about the aesthetics of the debate, but you don't care about like the actual broader points.
what
and,
broader
like,
point have I ignored or not addressed? What do you mean the aesthetics of debate? We're
fact
literally
that
just going
Israel-
through the history and going through different periods and why the situation was fluid across different periods and why the answers to that problem might have been different as well. Like there would have been a different like, solution
but
or a
the
different...
answer now is the Palestinians should just give up and
No, the answer should
just-
now is that Palestinians should stop trying to destroy Israel and they should have a state in Gaza and the West Bank
Yeah,
with a
okay,
fucking bridge.
dude.
Like
You really think Hamas was trying to destroy
Yep.
Israel?
100%.
No, you're an idiot. They were. I'm sorry, man. My bad. Man. I didn't mean to insult you. But
I mean,
no,
you can tell me as much as you want,
whole-
okay? But I can just
the
listen
whole
to them.
purpose of that
I can just
attack
listen to
was
I can
because
just
of
listen to them.
Saudi normalization with Israel, and because of the escalating ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. They know they can't destroy Israel. Are you like, come on, dude? Are we being serious? You really think they wanted to destroy Israel on October 7th?
I don't know if they thought October 7th would. First of all, I can show you Sinwar.
No, they know they can't
Hang on.
destroy Israel. The
I
whole
can show
point
you.
was to disrupt the denormalization process and to get global support on their
Okay,
side.
That is slightly okay. Sinwar, I can just listen to the people who did it and what they have to say. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but the Zionists, they exaggerate, but when Hamas exaggerates
Their own
it doesn't
intentions.
matter. Yeah. Why would
Okay.
they? Why wouldn't they boast about? Yeah, we're trying.
Well,
to
if they
do-
wanted to drive a wedge into normalization, I guess
they're
that part
trying to like
worked.
raise
but
the morale of the resistance. That's why they would say that
to
Like,
raise
it's
the
pretty
morale.
logical.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Let's
If
see.
we're saying, oh, we have no hope,
Okay.
then
Do you think it was a bad idea?
in hindsight, considering all the death and destruction, I mean that's totally up to the Palestinians. It's not if they
Well,
think
we're talking about Hamas, not the Palestinians here. Okay.
No, but if they think getting a state and like because they had no hope at the point, like they were going to be relegated to the dustbin of history. Israel was increasingly building new settlements, and they were accelerating the expansion of settlements in the West Bank. They're normalizing relationships with Saudi Arabia. It was over. They tried peaceful protest at the Great
Oh
March of
God,
Return.
fuck me. Did Hamas ever? So we're talking about Hamas right now in Gaza.
Dude, Hamas
Did
tried
Hamas
to be
ever?
peaceful as soon as they were elected, but Israel fucking put a blockade as soon as they were
What?
elected.
No.
What do you mean?
You don't know
As soon as
you
they
don't know
were
anything
elected,
about this conflict. You don't know anything about the conflict. You don't know anything.
the
The
Gaza
blockade
Strip.
wasn't.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. What was Hamas doing before the blockade? Were they trying to be peaceful? Fuck off.
No, but once they were
No,
elected,
they were never trying to be.
They were moderating their viewpoints up to that point.
When? In what way? How are they moderating their viewpoints?
Just
They changed their charter. Well, that
In
was
2017?
Yeah.
You don't know what you're talking about. You just used a charter from fucking 12 years after. Fuck me. Oh my god. It's not minutia. You say, oh, Hamas tried to moderate. They changed their charter and then they got blockaded. No, these events are 10 years apart. Details matter. Fuck.
Loner, before even the blockade happened, during the election, they were also throwing Fatah members from roofs.
I don't know. Like,
Yeah,
okay,
but
let me just fast forward this into it. Let me just fast forward this into it. Let me just fast forward this. Yeah, they did. Yeah, let's just fast forward this into a single distilled point that is not disagreeable. Hamas never accepted the existence of Israel. They were never going to accept the two-state solution. They were never going to accept peace, like mutual recognition with Israel. Never. They've never done that. They've never offered to do that.
Israel was never going to accept a Palestinian state either. What's your point? Like,
how many times have? How many times?
Never.
How many times
Dude,
have
the Oslo Accords?
Hey,
Like,
hey! How many times have? How many?
That it was bullshit.
How many times in history of the Israel-Palestine conflict have the Zionists accepted a partition resolution for two states?
Just because they accept something doesn't mean like they accept it and then their plan is to we're gonna ignore it. Just like they break all the ceasefire and then
how many times have okay, so the answer is yes, they have accepted.
Blame it on Hamas.
The answer is yes, they have accepted final settlements for two states. How many times have Palestinian leaders? How many times have Palestinian leaders ever accepted a final settlement with two states, like a final settlement?
Never, because there was always poison pills.
Okay.
And
there we go. Okay.
How many people like?
It was a poison pill.
Who were actually, who was? Ah, man, you're lucky I'm drunk right now. Yeah, no, someone was negotiating in the room, and they were there. Fuck, but not Jeffrey Sachs. Yeah.
Are you going to talk about how Rabin said that he wanted it to be less than a sovereign state? Is that what you're talking about? In the Knesset.
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
There's that.
And you realize that, and obviously you admit that when Barak came in, he exceeded what Rabin was willing to offer, right? At Camp David?
No.
And then you'll probably say, but at Camp David, even Shlomo Ben-Ami, who was the Israeli negotiator, even he said that he wouldn't have accepted Camp David because the terms weren't good enough. And I'd be like, yeah, I agree. That's why they offered something better immediately after with the Clinton parameters. And Arafat still was not clear on what he wanted to actually accept a final two-state solution. So and then I would ask you is if all these settlements that are not good enough, then why have we never had a counter offer for two states from either Husseini or from Abbas or from Arafat? And then you'll say, ooh.
Because
Can I give an answer
they don't really have the power to...
The power to make a counter offer. The power to say, that's all good. We'd prefer you have this instead. We prefer you change this instead.
They're not offered any place at the table.
Right.
Like they know if they did that, it would be rejected outright.
You're a chauvinist, okay? You think Palestinians are retarded.
I'm a chauvinist.
Yes, you think Palestinians are fucking retarded. You think that literally, like,
no,
you think these people who literally were like millionaires, like fucking Arafat and Abbas, are not powerful enough or not fucking wise enough to state their fucking terms for a two-state solution in clear fucking parameters. They can't do that apparently because what?
I'm trying to look something up. Chill, dude. Stop yelling.
Yeah, well, stop yelling. Why are you being so?
I'm yelling. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, dude. Only I can yell.
I'm just saying, like
you're supposed to be the super logical streamer here, bro.
Yeah, but I just think it's such a simple. It just gets frustrating when there's such a simple question that can't be answered. Why no counteroffer? And people just freak the fuck out, I guess, because
I can give you why there's no counteroffer.
Why?
Mainly because it would look like they're negotiating with Israel, even though they're already on the fucking table, and they don't want their people to see that.
Yeah, because like Palestinian leaders, even Arafat, might have always had this outside pressure from their own people or from the Tanzim or from Hezbollah, people saying that like you should not concede. Like as soon as you cannot concede the land of Palestine, like not the 6-7 borders or anything like that. You can't do it. You can make it look like you are. You can use it as a temporary position, but as soon as you commit to a final offer, you're done. You're a traitor. We'll kill you. We'll fight it.
No, you're ignoring like the basic shit, like the right of return, the fucking continued expansion and building of the settlements. Of course, he's not. If Israel wasn't going to stop doing this, they weren't going to offer. Why would he offer?
Was Israel going to? Sorry, was which
never going to stop this?
Which two-state offer was Israel still going to expand settlements after the solution? What are you talking about? Which two-state solution are you talking about where Israel would have kept on expanding settlements afterwards? The two-state offers involved eviction of settlers, not the expansion of them.
No, they were no, the point is they were doing it while the fucking
they were doing it through the Oslo Accords. They were doing it through the Oslo Accords. Okay. And why didn't Arafat just put in, okay, get rid of those settlers? Why didn't he just say that? And we'll accept. Because they were going to evacuate settlements. That was part of the offer. Yes, it was part of the offer. They were evacuating the deeper settlements. They were keeping some of the border ones, and they were land swapping. That's why the number, I think, was 97% of the West Bank in what do you call it, in Taba, in the Clinton parameters. And by the time it reached Olmer, it was 100% because they were going to land swap like 1-to-1 for each bit of settlement land that was actually annexed by Israel. So that's not why they said. That's not why they said no. What?
The land swaps was 9-1 or.
You're talking about the beginning stages of the Camp David process. It was 97% by the time it reached Clinton parameters. I think it was like 92 to 94 during Camp David. They disagree on the exact boundaries of the West Bank.
Fuck, man, I'm trying to look up this source though. But all right, hold on.
Do you disagree that Olmert's map was 100% land swap? As in, like, the West Bank would have been the same size as it was with the 6-7 borders, just with different, like, with land swaps?
No, I don't disagree. But
so they didn't say yes to that.
The right of return was like pretty much non-negotiable, and then like what happened?
Sure it was.
What happened to Ehud Olmert?
What do you mean? What do you mean? The right of return was non-negotiable?
They never offered the right of return to Palestinians.
So Arafat said that he was willing to be flexible and to manage it in a way that would address Jewish, quote, demographic concerns. The Israelis gave offers. I think Yossi Beilin said 40,000. I think someone else might have said 100,000.
Like 50.
Yeah.
I think, was it 100,000? I thought the
someone said. I think someone said 100,000, but I think Yossi Beilin at one point said 40,000.
I thought the highest number was 50.
Might have been. What did Arafat say though? What was his offer? His like stated offer for a right of return? What did he want?
I don't remember exactly.
You don't know, and I don't know because no one knows. They never committed. Yeah. They never committed. They just said we'll be flexible or like I don't know. It's just they didn't.
Yeah.
And again, right of return is a General Assembly resolution. I don't think they ever agreed to negotiate on the right of on the grounds of 191. They just said they would find a just resolution to the refugees because like most refugees from the 20th century, especially their descendants, don't get right of return. Like that's just unfortunately it's the norm.
Can I ask him a question real quick? Why is it hard for you to blame like Arafat or the negotiators for like?
No, I can blame Arafat and the negotiators.
Okay, then when people say why didn't Palestinians? At the end of the day, those people did what they did because the pressure where they would be called collaborators if they offered any deals with Israel. They were just posturing.
What?
I'm saying that at the end of the day, Arafat, Mahmoud Abbas, all of them, they're benefiting from the situation as it is. Israel occupying, they keep getting aid money, they keep having corruption in. They are benefiting from the situation. And
yeah.
also, they can't just like
Yeah,
fall out
probably.
negotiating with Israel because they'll be called collaborators.
Yeah,
but
dude.
they're
Like,
more
how many
security-
Palestinians call like Arafat a traitor? And
They know barely anyone calls Arafat a traitor because he never gave up anything. Mahmoud Abbas is the one that gets called a traitor.
no, I know he gets called a traitor.
They
a
were
lot more,
calling
but a lot of
Arafat a
people-
traitor back
Well,
when
no,
he
they
was.
called Arafat a traitor because he shook hands with the.
Yeah.
They called him a traitor when he shook hands. That's it. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
but
But I
if
don't
you
know.
ask
Like the
people
thing
today,
with
no
you
one's
is
gonna
that
call him a traitor.
the thing with you though is that you're stuck in kind of two positions now, because either it's like either it's the two-state solution was something that could have happened, but we're going to find a way to blame the Israelis for it not happening, or it's yes, Arafat did reject the two-state solution. And he was right to, because they should be actually be fighting for all of the land back. I don't know which position you actually hold.
I'm trying to find my fucking source, dude. Just because I don't memorize this shit doesn't mean I haven't read it in like.
I believe you. Take all the time you need. You can allude to it if you or tell me what you're looking for, and I can maybe tell you if I know where it is.
I'm trying to It's the myth of Rabin the Peacemaker. That's not it. That's fuck, man.
So, Lona, when you're playing Baldur's Gate 3?
Huh?
Bro, I'm gonna crash out.
Probably when it's $2 to the pound, that'll be fucking banging.
Bro,
Actually, that's probably bad.
Anyway,
nerd ass game, dude.
This shit still does not fucking matter, dude. It's Israel is still.
It matters because I'm trying to figure out what you want for the conflict, like because.
I want a one-state solution where they all live in peace, and if they don't,
that's what I want as well. But they don't want that, so come on, something else. Stop being
force
Orientalist.
them to
Stop
live in
imposing
peace,
your
man.
fucking values.
As a global community, we could force them to live in peace.
Why? Wait, hold
Okay,
on. Why
see,
are you
you're a
forcing
colonizer
everyone?
right now. You just spoke to me like a colonizer. What the fuck?
Okay, British Empire. What the fuck? Who are
As a
you
colonizer?
forcing? Yes.
No, as a
We don't want
colonizer, instead we should just the Palestinians just give up and accept living in their Bantustans, and then
or accept a two-state solution.
Two-state solution is not a Bantustans. Bantustans were not
There
states.
is no fucking. They will not accept the two-state
If
solution.
you can
They
hold
already
on,
said it's
if you
off the table. What are you talking about?
Just so we're clear, if you think it's possible to force Palestinians and Israelis to live in one state, it is 100% way more possible to enforce a two-state solution.
I don't want to force the Palestinians
But you said
to
force
accept
us to
living
go on one
in a
state.
fucking state where they have no military. They've no. That's not a state.
It's
Come on, dude.
Oh, so now, but okay, if your issue is the terms, then why didn't these leaders make counteroffers?
I don't know, man. I'm not the fucking leader.
Are states that don't have militaries like? Do you need a military to be a state?
I think Japan was demilitarized for a little while, right? Japan was still
I
considered.
think on paper they might still technically be demilitarized, even though they still have. I think what Arafat and the Palestinian negotiators said.
like,
I think the Palestinian negotiators said that they would
reality-
be. I think what the Palestinian negotiators said was that they would be okay with partial arms. They wouldn't be a demilitarized
like
state. They would be like a
security.
partial armed state. Yeah.
Yeah, security.
So
Like, you
that's
don't
not
need an
that's not
army
why
to
they said
invade.
no. Like it wasn't to do with like not the fact that it wasn't to do with the fact that they didn't have fucking warplanes or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, like you Palestinians didn't need an army to invade anybody. They needed like security forces. That's it. They didn't. That like was clear of a fucking thing that they could have negotiated.
But it's like we end up going on this kind of like a merry-go-round where first of all it's like there should be one state where they all live
I don't
together
know,
and shit.
dude.
It's like you go this merry-go-round. It's like first of all it should be one state with equal rights for both people. I'm like, well, neither group wants that. And it's like, what about a two-state solution? Well, no, like the Israelis never wanted a two-state solution. It's like, okay, well,
Take it from a
here
person
they
that-
wanted it here, here, and here. It's like, no, why would I ever impose a two-state solution on the Palestinians? There should actually be one state. It just goes in an endless circle because these guys they're not advocating for anything. It's not about caring about Palestinians. It's not about wanting a solution to
I'm
the conflict.
advocating for
It's just
Palestinian
about.
liberation.
It's not. You're
As
not though. You
Palestinians-
don't know what the fuck Palestinians want. You don't care what they want, and also
Yes,
you
I
don't.
do.
You're not willing to
I
support.
talk to Palestinians.
You're not willing
I
to
listen to
support
Palestinians, I have
solutions.
Palestinian
You're not
friends.
willing to
How
support
many
solutions and
Palestinian friends do you
advocacy.
have? You have a couple tokens and shit, dude.
You're not
Like,
willing.
Are you fucking serious?
Are they
Dude,
only? What
How
did
many
you just
clips
say?
You defend
I don't
fucking.
know.
What did you just say?
I think he called
You
me
have
token.
tokens
okay.
fucking that you say, oh, these people represent all of Palestine.
When did I say they
Look at
represent
these
all of
people
Palestine?
protesting Hamas. They're the fucking real Palestinians. Oh, this Palestinian.
When did I say that? I just said those are the ones that I agree
You
with.
just
I
said
don't
that in a fucking video that I watched. Like
really.
this
I
morning,
said
dude.
really. I said these are the.
just
I said you said
became
I.
aware of your
Hang on.
existence
Did
this,
I
like,
say? Yeah, I said that those Palestinians are the
yesterday.
majority in Gaza. Did I say that?
No, but you're
No, I
acting
didn't.
like
So
they
stop fucking
represent
lying. What's wrong
all-
with you? Why
You're
you just
acting like
lied?
they represent
Why
all
did you just?
Palestinians.
No, I didn't. I literally said they're a
And
fucking minority.
you're
Of course they're
saying,
not the majority.
Oh, this guy is a Hamas sympathizer. Therefore,
Well, he was. Was he not? Was that was
so
that guy
He's
not?
still a
Okay.
Palestinian that has a fucking that deserves a voice, man. He
okay,
deserves
but then
a
you
say
just-
in his fucking
He was a-
government of his land.
He was a
man.
guy who was lying. That was a guy who was
Israel is
lying.
still no, he wasn't. What was he lying about?
He was lying about the statement from the elders of Bet Lahia. That statement was fake. It was
I
fabricated.
have sources now for the same fucking shit that Israel coerced these fucking people. Yeah, they started out as legitimate protests. but they were
Yeah,
like,
the Bet Lahia elders were all anti-Hamas. All three of them who ever went on camera and spoke were anti-Hamas. So yes, that statement was
I've seen a
fabricated.
video of yours with, like blatant like mistranslations.
Do you disagree
I've
that
seen on Ali? What's his name? The dude from fucking
Al
Ali
Khatib? Yeah.
Abdullah.
So which translations have I used that are fabricated?
Ones from the video you were watching.
I don't
that
use
that
I don't
were,
use his translations though. I get people to do translations for me. There are
I'm
people in my
pretty sure I
community. Yeah,
translated for
there are
you.
people in my community who volunteer translations. So I'm curious which translation I've ever alluded to that was like dishonest. Can you think of one?
Sure I translate for you.
No, he's just making shit up again. Like he doesn't know.
No, but I'm saying that video I translated.
He said that I
for
was
you.
like writing off this guy because he's a Hamas supporter. I'm like, no, I'm writing him off because he fabricated a fucking quote.
But then again, you have it's a clear.
That's one
why
guy though.
you-
There was multiple sources for that story, and then you tried to.
seen
Well, no,
frame-
there was multiple
abroad
sources
in
repeating.
Gaza.
There was multiple sources repeating that statement, but he was the first
No,
one.
there was multiple sources in Gaza stating different different recollections. Like
It's not
of a
recollections.
similar
We're talking
story.
about what the elders of Beit Lahia were saying. It was a statement from the elders of
I
Beit
think-
Lahia.
Yeah. Okay.
The videos
so
of them
they,
speaking shows them being explicitly primarily
The- the-
anti-Hamas. The statement
Yeah,
on
okay,
Twitter
good for
came from a
them,
Hamas
dude.
supporter who fabricated a quote. It's not difficult to
And-
fucking understand. Or
and the-
or they made a quote that was just not representative of the protests in Beit Lahia, which is also true. It was one or the other though.
also-
But then, hold on. But then you tried to link a protest of some little kids to that protest that had nothing to do with it.
The protests were all linked. What do you mean? It spread.
What do you mean protests had nothing to do with it? There were
No,
protests in
there was
multiple areas.
specifically. Hold on.
What do you mean they're not related? What?
No, I know the protest spread, dude.
Yeah, but
That's
they're all
far-
related. They were all like a collective like.
Anyway,
go
if
against Hamas.
they did want to, I mean, there is anti-Hamas sentiment for sure. And,
No, they were anti-Hamas protests. The protests that we were watching videos of, they were
No,
anti-Hamas
no.
protests. They're not sentiment. They were protests
They were-
primarily about Hamas.
Where does where did the protest originate from? Anti-Hamas sentiment,
Lahia.
right? No,
What?
you don't get the fucking point, dude. I don't know.
Wait, hold on. You're saying that you're saying no, there's sentiment, and then he says they're protests, but they're like, oh, they originated.
Yeah,
from
no.
sentiment.
The sentiment, the protest sprung from the anti-Hamas sentiment.
Okay, that's a different sentence.
There has to be
it's a different
anti-Hamas
phrase.
sentiment
There's
for
a
the
that's a
protest
very
to-
different sentence
So,
from there was
I just
anti-Hamas
wa-
sentiment at the
Hold on,
protest.
Loner. I just want to ask
Like,
you, what is
It's
the
crazy,
purpose
like
of-
people calling me white in your chat. Like
It's a state
based
of mind. I
on-
don't care what like your actual ethnicity is. Like you're
Hold
you're
on,
talking like a white
just-
person.
You have the whitest state of mind I've ever fucking seen,
Western.
dude. When you constantly fucking your whole chat does. I've seen people in your chat literally fucking
Give me an example.
not
You
your-
can't even get an example of me saying one thing even fucking incorrect, whereas you've done like 50
the
so
peop-
far. But
dude,
okay.
The people in your fucking not in your chat, but in your comments.
No,
trying
me.
to say,
Tell me what I said that's
back
wrong.
this
Tell
up
me what I
when-
said that's wrong. Tell me what I said that's wrong.
When Ethan said this, oh, the Arabs countries, they kicked out all of the Jews from their lands,
They
and
pushed them out, yeah.
that that was actually more in total
Yeah,
than
that's
the,
true. They pushed them out. Yeah,
mountains.
they pushed them out. Yes.
Who ruled those lands, you fucking retard? They were colonized lands at that point, ruled by the British
Are you
and
sure?
the French.
Are you sure you want to go down that road?
Yes, dude. And then
Okay.
15
When
years
did the
later,
majority of
20 years
Moroccan
later,
hey
when they
hey
gained their freedom, they fucking
when
they offered the right of return to the Jews that were
okay.
displaced.
Are you
Has
sure?
Israel
Are you
ever
sure you
done
want to
that
hang
to
on?
the
Are you
Palestinians?
Are you sure you want to go down this road?
Yes, dude.
Okay. Let's start with one country at a time.
Not
Algeria.
every single state, but
One country at a time.
Tunisia.
Okay, let's start with Morocco. When did the majority of Jews leave Morocco? Was it under French rule or under Arab rule? It was under Arab rule. Next, Algeria. Did the Algerian revolutionaries offer citizenship to the Jews? No.
Yeah,
okay,
they
next,
did.
let's go to Iraq.
No, they
What
did-
happened
wait,
in
what? No,
Iraq?
they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. Dude.
Do you want
They,
to? Okay,
they
so we
offered
look
it
up.
in 1960 and 1975.
Let's have a look at the Algerian citizens. So after
Hold
they
on,
left,
wasn't it way
after they
before?
left?
Yeah, after they're all gone and massacred. What do you mean? What the fuck? Yo,
Oh my
Israel
God.
offer.
That's the whole That's the whole point of the right to return, you idiots.
What? Sorry, we fucking would have made you into like stateless or second-class citizens, but you can come back if you want. What are you talking about?
You're right that the fucking Algerians did have some the anti-Jewish sentiment after the fucking Nakba, and they did.
Why should they have anti-Jewish sentiment after? Why should they? Wait.
Under Israel, you're saying, oh, it fucking
Why should they?
That's why.
Majority happened under Arabs. So
Why should they? Why should they have? First of all, do you think
genocided?
Why should they have? Why should they have anti-Semitic sentiment against Algerian Jews because of Israel? Those Jews had nothing to do with Israel.
Because they obviously, if Zionists are marching under the banner of Judaism, which was the whole point of Zionism from the get-go, to transform Judaism from an ugly Orientalist fucking religious sect into a beautiful Western fucking project. That was the whole point of Zionism, dude.
So,
so whose fault? So who's sorry? Even if let's grant all of that.
Did he just
whose fault is it?
unironically agree with Islamophobes?
Yeah, but whose fault is it that
what?
Whose fault is it that there was anti-Semitism in Algeria? Whose fault is it that there was anti-Semitism against Algerian Jews because of Israel? Whose fault is that?
I blame on the French.
Partly Israel and partly the Algerians.
Who's predominantly? Whose fault is it that there's Islamophobia in the UK?
I would say
Bin
the
Laden?
UK, because Christian anti-Zionism is like doctrinal to Christianity.
Oh, but Islamic rule is that was so. But yeah, but so you're trying to suggest
Are you
that,
trying to say like anti-Zionism is doctrinal to like Islam now?
No, anti-Semitism was though. Yeah.
Anti-Semitism. Okay, dude. This
Am I
is
wrong?
Fucking extremely.
How many massacres were there in Algeria in the space of 25 years before the French came in? How many massacres of Jews were there? There were 3. 1805, 1815, 1830.
Dude, all you do is memorize bullshit fucking...
Why is that bullshit?
Hold on. He needs to memorize this type of shit because you guys throw wrong information
the
out.
broader nature of the conflict. It's just the settler colonial...
Hang on, we're not talking about settler colonial. We were talking about why there's anti-Semitism in Algeria.
Of the elimination of the indigenous population.
So you don't want to talk about the Middle East and North Africa anymore because you realize you have no fucking idea what you're talking about?
No, I have fucking sources. Just give me a second, man. I just didn't memorize them.
So do you want to talk? Let's just pick a country and we'll go through all of them.
I go
Okay?
through the sources and make sure they're not completely bullshit, but
which source? Was it Bana Banata's video where he reads the Middle East Eye? It was, wasn't it? It absolutely was.
No, I don't even watch bad.
Yes, you. Okay, was it from the Middle East Eye? Where did you get this idea that it was because of the French that the fucking North African Jews fled? That's just not true. It wasn't because of the French.
Because of the French, but the French had a part in it. In my
yeah, the French set up fucking ports and shit like that, and obviously in Algeria, but like
they set up Jews for failure because they treated Jews better than they did Muslims in Algeria, and as per usual, the Jews get blamed for that, so they fucking get killed for it, even though they had no hand in it.
Yeah, And the FLN attacked them as well. And also in Algeria, the FLN initially between
Dude, it
1963
doesn't
and
matter,
1970
dude.
did not offer citizenship
You
to the Jews.
support a fucking genocide.
You're running away
deny
again. See
it,
that? You're running away
minimize
because
it.
you were so
I don't
bold
give
to
a
talk about the
fuck.
Middle. You were so
Dude, I
bold to
don't
talk about
give
the
a
Middle
fuck.
East. You were so bold to
I
talk
don't
about
give a
Middle
fuck.
Eastern
I'm talking
Jews,
about
and now
the
you're running
Middle
away
East right
again.
now.
Why? But
Retard.
you because you've just realized you
Retard.
have no fucking argument about the Middle East and North Africa for Jews, right? But are you
Dude,
good? Do you still think
I
that?
didn't
Why do you
memorize
still
every
think?
single fucking factoid.
You brought it
It
up.
doesn't.
I'm responding to you.
He literally asked you if you were sure you want to go down
Dude,
this lane,
there's
and
a
you said
fucking
yes.
Yeah, you said
there's
yes.
a historical debate on this topic, man. It's not fucking.
You said yes. You said you wanted to do this topic, didn't you? Do you not anymore? Do you want to? Do you give up and want to move something else?
I don't have all my sources at hand. Just because you have them all like fucking bookmarked, because you're.
What did I say
fucking
that was
debate
wrong?
pervert who
It's a
debates-
debate pervert to remember facts. Okay, well done. Good.
No, dude, it's a debate pervert to remember facts to fucking fend a genocidal settler colonial
What's this got to
project.
do? What does the history of Jews in Algeria have to do with genocide? Nothing.
It's a fucking point. It's a point that Ethan Klein, people like you, bring up to justify
And you
the
can't
genocide.
no, you can't prove why any of that what was said about Jews in the Middle
Yes,
East and North Africa is false.
why would Ethan Klein bring that up in the middle of his little fucking stupid fucking video content nuke or whatever?
Oh, so now it's not that it's wrong. Now it's just that it's why do you bring it up? Is that why? Is that actually what you're going to say? So that nothing he said was wrong there about Jews in the Middle East
No,
and
I
Africa.
agree with it. I did read a fucking source that disputed it. I mean,
Did it really though? It doesn't sound like it. Why do you think that Algeria offered the Jews citizenship after independence?
Save it in my fucking bookmarks, man.
Okay, I'll share my screen for you. We can go through the sources right now if you want.
What about Tunisia?
What about
Tunisia
Tunisia?
wasn't very bad. Tunisia wasn't actually very bad for Jews.
Okay, then. And what do these groups have to do with the Palestinians?
I don't know that we're talking about Israel.
They have nothing to do with the Palestinians. It was Ethan Klein grouping in all Arabs together. That's the whole point of the fucking argument.
Well, here,
No, it's not. It's to do with Israel, you dumb fuck. We're talking about why is more than half of Israel's population Middle Eastern North African Jews. That's why. That's what it's about. It's about Israel. No?
No, it's partly about Israel, but it's not.
No, actually.
Okay.
Holy what about
shit.
Iraq? Did Abby Schleim lie about the Mossad fucking bombing synagogues in Iraq to fucking pull?
Okay, question.
Wait, hang on. Wait,
I'm pretty sure that's like in Egypt, not in Iraq.
No,
but,
he's talking about it's in Iraq. It's
He
in
wrote
Iraq.
about it in
Hang on.
Okay.
Seth,
Yeah,
hang
I'm
on.
pretty
Wait.
sure-
I'm losing my fucking voice.
It was in Egypt.
All right.
You know nothing either. You're just riding the dick of this debate pervert. Memorized a few facts.
So
like the whole
you
chat
think
was doing
that
the same thing, I'm guessing. I
so
don't
is your
know. I don't
is
care
your
about
claim does Avi
gay
Schleim
shit
say
like
does
that.
Avi hey does Avi Schleim actually say that like 120,000 Jews left Iraq within a year because of a
No,
synagogue
of course
bombing?
he doesn't
No.
say that. I never claimed that.
Okay, so why'd you bring that up?
But
Was that gonna do with
but
anything?
of course there was a combination of push and pull factors.
Mostly
after
push
the
though, right?
aggravating-
Mostly push from Arab
after
leaders,
the
right?
aggregating factor of Zionism. I'm
Mostly
not sure of the ratio.
push from
I'm not
push
sure
from
of the
anti-Semitic
ratio.
Arab leaders.
I'm not sure if the ratio, but if that's
Really?
what you want to claim, then okay.
What would be
I
more?
will
What
put
would
that
what would
aside,
equate
because
to
it
the?
doesn't matter. Then
What would
Israel
equate
went
to
on
the?
to fucking
What would equate to the?
discriminate against these
Yeah, I know they did. Yeah. What would?
Yeah, and then they fucking still brainwashed them into becoming the most right-wing motherfuckers on the planet, the most
Okay,
genocidal.
so you're
Call them
racist
an
against
Arab and they'll
Mizrahi Jews as well. If they think they got brainwashed by the fucking
I'm
Jesus
stating
Christ.
a fucking general fact. That's like saying, oh, since 97% of Israelis agree with forcibly relocating the Palestinian population, you're
It's 79.
what's that?
79%.
No, because it was 3% that opposed it.
97% agree with
Yes.
relocating.
Israeli
Can we-
poll, forcible.
Why did you bring up the bombings in Iraq as if that had anything to do with why Jews left the country?
because it is part of the reason.
Is it?
It's because Iraq wanted to hold on. The Iraqi government wanted to hold on to their Jewish population.
No, well,
Yes.
wait. The bombings happened when the Iraqi government opened the door for Jews to leave, so that's not true.
They froze
not what I've
assets and
read
also
from
allowed the
Avi
Farhud to
Shleim.
happen.
Well, to be fair, I didn't read Avi Shleim. Yeah,
Are we talking about? Yeah, I know you're just referencing a tidbit because you live in memes. Yes, I know.
I've heard his lectures. Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that you remember every single factoid. It doesn't change the
It
broader
does.
nature.
It does.
Hold on,
Don't fuck
conflict.
you. Wait, hang on. Fuck. It doesn't change the. You started this by saying that Jews left the Middle East and North Africa because of French and British colonizers. That's not true. And then you're saying, "Oh, these are just insignificant facts." No, they're not. They're
that's
facts
part of the
that
reason.
completely. These
They're
are facts that.
factoids.
These are facts that completely
I'm
contradict the
putting them
entire
aside
fucking
right
narrative you're
now
trying to prove.
I need to research it further.
Okay, Loner, I'm confused why you're taking him seriously on this. He
Yeah.
legit just shot on me for saying Egypt set up Iraq when there was a military operation by Mossad in the
Yes, the Levant affair. Yeah.
Okay, good. Dude.
Yeah.
I mentioned Avi Shleim. You should have put it together since Avi Shleim is from Iraq. Like, come on.
But
dude.
Avi Shleim also
Don't be
talks about
slow.
Levant, so it's okay.
Of course, but it was in his autobiography.
And it's also
man,
because
well,
there's actually a lot more evidence for what happened in Egypt than there is for Iraq. You realize that 3 of these confessions, the 2 Jews who were executed, confessed under torture, right? There was no witnesses for any of these bombings. You understand that? No, you didn't know that because you don't know anything. You don't know anything.
Hey, it's
Oh,
not
but it doesn't
smart.
change the broader narrative. Yes, it fucking does. You're literally presenting me a fucking forest, and then every tree turns out to be fake. And you're like, oh, these are all just insignificant facts. And you move on to the next thing. It's all the same. All you
that's
people
like
are the same.
Dude, I could say the same thing about basically everything Israel has said for the past. Like,
You're not talking to Israel. You're talking to me. You're talking to a Lebanese
but
white
you defend
diasporoid.
Israel. You defend Israel and the existence of Israel as a settler colonial project. You
then
defend the two-state solution. That's defending it as a settler colonial project. It's the 21st century. You have to be a fucking troglodyte to support settler colonial projects in the 21st century.
Yeah, if you want to support trying to first of all, Israel is not a colony anymore. It's a country.
Because I'm an actual progressive, not a fucking bootlicking fucking Western cocksucker who wants to fucking fit in with the whites.
No, you just support Islamists that want to murder everyone.
Hamas is not a group of like hardcore Islamists. Like,
yes,
there
they
are
are
hardcore
Islamists. What the fuck? Do you know what they
Holy
did before they
shit.
were called Hamas? They
It's
used
not
to
all
beat-
Islamists is the
hold
point.
on.
People join for a variety of reasons. Some
I
because
know
they
they
want
do.
to be civil
I know
servants, some
they
just because they want to fight
Okay.
Israel. That was
Before
my point.
people joined to fight Israel, Hamas, before becoming Hamas, was a group of extremists that beat people on the street for free mixing. You know what free mixing
your
means?
point, dude,
That means
groups
that means they're
fucking evolve.
Islamists to the extreme.
Groups evolve. Like, what?
And now they're worse than they were before. Now they kill people for that shit, not just beat them.
Okay, and you guys support the fucking revolution.
I love the deflection,
against
man. This guy's so
Assad.
fucking ridiculous. What the fuck?
You guys support the fucking head chopping fucking motherfuckers who overthrew Assad, and like, oh, you downplay the Alawite fucking massacres. Like,
When did I downplay the Alawite
who's
massacres?
Islamic?
Well, I literally spoke about the Alawite massacres as soon as the news came out. You fucking
Was
liar! What are
Syria
you talking about
mentioned that I
downplaying?
did? Hold on, was Syria mentioned and I just
Maybe
didn't
that
hear
wasn't
it?
you
Like, what the
then,
fuck?
man.
Maybe that
you
wasn't me.
guys-
Yeah.
All you Muppets
Also,
sound like
maybe
the same.
well done. If we're talking about Islamophobes, I don't know. Why do you guys just ignore the fact that HTS literally, as a matter of policy, completely like changed their behavior for the last 6 years when they were ruling
I'm not
Idlib?
blaming it all on HTS.
Why'd you call them a bunch of fucking head choppers then? If literally, why do you call them that when 6 years of fucking Jelani
militias
purging
that
those
are
head
under
choppers?
him.
Jelani went to war with those head choppers. He fucking purged them from his movement that were left over.
No, he didn't. Dude.
Yes, he
The
did.
Chechens,
You don't think you don't think Jelani purged fucking like Al Qaeda
Some
and
of
ISIS
them-
elements from HTS?
some of them, and then some of them he quote unquote reformed. Yeah.
So so you are actually being like racist to call them fucking head choppers.
I'm
Yeah,
confused.
okay.
What creator do you watch?
Then they went and massacred the Alawites and some Christian, and they're harassing
Wasn't
women
that-
on
Did
the
they?
street.
Did HTS do
Wasn't
that?
It was a different group that
Oh no,
did
the
that.
fucking troops that he's doesn't have control of did.
Which
That
group? Yeah,
wasn't
which
you.
group
I-
did that?
that
Which
wasn't
group
you.
did that? Which
That
group did
wasn't
the
you.
killing? Which, according to
That
witnesses,
wasn't you. The militia groups, dude. Chechens and Uyghurs mostly like that. Like
Uyghurs?
the whole fucking people, like almost his whole army was not Syrian.
Where did Chechens and Uyghurs come from?
It was the
Because
SNA,
almost
wasn't it?
like he had a bunch of foreign fighters, and lots of them were from Chechnya and Xinjiang.
I think most people said it was the SNA, but okay.
Well, okay. How did we get to Syria and
So a
Jelani?
two-state solution makes you like
Because I
pro
confused
fucking
him with someone
genocide.
else
Okay.
who supported. It wasn't Loner Bucks, so I do apologize.
You understand that right now the alternative to the two-state solution is literally both sides fight until one dies.
No.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that considering I live here. Don't want to die.
Okay, dude. Good for you.
Good for me.
You
So
speak for everyone
pro-Palestinian.
there.
Honestly, what do you? Sorry, apart from a two-state solution,
Oh, you're the token. You're the token Palestinian.
I thought all Palestinians deserve a voice. What's happening?
Oh.
Except for you. No, I'm just
Except
kidding.
for
You
me.
do deserve a voice, but it should be
So you care
properly
what I-
weighted.
It
so
should
you
be-
care what
It
I
should
have
be
as
properly weighted.
it should be
And you do act
pro-Hamas,
like
is what it should be. It should be pro-Hamas.
He took the fucking
Yes, you
Hamas
should be.
propagandist word.
You
but
should
then
be
he-
pro-Hamas. You don't like
No,
Arabs. You want them to die.
You
I don't
shouldn't
understand.
support everything Hamas does, but you should support their fight against the literal genocidal settler colony.
Yeah, I know. Look how well it's going. You know, like just fight to
just
the
so we're
last
clear-
fucking baby. I guess. Yeah, why
Just
not?
So we're clear. Just so we're clear.
Oh yeah, that's their fault that Israel decided. Did you think they knew that Israel was gonna? They probably thought it was gonna
Yes.
be another mowing the lawn
Of course,
operation. That
you thought that October 7th was going to result in mowing the lawn. Why did they build tunnels underneath every fucking part of the strip? Of course they knew it was going to happen. You fucking idiot. That's why they haven't surrendered. It's because they're okay with that happening.
You think that they're okay with their families and everyone being fucking slaughtered?
Why aren't they surrendering? Yes, they are okay with it. They're literally telling people to keep fighting. Yes. Why did they tell people after evacuation notices have been given? Why did they say, no, fuck you, stay where you are?
Told people to keep fighting. They said they're willing to lay down their arms. They said they're willing
Did
to
they?
step down for power, from power. What are you talking about? You people live in an alternate reality.
Sorry, just because...
What are you talking about? They've literally said we'll step down from power and have a the fucking.
So one person said that they would give up power politically but keep their arms. The other one said that they would give up their arms but keep political power and join a unity government. Like these are not serious fucking. This is not a serious fucking like departure.
Yes, it is,
It's
dude.
not. Like you're so fucking stupid. That's why there are people protesting against them because they know it's not a serious
Dude,
departure.
who broke all the ceasefire? Who broke the ceasefire just right now? Was it Israel or was it Hamas?
It was Israel.
Exactly. Like Hamas was like standing up to their side. They were doing everything laid out.
I really don't.
No, they won't. Hang on. You just completely
we're gonna
overextended.
start murdering and massacring Palestinian babies again. Way to go, you guys. Way to support that. You're certainly going to look great in the future because you memorized all these little factoids.
Who said I supported Israel breaking the ceasefire? Did I ever say that? Oh no! So just because it's because I support a two-state solution. That must be why. Okay.
Support the
Wow.
colonial project, dude.
So because I support two states, because I
years,
support two
people are
states,
gonna, like,
because
be like, oh,
yeah,
he
because I
wasn't,
hang
he
on,
didn't
hang
support
on.
the ceasefire, but
Because I support two states, I'm muted. Because I support two states, that means I support.
muted.
Because I support two states, that means I support them breaking the ceasefire. Now, what the fuck? Doesn't make any sense. This guy's fucking insane. Sorry, carry on. Can you answer that, please?
no, it doesn't mean you support them breaking the ceasefire. But my point was you were saying all this.
Okay,
oh,
so when you
Hamas-
told me I support that, see, when you told me I support that,
Hamas is
yeah.
an
So
evil terrorist,
when you,
but you will never call Israel terrorists. You essentialize Hamas as just terrorists because freedom fighters can never engage in terrorism. Obviously, they can. They're not mutually exclusive. You fucking retard. And then fucking Israel.
what fucking freedom are they fighting for,
They
bro?
can do all the terrorist tactics they want, but I'll never call them terrorists. That's
The
you,
freedom-
you fucking white colonizing asshole.
Let's go.
The freedom of. By the way,
I don't even know if I need to respond to that. That was just you like molding. I don't even...
I don't care,
the
dude. I'm
freedom
mad.
of the uterus.
There's literally fucking babies. I saw a baby fucking with his fucking head chopped off the other day.
You don't care about dead babies. You want Hamas to keep fighting. What happens when Hamas keeps
I
fighting?
don't. I want Israel to stop massacring them. Hamas stopped fighting, you fucking retard.
No, they
And
haven't.
Israel
Have Hamas ever
started
said
up
that they were going to
again.
stop fighting Israel?
Dude, this is another thing. Oh, Hamas said they'll keep doing October 7th over and
Yep.
over again. That was a mistranslation. He was saying as long as we're keeping oppressed,
Mistranslation?
the same shit's going to keep happening.
He said
I know
that
that-
he said
wait,
that they will
hold-
do it until Israel is destroyed.
Oh, that's
Bro, what do you mean mistranslation? I heard the clip myself. Do you,
you guys
speak
live in a
Arabic?
fucking completely
Wait, do you speak?
different
Hold on.
reality.
Just answer this question. Do you speak Arabic?
No, I don't.
How do you know it's
But
a mistranslation?
I know people who speak Arabic, retard.
I
and they
speak
fucking-
Arabic. I speak Arabic.
I
he
don't
said,
trust
like-
you. I do not
Okay.
trust you.
Shall we watch the?
I don't even trust that
Shall we
you're
watch the
telling
clip?
me.
Yeah, watch it. Please
You
play the
support
clip.
this
It's,
fucking little piece of shit.
It's Ghazi Hamad. It's this guy.
I
Hold
would
on.
literally pummel you into the fucking ground if I caught you doing that.
Oh, shivers and timbers.
Pussy-ass nerd.
إسرائيل دولة لا
Like, you're
مقامة
not
على أرضنا.
smart. You're a
إحنا
fucking
الدولة
college
لابد أن نزيلها.
dropout who
لأنه
memorized
بالفعل
some
هي
factoids so you impress
Oh,
your
he's talking to you. I thought he was talking to me, bro.
I have a
Fuck.
degree. What are you saying about college dropout? I've got a degree. What?
Wait, I think he's mistaken you for what's it called? It's Destiny. Destiny is a college dropout.
You're the
no?
same person, you and Destiny. What do you mean I'm mistaken?
Apart
you
from
for
that, I have
Destiny?
more qualifications. I guess I don't know. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
yeah, bro. You
Anyway.
wait, it's hey, listen, it's pretty
What
easy to mistake you
qualifications
because
do
you both were music majors, right?
No,
Were-
I'm a
were you?
sociology graduate.
Oh, you're a social. Okay, I
Oh,
thought because you were just into music. I thought you were a music major.
And I also know, and also unlike you, I know how to read and remember things, so that's a problem as well.
I know how to
Unlike you,
read
when
and
I cite a
remember
book,
shit
I
too,
actually
but
have
I'm
read
not
it.
a sociology major, buddy.
Yeah, and unlike you, when
Well,
I
what
mention
ma-
an
wait, hold
author
on,
in a
what
book,
major
it's
do
because
you
I've
have?
read the book, not just because I'm insecure about my intelligence and want a fucking posture like I have. Yeah.
What
I'm
major
not
do you have?
insecure about my intelligence. I
You
don't give a
absolutely
fuck
are.
about
That's why you keep
intelligence.
getting so
I give
fucking
a fuck-
angry. It's because you bring up a thing, you realize that I know more about
I'm
it than you
angry
do,
because
and then you
literally
fucking mulled.
support a fucking genocide, dude. I don't care if you memorized more factoids than I do, dude.
I want to
Sev,
know
let's
what.
see if you. It's also
what
you keep
degree
calling them
does-
factoids when they literally contradict the exact thing that you're trying to say, but it's okay.
What degree does he
That
have?
what
That's
Israel
what I
is
care
a
about right now.
genocidal settler colonial project, dude. That's like the main thing that like there's a broad academic consensus. Since it's not my area of expertise, I appeal to academic consensus.
Wait,
I didn't
I'm
say
not
first. You don't appeal to.
bullshit
First of all,
online
you
and
don't
jerk
appeal
off
to
and try
academic
to fucking
consensus.
be a
You okay?
contrarian.
Hmm.
What?
First of
can
all,
I just find
In
okay.
post-colonial studies, there's no academic consensus on Israel being a settler colonial project. Are you kidding me?
I literally told you that I thought what Israel does is like settler colonial. I told you that what they did with settler colonial.
But you still defend them and ridiculous. Like I can understand supporting.
Yeah, but by the same token that I
long as
support,
they-
by the same token that I
as long
support
as they
countries like
actually become a legitimate member
by the same
of
token
the
that I support most
global-
countries being allowed to, pretty much any country that exists being allowed to keep existing, even though they were, a lot of them were built on unethical
Oh my
grounds. Yes.
God, dude. So the fucking South Africans should have to still fucking
The fact that you're
living
trying to
in-
say that and trying to invoke that comparison just shows how little you know about any of this conflict, by the way. But okay.
What are you talking about? You want the Palestinians to be even fucking worse off than the South Africans. The
No, I
South
think Palestinians
Africans-
should have two. I think they should have their own state because that's what they want. They want a state.
And
and
should they
be-
get reparations and fucking
We can
land
talk
back?
about that after the state.
What do you mean? I told you I support the land swaps. So yes.
Well, can we talk about reparations?
Again, no.
Like,
This
South
again.
African
You're the
concerned
problem
with
with you
that.
is that you're so fucking mind broken that you think a two-state solution is like a pro-genocide position. Like you're so fucked if you think that. Like again,
No,
the
it's
only
not a
alternative.
pro-genocide
Okay.
position. It's a position that necessitates the genocide because a two-state solution is never going to work when one of the states is a fucking settler colony. Settler colonies all operate on the
And now
logic
that's
of
why I thought it
elimination
was probably
of
worth.
data.
So this is the
You
thing.
guys are just
You
like
don't know.
anti-intellectual
Do you understand?
fucking
Do you understand that?
mental masturbators.
Do you understand that before the 6-Day War, Israel was
How
recognized
fucking-
as a country by most of the world, and they didn't even have fucking Jerusalem. They didn't even have the old city, and they still existed as a country, and they didn't have any. The cabinet had. The cabinet had no. The cabinet had no. Muted again. The cabinet had no. People don't know this. Before the 6-Day War, the cabinet didn't have plans to go into the West Bank and Jerusalem. They actually tried to stop Jordan
Yeah,
from
1 out of
intervening.
100.
Yeah. So we're saying that it can't be 2 states with a settler colony because I guess he thinks it's in Israel's nature to just expand forever, even though they've given up land for peace in the past. Like, it's so fucking retarded. Anyway.
They didn't have a legitimate nations. They had a, like, what are you talking about?
But before the 6-Day War, they did have a legitimate nation. They were recognized by most countries. What are you talking about? They had the same borders that they do now.
Was recognized by other countries, therefore
The Soviets,
Israel
the
and
United
Palestine
States, like yeah, basically every country apart from like most of the Muslim world. Yeah.
Just a
That makes
question.
sense.
What is your
because
major?
Palestinians were recognized by other states, so that means they were actually a fully fledged nation state. Like, come on, dude. Like, this is
Well, no,
like,
because Israel actually had sovereignty as well. Palestinians
definition
don't have
guide
sovereignty
to what
right
nation
now.
states are. Not what nation states are in actual material reality. All you do is
Wait, do you
guys
think?
operate
Oh my God! Do you think?
ideology.
Do you think
You don't
Israel
operate in the
wasn't?
material world, dude. It's
Stop
like
saying
your
material world. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. You've literally presented no material fucking information. Like you literally fall on every fucking factual point. And you're like, oh, the material reality. What the fuck?
Dude, memorizing factoids throughout history
It's
is like
not
trivial.
factoids. It's facts that contradict
It's
your entire
okay, it's
fucking
facts.
narrative.
It doesn't change the material relations of both groups to that.
Apart from that,
land.
it did when you were talking about Middle Eastern Jews. Actually, the fact did contradict what you believed. They
No,
contradicted
it
your
doesn't.
narrative.
They still are fucking colonizers because they benefit from the same material structure.
That's not
why
what you
don't
said. You
understand
said that the Middle Eastern. You said the
colonialism.
You said the
Have
Middle
you
East and
ever
North Africa.
took
You said.
in post-colonial
You
studies,
said. You said the Middle East and North Africa. The Jews left there because of the French and the British predominantly, but that's not true. That's a fact that contradicts your worldview.
Even if that's not true, it doesn't change the overall.
It doesn't change the overall. I know. You're just upset that again.
Wait,
What is your alternative? What is your?
wall, dude? All you people care about is these like petty, like
It's
they
not
do,
petty.
These
What is
don't
your?
matter.
Okay. What's your?
If any
Okay,
of these things
alright.
change, what would it affect on the ground today, dude? Like all other things being the same, if the Palestinians knew their history was slightly tweaked and the Israelis knew their history was slightly tweaked, what would it change? Nothing, because they're fighting over land, you fucking retard.
It makes
Jesus
every
Christ.
okay. Do you actually want me to answer? You're
fucking
getting
a
too angry
liberal.
now. You're being too
You're a
angry.
liberal.
You're being too
I'm
angry.
getting
We
back
need to
to
chill.
retarded,
You asked me a
and you
question
think
that I
you're
can answer. I don't know. You're trying to go for a blowout, okay? But you just
You
like
need
that's
to
not gonna
smoke
work.
weed instead of drinking alcohol.
I just
I
need
don't
to.
care
I'm just
about
trying to ask you.
blowouts,
I'm just
dude.
trying to
I
answer your
don't
question.
care.
I'm just trying to
I
answer
do
your
not give a
question.
fuck.
Just let me answer your question.
okay.
You were asking me if the history, if the knowledge of the history would change something.
Hold on. What did he say? What did he say?
Man,
wanna
I
hear
said
what
you
he
need to smoke weed instead of drinking alcohol.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
The reason,
As far as I'm aware,
I
weed
have
calms you
weed,
down,
man.
right?
My shit's not hitting
Does
right
weed
now.
calm you?
there are two
Does
ways
weed
that.
calm you down, Warner?
Oh my God, hang on. There are two ways that you can approach this. You can. One is you can argue that the history doesn't actually matter that much at all to where we are now, because where we are now is we have to make do with the world that has been presented to us and find the best way to secure a peaceful and just resolution for everyone. Okay, that's generally I think it's a good position. But you're asking what knowledge of the history changes. I think it changes quite a bit, because if people like you understood that you cannot treat Israel the same way that South Africa was treated or that Algeria was treated, and you're interrupting me because you're getting upset.
That would change the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
You just asked me, so I'm just answering your question.
How many
I'm just gonna keep on, because neither solution, the South African solution nor the Algerian solution will work for Israel. The Algerian solution will not work for Israel because Israeli Jews mostly have nowhere else to go. They don't have, yes. Okay, gotcha. The South African solution will not work because neither side.
I brought South Africa up.
You're spurging again. I just need to finish this last point.
The black people still live in fucking
I know.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, do you think? Okay, so again, and I'm sure you agree. Anti-white racism is a much less valid concern than anti-Semitism. Neither group, Palestinians nor Israelis, want to share a single country. They don't want it. I'm not going to sit around here and wait until they adopt my fucking multiculturalist ideals or your multiculturalist ideals, which I do have, by the way. But I don't need to wait for Palestinians to have that before they can have a state. I'm almost done. 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 I'm almost done.
Look at all the
I'm
evidence.
almost.
Who do you think would be convinced, though?
I'm almost done. I'm not going to sit around and wait for Palestinians to adopt my multiculturalist view and to want to share a country with Israeli Jews, but they need a state now. It seems to be that the most feasible solution for them to have a state now is within roughly what was offered with the two-state solution, either on the Clinton parameters or something along the lines of 2008. And it makes sense. And it is it is more likely to happen, and it is more likely to happen than any other fucking bullshit that you're going to try to suggest, or anything Hamas is trying, or anything Hezbollah has tried, or anything before that. I'm going to mute you. Okay? It's more feasible than anything Hezbollah has tried. It's more feasible than anything Hamas has tried. It's more feasible than anything that was tried by Nasser and Saddam Hussein, and before that by Hafiz al-Assad, and more so than anything that was tried by al-Husseini and the 5 Arab armies that attacked Israel in the beginning. Yes, 2 states is a more feasible, more just, more pain-free solution than any of these other alternatives of trying to destroy Israel. I know it doesn't make you feel good that, a settler colonial state gets to exist. Meanwhile, how the fuck do you think, like, Europe and Russia and Asia and Africa, how do you think all these countries got their borders? They got their borders through conquest and through brutality, through wars, crimes against humanity, colonial. They exist. And I'm just saying that if you want a peaceful solution to this, you can either go with this fucking definition of insanity, which is just to keep on repeating the same failure over and over again. Oh, this time we'll destroy Israel. This time we'll weaken them. This time we'll undermine them in the international community. No, Israel's there to stay, and you need to reckon with that fact. Palestinians deserve a state. They've been dealt a fucking horrible hand by history, by the West, by the fucking Israelis, by the Middle East, by their so-called fucking allies, by even people like Hezbollah who pretend to support them. Meanwhile, the only thing Hezbollah are actually talented for is killing Arabs in Syria. Like,
they're also good at blowing us up in the north.
Yeah, and also firing rockets into a mixed area of the north, where a lot of Arabs live.
Mostly Arab areas. It's fucking...
They deserve statehood as well because they live there and they shouldn't have to get uprooted. And Israelis don't want to give them voting rights, so they should have a state of their own. And that is a far more realistic and feasible, because we've been close to it in the past, and also more just solution than any of the fucking bullshit that you're going to advocate for. Okay, hang on.
In the Israelis' own self-interest that they stop being what they are, because they cannot exist in that.
Okay, he's still going.
Can you not? Like, you guys are retarded, dude. Like,
can I ask you what your major is or your degree?
I already told you what my degree.
What was it? I didn't hear you when you said it. What was it?
I don't know if I want to give out that information.
If you already said it, it's on like.
By the way, I don't.
Okay.
Just so you know, by the way, I don't ask Seth to come into these calls. He comes in because he wants to be here. Like, just so you know, okay?
Yeah, no. I got bored listening.
I have a psych degree.
A psych
Fuck!
degree?
I just realized I'm fucking on my real name and shit.
No, you're not.
Radical?
Oh, you were earlier, I guess.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not. Oh yeah, but it can be easily traced back to me.
Well, it's a good thing that I don't run a doxing community like the fucking retards that you watch, so it's okay. Don't worry.
Who do I watch, dude? You don't know. I do not even barely watch YouTube, man. My literal 96-year-old grandmother was a Hassan fan. That's the only reason I know about him.
Wow.
Like, listen, that would be a lot more believable if you just didn't repeat everything they do say. Like,
to be fair, they do. It is a very. It's a very large.
They must be pretty smart. Then.
It's a very large.
Damn, dude, maybe I should check out their content. Thanks for the recommendation.
It is a very large human centipede, to be fair. So yeah.
Probably someone else that they heard from. Again, regardless, they all live in like some weird fucking reality. It doesn't help me or the people. Did you boot him?
No, he's still here.
No, he got kicked.
I didn't kick him.
Well, he disconnected.
Can you help me with this translation? Are you watching my thing?
Yeah, sure.
على أرضنا إحنا الدولة لابد أن نزيلها لأنه بالفعل هي تعتبر كارثة أمنية وعسكرية وسياسية للأمة العربية والإسلامية يجب أن تنتهي لذلك إحنا لا نخجل من نقول ذلك بكل قوة إنه صار لازم نأدبها وحنأدبها مرة ثانية وثالثة ومش هذا حتكون طوفان الأقصى أول مرة لا حتكون ثانية وثالثة ورابعة لأنه إحنا لدينا إصرار ولدينا قرار ولدينا إمكانيات أن نقاتل ونحارب لكن كما قلت لك بدنا ندفع ثمن نعم إحنا مسعدين معلش بدي أقول لك بشكل واضح إحنا اسمنا شعب الشهداء ونفخر أن نقدم شهداء إحنا لا نريد أن نمس لا بالمدنيين ولا أن نلحق الأذى بهم لكن أوقات لأنه في تعقيدات في الميدان صارت في منطقة موجودة وكان هناك في احتفال وكان في سكان منطقة واسعة ليست سهلة على امتداد تقريبا 40 كيلومتر لا يجب أن ننتهي.
أن ينتهي وين؟
بس
بقطاع غزة؟
ينتهي إلى لا بتكلم عنه كل الأراضي الفلسطينية.
كل الأراضي الفلسطينية يعني زوال إسرائيل؟
طبعا. وجود إسرائيل غير منطقي. وجود إسرائيل هو اللي بخلق كل هذه الآلام والعذابات والدموع والدماء. هي إسرائيل مش إحنا ضحية الاحتلال نقطة وآخر السطر. لذلك ما حدا يلومنا، إحنا شو اللي بنعمله في 7 أكتوبر في 10 أكتوبر في مليون أكتوبر. إحنا اللي بنعمل مبرر. It is justified.
It is just, he even tells you at the end.
So what's the gist of what he's saying?
That fucking translation.
Oh shit, Amadeus. Wow. Right. Yeah. What were you?
The translation's 1-to-1.
Oh yeah, but so yeah. Okay. Okay.
Like it's like completely accurate. There's no real like, except for the one thing at the beginning where he said remove. It says remove. It's like a little bit worse than remove. Like لازم إبادة. إبادة means like annihilate.
No. Okay.
So
it was just we're gonna do this again and again until Israel's gone. Okay.
It's like,
the fuck. Okay, we looked up your quote. It's not mistranslated, but okay.
Okay, my bad. But all right. My girl's been texting me for like mad long. I'm not bad if I was a little over aggressive. I've been in the whiskey, maybe a little bit too hard. Hopefully, we can have a conversation another time that's a little more productive and civil.
Get your bookmarks next time.
I really do apologize about my emotional, my emotionality. It's,
well, here, like, listen, in my culture, when someone
I don't think you're necessarily
like,
bad people or anything, man.
I just want to tell you something.
It's just been very hard on me, dude. Like, this genocide.
Can I just tell you something? In my culture, when someone
literally
like an outburst like this, the next time he wouldn't have one the same way, because like that would mean he actually means the apology.
Oh.
Yeah, true. No, I don't usually drink a lot anyway. But, next time I guarantee you.
Question: you said it's been hard on you. Do you know anyone that died?
No, not personally. Do you?
Yeah, I know like probably in the dozens.
Sorry, dude.
No, it's fine.
It's fucked up, man.
Some killed by Hamas, some killed by Israel, some killed by settlers. Like
wait, who do you know? What in the last year?
Me? Yeah, no, and like since the war, like I've known people that got killed by Hamas. I've known people that got killed by settlers in the West Bank. The closest person to me was a friend that got killed by settlers while he was like in a funeral for his friend. The rest are like people that are related to my family in some way or something.
Like Shireen Abu Akla, like kind of that, right?
I wasn't familiar with her, but I know she's a known
journalist. Remember they attacked her funeral and shit? They attacked your friend's funeral?
Well, it wasn't like the IDF. It was settlers that shot.
But they're protected by the IDF, right?
Well, if they're in danger, yeah. But most of the time, when they know the IDF knows that the settlers are about to do something, as long as it's not like fucking annoying ass like racist soldiers with them, because it's not always the case. It's not always that the IDF lets them do whatever the fuck they want. It's just the majority of the time, and that's unfortunately the culture in the IDF. What's it called? The settlers like shot at the funeral, and one of the bullets hit like a close friend of our families who used to work with us. And it was like 1 week after he went, like 1 week after October 7th. Like he was carrying the casket. So, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
I lost my grandma like 3 weeks ago. It's fucking tough, dude.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah, man. Like I don't want anyone to suffer. Any Israelis. I oppose the state of Israel. I mean, technically, like I'm not a big fan of nation states at all, but like, yeah, man. Sorry for your loss, man.
Yeah, that's all good. You kind of cope with this while you're living here.
Nah,
you can't really let it get you down because you're never gonna get back up if you just let every single death get to you.
I apologize for all any insults that I might have said. I was
You're
kind of
okay.
like,
Just don't.
leaning into the bit, like kind of like, well, not a bit. I was actually arguing, like seriously, but I was like kind of leaning into my drunkenness a bit. But yeah, I am sorry, dude.
You're good. I mean, it's loner stream, so the profanity's on his stream.
No, I'm sorry, loner backs too, man.
It's fine.
I thought you were probably being disingenuous. Seems like you actually do all these beliefs.
Question though, like, do you think he is disingenuous or like not? Because like this dude went out of his way to come here and ask and showcase like really the both sides of the narrative for people. You genuinely think a person like that is disingenuous?
I don't know, man. Like I've seen
I mean, there's a bunch of footage of it. Him like going in the West Bank, him talking to Israeli politicians, talking to Israelis, visiting like October 7th memorials.
I don't know, man. I just don't like the way you
Talking to
essentialize.
Mustafa Barghouti, and who did I essentialize? I've never essentialized that. What?
No, when you say, "Oh, Hamas are just terrorists," and that's all that could ever be, because
I don't
they
really
did
use the word.
bad things.
So again, when I make comments about Hamas,
Like I don't like Hamas's ideology, or that they definitely they shot up that group of Israelis and that you know what I'm talking about. I've seen some of the footage. It's fucking horrific.
Nova Festival, you mean?
Yeah, but I don't say.
Yeah.
So first of all, I don't say,
They
"Oh,
put
Hamas are
them
just
on.
terrorists," and that's all they've ever been. I literally, I've probably got a video where I talk about how Hamas, before they called themselves Hamas, were like a completely non-violent movement. Like when they were Mujamma al-Islamiyah, they were non-violent.
But they are resistance, even if you disagree. And
Yeah, but I'm also
resist.
just saying, it's just like when I say that Hamas would never, like, they want to fight Israel until Israel's gone. I only say that because that's what they say. I respect what they say. I understand what they say. Like, yeah, I don't do them this whole thing where these fucking white like academics will do this thing where they're like, oh, actually, Hamas didn't really mean that when they said that. Like, no, I listen to what they say. The whole reason October 7th was, I don't know if you know this report that came from, I know it was internal, it was IDF, but you take it or leave it. But I think it makes sense. The whole issue was that Israeli politicians allowed October 7th to happen because they actually were not listening to what Hamas said. Hamas kept saying throughout the whole time that, yeah, we still think destroying Israel and through a war is like a fucking good idea, and we want to keep fighting. Like, we don't want to live next to the state. But meanwhile, Netanyahu was like, I don't know, I feel like just like this Qatari money and, we loosened the blockade by a few nautical miles in the sea. Like, maybe they'll be all right. They seem like they just want to, do nation building and shit. Like, yeah, they didn't listen to what Hamas had to say, and I just don't like that. I think you should actually take their words seriously. Like their reform charter, read it. They still say they want to destroy Israel through force. It's like,
no, I do, but they did remove the one part about Jews and they replaced the Zionist thing.
Yeah, but the actions are the same, right? And you also,
I know they still want to destroy Israel.
Yeah.
I mean, so do I. But I also want to destroy the United States and New Zealand and all the other settler colonies.
Whoa.
Question: don't you think like
pretty radical.
more innocent people are gonna die when you like advocate for a destruction?
No, I don't think like necessarily advocating for destroying nation states will lead to deaths of people necessarily. Like, I think if more people could get on board with a peaceful elimination of these.
Why don't you let
social
people do it?
constructs?
Yeah, but what does the peaceful elimination of Israel look like to you?
I mean, it could actually just have the same name. It's really just enshrining in the rights for every single citizen.
No, but how do you, first of all, okay, so leaving aside the fact that I don't know how you convince Palestinians to want this, but how do you convince Israel, how do you convince Israel to accept it?
I mean, I think it'd be a lot easier to convince the Palestinians than the Israelis, but you'd have to offer the Palestinians like reparations.
I would say right now it's
like
easier
the truth
to
and
convince
reconciliation process. Like the Israelis are kind of really on like a genocidal course right now.
So how do you again?
I would use the UN or something. But I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the UN but something, man. Anything to stop the fucking killing, really. But
you don't think anything to stop the killing because you think a two-state solution is like
I
really
don't
bad.
think it would stop the killing. I just think it would maybe slow it down for a bit, and then Israel would just do the slow incremental shit that they've been doing.
Okay, so why would one state with two groups living there, why would that not produce just like why would it not just turn the war into a civil war?
Because, like I said, we have to go through like an actual reparations process and truth and reconciliation process, and like put peacekeeping troops on the ground. And
okay, I'm not to. Okay, I'm gonna say this in a nice way. We all know peacekeeping troops can't do shit, right?
I mean, I know they can't now.
No, but we know that, like, if we're talking about Israelis and Palestinians, even if we're talking
I
about,
mean, but
again,
none of this is gonna happen. Just like the two-state solution is.
but even if we're talking about a one-state solution for two people, it's like, what's going to happen to the military there? So, like, the IDF are going to are going to start like they'll disband, and I guess all their infrastructure and intel and like knowledge base for military stuff will just get shared amongst like Palestinians who used to be part of the Al Qassam brigades. It's just a fucking, I don't know. But despite that, let's start more simple. Okay. When white South Africans
I
were
really
like,
do have to go. So, like,
okay,
my girl's been hitting for like an hour.
Okay.
My bad for coming in high and shit, dude.
That's fine.
I was drinking a little too much earlier. Calm down a bit. But nah, you guys have a good night, man.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Take it easy.
I can't wait for you to be a token loner when people talk about Lebanon.
Yeah, it's happened.
You're gonna be a wee
I think this
token.
guy can bring together Palestinians and Israelis by just listening to this cringe. Hello, aristocracy. Hello. Who's this guy? Dog. Why does he keep leaving?
They're having a really meaningful conversation in there. By the way, this used to happen a lot where you just let people wait in the waiting room for way too long, so they just start their own fucking conversations, and then when you drag them, they just don't want to talk.
Which one of you fucking assholes wants to join the stream?
I don't. I'm sorry. I don't. I just want to chat with people.
Okay, get out of the fucking waiting room. There's other channels.
Okay, man.
Go.
Burger's already here.
It's too late. You're running out of time.
Don't yell at me.
Are they just leaving the server? There's other voice. There we go. Okay. Right. Who's coming in?
Yeah, I can join.
Okay. Hello.
Hey.
What's up?
So, yeah, I just wanted to ask you if your position on Israel is. Why do you think that in the West Bank it's apartheid?
I just think it looks. Okay. I just think it looks quite.
He's been there.
Yeah, it's just got a fucking vibe. I don't know. I don't know how to tell someone at a checkpoint who's waiting for an hour because of their fucking, basically just because they were born in the wrong bit of land at the wrong time, getting profiled and treated as a constant security threat and having limited access to fucking water and electricity and being subject to punitive action and all. I don't know. I just feel like I have a hard time. Whilst people with different license plates can enjoy much more free. I don't know. I did have a pretty difficult time explaining to that person that they don't live under like an apartheid-esque system.
Yeah, but there's a word for that. It's called a military occupation, not apartheid.
Yeah, no, it's a military occupation that's lasted for so long that it just looks it's started to cement itself in a way that looks kind of apartheid-esque. Like, no?
Yeah, but the reason why it lasts to this day is because the Palestinians refusing to accept peace. And
yeah, that doesn't. But yeah, that doesn't. Okay, I know. Okay, I know I know where you're coming from. I'm just saying that that's all true about Palestinian leaders, but when we talk about the people and the lived experience of a Palestinian who has to live in the West Bank and has to go between checkpoints, everything else, I don't blame them, and I understand, and I think it's a fair word to use to describe that experience as apartheid. It doesn't matter that it's Arafat's fault or Abbas's or whatever, but like that's what they get, right? And it's not.
Can I also add something? If you're talking if you're worried about is like Palestinian violence towards Israel, why don't you just have the checkpoints into the entrance of Israel rather than between the villages?
Okay, defend their settlements, eh?
Yeah.
Exactly the point. You're defending settlements. You're not defending Israel itself. Like, you put Jews in the middle of the West Bank and then have to like make life horrible for everyone around them because you want to defend that settlement.
And that apartheid-esque experience expands further into their lives, right? Like that deprivation of like I guess like just basic convenience is.
Yeah,
comes
but
with it.
I think the solution would be for Palestinians to start advocating for living as Israeli citizens and becoming like.
Israelis don't want that, and Palestinians don't want that. That's unfortunately the truth.
Well, that's the problem. Like Palestinians should want that.
But there's also
okay,
another
but
problem.
wait, hang on.
Israelis
It's
don't
like
want that. Israelis really don't want that. Do you really think Israelis are willing to give up the majority, like the voter majority? Like they would never do that. They're already worried about the 20% Arabs.
I think there would be a willingness to form a semi-autonomous state where they have rights of freedom and citizenship. They just maybe don't have equal voting rights. Like that's what Israelis are afraid of, to become a minority voting bloc.
okay, but that would be apartheid then. Then they would just be second-class citizens.
Not necessarily. Like they could have like a federal system where they don't have like equal voting rights for all of Israel, but like they have their own autonomous zone and they get their own votes.
Well, a federal system, but so they can't vote for the federal representative, like a president or no, because
yeah,
a
they
federal.
Could vote. They could vote for it, but that federal state would have a limited capacity
compared to the other states.
Compared to the constituent states.
Just an answer to someone in the chat. No, they're not equally held liable under criminally under the law. One is under military court, which is much harsher sentences, and then one is civilly liable in court. Like they do civil court.
You mean the settlers?
Yeah, settlers in the West Bank don't have to go to military court. There was some time where they discussed that, but they ended up going back on it.
Yeah, but of course the reason is because they are citizens.
Yeah, but Palestinians are paying taxes to Israel in the Area C. They're civilly, like that area is taken care of civilly and militarily by Israel. Those people shouldn't be taken to military court.
Well, I think they should, because they are under military occupation, because they are still a hostile
but you're explaining
population.
Why, but then you're explaining why he would call it apartheid conditions, because two groups of people live in one area. One is given different sets of privileges that the other doesn't, and simply the only reason is that one is born this way and this one is born this way.
Well, not just that, because one of them is a hostile population who doesn't want to be a citizen, who doesn't want to accept the state of Israel.
Okay, when we say Palestinians don't want Israeli citizenship, let's be honest. There's plenty of Palestinians that want to be Israeli citizens. It's just the reality is Israel doesn't want that too. And if you're going to argue about East Jerusalem having the option for Palestinians to have that, to have Israeli citizenship, that takes longer than converting to Judaism.
Is this federal system that you're advocating for, well, like an equivalent to something like Puerto Rico or Guam, then, like where they have their own little parliament, but they can't vote in the presidential elections, or like the national system,
sure,
like the other states,
something like that.
Okay,
they get,
but again, like these are Puerto Rico and Guam are like this because they're colonized territories. Like it's not a stable system. Like what if they start advocating for statehood? Like Puerto Ricans, quite a lot of them want that, right? Or what if they want total separation? Which again, other Puerto Rico, like Puerto Rico, and is a constant issue, like of what its status is. And they suffer for it as well, because they suffer like when there's a natural disaster, the federal government like is fucking slow on it. Like they struggle with that. So it's not an ideal situation to be in. It's not a good situation at all.
No, but the much more improved situation, and maybe down the line the situation can change and become one full sovereign state or a fully independent state. But it would be a good step in the right direction.
So we're just talking like another like Oslo Accords, basically, but with Puerto Rico-esque
on a much
system,
longer
as opposed
scale.
to.
Why does Minecraft look better?
Listen, if people are willing to make improvements, but they're doing it whilst keeping in mind that at one point this population is majority Palestinian and the most logical thing for them is eventually going to be statehood, then I'm fine. Do whatever you want. Yeah, but again, I don't know why people try to constantly push this reality away. Eventually, they're going to have statehood or they have to leave. That's it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Like eventually they get statehood. That's fine. But the thing that pro-Palestinians should advocate for is an intermittent solution, like gradual change.
I don't even know if they need to be that technical. I think the pro-Palestinian position should just change to we don't want to fight anymore. Give us a country and get rid of some settlers while you're at it.
Yeah,
but,
I think the funny thing is that the guy Two Tones said that the October 8 got closer to the Palestinian statehood, and I think he was right, because if Israel gets rid of Hamas eventually in Gaza, then that will get closer to a statehood, because that was one of the big roadblocks.
That's one thing.
It was, but do you think there's been any intention from the current Israeli government to actually remove Hamas for that end? Because it seems right now that the only day after Netanyahu is given any approval towards is his little nod in favor of Trump's fucking Riviera plan, which is not.
No, of course
stated,
not. But if the Hamas threat is removed, then the left will have a much better chance of winning and getting a coalition together and the consent of the civilians to move forward with the peace process again.
Well, good luck, man. Fuck.
You think that's not?
No, I mean it's
likely.
Nothing's impossible, and I really hope these protests in Gaza continue, and I hope Israelis can learn how to acknowledge that that there are different camps in Palestinian society, and not all of them should be treated with distrust.
Not all of them are just terrorists.
I don't mean people say that kind of flippantly, but it is true. I think from the past as well that Israeli leadership and maybe Israeli society in general just doesn't when they see olive branches being offered, even sincere ones from Arab leadership or Arab figures. Their first response is to be like, "Wait, what have you got to be? Wait, what are you planning here? What's going on?" And I think that's maybe a problem. There's never been that much effort, I think, from the Israeli end to actually acknowledge that. Israel Katz's response to those protesters, oh my God, that guy should absolutely fucking paraglide himself into a fucking hole.
Was there a response for the Israeli government to the protest?
The Israeli government? I don't know what the government said, but I know that I know that Katz said that, yeah.
It's some propagandist. What?
Israel Katz is the defense minister, isn't he?
Think so.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's what I mean, yeah. I mean him.
The thing is, do you know what's really ironic about how Israelis treat Palestinians? It's how many of the population anti-Semitically treated Jews with distrust all the fucking time.
Yeah, but the difference is that Jews didn't drink the blood of Christian children and all that stuff, poison wells, but Palestinians are.
They did poison some wells in 1948.
Whoa.
It's true.
Yeah, I know. 4 people got typhoid and died. Yeah, yeah, I know. But I don't know if that's necessarily what he's referring
to. But
hey,
that distrust still exists for people like me, and we've been living in Israel peacefully for how long? Since 1948. That distrust exists for me. Not just.
I mean, I guess it's because it's kind of I don't even know how you would do it or what the diplomatic approach should be, but it's after October 7th, Israeli Palestinians in Israel didn't really rise up at all like Sinwar expected them to. A lot of Israelis were afraid that they would be expected to, but then nothing really happened. The government officials still rail against them. And it just doesn't, and obviously people suffered because a lot of their businesses got fucked up by losing Jewish customers and things like that. But yeah, it just feels like I don't know how else to word it, but it just feels like you don't really get any reward or that much gratitude for being a Palestinian who actually does support peace, which is, it's a shame, you know. But I don't really know how you're like, yeah, I don't know what the. I feel like Israel needs to be better at that, but I don't know how they should do it.
Well, maybe they should start pushing to abolish some of those discriminatory laws and
Yeah.
redlining and stuff like that. That would be a good olive branch. But I don't know, how are Israeli Palestinians even that discriminated against, like in everyday life? This nation state law seems like just some virtue signaling by the nationalists.
It is now. It's obviously not a nice statement, is it? It's like, but it's also the same in the West Bank as well. Like there were lots of parts of the West Bank that, again, a lot of them didn't actually do anything after October 7th, and they kept their heads down. But fucking Smotrich and all those fucking, or whoever else it was, started fucking with PA funds, and people like couldn't get their salaries paid. And like again, they're very good at punishing behavior, right? So Smotrich going and recognizing settlements, like one settlement for every EU country that recognized the state of Palestine. They're very good at dishing out that kind of thing. But when it comes to, I guess, like rewarding like the fact that a lot of these communities don't actually take part in violence against Israelis, it's not there. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked that the Israeli government is like in a coalition with like actual religious nut jobs.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
I think that something that I don't know if I just hopped into the conversation too late or whatever, but it seems like something that's being missed is that you're dealing with two very, very traumatized populations, right? And I think like sometimes we want to throw around like these seemingly rational solutions and everything like that. But like trauma causes like literal physical changes to your brain. It's something that I found out, Sierra, as you know, Loner Box. And then on top of that, you've got historical trauma, and there's a lot of messiness associated with it because it doesn't just involve Israel and Palestinians, right? Israelis have a lot of historical trauma to do with all of the neighboring Arab nations, right? And then you can obviously extend it to be even bigger. So there's a reason why a lot of that mistrust is there. And I don't think it's fair to compare it to the way anti-Semitism has happened. I think it's fair to compare it to other nations in history that have been in conflict, and one starts winning over the other, and they start oppressing them because of the past, right? So it's a different situation. But I do agree that what you guys were talking about is that like the result, regardless if there are good reasons, I mean, good is a weird word to use, but if there are reasonable reasons for why these conditions in the West Bank and stuff exist, it's like the conditions still are the same. Whether or not there's a good reason for checkpoints, it's like checkpoints still have the exact same effect on your life, especially, and you know, regardless of if you're so-called like a Palestinian that wants peace or not.
Yeah, but if you're traumatized, like exposure therapy is the solution, like incremental exposure to what traumatized you.
Like that's not always true, and it has to be in safety, right? So if anything, what's going on is you have a traumatized population. They're both getting re-traumatized regularly because they're both losing their family members. There's not one Palestinian that hasn't lost family. There's not one Israeli that hasn't had someone affected. So they're both getting regularly re-traumatized.
Yeah, but like I think in a large scale, that's what needs to happen. Like some trust needs to be shown, some concessions need to be made, and over time, even if you're ultimate gay and what you cannot accept anything less than a one-state solution, then still you have to start with some concessions, like of your Palestinian autonomy, like what was afforded at Oslo and Camp David.
Yeah, but they didn't work, right? And
Well,
there
of
were
course.
lots of complicated reasons why they didn't work. And that was a really good try.
Not that complicated. Like Arafat was a piece of shit. It's really
Yeah, but
that simple.
well, having problematic leadership is complicated, and how you fix that is complicated. I mean, Israel is a democracy, and it still has problematic leadership that the majority don't support. So even if you made Palestinians into a democracy, they could just elect their own version of Netanyahu. So I guess where I've been at, I used to be more of an idealist with loner box, believing in a two-state solution, all those things. I do think that is the best objective solution. I just don't think it's possible. And I think that I've just become super doomer. Like this whole conversation that I was listening to you guys about do we do the first date, or do we or how do Palestinians trust them, and all of this, and how do all of that. It's kind of like a what's that word? It's a paradox. It's just a mathematical paradox that when you try to fix one thing, it will ruin something else. And I just don't see this ever being solved.
Well, a paradox is unsolvable.
Not to ruin everyone's day.
A paradox is unsolvable, but I don't think the conflict is unsolvable. It's not that odd, actually. It's
way
100.
Way worse conflicts have been solved.
Yes. But in a long time,
the majority of these conflicts have been in history. The majority of these conflicts have been solved by one side killing the other, and I don't want that to happen. So, just on average.
Well, we're not referring to those as solutions. We're referring to the ones where they didn't murder each other.
Yeah, I don't know if that's always true, because you have fucking massive wars where but again, it's not fucking Germany and shit like that. Yeah, you get rid of the particular governments that are involved in it, and the international supports that they have as well. I don't know. I don't think it's impossible. I think
how old was the Irish struggle?
Yeah, I actually saw this because people were talking about the anti-Hamas protests, and there was a guy from PSR who was talking about their history of polling that region in the last 20 years. There's never been a period when more than half of people in Gaza supported Hamas, ever. And that's with polling people under pretty strict authoritarian rule. They still could never get a poll that showed more than half of people in Gaza actually seeing Hamas as their favorite movement. So
yeah, but Hamas is not the only issue within the Palestinian population, right? It's the same thing that Bibi is not the only issue within Israeli populations. So if you got rid of Hamas, there is still a huge portion of people who believe that any occupation is the entire country. Yeah. Right. And anytime Israel controls, remember when you and I were reading through those polls of Palestinians, that the number one thing that poll said that they cared about, right, more than occupation or anything, was the Israeli control of the Dome of the Rock. Mm-hmm. So it's something that's very hard for us to understand if most of us are probably not very religious around. So it's hard to absorb why you would care more about that. But I've had some religious Jewish family, and I've seen similar sentiments on that. So I just don't know. I just don't know how you would. It just seems so simplistic to just say, okay, just immediately change your culture, start valuing something completely differently. Israel's guaranteed the safety of the Dome of the Rock immensely, right? Mm-hmm. But it's not enough. So, if the majority of the population still wants to destroy the majority of Israel, right, then the majority of Israel is still going to be terrified of them and is going to continue to oppress them.
Yeah, I mean,
as they're oppressed, they're going to want to destroy Israel.
So I know that, not the Dome of the Rock, but the mosque, the Al-Aqsa compound was firing up around 2022, 23. I don't know. Dome of the Rock's just not. I don't see that as a difficult problem. Obviously, Arafat was a fucking idiot, but I don't think it'd be that difficult to just have some kind of vertical sovereignty arrangement. They do it in maritime law all the time. It's just right of return would have to be something that there has to be a big concession made. But it's I don't know. I think if Imperial Japan could fall, or if all these empires could fall, I feel the embedded narratives that kind of drive a wedge between this.
It's a nuclear weapon.
What's happening to Gaza right now? They're getting the absolute shit obliterated out of them, and that's ironically that's probably why.
Does that mean that you think that you support the shit getting given to them in order to beat them into submission?
I don't support it for that reason, but obviously going to war with Hamas, I think, is a just cause, like trying to get rid of them. Unfortunately, the only way you do that is by bombing the place to hell and like tearing through cities. But
Yeah.
like that had to happen. Like Hamas had to go, and it would have been much easier to do it like in 2007, 8 rather than now. And Netanyahu's a fucking whatever for that. But it's like, yeah, Hamas has to go, and the fact that now at this point, I don't think anyone would have expected to see like anti-Hamas protests anywhere, like televised in Gaza, at this point in the war, let alone now.
No, I
and in
know.
this
I
many
literally
areas.
cried when I saw that
Like,
because it was
it's
one of the few things that gave me hope.
yeah, and it's like I think people have enough access to like the rest of the world, and like the other Arab nations have been kind of doing this as well with the Abraham Accords. Like they are kind of saying like this goal about destroying Israel is like we're actually not going to keep feeding this fantasy. Like we are going to approach this in a different way. Like we're going to try to make peace with Israel, and we're actually in some countries obviously they weren't even doing it with concessions for the Palestinians. So I think the problem is that a lot of like Palestinians have been living in two worlds, where one is like they live in constant trauma with the West Bank and Gaza and everything, but also they have an international community, especially the Arab world, that just constantly gasses them up into thinking that it's possible that Israel can still be temporary. But I think that latter part is kind of disappearing a lot now. And with what's happened in Gaza, I think that's kind of like shattered a lot of the illusions that might have existed. And people in the West Bank probably don't want that repeated on them, even though they know it's possible. So yeah, I don't know. I think I don't think it's impossible that like minds can change. I don't know.
I think we're ignoring really important things, honestly. Hi. I think we're ignoring first of all, Islam, and second of all, the concept, Einat Wilf's concept of Palestinianism. And that's why I don't think it matters, honestly, the polls that we do to assess what percent of the population supports Hamas. It's not about Hamas, it's about the idea of Palestinianism, which means that the hope or the dream to destroy Israel one day and to reoccupy it, basically.
I don't think that's
why does Einat Wilf call it Palestinianism? Like,
I don't know. I haven't.
Okay, can we not concede that is the most fucking retarded thing to call that? It's called rejectionism, and it always has been. Why would you call it Palestinianism? It's like if you say that to, remember, most people are fickle. Most audiences are fickle. If they see someone coming on TV saying, "I think the problem here is Palestinianism," it's like that just sounds like you're saying that they're not even like a real people. Like they don't even like they're just like it's just made up. Like that sounds like you reject two states. You know? Yeah.
That's part of her thesis, though. Part of her thesis, Einat Wilf's thesis, is that the Palestinian identity is fundamentally linked with the annihilation of Israel, with the non-existence of Israel. That's why she needs to call it Palestinianism and not rejectionism, in my opinion.
Okay, but people were calling it people were calling themselves like Arabs of Palestine in 1910, 1920, and there were like newspapers called Palestine, and even before the British Mandate, it was called Ard Palestine. It's like
I know. I don't think it matters if the argument that Palestine never existed and Palestinian the identity doesn't exist, blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. People call themselves Palestinians and identify themselves as Palestinians, which is not a problem at all. The problem is the mentality and the dream of destroying Israel, and this is what needs to be let go of.
Yeah, then why not just call it? Yeah, I agree, but just why call it Palestinianism? You just call it rejectionism. It's just such a very I don't know. Sorry, whoever invented the idea that Jews control media are so fucking stupid. Like, because that's just like it's the worst branding you could possibly to call just to take rejectionism and just rename it Palestinianism. Fuck me. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's mad.
By the way, this reminds me of when you went through the defamation letter.
Yeah.
And you were going through the Baden Pineda video, and you were saying like, I don't understand how this helps Palestinians in any way.
Yeah.
And there are lots of voices right now that we say that about. It doesn't help Palestinians in any way. And they continue to do it. Why? Because they don't want to help actual people who are Palestinians. They want to help the idea of Palestinianism or rejectionism. This is what they're supporting.
Yeah, I know what they're saying. Yeah, so like that's what I say. That's why I say a lot of these people are not like they don't care about Palestinians or Palestine. They care about the narrative of Palestine. But again, if you acknowledge that there's still a group there that needs a state, that state's going to be called Palestine. So yeah, it's just it's going in a circle. I just don't know why you would call it Palestinianism. It's just crazy to me.
Honestly, I've been listening to you all and following the chat, and I can tell you, like, there's not going to be two states anytime soon. There's no way. Like, Israeli society has zero appetite for that. Israeli society has zero patience for terrorism at this point. And there is a lot of terrorism in the West Bank, like right now. Like, we went with tanks to Jenin.
Yeah.
Like, there's just zero patience for that. We're taking none of that shit anymore. And that's what I'm saying. Like, all of our polls and like trying to figure out who are the innocent civilians and who are not, like, the entire society should be held accountable. And I don't believe I need to preface this, but obviously I'm not talking about genocide or killing anyone, but held accountable the same way that the entire German society was held accountable after World War II. So, yeah.
Yeah, I get that, but what I disagree
Sorry,
with
but
is this
I'm
idea
sorry, but
that majority of Palestinians are dreaming about the destruction of Israel. Maybe that was the description proper at the time of 48, but now I think most Palestinians just want an independent state. They don't necessarily want to destroy Israel.
Just so we're clear,
It's not about the majority or non-majority. Sorry, Seth, go ahead.
This speech about holding the entire group of people responsible. This is exactly what these rejectionists say about Israelis, holding them accountable for the genocide. That's the same type of speech. You're just reversing it. It's like kind of ridiculous.
So
It's
what?
ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous. No, it's not, because you have one society that committed a genocide on the 7th of October and fucking raped women and cut off boobs at the same time, right? And the other society is responding with a military operation. So no, you cannot both sides it. It's not equally ridiculous.
Do you think the IDF did not do any war crimes in Gaza? Like, if you're talking about
I
accountability,
think they did. No. I think they probably did. Yeah, they probably did.
And do you think
but
those people?
you cannot compare? But you cannot compare between the two sides.
You're talking
That's
about
what I'm
holding an
saying.
entire society responsible for actions of a group within
Yes.
that society. So
Yes.
should all of Israelis be held accountable for the war crimes in Israel?
Well, no,
Like,
the question,
I have
the
to-
better question is like what accountability, like
It doesn't work like that.
should the whole population
War
actually
crimes-
be subjected to?
Yeah, exactly. Also, war crimes doesn't work like that, Sev. You can only persecute like individuals for war crimes and not entire societies. But when I'm saying held accountable, I mean whatever the world decides to do. I don't think Israel should be responsible for that. Whatever the world decides to do, it needs to be applied to the entire society. That it doesn't matter. Elected Hamas. Hamas was the government. It was the military. It was extremely embedded within the civilian population. Like, you cannot say
this
like,
is
well,
ridiculous. I don't know how you think like this is like say it at all. By the way, just so we're
what is
clear.
ridiculous exactly? Yeah.
Holding all Palestinians accountable for the actions of Hamas.
Don't you mean just Gazans?
Wait, I mean
Or
just
even
Gaza, of
Gazans,
course.
or even Gazans.
Yeah.
Even
Do you
Gazans,
think so?
like,
Do you think
why not?
Gaza?
What
So
do you
okay,
mean?
wait. Right now, today, do you think Gaza has been sufficiently held accountable for Hamas so far?
Hamas didn't surrender yet. You yourself said that we
But
should.
Yeah, but I'm
Gazans,
talking about the society, the population. Do you think they've like paid their like price for ever
not
supporting
about-
Hamas, right?
It's
Or
not
like learned their life?
paying-
Or
It's not about paying the price. It's about whatever de-radicalization, denazification, military occupation, or whatever happens to them. It will happen to the entire society. You're not gonna poll people or do a psychological evaluation if they are terrorists or not. Like, it doesn't work like that, right? Hamas was
Yeah.
their government. It was their military. A lot of them worked for them. A lot of them agreed with them. And also, mind you, something that that really like upsets me is that even during like World War II, you had Germans and Poles who saved Jews, who were hiding Jews. And I asked several people who served in Gaza, have you ever even heard of a Gazan who helped a hostage or something like that? And they said no. And also, we never heard about something like that. So
I don't think
I'm
that.
going
Hang on.
with-
I don't,
have to say-
wait. I don't think
I
that's
wanna step
entirely.
in.
I don't think that's entirely true because I remember hearing from it was Manny Fabian actually in one of the Times of Israel podcasts that one of the reasons they were able to get intel on hostages for one of those for a couple of those rescue operations was because of Gazans who like turned code. So that's not actually
Okay,
true.
the thing is with that intel, you don't know if it was done with blackmail, right? You don't know if it was done for various reasons or if they're buying the intel or maybe it was done for an altruistic purpose. Regardless, I think it's okay for us to just say we don't know if some Palestinians have helped Jews and the hostages, right? And we probably will find out eventually, but it was very rare that people knew on the outside during the Holocaust, right, about which Germans and which Poles and which Dutch people had actually been helping Jews. This is information that came out later because right now, especially while Hamas is in power, it's really important to keep that information very private. Why would you brag about that? Why would you talk about it? It's just welcoming your entire family to get massacred by Hamas. We saw how Hamas treats anyone that they can even just lightly touch with the idea of being a collaborator with Israel. So
And also
we don't know. So we don't know, right? So it's like there might be none, there might be a billion. Like I don't know. Well, obviously not a billion, but
like the fact that there was because I'm pretty
sorry.
sure I can maybe find this if you want, but I'm pretty sure there was like one instance where it was from Fabian, I think. They were talking about how like literally just like someone volunteered the information to the IDF to get that hostage rescue operation. You know the one where they went in the aid truck, that one? That was actually achievable because of a collaborator. And it's also kind of amazing that happened at all because the whole reason that IDF like were accidentally killing quite a few hostages is because they just had no fucking idea where they were. Because Hamas basically kept the hostages with very, very tight cells who wouldn't share information. So the average Gazan isn't going to even know where the hostages are.
Yeah, that's not what I would.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
What I would held the Gazans responsible for is that their lack of attempts to remove Hamas or to rise up against Hamas. Like even during Hitler, a lot of Germans tried to assassinate Hitler, and there were coup attempts by the military.
They protested against Hamas before October 7th in several different years. The majority of the live Gazans today were not alive when Hamas was elected. There's several fucking points to anything you guys are bringing up, and we've spoken them to like the crazy Israelis. I don't know why you guys are bringing them up now. It's like recycled talking points from crazy Israelis.
But just because they reject Hamas doesn't mean that they accept Israel or
yeah, they don't have to
accept
accept
that Israel exists. And
I'm sorry, but
and
they don't
basically-
have to accept Israel. They just don't have to hate it enough to fucking engage war with it. There's plenty of countries I don't like.
I mean,
that I don't want destroyed. Like what
when
the
I
fuck?
say accept, wait,
that's
he
what
means
I
he
meant.
needs to
No,
recognize. He
that's-
needs to
that's what
recognize
I meant.
existence. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. That's what I meant. Yeah, exactly what I meant. We're not disagreeing, Sev.
No, there's plenty I disagree with you. The accountability shit is crazy.
Well,
Why is it crazy? This is what happens. What do you mean?
I don't think she means that like.
Hold on. What do you think
Gazans
should
need to
happen?
be
She's
punished.
doing the thing because what you just said she's doing the Palestinianism thing. She's using the wrong fucking words. Like,
No,
accountability.
hold on.
Because
Stop,
saying that
Lola,
there should be
stop.
like an outside force or whatever that like helps with fucking education and build like I think the point she was it sounds like she's saying that there's not going to be an election in Gaza anytime soon because there's going to have to be a whole process of like rethinking fucking the society and the education system and everything else so that they don't want to destroy. Like, is that what you were saying? Or
Yeah.
Okay. Question.
Yeah, I'm just saying all of these arguments about not all of them are terrorists. Obviously, not all of them are terrorists. That's obviously clear. They're human beings, right? But the point is that the entire society, whatever happens from now on, and I'm not talking about punishment or genocide or killing anyone. Whatever happens from now on should be applied to the entire society. We cannot like this whole debate about who supports it and about the polls or whatever. It's irrelevant. That's
okay, it's just that when you say that society should be held accountable, like people are going to hear
What
something
do you propose?
different.
Well, no. What do you propose?
Yeah, that can. To be honest with you, I was actually talking about this the other day. Like, I don't really think about it too much because I'm more concerned about the
Don't
safety
say
of
it.
Israel.
It's like if you don't think about it, don't say it because it's like it's an
No,
insane
no, no,
statement to
no.
make when you don't have explanation for it.
What? First of all, Sev, you can say that this is an insane statement all you want, but it still doesn't make it true. You can try to make me seem crazy all you want, but it's not a crazy
You're
or
doing
irrational argument to make.
You're doing a
at
great
all.
job on your own. I don't have to do
Oh, I
anything.
know.
So can we wait? Stop
know,
fucking
so-
shit slinging. Can we just talk about what this accountability entails then? I think because I heard education. All right,
Yes.
yes.
Yes. It could be education. It could be de-radicalization. It could be demilitarization. It could be whatever happened after World War II with Nazi Germany, where the entire German society was held accountable. That's what I mean.
Okay, so
that's an example of what I mean. Yeah.
So who
Like,
who
it's
carries
more
out
like
this?
the nation.
Who carries out this education?
Yes.
Yeah. So who carries out the education? Let's go to that.
Well, Arabs.
I will tell you who would not.
Oh?
Yeah, probably Arabs. I will tell you who I don't think should do that. Not Israel, that's for sure. It's none of our business. And also, none of the West. I think the West invested enough billions in this. And I think it's time for the West to disengage and stop with this mentality imperialism. Like when you try to colonize people's brains and like try to change them into your own values and to control the way they think and the way that they educate themselves. Just let them be, you know? That's what I'm thinking. At
So
least.
probably the Arab world, right? Like the fucking Abraham Accords countries or the countries that are at peace with Israel. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't have the most
Yeah.
popular country among the Palestinians because that would be Qatar.
I mean, wait. Why not?
Because Qatar is anti-Israel.
And supports Hamas. So
Qatar is very
Oh.
weird. Qatar would fucking. I feel like Qatar would just be whatever they're needed to be.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And also, remember, they funnel like billions into like Western fucking universities and shit. But like, they're still like not pro-Israel. They're never gonna say they're pro-Israel or like tell Palestinians to be pro-Israel or even like, acknowledge Israel. Remember, the mouthpiece for most of the propaganda against Israel is Al Jazeera, and it's state media for fucking for Qatar. That's like.
Yeah, but Qatar's in a position where they can literally mediate with Israeli ceasefire negotiators and things like that. So it's probably if a Gazan leader could do that, that's probably
That's the thing. If Qatar actually wants the like best for Palestinians, they would do that shit. Unfortunately, I don't think they might like at some points have good intentions, but I don't think their intentions are always good towards Palestinians. Their intention is to have like a propaganda fucking mouthpiece all over the Middle East.
yeah.
Like,
I mean, it seems like the only country that is offering to do something like what you're suggesting is Egypt.
I think that this is something that's very hard for us Jews to understand, Jewish Israelis, because we're such a tiny population. And so there's this like inherent, it's much easier to take care of your own and to have like that kind of attitude associated with it when you're such a small population. But the Arabs or the Muslims or whatever division of that group that you want to talk about do not have it's not necessarily that they have those same values, it's that they can't apply those values at all to such a large population. So they just do not care about Palestinians. They have all their own shit. The only time that they care about Palestinians is when it's a bludgeon against Jews or Israel. So I don't think it's easy for us to want to be like, I agree that like just the idea of like Saudi Arabia or a Muslim nation or Jordan like just coming in and taking over, solving the problem, blah blah blah, and handling them like feels better and feels like it would work. But if you look at the past at how Palestinians have been treated by other Arab nations, it's like, I mean, up until a few years ago, more Palestinians have been killed by Jordan than Israel. So I'm pretty sure that number has changed now, but it's not the same. And I guess the only way that would fix is that maybe then they won't be so focused on hating us.
Well, the other difference is that obviously like Egyptian rule over Gaza now would be very different to what it was like before 67.
Yeah, but
Do you
Egyptians
think-
are
do
the
you
most
really think-
anti-Semitic country on earth. They hate
Yeah.
Jews more than
Yeah,
Palestinians
no one
do.
cares about the
right?
Egyptian
It's their
society,
government
though.
that
Yeah,
we're,
it's Sisi,
yeah,
yeah.
it's their government that
Do you think that that Israel will give away Gaza? I doubt that at this point.
Doesn't Trump already own it?
Hmm.
Isn't that what he said?
I think they're going to
Yeah,
keep a hold
honestly,
of
I
all
think-
those fucking corridors for a very long time. I don't think they have any desire to start fucking. Even the entire war, they haven't been holding any area. They just clear, then they leave, then they clear, then they leave. They've held the
That's
corridors.
not going to happen
so-
anymore. By the way, right now the operations that Israel is doing has a different mindset.
I know.
Like,
I'm not looking forward to what this fucking chief of staff has to say. But what are they doing now?
They're basically going to conquer land and hold it. And I have a feeling also, it's just my tinfoil hat feeling that that they will try to destroy as much as possible within the legal framework that is allowed, such that the Trump plan will have a proper justification to basically relocate all Gazans away.
Well,
That's my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory that I have right now.
The thing is like.
But yeah, the IDF is going in right now. Yeah.
Where it's so fucking stupid. Where the fuck? Where are they gonna go? Are they just gonna run up to the Egyptian wall where a bunch of soldiers are there and being like, "Nah, sorry." Are they just gonna climb
No, it
over each
doesn't
other
work
like
like
fucking
that.
zombies? Like.
No, it doesn't work like that. I think that the idea of relocation would be the same way that the Zionist movement brought in almost 1 million Jews to Israel, like
Well,
with
careful.
airplanes.
Those,
It's not
yeah,
going
but
to be a
I
bunch
mean,
of
those
people running to Egypt. Obviously,
those Jews
we're not
wanted.
monsters.
Yeah,
I
but
hope.
okay, those Jews wanted to leave though. You're not gonna make 2 million Gazans want to leave. You're not gonna make 1 million Gazans want to leave.
The majority of
That's
those Jews
actually a good
did not
point,
want to
yeah.
leave. I don't
Well,
think they wanted to leave.
Well, as in
Yeah,
they were pushed.
They were
but-
forced into circumstances. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, as in like they were willing to get on the boat and move. Yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, I do think there is evidence to the argument that Gaza itself, at least some parts of it, is not safe. It's not inhabitable. It's not safe because of all the rubble, because of all the IEDs that are left there, because of instability of the terrain, because of the tunnels. You don't even know what tunnels are down there below you. Like some parts of Gaza are literally uninhabitable right now and unsafe to live in. So, yeah.
I'm sure some of them is willing to leave.
Yeah.
What percentage of Palestinians do you think would want to leave if they were given a good amount of money and a good place to go resettle?
30%.
If I'm going by the polls, I don't know. To me, it sounds like maybe 300,000 to 500,000 would be willing to go to particular countries. Like I think the popular ones were Qatar and like fucking Germany. Yeah. If they can go,
that's crazy to me.
Yeah, if they can go where they want to,
It's
I don't
crazy to me.
care. Yeah, but
And I'm
it's
not
like-
saying that there's lots of other people. There's lots of Israelis that are also would never leave if they, no matter how much money that you would give them. But it's just a mentality that I don't understand. You know, like I'm not particularly like, attached to any piece of land. Well, maybe it's because like my ancestors have been kicked out of so many. So.
Hey, you
so
come
I
from
don't
a
feel
fucking
that
faith that said next
mentality.
year in Jerusalem, like for 2,000. What the fuck?
Eris, I actually do understand the mentality both of Jews and of Palestinians as well, because I think the
Yeah.
idea of Palestinians to stay is, besides their like historical connection to the land, because they lived there for probably hundreds of years themselves, is that they think that if they would leave, they would be just like the 48 Palestinians again. So if they would leave, they could never come back. So I think that's part of the reason, but
that's I think why they
do
didn't want to
have-
evacuate.
Yeah,
And now
but-
they
but-
probably had good reason for that. I think that one of the concerns, like one of the big differences with what happened in 1948 is like they didn't get any kind of reparations and they didn't get to choose whether or not they got to leave. I mean, the majority of them. So it's a very different situation, right? But like it's something I don't like. I on average would care about my family, my kids, my parents, and if I was given a good amount of money to resettle and to get out of a war zone, I would take that opportunity. And I don't understand the mentality of not. The only thing that would make sense to me is if you really believe that leaving you would not be safe where you go, which I think is how a lot of Israeli Jews feel, is that like if you leave Israel, it's inevitable that eventually that country will turn on you and you'll have to come back if you can.
Honestly,
But
yeah,
that's the only thing
honestly,
I get.
sorry. Honestly, for me as an Israeli Jewish person, I don't think it's only the feeling that anywhere else would be unsafe, because I actually live outside of Israel right now, even though I will come back in a few years, but it's irrelevant. I honestly think that Jews don't belong anywhere else except for the land of Israel. And I think the whole discussion about who does the land of Israel belong to should be the reverse. So I think it should be thought of as in Jews don't belong anywhere else on earth except for the land of Israel. So
I think there are a lot of
yeah.
Jews around the world who are very patriotic to their nation.
Yeah, I mean, like American
Oh,
Jews,
for
literally.
sure.
Yeah, like
Oh yeah, that's not wait, that is not mutually exclusive. What do you mean?
Well, if they don't belong anywhere else but Israel, that would imply that they don't belong in their nation.
No, I'm not saying this does not apply to all Jews, and this also does not apply to what Jews perceive or what they feel, because Eris literally just said that she doesn't feel like that. So that's just my opinion about the whole thing, about where the Jews belong to. This is this is disconnected from whether or not the Jews feel where they belong to. But I'm just an insane Zionist, so
What I will say, right, is, I was feeling pretty disloyal about Canada, and then Trump started talking about annexing my country, and suddenly I'm all fucking obsessed with my country. So, those things can happen. But I don't know, like, I think like when it comes to I think what you're talking about is like a spiritual like connection. But I guess, like, I just have, like, this averse feeling with, like, being attached to, like, the soil, like, underneath me, and I definitely have a spiritual feeling when I go to Israel and a connection there, but, it's not strong enough that I would choose to live in a war zone, like, and I don't think a lot of Israelis feel that way. It's why, like, a lot of people like, my family left during the Gulf War, because, I was literally in, they were afraid of, chemical weapons at the time, I think from Iraq.
Mhm.
And my crib was like a gas prevention crib. So it's
I
like,
remember
it's
those,
just
yeah.
yeah, so like the practical concerns of just like living that. So it's something that it's like, I would probably love to live in Israel if, if the practical issues made sense. But in terms of priorities, I'm always going to prioritize like economic and like practical stability for my family. So it's just, and I'm just asking if Palestinians feel the same. Like that's basically like where this is coming to. Though I will say regarding is that on average when I see Jews move to Israel, they tend to look better within a year. There's like an Israeli Jew glow up.
Wow.
And it's really weird.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we need to remind ourselves for a moment about the Shaheed culture that some of them share, that some of them
Yeah.
have. So
Please do
that
not
could
talk about something
explain.
you do not understand.
Oh God. Just okay.
No, that's what. No.
In no offense at all, do not talk about something you do not understand.
Whoa.
Can you explain
Okay,
to us?
so then explain for sure. Like,
Well, first off, the Shaheed, you guys view it as a martyr in terms of type of combat. A fucking pregnant woman that dies is a Shaheed. It's simply just this world is a test. This world is a test. If you do good in this world and you die, like the highest honor in death is being a shaheed. A shaheed is dying as an innocent death. That is what a shaheed is. So whenever hear someone calling a Hamas fucking suicide bomber a shaheed, that doesn't actually make him a shaheed. Islamically, he's not a shaheed. He's a fucking terrorist. You cannot kill
Does
other
it mean
people.
innocent? This is a genuine
Wait
question.
a
I'm not.
minute.
Does it mean innocent or does it mean justified?
Innocent. Like you had no part in your death.
I think this is why
Like-
most of the Islamic world was against suicide bombing for quite a while, right? Like,
Yes, because you play out a part in your death, or like going to shoot a cop, knowing you're gonna get killed after. That's also you're not a shaheed.
You're right,
Well-
Sev. I don't understand the theological aspects of it. You're absolutely right, but I was actually not talking about the theological aspects of it. I was talking about it from an outside observer, from a person who grew up just like you in a country where you have suicide bombings and knife attacks and shooting attacks, okay? And I can call it something else, but there is no doubt that in this war itself, you saw this mentality of, I mean, they were saying that the spokesperson for Hamas was saying that, like, that they don't care if they die. This is at least the mentality of Hamas, okay?
Yep.
If you
That
think, okay, that is the mentality of Hamas. Absolutely, that's why they can keep on going and going and going and going and fighting with Israel. But you said the culture. Hamas doesn't have a culture. Palestinians do.
No.
The
Okay.
mentality, like, listen, you can talk about it all you want. At the end of the day, if this is true about what you say, you would not see only, on average, 50 to 40 terror attacks out a year from Palestinians. You would see thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands, because that is, according to the number, millions of Palestinians live here in Israel and outside of Israel.
I kind of tend to disagree. I don't know about Israeli Arab Palestinians, but I mean, this is why we have checkpoints. This is why we have checkpoints, and this is why we built this enormous wall around Gaza for this exact reason.
But then you're separating people just to make your point valid.
No, I'm separating people because they wait. What do you mean?
Why don't they blow up? You're separating Palestinian Israelis from Palestinians in the West Bank. It's a culture. It doesn't mean we're different. Like, we still have the same culture.
Wait, so
No, I think you guys talk past each
grew
other.
up. I'm sorry, Sev. Are you saying that you grew up with Farfour and all of these like Gazan TV shows that would indoctrinate the children to kill Jews? Did you grow up on that? I doubt it.
I grew up
Doesn't
with
sound
Space
like it.
and NBC3. I definitely watch Arab TV. And again, the Farfour thing, it's not that many Palestinians watching it.
How do you know that? Why do you say that?
Alexa,
How do you know that?
Because it's in Gaza, not in the West Bank.
Yeah, but
Okay, but I'm talking
That's
about
what she's
Gaza.
saying.
This
She's
is
saying the
exactly
culture of
my
Hamas is
point.
like, so yeah, it's about the culture
Yeah,
of
that-
Hamas.
that-
and Gaza.
yeah.
And you
That's
said,
radicalism. It's
Sev,
not
you're
culture.
contradicting yourself. You said that I cannot separate between the people, right?
cannot
And
separate
now
between
you're
the
saying this
cultures.
is just the Gazans. So can I separate between the people, or can I not separate between the
But
people?
you're talking about
Decide.
culture. You're talking about Shaheed
Yes.
culture.
Yeah.
That is not. What does that have to do with fucking Farfour?
I explained what it
That's
has
propaganda.
to do with
That's
Farfour.
propaganda. They're radicalizing
Of
people.
who?
It has nothing to do with culture. Like, at the end of the day,
But this is a culture. What do you mean? Growing up on TV shows that teach you to kill Jews is a culture in Gaza.
growing up to want to kill Jews is a culture in
Yes.
Gaza.
Yes.
It's a value system. Like, no, it's not all of Palestinian culture. It's not like a
Part of the culture. All cultures have
Exactly.
bad things and good things. That's one of the bad things. But it's a part of
It's
the culture.
definitely one of
I mean,
the
I will
main
tell
bad
you.
things that concern us as Israelis. Sorry, go ahead, Iris.
I will tell you that on October 7th, when I was watching those videos, out of all the disturbing videos that I saw, and I saw all of them, to try to see if I recognized any family members, and when I was watching those videos, the most disturbing of all was when I saw Palestinians, a lot of them civilians, not Hamas members, right, riding on motorcycles with a dead body on the back into a crowd of cheering people. I think that was like, when I saw that, it was just one of those moments. I just thought, man, they really fucking hate us. Like, they really fucking hate us. Like, because it's just something I couldn't imagine, even some of the most radical of Jews doing. So I either
Yeah.
so like
Yeah, very true. Yes.
and I know some radical ones.
Okay.
I mean,
And you'll see it on
some
like social media
atrocities
feeds and all
have
that, but maybe
been
not like a
done.
public, like a rally
No, not
in
like
the
a
streets.
big
Yeah,
crowd rally like that. I think
Yes,
that we don't want to. We can't whitewash the fact that there is a toxic component of
the toxic component is Hamas.
hatred and bad cultural aspects. There are many beautiful things about Palestinian culture. There are many things that I admire, right? But but we can't just like hide away some of the really dark stuff like that. That does play a factor into this.
Here's some really dark shit. None of you ever even think about punishing IDF soldiers who fucking consistently commit crimes against Palestinians. That is a culture within the IDF and Israeli society. And I've talked about this multiple times, and I've yet to see any of you give a single fucking flying shit about it.
No, I think
Israeli seriously takes that. No,
I don't look. I think all the IDF soldiers who
shit about
committed
it
war
and to-
crimes should be punished, like to the full extent of the law.
I absolutely agree, but this is not what I'm concerned about.
Good job. You guys can give a shit in the chat. Good job. That's not giving a shit. There's plenty of.
You should be concerned about it.
I
You
don't.
should be concerned.
No, I'm not. No, I'm right now. To be honest with you, right now, I trust our systems to punish soldiers in the way that they see fit.
Then you're not doing
now,
shit.
I am concerned. Sev, you are doing stuff. You have your own perspective, and I appreciate that there are people like you who do speak out about those things. I trust in the. You are part of what I trust. You know.
Oh, thanks.
I am concerned about this.
I'm sorry, but my voice is not
I'm
as valuable as yours in Israel. Just so you know, this is the country we live in. Your voice is
What?
Yes, your voice is way more valuable to Israeli society than mine is.
What do you mean exactly
Sev,
by that?
you are an arbiter of loner box. Your voice is. What?
Okay.
What do you mean? Is this not? What do you mean? This is not true. Forget the
talking
word
about
arbiter.
an Arab-
Sorry,
an Arab
you
is
are
really
a.
neutral.
Wait, I'm sorry. Do we?
Yes.
What
do we
the
really?
fuck are you
But you
saying?
have a
Are
lot
you
of
okay?
influence.
Do we really? Okay, wait.
Why?
Sorry.
Because
Okay.
use the word arbiter. What's wrong?
Yeah,
with
but
you?
no.
Why
If
are
Sev's
you so
fucking
triggered?
if Sev's association with me is the thing that gives him more fucking say in Israeli society, what?
That is not. No, it's not his
Or-
association with you. It's the fact that he's a staple in your streams. He talks in your streams to a lot of people, a lot of viewers, and I know that a lot of your audience are Israelis who live in Israel.
Israelis would
So
already
Sev
agree
has
with me.
way more.
99% of them.
To be fair, Seth, you probably
there you
are
go.
one of the most influential non-politician figures in Israel.
What do you fucking
because
mean?
of your
No, I'm not.
appearances as the most influential Palestinian in Israel, who's not a politician in this stream. Because of
so
your
many
appearances in this
more.
stream. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
the fucking 1K Andy stream. Got
Yeah,
it.
I know. No, yeah, fuck. If you want to be like a big, no, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Obviously,
you're
you have less
holding
of a
on
fucking
to
like
a point.
your voice is obviously going to be a bit fucking more muted if you're like a
I'm
Palestinian
talking
Israel
about
versus like a
you
Jewish
guys-
Israeli. Yeah.
You guys are not understanding the point. I'm not talking about fucking like influence on Israelis that are online. Israelis that are online are rarely the fucking insane Israelis that perpetuate the fucking issues that are still happening in the IDF. Majority of the insane Israelis don't even speak anything but fucking Hebrew. Like, they barely ever speak English. So my influence has no effect on those people. The real fucking issue is you need Israelis bringing up these issues within the IDF where soldiers can fucking get away with killing Palestinians with no real punishment. I've seen IDF soldiers get punished for fucking keeping the microwave on Shabbat more than they got punishment for fucking killing a Palestinian.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely. I don't get why you're not
Sev-
concerned with that. Like, that is a huge issue.
Because
It looks bad.
Wait, hold on. I don't care if it looks bad. You didn't even let me finish my sentence. Okay, you can. Okay, I don't care if it looks bad. I am concerned with the safety of myself and my family.
What about
That's
our
what
safety?
I'm concerned about.
Why are those things in conflict? Why, like the guy who hit the World Health Kitchen trucks? He got
Because
fired. He got fired, so he can't protect you anymore. But he was not punished. Why not? He should be.
because
Why is your
Why is there
because
still a
Israel-
fucking why is there still a psychotic fucking settler who literally tells his soldiers to not even give warning shots to people who are walking into the Netstream corridor area?
This is what I'm talking about with trauma, right? And I
This isn't
hate to
about
sound
trauma.
like
This
a
is an
broken. No, it
inherently
is.
issue within Israeli society, and they never want to address it.
No, I agree. It's an
I
issue,
can say the
right?
same thing about. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, the problem.
Yeah,
I
I
acknowledge the
agree.
problem
It's a
with
significant. Wait,
Palestinian side. You don't.
Steph. Okay, I agree. It's a significant problem. Okay, and there are war crimes, and often, okay, they get pushed to the side or they get thrown under the table to hide them. I agree with that. There's a big problem associated with that, right? But this is also something that comes when you experience intense trauma, which basically almost every Israeli has. I'm not saying Palestinians haven't at all. Like obviously they have too, right? I'm just talking about the Israeli side. Then you naturally, when you go into survival mode, your brain goes into survival mode, right? That's when you're only thinking my family, my safety, right? I must survive. Okay. And if you actually look at brain scans, people's empathy goes down, right? When they're in survival mode. It's a necessary thing. This is why Palestinians were able to do horrible things on October 7th, right? That and also being coked out or something, right? So these things are like also a part of brain chemistry, right? Like when you are afraid for your own survival, okay, you do not care, you care very little about the well-being of other people because it makes no sense almost like just scientifically to work like that, even though in this situation it probably does. So it's just something we should just acknowledge a lot of that, right? I think Israelis need to recognize that too with how Palestinians have felt, right? Is that like when you're in survival mode, which obviously they are on a regular basis, it's like they are going to dehumanize Israelis. It's just human.
Yeah, you can explain it away with all this psycho voodoo, but people should be able to take a step backward and realize that not punishing war criminals, not punishing rapists and torturers is isolating them in the international ground. It is making the peace harder to reach.
Oh, I totally agree.
It is increasing hostilities and terroristic willingness to commit terrorist acts by Palestinians. So I would like to hear Daffodil's answer that why she doesn't care about punishing war criminals.
Okay, the straw man is so huge that the crows are already sitting on it, okay? I never said that I don't care about it. I said that I'm not concerned with it and that I'm not advocating about it and that I trust the system of democracy that a lot of people can say what they do, what they are concerned about right now. And I don't need to be concerned and advocate for all points at the same time, right? That's what I was trying to say.
Are we seriously saying that we believe right now that there's adequate reporting and accountability in the IDF
That's
when it
what
comes to
an
war
average
crimes?
Israeli would believe that. Yes, an average Israeli would fucking believe that.
I think that's kind of.
I didn't even say that there is adequate. Wait,
Okay.
I didn't
But you
even
said
say
you
that
trust
there
the
is
system.
adequate. Yes, the system means that that there are enough people who would advocate against inadequate reporting. That's what I mean. What is so difficult to
You know,
understand?
I don't give a shit about speaking at peace. I believe in the human soul for other people to speak about peace. That's how you sound like. It's stupid.
Well, I just not sure I understand.
I have a limited. No.
Do you think that these people will be held accountable ultimately? They are just waiting for bring charges or what? Or do you think that they shouldn't be held accountable because they didn't?
You are insisting on talking to me about something that I'm not a representative about and I don't want to advocate for. I have a limited amount of energy and I'm concerned about other things. And in this sense, I can point the question to Sev and ask him, okay, you want me to advocate for more accountability in IDF soldiers that commit war crimes or bully Palestinians in checkpoints. Okay, how about you advocating for Israeli Arab Palestinians to convince their relatives, because you claim that these are the same people as you, right? Your relatives in the West Bank or Judea and Samaria to stop doing terrorism. I would like that, please.
Okay, you are. Can I insult her?
No, let me, please.
You can insult me.
You
Yeah,
guys
go
can
ahead.
insult each other.
No,
it's
go
fine.
ahead.
Like,
Let-
here,
let-
Yeah, it's
that
okay.
is the mistake.
Go ahead.
Do you know? Hold on, before you continue. Do you know where my family from the West Bank is?
I have no idea. I know where you
Yeah.
are from.
From the village called Mishab. Have you ever heard of Mishab?
What's your point? No, I haven't. Why is that?
Because
relevant?
no fucking terrorism comes from it. My family has already distanced itself from any of that type of shit. I've already advocated for that shit. I've already done my part. I'm waiting for you to do yours.
Sev, you said that you are the same people, correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
we
but
are the same people.
Doesn't
Well,
mean that
then,
he
if
has
you are the
family.
same people, no, you said that you're the same people, right? Then I'm telling, tell that to your people to stop doing terrorism. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Can you stop building settlements? Can you tell that not
I
to your
will
people?
say
to your
that
government?
Sav,
Yes,
do you want
yes.
to go into the Jenin refugee camp and tell the fucking dudes there to stop fucking? Bro, they'd kill him,
No,
wouldn't
I'm
they?
not.
Yeah, definitely.
His stakes are
You're
much higher
also
for
adding
Sev, you
another
know.
hand to the straw man. Okay, it's already like the straw man from fucking Yellow Brick Road. Okay, like
it's not a straw man.
I will say sorry, just to be clear. Like after October 7th, even fucking Benny Morris was like, I'm so surprised that like the Palestinian Israelis just like they didn't really do anything. They didn't rise up. They didn't do riots. They didn't go fucking tits. Like even Haifa, I think a bunch of like Palestinian Israelis like actually started hanging out with like Israeli Jews and they had little meetings
what
together.
happened?
And I'm like,
Hold on,
honestly,
you know
they're the only fucking group that performed with any fucking grace.
You know what happened? You know what happened during that time? Is that Palestinian Israelis were afraid for their fucking life from Israeli Jews after October 7th.
I know.
All of us
Actually, no,
in our
that
time for 2 fucking months. One garbage man went into Petah Tikva,
Me and you-
lynched by a dude, like several dudes with their dogs. Do not talk about other groups of people. When your group of people has the same exact issue, you just kind of ignore it all the fucking time.
Okay, Sev, you and me have spoken after October 7th. Like
Yes,
in
and your
private,
opinions have gotten
right?
dumber and dumber every time we spoke.
Whoa.
I can't
That's
believe
okay.
this is the only time I've spoken to you or spoken to a person on Discord that I have with people on TikTok. People on TikTok are insufferable, and that's what you're swaying towards.
That's okay. I definitely have been black-pilled since last time that we talked. Absolutely, 100%. I don't know how you can expect me not to be after watching children and women celebrating on the stage while the Bibas family, the Bibas children's coffins were paraded around.
And a rally that
What do you
was
want from
fucking
me?
and that rally. If you saw the forced perspective that Hamas did to make that rally look like it was well attended, it wasn't. There was like 2 or 3, maybe like 2 rows of people. Compared to the protests have been bigger than that fucking hostage rally, whilst Hamas still claims to be the government. Like Hamas are already fucked in terms of like gathering a crowd. Like the anti-Hamas protesters who know they're going to get shot
Okay.
are willing to come out.
Okay,
instead
well
of these
then
people.
they should surrender. Like, why are they insisting?
Yeah,
on
Hamas
killing
should
their own
surrender. The
people
protesters want
still?
them to surrender. And obviously, that's what they're doing. They're literally, those protesters are risking their fucking lives every day to tell
problem
Hamas
is-
to
I know.
surrender. Yeah.
The
I
problem
know,
is you're
I
asking
know,
for
I'm not
something that's
believing-
already happening, but trying to mitigate the point we're trying to get to, which is Israeli society. Like, I'm not seeing any fucking, like, what is it, cats talking about fucking, we don't trust you, protest. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, this is a whole fucking dumb point that I only see on TikTok. You are literally
I
the
understand that
opposite
you're
of
very
here
upset
earlier.
and you're very triggered
It's
right
not
now.
being
And
upset.
it's
It's not
okay.
being about upset. It's about you spewing dumb shit.
You do
Like,
sound upset, man.
No,
Yeah, you sound very triggered, and it's okay. I was very triggered myself, like earlier. It's fine. I'm just saying. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm concerned
Passive
about
aggressiveness from Israelis
advocating
is why people
for
don't talk to you.
what I'm concerned is about advocating to the world that they need to remember about the trauma of the Israeli people. And when I say Israeli, I don't mean just Jews, mind you, Sev, because Israeli Arabs who are Muslim as well were
Wow,
killed,
thank you.
right?
You care about Palestinian Israelis trauma? Deal with the fucking army. I don't know if you remember, just like I don't know, 2 months ago or 3 months ago, they
I'm
came into my village
explaining.
and started beating people because people came out asking them why were they throwing flash grenades into their fucking garden at 3 a.m. and then just
Sam, I never
is-
said I
there
don't
is a
care
problem.
about it. I just said I don't advocate for it. Sorry, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah,
You don't
I
care
think what
about
you mean is that it's not a priority to you, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so yeah,
But
rather
it
like
should be. It should be because you want the world to remember what happened on October 7 and to take your side in this conflict. But for you to do that, you have to hold yourself accountable because every
No,
time
I don't.
every time I bring up to people the horrible things that Hamas did, what they bring back is all the horrible thing that Israel is doing now and not holding itself accountable and not stomping out these war criminals.
Look, I will tell you why it's not a priority for me and why I'm not prefacing anymore that I don't like Bibi, which is true, and that I don't agree with the settlements, which is also true. I don't
Sorry,
care
but I
about
don't
being a
li- I
good
don't
Jew
like-
anymore, because even if I do advocate for it, even if I do say that the IDF should be held accountable, even if I do, people will want to destroy Israel. It does not matter.
Okay,
Yeah, but
so
that's
If I'm a
not why
good
it should
Jew or
matter.
a bad Jew, if I'm a good Israeli or a bad Israeli, it doesn't matter.
It's
just
not.
so we're clear,
It's not to
I
stop
want to just say
Hamas.
something that I've noticed from a lot of Israelis are swinging to the right. I hate Netanyahu is not a get out of jail card for your insane opinions. You're like just because you hate Netanyahu, you're still spouting the same shit his government does.
It's also like say if the
I don't disagree. That's not what I was saying. I don't disagree.
Oh, I
with
hate
it.
Netanyahu, but I agree with everything he says. Shut the fuck up. It's stupid. Every Israeli's doing this nowadays. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, but it's just when you talk about when you talk
there
about
is a problem. Completely not my point.
Hang on.
But
I'm going
okay,
to say
go
one
off.
thing and then I'm going to go and get my fucking food and you guys can still talk. But I was going to say, if you're talking about saying, like, did you say that you were fed up of trying to be a good Jew? Was that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. So if that's your position, though, it's like, because even if you, like, were being good or whatever, then people would still want to destroy Israel. But like that shouldn't be the reason that you want to do like advocate for good things and push for the right thing, right? It should be for
No,
yourself.
but, wait.
Yeah.
No, you're misunderstanding what I mean by good Jew. A good Jew is the pick-me Jew. Is
They're what
okay,
they call a capo. It's like what they
Yeah, but
would
what's
call
wait,
a
what's
capo.
fucking
I don't
what's
call
anyone
them
suggesting?
capos. I'm sorry.
But
I
what's
never
anyone?
would-
What's
like
anyone?
the
What's anyone suggesting that you think is pick me? What to call it to trying to hold the IDF accountable for war crimes? Is like that's pick me behavior?
No,
or?
no. I'm talking about the advocacy of Israeli people when facing the international community. Okay,
You're
when
not facing
facing the
international
West,
community right now.
basically.
You're talking to
The
an
pick
Israeli
me Jew.
just like you.
I know. But I am
Why
on
have the same speech?
stream. So
I
what
don't
do you
speak,
mean?
I don't speak to an Israeli the same way I speak to a fucking foreigner that doesn't know shit. I don't. So yeah, you should probably know how to portray, like talk to the right people at the right time. You're not talking to an international person. You're talking to me who lives here, who knows the issues that you're trying to fucking skip over, just like every other fucking Israeli does.
So you missed the point again. I was referring to what Baron said. Okay, when he said you cannot expect people to listen to you, right, or take you seriously unless you condemn war crimes done by soldiers in the IDF. And that's what I was responding to when I said it doesn't matter if I condemn or not condemn, which personally I think, of course, the IDF soldiers should be held accountable. What do you mean? Obviously.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about it because I think that just on average, I can just say from what I've seen within the Zionist community in Toronto or just with Israeli family, but on average, like just on average, when someone hears about a war crime or something that has been done by an Israeli, any kind of Israeli Jew, or just honestly just any Israeli, right? The first reaction is, I don't believe it, right? Like a Jew would never do that. Someone would never do that. there is an instinct, like this is where I think Sev is right, that there is an instinct to immediately deny and to believe that any Palestinian claims of cruelty against them by Israeli soldiers is like Hollywood, right? And there've definitely been a lot of fake shit, but there's also a lot of real stuff, right? So like I remember that there was this horrific thing that happened. It was about a year ago, right? Where the Jerusalem Post and a ton of Israeli media saw like there's a picture that went viral of a man holding his dead daughter, I think, and they all claimed it was a doll, right?
Yeah,
and then it turned out
told me about the fucking condition that
and the Jerusalem Post, with is a legitimate publication, right, claimed it was a doll and that this was an example of Hollywood, right? Sorry about the noise. I live in the city. And it was an example of Hollywood. It turned out it was a real baby, right? And it was a real picture and it wasn't fake, right? I think like Israelis can sometimes be so blinded, right? You know, like by, you know, there have been a lot of cry wolves or whatever you want to call it, okay? But there's a lot of there are a lot of really awful war crimes that have been done. That's why I wouldn't be surprised if Netanyahu is a war criminal and horrible things. I just don't know. I don't have enough information right now. But there is always an instinct to think, oh, no way, it's not true, right? And I think that, and I imagine that's probably how Palestinians felt when they Hamas got accused of the rapes, right? Like that's what I heard. Like everyone was like, no, we would never rape them, like, right? So I think that
it's not according to
definitely
Islam, right?
Yeah, but I just mean that,
their
like, I do think Sev is, this is where I think like we can create a bridge here. I do think Sev is right that there is a problem like within Israeli culture. It's not an abnormal problem, but it still is an issue that's making the conflict worse, where it's very hard for us to acknowledge our own crimes and the people. Like even when I've heard excuses of basically like the equivalent of pogroms, of settlers going into other villages, it's like, oh, the boys were mad because, you know, their brother got killed and that thing, and they're always making excuses, right? And I think it's something that we definitely need to clamp down on, for sure. So I think
it's also
that's a good criticism.
It's always going to be the case that people are more likely to listen to you when you have their ear already, and there's no group that actually is more the case for than like Israelis and Palestinians, because there's nothing fucking worse than like an Israeli who spends all their time being like, fucking, let me tell you this thing about like Muslim culture, like constantly giving like we just need to get like giving like their whole mission is to give like the Palestinians a talking to about their worldview. It's like they're never going to listen to it. It's like when people were talking about Israelis, like, what should Israelis do about the protests in Gaza? Nothing. Don't support them openly. Don't fucking condemn them. Don't do anything. Like there's nothing you can do to help them, right? If you support them openly, publicly, you're more likely to get them killed probably. So it's like, you definitely gain a lot more, and I learned this from Mr. Ehud Olmert, right? Like he can complain about Abbas or Arafat as all he wants, but at the end of the day, the only real influence he's going to have is if he talks internally and if he critiques internally. I don't know. I think that's probably the best thing to
the
focus on,
conversations, and I will say, Sev, that the conversations that Israelis have within themselves is very different than what they'll have on the outside, because they feel very attacked, so they'll be very focused on trying to fix their reputation. That happens within Palestinians, right? So like that's fairly normal. But I don't think, like, I think people are getting the impression that like she was saying that she didn't care about war crimes or anything. I think what she was saying was that it's not a priority in her mind when her country people are trying to destroy her country, right? And you're not thinking like as much about that, but I think people have made a good argument that maybe it's something to focus on as well.
The problem is she's asking of me what is to do with my people, what is already being done. They're already protesting against Hamas. Hamas is the bad apple in the Shaheed culture you brought up. We all have this Shaheed culture you're talking about. Just so we're clear, when rockets hit, why do you think Arab Israelis aren't like losing their shit in Israel? It's because we have this belief that if it's my time, it's my time. It's written for me. Like, you can't change what God has written for you. So if you hide, you hide. You shouldn't go run towards the rocket. You should, but the feeling that, hey, this is just a temporary world and there's a hereafter, That is a core belief in all of Muslims.
Yes, but I think
the problem is Hamas propaganda used propaganda to instill into the children that it is okay to go kill another person with a shahada, as a shaheed. That is the problem. It's not Islam. It's not being a shaheed. It's Hamas. And if Gazans are already protesting against Hamas, you already got what you wanted.
Isn't it just a different form of Islam?
No. What do you mean? It's not a different form
What do you
of Islam.
mean?
Well, it's just a different understanding of what it means to be
No,
shaheed.
we follow the same school. Same school across all. Majority, I would say, 90% of Palestinians follow the same school of thought. So
Yeah, but I would guess that an imam in Gaza has a very different understanding of these doctrines.
Imams in Gaza are from Hamas. Like, that's the thing. It's not Islam.
But there is Hamas. There is Hamas in the West Bank also.
They do not have the same. They do not have the same influence as they do in Gaza.
I mean, they have enough influence for us to go in with tanks into Jenin.
You're not only going into Jenin for Hamas. You do know that, right?
Okay, then why am I going into the Jenin then?
You're going for the Jenin Brigade. You're going for the Lion's Den. You're going for several other groups. There's way many more groups than just Hamas. Hamas is probably the least active one in the West Bank out of all of those groups.
Okay, but their ideology about destroying Israel and killing Israelis is pretty much the same with regards to those points, no?
It's not. Across these groups, it's not.
I do think that there's a bit of scapegoating with
Why
Hamas.
would we
Like,
go
Hamas
in?
is not the only problem.
Exactly. Like, the problem is the mentality of trying to kill Israelis all the time. That's the problem. I don't care which organization you belong to.
And how did that mentality come to fruition? How?
Yeah, Sev, we know how, right? But I can use the
I
exact
know
same
what
argument
he's
to say.
arguing towards. I understand what he's arguing towards. He's going to say that it
Sev, I
came
could use
from
that against
Israeli
all the things that you've said.
occupation.
Again.
Yes,
right?
Where
Like, I
did the
could say that
ideology
the
of Ben Gvir and Netanyahu come from? Maybe from Palestinian. Like, I can say it came from terrorism as well. I can say the right-wing government that we have right now, right? So it's not an argument.
Ben Gvir pulls a gun on a parking guard because he's afraid of terrorism. He's a terrorist himself.
Sev, the majority of Netanyahu's base are Mizrahim.
Prime Minister.
You're gaslighting us right now, Sev. I mean,
you're retarded. It's not gaslighting. I'm
What?
showing you that there's an issue with these mentalities, and these mentalities exist within Israelis. And then you're trying to say, "Oh, you know what, Ben Gvir? Actually, he hates Palestinians because terrorism." It's fucking stupid.
It's not
Palestinians
what I said.
There's Palestinians want to kill Israelis
You
because
are
of propaganda and
so upset
occupation.
and triggered that things are not clicking. Okay,
My you can say I'm triggered and things are not clicking, but you are the most nonsensical person in this conversation. Just because my voice is getting faster and I'm getting louder does not mean I'm making less sense. You have not made at the fucking start line. You did not make any sense. All of your things are either genocidal, insane, or fucking massively right wing, and everyone would call you a cuckoo head for just even fucking saying it. I don't want to say like misogynistic language. That's why I said cuckoo head if you want to make fun of that.
Sev, you can insult me all you want. I can take it. It's fine.
I'm not gonna. It's not for you. It's just bad language to use.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care what side chat thinks of me. That's my opinion, and I stand behind it. You are absolutely strawmanning me. I never said genocide. I always said I'm not talking about killing anyone. This is your insertion, okay? This is something that people tend to do. Okay, I want to point to an actual problem, and my argument about Ben Gvir was absolutely not to excuse his actions because of Palestinian terrorism. My argument was that to counter your argument, okay? Because you said, okay, why are Palestinians so terroristic and why are they so radicalized because of Israeli occupation? And I was saying, valid. It's invalid.
First off, you're not occupied. Second, you're the occupier in the West Bank. Third off, I said propaganda before occupation.
You're still not understanding my point, but that's okay.
No, you just want to get something across that no one will understand. It's stupid. Your point is stupid. Like flat out.
You can say, look, Sev, it's fine. You can say that my points are stupid. That's fine. I honestly don't care. So
yeah, no, you're acting like the average uneducated Israeli. The Israelis in academic circles don't act like this. Israelis that never went to college and just fucking work at falafel stands, they're the ones that sound like this.
Okay, that's a meaningful contribution.
Right. No, I'm just trying
I
to.
don't know why you're insulting falafel stand workers. You know?
Hey, listen, majority of them are Arab. I get to fucking do that.
Okay. Okay.
No,
the thing is
to contribute to us and educate us, Sev.
The point was when October 7th happened. When October 7th happened, right? The first thing that I heard all pro-Palestinians saying, right, initially was, "Oh, well, history didn't start on October 7th," right? And in a lot of ways, they're making a very valid point, right? Because history definitely did not, and there was, you know, October 7th didn't happen in a vacuum, right? But the thing is that those things that the occupation, right? A lot of the violence, a lot of the radicalized Israelis, a lot of the things, right? Those didn't happen in vacuums either. Like, so that's why she was explaining that there was some invalid, like that your argument to kind of downplay a lot of the radicalization, right?
No, you just don't understand radicalization.
Can be used. No, but it can be used by the other side too, right? So at some point we have to just stop excusing the hate because everyone has a million legitimate excuses.
The problem is that it can be used by the other side. It is insanely more used by Israelis for justification of any crime an IDF soldier or settler commits than any fucking thing I've seen any justification for Palestinians. Palestinians get justification from fucking abroad. They don't get justification here. There's actual accountability here where Israel goes in. You don't even have to have accountability from within the society. Israel already fucking steps in and does it themselves.
What?
Yes, Israel kills people that are terrorists. Israel arrests people that are a threat. Israel does all the things that should be done to Israelis that are doing these things as well. Except Israel is stepping into the shoes of what should be done within that society, and those punishments are still going through.
I think you saying that like this isn't something that happens a lot is very anecdotal, right? I'm here in Canada.
What do you mean? What am I saying that doesn't happen?
No, I'm here in Canada where everyone constantly whitewashes any kind of war crimes or terrorism that's done by Palestinians by excusing it by saying, well, look what's been done to them. Like, look at the occupation. Think about the context and
flat out.
Okay. Yeah, I know you think it's retarded, right? But this is what I'm saying is that like this is you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know your name, the Israeli girl that's in the chat, but now someone's changed your name to Cuckoo Head. But so I was about to call you Cuckoo Head.
You can call me Cuckoo Head.
And you can correct me if I'm wrong, right? But what I got was that you actually thought that both arguments were incorrect, right? And that you were just trying to make a point, hoping to help him understand that it was correct. But Sev is now saying that he does think it was incorrect, right? From the first place.
I think the way that you explained me in the first place was perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
you explained exactly what my line of argumentation was. I hope Sev understood that.
I'm gonna say this again. The militant groups across the West Bank do not have the same motivations. Hamas is intrinsically way more self-destructive for Palestinian people than any other group that's found. Is it the only group that wants to kill Israelis? No. It's the most harmful group to Israelis and Palestinians.
Seb, I have a question. This is genuine. So what would you do if you were, say, in the Israeli government and you were a king and you had all power, right? How would you try to make the situation better? Like, how would you keep your people, the Israelis, safe, right, while still not oppressing the Palestinians that are not a danger and just want to live their lives happily, right?
Well, if I had an answer to that, I would be running for fucking office, wouldn't I? Like,
I mean I agree because I don't have an answer for that. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's a very hard situation to solve.
I can
you know?
point out issues within the society of like Israelis and Palestinians. Do I know the perfect solution with the least amount of death and the least amount of damage? Of course not. If I did, I would be in those positions to change these things. I would put myself in those positions.
Sorry to jump in. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Very.
I'll turn you up. Hang on.
Very quiet.
Yeah, can you?
Oh, yeah, you are
turn me
quiet.
up?
You
I
need to
live
turn
in a
yourself up.
student flat, so I don't want to wake up my colleagues.
Oh. Well.
Surprised my parents haven't woke
Get
up.
very close to the mic then.
Yeah. Is it better now?
Understandable, audible.
Yeah, I want to first of all thank Seth for what he has done throughout this debate, and I believe that he is a saint, given that there were frankly genocidal phrases that were used and phrases akin to Glenn Greenwald, Bibi, who I don't endorse, and the settlers who I don't endorse are doing the right thing, which I don't endorse, your people, etc., etc. And I just feel that throughout the conversation, the focus should have been on those outrageous claims and not trying to use whataboutisms in order to purity test Seth for him just to say that Hamas is bad, something that he has defended throughout the years. And I see a refusal
Been
in.
years.
I'm sorry?
It's been years.
Yeah. And I just see a refusal of the person to take accountability and for her endorsement of war crimes, because not talking about them is actively supporting the ignorance of the populace towards them.
Thank you. Also, I don't like this fucking term thrown around, genocidal language. I only used it because it did sound like that, and I would only use it without like if there was someone that's not an Israeli in this conversation, I wouldn't have fucking used it. Like I'm saying it because I know what I mean when I'm saying it, and I'm not just throwing it out there for like whatever fucking language. There's people that defend the IDF because they like the IDF, and people get called genocidal for that. There's just like an issue with just saying, "Oh, we need to hold these people as a people accountable," when majority of them are not to blame for what happened or what is happening. Is like, yes, that is quite fucking insane, and I would say genocidal because you don't know what type of accountability you are referring to.
It's not a good choice of words. Because it doesn't really communicate what was actually meant, I don't think. Yeah.
Anyways, I have to go. It was nice talking to all of you. And this has just confirmed to me that the conflict will never be solved. So,
wow.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Listen, I can only offer two
Bye.
hands. Can't offer three.
Mate, I feel like if this was the kind of arguments that Israelis and Palestinians had, the conflict would probably end quite quickly. I don't know.
I've had way more productive conversations with Israelis in person. Like I think my college pushed me into like arguing with students from the Ruthman Institute. I think I mentioned it before. Those people were fucking amazing. They were super understandable. Like it's like, but then again, I got told the Ruthman Institute is very liberal and very left leaning.
Yeah.
So that might be the reason.
I still don't understand how what I said was genocidal, and I accept your insult, Sev. I will not return it. It's all good.
Thank you. You can have the moral high ground. I don't really give a shit
Yeah,
about it.
the funny thing is that you sound worse than Serbian nationalists and some of the Vatniks I've spoken to online and in real life.
I don't care. I don't care what I sound like. If you know, you know. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't think I need to say again that I don't believe in genocide and I don't want to kill anyone. I don't think I need to say that again. That's ridiculous. But if you understand what you understand, go off. It's all good.
Also, if we shift the conversations towards what Eri said about trauma, first of all, her claim that most conflicts end in the complete annihilation of another group is wrong. Most conflicts end in a negotiated settlement between the parties. I think, I think that all this whole psychology just muddles the waters and is not productive to the conversation because Here we're talking about Israel-Palestine, but if we mention, for example, what happened to the Syrian people who have been in a civil war and are arguably still very traumatized, and now have to suffer more than 750 airstrikes in the 4 months that Giuliani took power, and more than 132 ground incursions, and they have yet to attack Israel.
Well,
okay.
I think Loader is out of juice.
Yeah, I'm tired. Okay.
This is why I stopped going on TikTok, by the way. This is like every fucking conversation. It's exhausting. Yeah, it's
Okay. Anyone have anything fucking final they want to add?
I'm good.
Okay. Take care, guys.
Talk more about Syria.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye.
See you.
Fucking hell. Where's my paint project gone? Am I really that? I just saw that tweet where someone drew a fucking axolotl on a face on an axolotl, and it looks like me. You see that? I don't think it's not supposed to be me, but it looks like what? Fuck. It's probably lost in your open tabs. No, I put it into Paint. I don't have a Paint tab open. Why did 800 people stay for all that? Actually, it was closer to 900 for most of it. 1,000. What the fuck? Okay. Weird. Honestly, guys, thank for this. What? Why? What? I'm so tired. What the fuck? Ooh. Why did you play Funeral March in E minor instead of B flat minor? Just curious. Oh, because it was closer to the wrestling one. That's why. But my fucking piano software isn't working though. I don't know why. Oh, it's because Contact was open. I'm so retarded. Oh my god. What a dick. I'll bet I'm gonna turn it off and on now and it's gonna work. I had Contact open. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh no, it works. Oh, I could have been playing this whole time. Fuck. 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 Wait, why can't I hear it though? It's showing up on the thing, but I can't hear it. Oh, output. It should be monitor. What? Why do I see it, but I can't hear it? Oh, I know. Wait, do I? Oh. There. Now I can hear it. And see it showing up. Fuck, why didn't I? God! What's the name of the keyboard you got? It's an Arturia Keylab. It's really good for playing, like the weighting on the keys is just really nice. I don't know. You can tell I watched Amadeus the other day. Now it's just fucking my head. But there's no mudslinging, so there's no point. Fuck. Thank you for facilitating these conversations. They're very useful. The second conversation was definitely better because it involved people who actually knew things about the conflict and people who were involved in the it's so for whatever, for better or worse, isn't it so interesting that how different the conversations are when they involve people from the region? Isn't that I don't know. I just feel like they change radically when people from the region are speaking. Specifically people who live in fucking Israel-Palestine. When was the reporting on the Gazan protests? Bro, we didn't even get there. We're not even... We did tariffs. We did Asmongold glazing the tariffs. And then we did Noah Samson. And then we did all Israel-Palestine debates. That's all we've done. We've done fuck all, man. Oh, shit. Nobody was virtue signaling by calling it Gaza. Yeah, well. Contra vid when? I don't know, maybe tomorrow. Yes, I know they killed a protester. I've got a bunch of translations that I'm still getting together for a little montage of the protests, I guess. What the fuck? Not Braza. Yeah, I know. I've probably missed an entire day's worth of Yeet reporting. Stocks. That's bad, isn't it? It's bad. Asmongold.
Individually target instead of altogether? Well, yeah, but like, for example, it would be really easy for...
Fucking donos.
Like,
I'm so sorry, it's donos. Holy shit. Wait for Nubbin, that's $5. They called him Sleepy Joe because you could sleep through the night without the economy crashing. Ben, thanks for the 25 PLN. No comment. Hey, Andrew DeVillier, thanks for the $2. This guy's like Forrest Gump level intellect. That guy was quite wacky. He came in so smug. Holy shit. Zach, thanks for $10. Don't you often make the point that there is a pattern of Israeli war crimes due to stupid soldiers and bad enforcement, but it's not systemic because it isn't ordered by the government? That's no. What I say is it's systemic because of the pattern of behavior due to bad enforcement. What I say is it's not policy. Systemic, I say all the fucking time. Yeah. Systemic. I thought we knew this. I thought so progressives, systemic racism. I thought systemic racism was like when you do racism, but no one tells you to be racist. That's the academic. That's how I learned that in sociology. That exact phrasing. I'm sorry. There doesn't need to be a racist law in the books, but you'll still have a society that's producing like racist outcome. Yeah. Mark Tech, thanks for the €2.49 twice. Strong currency now. Yeah. I'm reading Wikipedia and you are wrong. This is like taking candy from a very drunk baby. God. Persona non grata, thanks for the $2. Ask him if the 1834 Safed pogrom was justified. Bro, that's just that's just minutia, bro. Just factoids. General Grievous, thanks for the $5. Funny he talks about minutia when it comes to Hamas essaying people, but when it comes to the complicated history of both sides in IP, too much minutia. General Grievous, thanks for the tier 2 sub, and thanks for the $2. Bruh, you gotta understand, bruh. Tim R, thanks for the $5. Lonerbox dying inside for us. He's like Jesus 2.0. Sans, thanks for $10. Lonerbox, fuck this. Let's play Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah. General Grievous, thanks for the $2. Nice casual homophobia to his Sinwar is showing. Bugbird, thanks for the tier 1 sub, because it's rightfully Sev's stream. Yeah. Abstract Bubs, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Bub. Oh. Monkey Man, thanks for the $2. Australian chicken jockey. What? Okay. Hummers, thanks to the 5 Canadian. The conversation we just came out of was awesome, and I wish these were what most conversations out there were like. We would all be better informed. Yeah. I think if you think Eris is racist based on what she was saying just there, I think you're probably a bit soy. I don't see it. Don't see it.
If Trump like enforces really rough tariffs on like one country, then it's not really gonna
like. It's just a fact that if you're fucking Israeli Jewish, the Arab society, Arab world hates you. They fucking hate you. They fucking despise you, and processing that that fact is just like, I don't know.
matter for the U.S. because we can make up that difference. But if he's able to...
Am I racist against Asmongold?
One country?
My Asmongold is actually kind of evil. I didn't really think much about it. It's quite funny watching the whole like, I believe that, but he's actually just sitting there memeing away, just bouncing, frolicking in a field of death as people get fucking deported and USA destroys people, gets fucking taken away from countries, entire countries that are like largely dependent on it for their stability, or fucking just glazing the tariffs because and the entire world economy getting destabilized, and people have to rethink their jobs and their financial situations. People have to rethink what's happening to their businesses. Like, holy shit. It's a double standard she's holding Palestinians, her saying, I don't think Israelis would have done what Gazans did on October 7th. I don't think the fucking street parade with the dead body hanging out the back of a truck, I don't think I haven't seen Israelis do that. Not recently. Did they? Yeah, I haven't seen that. Like, just the community of people coming out and celebrate. That's just fucking... I think if Israelis were in Gazans' position, they would be the same. That's more like it's not in their DNA to be like that. But yeah, I don't even... Yeah, Hamas controlled the Gaza Strip and the education system and the economy and the fucking, like, the mosques. They controlled all that shit for fucking 17 years. You're surprised that people aren't fucking mental. Not to mention getting the shit bombed out of them by Israel several times. Yeah, of course people who live there are going to be fucking wacky. God. You would be as well. I don't think saying that is like any kind of... I think if you think someone's being essentialist when they talk like that, you just ask a few more questions and you'll find out pretty quickly if they're being essentialist.
Like, if
it's not the street parade being filmed, it's whether or not Israelis would spit on a corpse in a crowd. Oh, I think Israelis would spit on a corpse. Settlers probably would do that, yeah. But I thought she was talking about the whole scene of the body being dragged into, like, basically the town square. But the town square is like, hey, look, that's amazing. Like, they're really happy to see it. That's quite fucking, yeah, I don't know. It takes a pretty exceptional societal condition to have people like that, to have that kind of behavior. Yeah. I don't think if the IDF dragged a fucking Palestinian corpse into like Tel Aviv or somewhere in Israel, like you'd have that same response. They still commit atrocities and they do it in a more like, I guess, sophisticated way, you could say, or like, but yeah, I don't know.
Trump like enforces really, really rough tariffs on like one country, then it's not really going to matter for the U.S. because we can make up that difference. But if he's able to do that for every country and the country isn't willing to get rid of their tariffs, that's when the U.S. would really see a big risk, and that's when Trump's plan wouldn't work. So the fact is that these countries roaching out before this happens actually makes it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy that will make it to where Trump will come out ahead with this.
What the fuck
does
that mean?
Yeah, it's 4D chess. It's not even 4D.
Listen, maybe I have low IQ, but I don't even know what he's saying, bro. What the fuck? He doesn't even know that the tariff calculator is not a tariff calculator. It's not even close.
Chess. This is a basic rule. It's like if you take out stragglers first, because, and you've got to keep in mind also, like a lot of these stragglers in these smaller countries, they can't afford to get into a trade war the same way that maybe China can, or even like European countries can, because they don't have that level of wealth in their country. And so he knows that. He knows that he can basically kill their economy, so they have to come to the table. And once they come to the table, then it makes it easier to make the other people come to the table. That's it. And Trump's going live soon. Yeah, I know. And so yeah, Vietnam is cut in.
Oh, do we have something new today? What's this? 2nd of April. What the fuck is he talking? Okay, I don't know. Hamas willing to release all hostages at once for permanent ceasefire. Senior Palestinian official familiar with the ongoing truce talks tells the Times of Israel. Hamas is still prepared to release a number of hostages in exchange for an extension of the temporary ceasefire. Permanent extension. Okay. It wants guarantees from the mediators that Israel will agree to subsequently enter negotiations for a permanent ceasefire. Okay. Hamas insists on sticking to the terms of the transition phase 2, return of hostages, full withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza, and a permanent end to the war. Yeah, it's not happening. I don't know. It's not going to happen, bro. The fuck? I'll do this tomorrow. I'm not doing more stuff anymore. Jesus Christ. XQC lets Aiden know that Pokimane will likely never do a stream with him. Okay. Bloodbath in the stock market. Oh, we already got that. We're fine. We're caught up.
Individual.
We lost 3.1 trillion today, guys. So liberated. Wait, what's even happened now? Where's the WSJ? It's getting late. I have to order food, man. Yeah, it's fucked. Actually, no, I don't. I have... Okay. Ooh, Dow is at 1600 decline. Ooh. Oh. Minus 4%. The S&P 500 is almost going to drop 5%, guys. Can we make 5%? Yeah, 5% coming. 5%. 5%. 5%. 5%. 5%. 5%. Freedom. 5%. 5%. 5%. I don't know. That's nothing. 5% is everything, guys. It's 5%. It's over. Okay. Markets are closed. Okay. Well, I'll do this until it wakes up. When did the market open? Tomorrow. When? Tell me. I don't know fucking stuff. Mate, you think I play this game? Excuse me. This is a mugs game. Okay. People, I start making a good bunch of money, right? From streaming over the last year and a half. I make good money now, you know? And people are like, oh, hey, you should you start investing. Yeah, that money is just sitting in your account. There's a little interest. You gotta invest that. You gotta put that in a thing. ISA, stocks, portfolio. You gotta do that shit. And I'm like, mate, excuse me. Mugs game. Look who's laughing now. These fucking retards who put a fucking third of their income into S&P 500. Dead, mate. You got nothing. I'm laughing, okay? My shitty little savings account with a little 1% interest laughing at you right now. Standing over your battered, stockless corpse. I'm buying the dip and profiting. Everyone's buying the dip and profiting, mate. You're fucked. You're so fucked. 5%, 5%, 5%, 5%. NASDAQ, 5.87. Gold is gold's mate. Listen, gold's gonna pick up the slack. Fucking stock dipshits. This is a mugs game. Look at you. It'll never do that. Yeah, it will. It always does that. There's always something's gonna happen. Bitcoin. Ooh, shit. Mate, I remember. When did I remember? It was about here, wasn't it? Wait, this is... It was here. It was this little bump here, 13,000. I remember when this happened. I was like, maybe I'll buy some. Nah, mugs game. But then people do this. People mindfuck themselves when they look at shit like this because people think, "Oh, if only I'd bought it here at 6,000, then I'd have got it here." No, you'd have seen it fucking dip and then sold it in a panic, or it'd have gone up here to 8 and you'd have sold it there. Like, don't mindfuck yourself with this stuff, okay? My God. I first heard about Bitcoin in 2013, but I didn't know. Or was it 13? I can't remember. It might have been later. Might have been later. It was in a BBC documentary called Masters of Money, and it was about fucking Hayek or some shit, and they spoke about Bitcoin. So we're now 63. So it's back to, it's not doing great. Although it was actually doing quite well before, so it's not the, they're fine, man. They can handle it. They just got to mine harder. In Bitcoin. Mugs game, man. Don't need it. Take all your savings. Banks are a mugs game as well. You should withdraw all your money. Put it in a box. Then put that box in another box. If you don't want to confuse things. Holy shit. Oh, there's people in my VC and Discord. Okay. I own a home, crazy flex nowadays. I have a box you can put it in. Don't talk. What? I'm sorry. I thought that was like a fucking innuendo, but then I remembered that you're not Scottish. So, okay. What the fuck? Get me out of here. Get me out. Okay, guys. Happy Freedom. Happy Freedom Day. Okay. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.